Welcome to the world of carnage. Here, relentless slaughter is your sole means of survival. To mitigate the challenges of survival, each individual will awaken a unique talent. Talents can be both advantageous and disadvantageous. Please refrain from cursing. After all, luck is also an essential factor in the quest for survival. Lin Mu spat out the grape in his mouth, his eyes wide with astonishment as he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Have I traversed again? After finally crossing over to the abode of a wealthy family, I was merely indulging in the service of an enticing maid, and now I find myself cast into this wretched place? As he regained his composure, Lin Mu noticed that many others had arrived here as well. Expressions of bewilderment adorned the faces of all. Talent awakening complete. You may summon the attribute panel to review your talent. Is that it? Where are the special effects? Lin Mu stood dumbfounded, instinctively calling forth the attribute panel. Name, Lin Mu. Level, 10 Strength, 8 Constitution, 7 Agility, 7 Spirit, 9. Talent, Forbidden Creation. Unique forbidden creation. You cannot acquire any equipment. All equipment drops in material form. By synthesizing materials, you can obtain various extraordinary items, even creating forbidden artifacts of a taboo nature. Item inventory. Beginner's creation package. What does it mean that my talent is followed by an uncountable number? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Are you illiterate? Can't you comprehend? It signifies that your talent is common, found in abundance. By your reasoning, does that imply your talent is formidable? Mine is rather mediocre. It enhances strength. And the accompanying description is as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Surely, cow hairs are less than sand. My talent is visual enhancement, a worthless ability, and it too has an uncountable description. I possess a decent talent called beastification, which significantly amplifies physical strength for a short duration. And the accompanying description is quite limited. Wow, that sounds exceptionally strong. Who knows what will transpire next? Master, please take me along. Of course, men stay strong, women empower themselves. The cacophony of voices surrounded them. Lin Mu pondered quietly. It seems the level of talent correlates with the quantity that follows. The fewer the words, the more powerful the talent. Is my unique rank talent not extraordinary? Talent levels are categorized as uncountable, numerous as cow hairs, thousands, few, rare as morning stars, as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, countable on fingers, and 1 in 10,000. Please familiarize yourself with your talent promptly. The protective shield will dissipate in 10 minutes. And you are advised to fend for yourselves thereafter. Reminder, please reach level 10 within 5 days, or face a penalty of a 50 reduction in all attributes. The earlier voice echoed again, confirming part of Lin Mu's suspicions. However, the term unique was not mentioned. Does this imply that my talent surpasses even that of 1 in 10,000? With this thought, he opened the beginner's gift package in his inventory. Congratulations! You have received Rusty Sword Hilt 1 star white, Bloodstained Beast, I 1 2-star blue. World Tree Branch 1 5-star, purple material. Star levels range from 1 to 9. The higher the star level, the better the material. Moreover, each star level is further divided into 7 qualities: white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, and black. Gazing at these materials in his inventory, a surge of creative impulse stirred within him. Yet Lin Mu remained patient, intending to observe the reactions of others first. Looking up, he saw that everyone was enveloped by a luminous column of light, roughly 1 meter in diameter, with various monsters lurking outside. A wild wolf, the size of a calf, lingered nearby, eyeing him hungrily. Had it not been for the fear of the light column, it might have charged at him by now. Half of the 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Lin Mu was not the only astute individual. Most remained observant. We'll have to venture out eventually. In that case, Lu Chong, will take the lead. The burly man who had awakened the beastification talent spoke. As his words fell, a red glow emanated from him, his back muscles bulging dramatically, bursting through his clothing. His hands and feet grew sharp claws, resembling those of a tiger. The nearby spectators were left in awe at the sight. Is this the beastification talent? In comparison, my own talent seems pathetically weak. Upon completing his transformation, Lu Chong dashed out of the protective shield, swinging his claws at a nearby reed rabbit. Alert! Lu Chong has exited the protective shield first. A voice resonated in the ears of all nearby. Slish! Lu Chong's claws slashed, inflicting a massive wound on the reed rabbit. Brother Chong is impressive. The crowd erupted in cheers at the sight. But in the next moment, another reed rabbit leapt from behind Lu Chong, latching onto his neck and sinking its large incisors into him. Bright red blood sprayed several meters high. Lin Mu shook his head. The beastification talent is indeed formidable, yet Lu Chong evidently lacks vigilance, unaware of the monster flanking him. The scent of blood incited the surrounding monsters to stir. Just then, the wild wolf that had been circling lunged forward. Lin Mu was initially startled, but then he remembered he was still within the protective shield, allowing him to relax. The wolf barely touched the barrier before it was instantly reduced to a pile of charred remains. This protective shield is quite impressive, though it can only last for 10 minutes, he murmured, suddenly noticing a glimmer of green light amidst the ashes. Stepping closer and reaching out, he retrieved a white, blood-streaked vertebra. Name: Powerful Vertebra Grade. 1-star green material. Lin Mu's eyes lit up. Could this be considered waiting for a wolf by the stock? Grasping the white vertebra, he hesitated no longer and prepared to initiate his first creation. Forbidden creation requires at least 2 types of materials. And with 3 types from the beginner's gift package, theoretically, it should suffice. However, the World Tree Branch is a 5-star purple material paired with lower-grade materials. The resultant item's effect would undoubtedly be diminished. Initially, he intended to compromise with the rusty sword hilt and bloodstained beast eye, but this vertebra arrived just in time. Initiate forbidden creation, Lin Mu murmured, and the scene before him transformed instantaneously. Darkness surged like a tidal wave, enveloping everything in an instant. In the next moment, a stone platform appeared beneath his feet, from which countless dark mists billowed forth, coalescing into a workstation-like structure. He stepped forward, and the dark mist swirled again, accompanied by a chorus of eerie howls. Lin Mu turned to face the darkness, sensing that something terrifying was imprisoned within. But the dark mist prevented it from emerging. The working conditions are quite concerning. Glancing once more at the workstation, he found a rusty sword hilt, an excised eyeball, and a white vertebra laid out before him. With a flicker of thought, the 3 materials soared into the air, rapidly assembling together. In an instant, a longsword materialized. Creation complete, please name it. Gazing at the peculiar longsword, with the vertebra as the blade and a red eyeball embedded in the hilt, a name flashed through Lin Mu's mind. Whitebone Slaughter Sword. Naming complete. The creation process is now concluded. The workstation vanished, the darkness receded, and the surroundings returned to normal. The only difference was that Lin Mu now held an oddly shaped longsword in his hand. Chapter 2. Terrifying Monster Slaying Efficiency. Chat channel activated. Name: Whitebone Killing Sword. Grade: 1-star purple. Main attributes: Strength 10, Constitution 3. Additional attributes: Hemophilia, Blood Attack. Hemophilia has a chance to trigger a bleeding effect after inflicting damage. Blood Attack: upon slaying an enemy, the sword absorbs a portion of their blood, which can be expended to execute a ranged attack. Description: the hilt may be rusty, but what does that have to do with the blade? With an enhancement of 10 points to strength and defense attributes, it surpasses his own capabilities, not to mention the 2 exceptional additional attributes that follow. Armed with the Whitebone Killing Sword, Lin Mu finally felt a glimmer of confidence. Lu Chong was right. The protective shield would eventually dissipate, and it was better to venture out and hunt monsters now. Taking a deep breath, he stepped boldly beyond the protective barrier. Reminder: Lin Mu has left the protective shield first. As others witnessed yet another departure from the shield, reactions varied. Even Lu Chong, transformed into a beast, had perished. Observing his demeanor, one could only surmise that stepping outside was akin to courting death. This world was far more perilous than they had imagined. Survival was paramount, and one must not seek the limelight. That's reasonable. These monsters are indeed terrifying. Let us collaborate henceforth. A creature that had just collided with the barrier and perished nearby suggested they stick together. The monsters surrounding the young man had just killed one of their own, and for the moment, there were no other threats in the vicinity. He doesn't seem like a fool. Having the awareness of the dangers outside, yet still daring to venture forth must mean he has some form of assurance. Perhaps his talents are also rare. Upon hearing this, the surrounding chatter diminished significantly. Everyone held their breath, turning their attention towards Lin Mu. Little brother, come back. There are too many monsters outside. You can't handle this alone. We should wait until the shield disappears and then strike together. Strength in numbers, a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed and wearing gold-framed glasses, called out. Lin Mu, gripping the white bone-killing sword, allowed a faint smile to grace his handsome face. The shield will vanish soon. It makes no difference. With that, he turned to confront a red-eyed rabbit. The area was teeming with such creatures, while the wolf that had attacked him likely hailed from another region or was an elite monster of the area. The white bone-killing sword arced through the air and struck the red-eyed rabbit with precision. -90 a large white number materialized. The bleeding effect was triggered. -5, -5. Congratulations, you have slain a red-eyed rabbit, level 1. Experience 10, Lin Mu was pleasantly surprised by his fortune. His first strike had activated the bleeding damage. The red-eyed rabbit had a total of 100 health points, with each point of strength translating into 5 points of attack. Even without the bleeding effect, he could easily dispatch it in 2 strikes. 1 red-eyed rabbit contributed 1 experience. To level up, he would need to eliminate approximately 100 of them. With this data in mind, Lin Mu raised the white bone-killing sword once more, noting that the blade formed from vertebrae had begun to stain with blood. This was the effect of the second additional attribute. Once the blood had completely filled one segment of the spine, he would be able to unleash a blood attack. Scanning the surroundings, Lin Mu spotted another solitary red-eyed rabbit. He sprinted forward, delivering 2 swift strikes. The red-eyed rabbit fell to the ground, granting him another 10 experience points. After slaying a dozen or so, the remaining red-eyed rabbits finally took notice of this troublesome foe. Just as they prepared to swarm him, the protective shield dissipated, plunging the area into chaos. Some individuals picked up large stones to hurl at the red-eyed rabbits, while others cowered behind the main group, afraid to reveal themselves. A few even collapsed. A pool of liquid slowly oozing from them. Lin Mu glanced around, his heart tightening. The middle-aged man who had previously cautioned him now lay on the ground, his gold-framed glasses crushed beside him. A gaping hole had been torn in his abdomen, and blood dripped incessantly from the edges of his clothing. It seemed that even in numbers, safety was not guaranteed. Lin Mu silently turned away. Refocusing on a red-eyed rabbit, he needed to level up quickly, to grow stronger. Otherwise, his fate would not be any better than that of the middle-aged man. -90, -90, another red-eyed rabbit succumbed. Before Lin Mu could catch his breath, he suddenly spotted 3 red-eyed rabbits of varying sizes approaching. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 red-eyed rabbits lunged at him simultaneously. He swiftly raised the white bone-killing sword. Blood attack, a beam of crimson light shot forth, slicing through the 3 red-eyed rabbits. -150, -150, -150.3 damage numbers appeared concurrently. Congratulations, you have slain red-eyed rabbit, level 1, 3, experience 30. After executing the blood attack, the blood-stained segment on the white bone-killing sword diminished by 1 segment, leaving 2 remaining. This meant he could unleash such an attack 2 more times in the ensuing moments. Lin Mu interspersed blood attacks with regular strikes, swiftly raising his experience to 100 upon opting to level up. A notification chimed in his ears. Congratulations, you have reached level 2, gaining 10 points of free attributes. Chat channel activated. With the white bone-killing sword in hand, he currently lacked only in survivability. Without further deliberation, Lin Mu allocated 5 points to Constitution and 5 points to Agility. He then opened the chat channel. The chat channel was divided into 3 sections: private messages, regional chat, and world chat. Both private messages and world chat remained inaccessible, leaving only regional chat visible. Does anyone know what's happening? Why are we here? I have no idea, and my senses feel incredibly real, indicating this is not a virtual environment. Could we have been abducted by aliens? Abduction? This is a traversal. Haven't you read those kinds of novels? Everyone has crossed over to a specific world to survive, encountering various monsters along the way. I've read about it. It certainly resembles what you described. Damn, I just encountered a wild wolf. I'm nearly done for. The quality of discourse within the regional chat was notably high, which was to be expected, as those who had leveled up to 2 at this point were certainly not ordinary individuals. The individual who had encountered the wild wolf had posted 3 minutes ago. That poor fellow might already be in dire straits. Lin Mu silently expressed gratitude. Had that wolf not been triggered and crashed into the protective barrier, his own survival would have been uncertain. As he perused the messages, a trio of individuals in the distance had set their sights on him. Big brother, that kid-s weapon is undoubtedly a valuable item. I saw him take down a red-eyed rabbit with just 2 strikes. Why don't we seize it for ourselves? Absolutely. We're putting in so much effort to kill one, and the experience isn't even worth splitting among us. The brother with slicked back hair and floral shorts scratched his head at this suggestion. So we just take it? Let us take it, the 2 younger companions chorused. But he is quite formidable. Can we really take him? The slick-haired brother felt uncertain. The current landscape was vastly different from the past. One had to be strategic. Why talent amplifies sound. It's ineffective for slaying monsters, but can be used to intimidate. I'll approach him and shout loudly, while you and the big brother go in for the grab. The plan was quite feasible, and the big brother nodded. You're clever. I didn't misjudge you. The trio exchanged glances and stealthily approached Lin Mu. Chapter 3. Leveling up. Elite monsters. Meanwhile, Lin Mu had just closed the chat channel and was preparing to relocate to hunt monsters when he suddenly noticed 3 individuals sneaking towards him. Oh no, it seems they've spotted us. What should we do? Stick to the plan, charge in, and shout. A thunderous roar erupted, nearly shattering his eardrums. Lin Mu's body swayed slightly but quickly regained composure. Had this cacophony occurred prior to leveling up, he would have needed 2 to 3 seconds to react. His enhanced constitution not only granted him greater health, but also increased his resistance to minor afflictions. Seeing the 2 intent on seizing his white bone-killing sword, Lin Mu raised his hand to unleash a blood attack. He was not a benevolent soul. Those who dared to covet his possessions must be prepared for dire consequences. I was wrong. The big brother spat blood, his complexion paling. You're not mistaken. You merely realize your impending demise. Lin Mu quietly observed the 3 meet their end, only exhaling in relief once he received the kill notification. Wait, what is this? Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a flickering white light emanating from one of the corpses. Upon inspection, he found name, white essence, grade 1-star white, description. Probability of dropping upon the death of a biological entity. Can enhance item attributes. High-quality essences can also induce qualitative changes in items. Lin Mu was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't anticipated such a valuable item. He promptly used it on the white bone-killing sword. Consumed white essence 1, triggering additional enhancement, strength 2. He had gained 2 additional points in strength, quite satisfactory. Seeing the extra reward, a smile broke across Lin Mu's face. He opened his attribute panel. Noting the changes in his statistics, name, Lin Mu level, 2, 0.2, strength, 20. Constitution, 15, Agility, 12, Mentality, 9, Talent, Forbidden Creation, Unique, Item Slot, Branch of the World Tree 1. He wondered if placing the white bone-killing sword in his item slot would alter its attributes. Intrigued, Lin Mu promptly began experimenting. The white bone-killing sword vanished with a swish, yet the numbers on his attribute panel remained unchanged. It didn't affect them. If that is the case, does it mean that the items I create can share their main attributes even when unused? One single item had increased his attributes so significantly. If he were to accumulate 100 or 1,000 items, how terrifying would that be? Brandishing the Bone Slayer sword, Lin Mu encountered a red-eyed rabbit. 100. Congratulations on slaying the red-eyed rabbit, level 1. Experience 5. After augmenting his strength by 2 points, he was now capable of dispatching the level 1 red-eyed rabbit in an instant, with the experience reduced by 5 points. And considering the multitude of hunters around him, continuing to hunt the red-eyed rabbit seemed unworthy of the effort. It was time to seek a different creature. Lin Mu ventured further into the distance. After traversing a stretch, a gray rat, characterized by its oversized front teeth and diminutive ears, emerged. Although referred to as a rat, its size was comparable to that of an adult dog, accompanied by 2 mangled human corpses. Squeak! Upon noticing Lin Mu, the gray rat leapt from the corpses. Lin Mu did not retreat. He raised the Bone Slayer sword and lunged forward. Critical hit, 400. A large crimson number flared up. Congratulations on slaying the Fangtooth Leaper, level 2. Experience 20. With 20 points of strength and the critical effect, this strike had effortlessly dispatched a level 2 monster. In addition to the experience, Lin Mu also uncovered a white essence. The Bone Slayer sword's power had increased by 1. The Fonktooth Leaper's attacks were swifter and more ferocious than those of the red-eyed rabbit, yet it was not without its vulnerabilities. Lin Mu often seized the moment they leapt to strike, consistently inflicting substantial damage, and with a few additional slashes, he could easily eliminate one. After solo grinding for over 10 minutes, the number of hunters around him gradually increased. Some formed teams of 3, while others banded together in groups of 5 to collaboratively hunt the Fonktooth Leapers. Although their efficiency paled in comparison to Lin Mu's, they benefited from the safety of numbers. Many sought to team up with Lin Mu during this time, but all requests were met with refusal. With the Bone Slayer sword in hand, Lin Mu alone could rival an entire squad. Congratulations, you have reached level 3, earning 10 free attribute points. After an indeterminate number of Fonktooth Leapers had fallen, the familiar sound of a level-up notification resonated in his ears. This time, Lin Mu allocated 5 points to Strength and Constitution. Constitution influenced his health, and thus could not be neglected. As for Strength, it was aimed at enhancing his efficiency in monster slaying. The Fonktooth Leaper possessed approximately 300 health points. Based on his previous attack power, it would require around 4 or even 5 strikes to eliminate one. Now, he needed only 3, and with a blood attack, he could achieve an instant kill, significantly improving his efficiency. Congratulations on slaying the Fonktooth Leaper, level 2, experience 10. Following another kill, a glimmer of blue appeared atop the Fonktooth Leaper's corpse. A blue essence. Was it a material? Lin Mu picked it up and discovered it resembled a tooth. Name: Filthy Leaper Tooth, grade 1-star blue. Description: a tooth from the Fonktooth Leaper, possibly contaminated with pathogens. After vanquishing so many monsters, he had finally obtained materials. Although he could not obtain equipment drops, the probability of acquiring materials should be similar. This implied that to acquire a piece of equipment, one would need to slay at least 100 monsters. The drop rate was worse than playing a card game. Stowing the Leaper Tooth away, Lin Mu pressed onward. Not long after, the sounds of battle reached his ears. Driven by a natural human curiosity, he approached to take a look. It turned out that 2 teams of 5 were engaged in combat, vying for the creature resembling a porcupine atop a nearby mound. The porcupine lay on the ground, bloodied and breathing weakly, its eyes shut tight. An injured high-level monster? Lin Mu scanned the surroundings and saw no other porcupines, indicating that the one before him was likely an elite beast. Ha ha ha, the elite beast is ours. At that moment, only 2 individuals remained, one wielding a knife, the other a spiked club, both laughing heartily. Had it not been for their good fortune in acquiring 2 pieces of equipment, they likely would not have persisted this long, but suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The seemingly dying porcupine sprang to its feet, shaking off its body in an instant. The spikes on its back shot out like arrows, piercing straight into the chests of the 2 men. Terrified, they realized the elite beast had merely been feigning death, and they turned to flee. However, just a few steps later, they collapsed heavily to the ground. Breathless, Lin Mu witnessed this scene unfold, a chill running down his spine. He never anticipated that these monsters could be so cunning, utilizing feigned death to deceive others. Just as this thought crossed his mind, 2 glistening arrows shot toward him. Blood attack. He swiftly swung the Bone Slayer sword, unleashing a wave of red energy, and charged toward the porcupine. The crimson light shattered the incoming spikes, continuing unabated as it struck the porcupine hard. -150-10, -10, 10. A flurry of white damage numbers erupted. It was not feigned. It was truly injured. Seeing the porcupine unable to evade, Lin Mu felt exhilarated, stepping forward to thrust into its vulnerable spot. Critical hit. -500. Congratulations on slaying the elite spiked porcupine, level 5. Experience. 500. Congratulations on slaying a level 5 elite monster, gaining 10 free attribute points. The experience progress bar surged forward at a visible rate, and at this pace, he would reach level 4 by the end of the day. Simultaneously, he had earned 10 free attribute points. Lin Mu had managed to suppress his smile, but upon seeing the purple glow emanating from the spiked porcupine's corpse, his lips instantly curled into a grin that rivaled the intensity of an AK. Chapter 4. Golden Legend, Second Item Creation, Name: Armor-Piercing Spike, Grade 1-star purple. Description: this is the most valuable spike from the spiked porcupine, with a unique head structure that allows it to penetrate most materials, reaching deep within. A 1-star purple material, profit. Indeed, Lin Mu felt a surge of excitement. Aside from the World Tree Branch, he had now acquired 2 materials, and with one more, he could craft a new item. While 2 types of materials could yield a creation, the result would undoubtedly be inferior to that of 3. Stowing the armor-piercing spike away, Lin Mu observed a moment of silence for the fallen comrades nearby, then picked up the broken dagger from the ground. Since he could not obtain equipment, could he utilize the equipment dropped by others? Evidently, he had failed to exploit this bug. The instant he grasped the equipment, a notification rang in his ears. Does not meet equipment requirements. Following closely, another prompt sounded. 1-star white equipment detected. Would you like to decompose it? Decomposition probability. White essence 1, 69. White essence 2, 25. Green essence 1, 6. Decompose. Since he could not use it, it would be better to decompose it into essence to enhance the Boneslayer sword. Decomposition successful. Gained white essence 2. The white essence automatically entered his item inventory. Lin Mu then picked up another spiked club and decomposed it as well. Decomposition successful. Gained green essence 1. He had anticipated yet another white essence. But unexpectedly, he struck gold, hitting the 6 probability. He was uncertain what the difference was between green essence and white essence. Taking out the green essence, he directed it toward the Boneslayer sword. A shimmering green light flashed, and the green essence vanished. Consumed green essence 1, strength 3, agility 2. An increase in 2 attributes at once. Lin Mu, feeling a surge of excitement, consumed the other 2 white essences. Both boosted his constitution. Subsequently, his attribute panel appeared. Name: Lin Mu. Level 3, 43.1. Strength 29. Constitution 22. Agility 14. Spirit 9. Talent. Forbidden creation. Unique. Item inventory. World Tree Branch 1. Filthy Leaper Tooth 1. Armor Piercing Spike 1. With 10 free attribute points remaining, Lin Mu decided to allocate them all to Constitution. Constitution influences health, defense, and resistance, making it a highly cost-effective investment. This decision raised his Constitution from 22 to 32, substantially enhancing his health. Having tallied his gains, Lin Mu cast his gaze upon the corpse of the spiked porcupine. Tio have driven a level 5 monster to this state. Its adversary must be formidable. With no powerful foes nearby, the source of the damage could only be another monster of similar level. If the spiked porcupine was injured, its opponent must have sustained significant wounds as well. Otherwise, it would not have fled. Reflecting on this, Lin Mu crouched down and soon discovered an inconspicuous trail of blood on the ground. Following the blood trail, he journeyed onward. After approximately 20 minutes, he arrived before a colossal tree that required several people to encircle. Surrounding the giant tree were bloodstains, suggesting a fierce battle had recently taken place. Lin Mu refrained from acting rashly, observing a hollow in the tree. He picked up a stone and hurled it into the hollow. The stone struck its mark, startling whatever resided within. Squeak. The next moment, a blind Fangtooth Leaper dashed out. This Fangtooth Leaper was significantly larger, roughly the size of a calf, its 2 prominent front teeth glinting in the sunlight. An elite monster indeed. It was the perfect opportunity to test his current strength. Lin Mu raised the Boneslayer sword and charged toward the blind Fangtooth Leaper. Had it been in prime condition, he might have considered caution. But now, it was merely a blind rat, hardly more formidable than its relative, the one-eared leaper. What was there to fear? The Fangtooth Leaper noticed the uninvited guest, barking frantically in an instant. A faint red glow enveloped its body. It propelled off the ground, lunging toward Lin Mu's neck. Lin Mu sidestepped to evade, yet his shoulder still received a glancing blow. 20. A moderately sized number appeared. This was the first time he had sustained injury since entering this world, and from a blind rat at that. Blood attack, blood attack, blood attack. A series of 3 attacks were unleashed, with one narrowly evaded by the ferocious toothed jumping mouse, while the other 2 inflicted a total of 400 points of damage. Observing that the creature still possessed the strength to move, Lin Mu stepped forward decisively, placing a foot upon its head. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, he thrust down with all his might. Gush! The ferocious toothed jumping mouse fell lifeless, blood gushing wildly from the tip of the sword. Congratulations on slaying the boss ferocious toothed jumping mouse, level 6. Experience 1000. Upon receiving the kill notification, Lin Mu felt a surge of realization. No wonder this blind rodent was formidable. It turned out to be a level 6 boss monster. Although the battle was somewhat arduous, the experience gained was entirely commensurate with its rank. With just a fraction of experience needed to level up, Lin Mu paid it no mind, his attention captivated entirely by the golden orb atop the corpse of the ferocious toothed jumping mouse. Could it be a treasure drop? Unable to contain his excitement, he swiftly picked it up. Name: Reproductive Jumping Mouse Pouch. Grade: 1-star gold. Description: a specialized organ used by the ferocious toothed jumping mouse for reproduction, possibly possessing additional uses. Indeed, it was golden. After ensuring that no one was nearby, Lin Mu promptly dove into the tree hollow. Now armed with 3 usable materials, it was time to embark on his second creation. The scent within the hollow was not as foul as one might expect, infused instead with a refreshing fragrance of grass and wood. Focusing his mind, he began to meticulously sketch the scene he had witnessed earlier. In an instant, the thick darkness once again enveloped the surroundings. A stone platform materialized, and the materials appeared. Ignoring the strange howls echoing in his ears, Lin Mu approached the workstation directly. On the table lay 3 items: a gray-black tooth, a straight spike, and a pocket resembling a cap.as before. These materials began to levitate, preparing to combine. Stop, Lin Mu suddenly interjected. Unlike the automatic crafting of the white bone-killing sword, he was now ready to forge manually. All 3 materials descended onto the workstation. Gazing at them, inspiration struck. He placed the tooth atop the spike to serve as a tip. A wisp of black mist surged forth, acting as an adhesive, firmly binding the 2 together. Next, he inserted the spike into the pocket. With a mere thought, all the materials fused in an instant. A pouch-like item gradually took shape. Once the fusion was complete, Lin Mu picked it up and couldn't help but smile. Name: Everlasting Arrow Pouch. Grade: 1-star gold. Main attribute: Constitution 8, Agility 2, Spirit 1. Additional attributes: Arrow production, Virus shot, arrow production. The arrows within the pouch will automatically regenerate to capacity once depleted. Current capacity: 99. Production speed: 1 arrow minute. Virus shot. The arrowhead is imbued with toxins, inflicting continuous damage. Description: make no mistake, this is merely an arrow pouch, unless you enjoy poking monsters in the rear with arrows. Chapter 5. Purple Herb Leaf Ginseng, Terrain-Based Monster Farming. An arrow pouch that would never run dry and accompanied by a toxic effect was, at this moment, an unparalleled tool for monster extermination. Although lacking a matching longbow, with his current strength soaring to 29 points, even a simple throw would yield substantial damage. Stowing the arrow pouch away, Lin Mu shook off the fallen leaves that clung to his feet as he prepared to leave. The leaves, likely blown in from outside, had accumulated into a thick layer within the hollow. Up close, one could detect a scent of decay and mildew. Were it not for the lingering fragrance that danced around his nose, he would have long since succumbed to the urge to escape. Just as he stepped out, a glimmer of light erupted from the leaves beneath him. Lin Mu retracted his long leg and began to sift through the leaves with the white bone-killing sword. A palm-sized ginseng surfaced, adorned with a few lines of text atop its head. Name: Leaf Ginseng. Grade: 1-star purple. Description: a peculiar ginseng that thrives among fallen leaves, its flavor akin to that of snow lotus fruit. Consuming it grants 5 strength, 5 constitution, 1 spirit. Hiss, what an unexpected bounty! Lin Mu picked up the leaf ginseng and wiped off the dirt. Crunch! The leaf ginseng was crisp and sweet upon entry. After swallowing, he felt a warm current gradually flow from his limbs, spreading throughout his entire being. Delightful. After consuming it in just a few bites, Lin Mu opened his attribute panel. Indeed, all 3 attributes had seen corresponding growth. Wait! A daring thought flashed through his mind. The ferocious toothed jumping mouse resided in this very hollow. There was no reason it wouldn't have noticed the leaf ginseng. Perhaps the prickly porcupine had also discovered the existence of the leaf ginseng, which might explain its conflict with the ferocious toothed jumping mouse. If that were the case, everything would align perfectly. Remarkably, he had stumbled upon such a significant find. After rummaging a bit more to confirm there were no other treasures, Lin Mu exited the tree hollow with satisfaction. Opening the chat channel, he found it bustling with activity. It seemed that many players had leveled up to level 2 during this time. Rapid leveling in the early stages made such occurrences quite normal. Just now, 3 players teamed up and defeated a level 2 elite monster, dropping a long sword with decent attributes. The emergence of a level 2 elite monster instantly garnered considerable attention. Hey, top player, share the attribute details. Impressive, even though I'm level 2 now. It was all thanks to slaying those red-eyed rabbits. I wouldn't dare confront the ferocious toothed jumping mouse without gear. I tread cautiously with level 2 monsters, but I strike hard against level 1 ones. Everyone, quiet down. Let us wait for the top player to post the attribute details. Soon, an ID named Zhao Xian shared an attribute graphic. Name: Exquisite Longsword, Grade, 1-star blue. Main attribute: Strength 3, Constitution 1. Additional attribute: Giant Strength. Giant Strength temporarily increases strength attribute by 6 points. Upon seeing the attributes of the exquisite long sword, the chat channel fell into hushed silence. 9 points of strength, 1 point of constitution. Wow, that's incredible. I'm so envious. I got lucky too and dropped the long sword, but it only added 2 points of strength. It doesn't compare to the top players. Envious of the one above. I haven't even dropped a single piece of equipment. Why is the one above so unlucky? From my observations, nearly everyone who reached level 2 has at least one piece of gear, though the attributes vary in quality. Enough talk, it's all tears at this point. Everyone in the chat channel seemed to have transformed into envious lemons, their conversations revolving around a single sentiment: envy. Amidst the boasting of others, Lin Mu glanced down at the attributes of his white bone-killing sword. Strength 16, Constitution 5, Agility 2. Not to mention the 2 highly useful additional attributes. The primary attributes alone were enough to overwhelmingly surpass the competition. After browsing for a while without unearthing any useful information, Lin Mu closed the chat channel and continued on his way. As he walked, the monsters along the roadside shifted from ferocious toothed jumping mice to prickly porcupines. Prickly porcupines were significantly more troublesome than ferocious toothed jumping mice. In addition to melee attacks, they could also launch spikes for ranged assaults. Fortunately, the speed and accuracy of these ranged attacks were not particularly formidable. As long as one's agility exceeded 15 points, they could easily evade them. With the aid of his blood attacks, Lin Mu effortlessly gathered the remaining experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 4 and gained 10 free attribute points. Following the pleasant notification, it was time to allocate attribute points. Before he could decide where to invest them, he suddenly noticed the ground beginning to tremble. Looking up, he saw a dark line appearing out of thin air. The line grew thicker until its true form was finally revealed. Goodness, it was a beast tide. Witnessing thousands of monsters charging towards him, Lin Mu had no time to allocate points. He turned and fled. Regardless of his prowess, there was no way he could contend with such a multitude of beasts. However, while his speed was commendable, the beast tide was even swifter in the blink of an eye. The distance between them had shrunk to less than 100 meters. At that moment, Lin Mu's gaze fell upon a towering boulder, approximately 7 or 8 meters high. Gritting his teeth, he allocated all his attribute points to agility, then scrambled up the boulder using both hands and feet. The boulder was sufficiently large, offering no concern about being toppled. Boom! In the next instant, an unfathomable number of monsters surged forth like a tidal wave, unstoppable in their advance. The very ground beneath him trembled, as if it might collapse at any moment. Seeing such a ferocious horde, Lin Mu felt a flicker of fear. As he glanced up, he noticed many who had failed to escape were trampled into a bloody pulp, leaving a gruesome path in their wake in the distance. Even more individuals were frantically fleeing. After approximately 3 minutes, the tide of monsters gradually receded. They had finally moved on, but the remaining threats were no less daunting. Lin Mu peered down from his vantage point atop the boulder. Surrounding it were numerous monsters: ferocious toothed jumping mice, prickly porcupines, and the wild wolves he had encountered previously. There were even 2 massive pythons, each as thick as a barrel. These creatures were not fighting amongst themselves. Instead, they fixated on him with bloodthirsty gazes, keenly observing his every movement. Lin Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. He took a step back and retrieved the everlasting arrow pouch. The 9 poisonous arrows within had yet to be used. Lin Mu pulled them all out, aiming one at a green-patterned python and hurling it with all his strength. The poison arrow struck true. -80, -10, -10, -10. The first damage indicator was white, while the subsequent continuous damage was green. The python writhed in agony from the initial strike, and rather than alleviating its pain, the poison S effects triggered with increasing frequency. Observing his companion S plight, another red python attempted to slither up the boulder to devour Lin Mu. Yet, the boulder's edge was both wet and slippery, thwarting its efforts, forcing it to circle the boulder and repeatedly flick its tongue. The remaining wild wolves also attempted to jump up with a running start. But none succeeded. Unable to strike back, how infuriating! Even more frustrating for them was that Lin Mu could hit them. Laughing heartily, Lin Mu drew another poison arrow and hurled it downwards. Thud! The poisoned arrows possess a distinct ability to penetrate armor, piercing directly into the flesh of the azure giant python. Critical hit, -160, -20, -20, -20. Is it possible for the toxin effect to stack? Lin Mu's smile gradually morphed into something more sinister. Chapter 6. An invitation for Lin Mu to join? The leaderboard is activated. Whoosh, 3 poison arrows were loosed, all striking the azure giant python. Inflicting 50 drops of blood loss per second amounts to 3,000 in a minute. The azure giant python did not endure for even 2 minutes before succumbing to death. Congratulations on slaying the floral giant python, level 10, experience 2,000. The experience bar surged forward rapidly. Other monsters, rather than retreating in fear, began to employ various tactics in an attempt to ascend the boulders. Lin Mu paid them no mind, focusing instead on another floral giant python. He still had 4 poisoned arrows remaining, along with one that had just regenerated. With the enhancement of his formidable strength attribute, the 5 poisoned arrows sliced through the air, embedding themselves deeply into the flesh of the crimson giant python. A flurry of green numbers erupted forth. The crimson giant python's vitality immediately began to wane. Before long, the kill notification chimed in, accompanied by the sound of leveling up. Congratulations on slaying the floral giant python, level 10. Experience 2,000. Congratulations on reaching level 5, gaining 10 free attribute points. Is that all it takes to level up? The thrill of defeating higher-level monsters is exhilarating. Lin Mu allocated all his attribute points to strength, eagerly awaiting the regeneration of his poisoned arrows. Below, the number of monsters was not insignificant, roughly estimated to be in the dozens. Even if he resorted to using poison arrows to grind them down, it would take several hours. However, such a prime leveling ground is rare. A little fatigue is a small price to pay. In contrast, had it been anyone else, they would surely find themselves besieged. After all, many individuals possess weapons that are utterly ineffective against such high-level beasts. Be why the time Lin Mu had 3 poisoned arrows in his quiver. He had also slain a wild wolf. The wild wolf, an 8th-level monster, possessed high attack but low health. 3 poison arrows could wear it down in under a minute, leaving no chance for escape. Thus, Lin Mu, leveraging the terrain to his advantage, gradually diminished the monster population. Thanks to his recent level up, his efficiency had markedly improved. Approximately 2 hours later, he had cleared all the monsters. To his chagrin, however, his experience was stuck at 99. 9. Just shy of leveling up. Jumping down from the boulder, he commenced his search for loot. The ground was scattered with white and green orbs, yet all he collected were essences, alongside a single giant python skin. 5 white essences, 3 green essences, and 1 giant python skin. An acceptable haul. Gazing at the white essences, Lin Mu suddenly pondered whether these essences could serve as materials, potentially allowing for the creation of new items. With a mental nudge, the dark space enveloped him, as he had surmised. The essences could indeed be utilized as materials, albeit with slightly diminished effectiveness, serving more as enhancements that could elevate the quality of created items. Moreover, the essences could be synthesized at the workbench. 5 white essences could be combined to form 1 green essence, and so forth. Upon crafting a green essence, Lin Mu exited the dark space. He accessed his attribute panel and scrutinized the displayed data. Name: Lin Mu, level 5, 99.9, strength 44, constitution 45, agility 26, spirit 11, talent, forbidden creation, unique, inventory, world tree branch 1, giant python skin 1, green essence 4. The combined initial values of a normal human's 4 attributes should range between 24 and 35 points. Lin Mu's total was 31, placing him among the more exceptional individuals. Typically, upon reaching level 4, his total attribute value would amount to 61 points. Yet now, he had surpassed 100, achieving a staggering 126 points. This figure was more than double that of an average individual. Satisfied, Lin Mu closed the attribute panel, seeking a suitable location to rest for the night. However, before that, there remained a task to complete. Finding a monster to make up that irritating 0.1. Approaching the high-level monster zone, the number of individuals had dwindled significantly, yet the monster population had correspondingly decreased. After a considerable search, he finally spotted a red-eyed rabbit. Prepare to meet your end, he swiftly dashed forward, striking the still-dazed red-eyed rabbit with his sword. Congratulations on slaying the red-eyed rabbit, level 2. Experience 3. Congratulations on reaching level 6, gaining 10 free attribute points. A radiant light heralded his upgrade, elevating Lin Mu to level 6. Is that all it takes to level up? Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. He had expected to slay several monsters to achieve this, but it seemed he had merely been stuck at the final threshold, which had not been displayed on the panel. Comprehending this, he ceased to dwell on it. Who dares approach? Suddenly, he sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. His keen eyes scanned the nearby thicket. The bushes rustled slightly, and 4 figures emerged. It appeared that these 4 were part of a small team. To his surprise, one girl with a single ponytail widened her eyes in astonishment. "You're still alive?" A man wielding a great sword inquired. "Not exactly acquainted, but I saw him leave before the protective barrier vanished. I thought he had perished." This was partly due to Lin Mu's striking appearance, which had unconsciously drawn her attention. "Captain, our team is short one member. Why not let him join us?" the ponytailed girl suggested. "Well, he just killed a red-eyed rabbit and leveled up, so his level shouldn't be too high. If he joins our team, he might slow us down." The man's gaze flickered, clearly hesitant about allowing Lin Mu to join. "Captain, the night is far more perilous than the day. An extra pair of hands means additional strength, I understand, but how about this? We let him stay the night, and tomorrow we'll find him a suitable team." Seeing the man's reluctance, the ponytailed girl sighed. They were close enough that Lin Mu could hear every word. He promptly interjected, "No need. I prefer to go alone. Brother, our captain is a level 3 powerhouse. With our protection, you could have a peaceful night. Don't let pride cost you your life. With so many monsters around, following our captain's lead is undoubtedly wise." The other 2 in the team echoed in agreement. Ignoring them, Lin Mu simply turned away, leaving only his silhouette behind. "Level 3, is that supposed to be strong?" He shook his head, allocating all the 10 attribute points he had just gained to agility. Soon, his figure vanished into the encroaching darkness of night. "Humph! How dare you take offense?" The man, slightly irked, snorted coldly and led his team onward. After walking a distance, the pungent scent of blood caught their attention. Following the trail, they quickly stumbled upon a massive boulder adorned with scattered corpses beneath it. "Hiss, that's an 8th level wild wolf, and those 2 giant pythons. My glasses can't discern precise details, but they must be at least level 10. How did they all meet their demise?" One man in the group, wearing glasses, gasped in shock. His glasses were a special item capable of revealing information on monsters below level 10. Even in death, they could accurately display the data. Another bravely approached to investigate, discovering that all the high-level monsters bore identical wounds. These creatures had all been slain by the same individual. Overwhelmed by shock, he staggered back a few steps and fell onto the ground. One person? How is that possible? The man wielding the great sword was equally astounded. Not to mention the 2 giant pythons. Even a single wild wolf could easily wipe out our entire team. Who possesses such incredible prowess to hunt these monsters? Do you think it could be him? He seems to be a solitary figure. The ponytailed girl swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Impossible. He can only take down red-eyed rabbits. How could he have the ability to hunt these monsters? Just as the man finished speaking, a notification rang in his ears. Announcement. Someone has reached level 6 ahead of others. The leaderboard is now active. Denote. Due to an excess of individuals in the area, the leaderboard will only display the top 50. Chapter 7. Leaderboard Rewards. Delectable roasted chicken. Upon hearing this announcement, the group exchanged incredulous glances. Disbelief etched across their faces. Surely, it can't be that guy. Look, the top of the leaderboard lists someone named Lin Mu. No way. He is already level 6. One of the team members opened the leaderboard and couldn't help but exclaim an expletive. He had painstakingly battled monsters and was still only at level 2. While this Lin Mu had already reached level 6, the envy was palpable. Level 6? How is that even possible? The man was momentarily dumbfounded. Unable to contain his rebuttal as he spoke, he too opened the leaderboard. Yet upon seeing that glaring level 6, he was rendered speechless. After a long pause, he slowly turned his stiff neck to the ponytailed girl. What was that person's name again? The ponytailed girl, feeling as if she were in a dream, murmured. I think he was called Lin Mu. Boom. A thunderous realization struck him. It's over. I've truly become a fool. Had I only been a bit more cordial and invited Lin Mu to join our team, our leveling would have accelerated tremendously now. Facing the mocking gazes of his teammates, his expression darkened. Let us find a place to rest for the night. The focus returned to Lin Mu. Shortly after parting from the group, he noticed a missed informational prompt. You have reached level 6. The leaderboard is now active. Would you like to publicize your information? Upon the announcement of public information, one may acquire random orange equipment. Please make your selection promptly. Remaining time, 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Presently, many individuals are still wielding white weapons for mere numbers. Orange weapons should be seized without hesitation. Lin Mu decisively opted for the public announcement. Due to talent restrictions, this orange equipment has automatically converted into a higher tier material, which has been dispatched to the inventory. Please check your items. A higher tier? Does that imply gold? Lin Mu opened his inventory and retrieved a cyan orb. Name: Eye of Insight, grade 1-star gold. Description: a reward for being the first to unlock the level leaderboard. If utilized properly, it may bestow some degree of insight. Insight? It seems the next item can revolve around this concept. Lin Mu stowed away the Eye of Insight and was about to depart when several notifications rang in his ears. The rewards for the leaderboard stage are now announced. The first to reach level 10 shall receive a gold treasure chest 1. The second place shall receive an orange treasure chest 1. The third place shall receive 2 purple treasure chests 2. The 4th to 10th places shall each receive a purple treasure chest 1. The 10th to 50th places shall receive a blue treasure chest 1. Those beyond 50, upon reaching level 10, shall receive a white treasure chest 1. I must expedite my leveling. The gold treasure chest is a necessity for me. Lin Mu's gaze was resolute. Subsequently, he opened the leaderboard. Initially, he had not paid much attention to it, but now, with the gold treasure chest at stake, he felt compelled to take a glance. The leaderboard was divided into 2 sections. His name was prominently positioned at the top, beneath which were several gilded characters. First place, Lin Mu, current level, 6, 0.1. Flanking him were the second and third places. Second place, Qi Hanqing, current level, 4, 2. Third place, Ji Yang, current level, 3, 9, 1. The disparity between even the second place and myself is substantial. As long as my leveling speed remains consistent, first place is assured. Closing the leaderboard, Lin Mu pressed onward under the last vestiges of light. Meanwhile, in a certain dense forest, a bespectacled youth with a wolf-tail hairstyle gazed at the leaderboard's rankings, his previously composed features contorting into a grotesque grimace. How could it be possible to progress so swiftly? I emerged to slay monsters immediately after awakening my talent. There should be no one faster than me. I refused to settle for second. I must be first, he roared in fury, flames igniting around him. Strangely, these flames were not a bright yellow but a dark, somber red-black hued. Qi Hanqing rubbed his palms together, conjuring a fireball that hurled directly at a nearby tree. Creak. The tree twisted violently, emitting a wailing cry akin to that of an infant. Yet, before long, all that remained was a heap of black ash. Congratulations, you have slain the twisted ancient tree, level 5, experience 130. Not enough, still not enough. Perish, all of you. He continued to conjure fireballs until his mana was depleted, igniting a portion of the surrounding forest. Only then did his frenzied state begin to regain some semblance of normalcy. It is not just him who fails to comprehend. Far across, Ji Yang shared the same sentiment. Xiao Man, how can I be on the brink of madness yet still rank third? Ji Yang scratched his head, glancing at the girl beside him. The girl merely pouted, her delicate nose huffing lightly. Internet-addicted youth. Now you realize there are those greater than yourself, don't you? Oh, you little G-man, daring to speak of your brother thus. Just wait until I catch a snake to dangle before you. Jiang made a face, brandishing his claws, and no sooner had he spoken than a bolt of lightning struck him from above, leaving him tingling all over. G-man set down her staff, clenching her fists, revealing her sharp canines. If you dare. Next time, I'll ensure you soil yourself, unable to care for your own needs. Knowing he could not best this violent sister, Ji Yang redirected his pent-up anger toward the monstrous creatures before him. He dashed forward and delivered a punch to the head of a wild wolf. Splatter! Its head exploded, and a kill notification chimed. His sister, Ji Man, stepped back, freeing her hands from the staff as she began to softly chant. In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning descended. Though devoid of bloodshed, their efficiency surpassed Ji Yang's. Were her focus not elsewhere, her level might even surpass his at this point. Is it really necessary to pursue me incessantly for merely taking a few eggs? Beneath the open moonlight, Lin Mu dashed away with 2 fiery red bird eggs in hand. He had intended to find a spot to rest, but having gone a day without sustenance, he could no longer endure the hunger. By chance, he stumbled upon a nest of bird eggs and took 2. However, the moment he did, dozens of ground chickens launched an attack on him. These chickens not only possessed high attack power but also boasted remarkable speed. Capable of self-detonation, a single explosion could deplete 50 to 60 of his health points. Who could withstand that? If you keep chasing me, I shall become enraged, Lin Mu grimaced at the sight of the bird eggs. They ought to belong to living creatures, thus preventing him from stowing them in his inventory. Otherwise, he would have retaliated long ago. Yet, it was unsustainable to continue this pursuit. He hastened his pace, concealing the eggs beneath a stone. Then turned to face the oncoming ground chickens. Blood attack! A red wave of energy surged forth, colliding with the first 2 ground chickens. -160, -160. Damage numbers floated above them. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The ground chickens not only did not flee. Rather, they began to emit a crimson glow, their speed increasing in the blink of an eye. They were upon Lin Mu. Boom! With a resounding crash, the 2 ground chickens exploded into a shower of debris. Even though Lin Mu managed to dodge in time, he still lost 34 health points. Fortunately, this level of damage was entirely acceptable to him. In the ensuing battle, he dared not let his guard down for a moment, remaining vigilant to the movements of the ground chickens. Congratulations, you have slain the exploding ground chicken, level 5, experience 140. Congratulations, you have slain the exploding ground chicken, level 5, 2, experience 280. Congratulations. You have slain the exploding ground chicken, level 5, experience 140. A series of notifications rang out in succession. It was only after all the exploding ground chickens had perished that Lin Mu let out a long sigh of relief. This mechanism is truly vexatious. Cursing under his breath, he began to collect his spoils. In total, he had slain 13 exploding ground chickens, yielding 3 white essences, 5 delicious roasted chicken pieces, and 2 explosive feathers. Roasted chicken? Lin Mu examined the details. Name: delicious roasted chicken, grade 1-star green, description: chicken roasted to perfection by explosive heat. Its flavor rivals that of popcorn chicken, absolutely not a pre-packaged meal. Undeniably an edible product, and certainly delectable. Chapter 8. Feather Bombs to the Rescue. Food Crisis. The trio of absolutes seems to attest to the quality of this roasted chicken. Lin Mu tore off a piece. The golden brown exterior encased a succulent interior, living up to its reputation of being absolutely delicious. Each piece of roasted chicken was roughly the size of his palm, and after consuming it entirely, the hunger in his stomach finally subsided somewhat. With 4 delectable roasted chicken pieces remaining, Lin Mu's thoughts shifted, and the dark space unfolded. This roasted chicken, could it not be considered a type of material? Sure enough, 4 pieces of roasted chicken appeared on the workstation. First, I shall attempt to synthesize it with the white essence. A piece of white essence emerged and floated into the air, merging with a piece of roasted chicken. The 2 instantly combined, landing back on the workstation. Name: attribute roasted chicken, grade 1-star green, description: consuming it may randomly enhance certain attributes. Isn't that thrilling? The delicious roasted chicken transformed into a tribute roasted chicken, which caught Lin Mu by surprise. Just as he had not yet satisfied his hunger, he decided to consume another piece. Consuming a tribute roasted chicken 1, poison resistance 10. This attribute is indeed random. Poison resistance is a highly useful attribute, proving that the roasted chicken was not a wasted effort. After satiating his hunger, he turned back to the stone and retrieved the bird egg. Name: exploding ground chicken egg, grade 1-star blue, description: if the temperature is suitable, You may hatch an exploding ground chicken that recognizes you as its mother, provided you explain why you lack wings and feathers. Why must I explain this? Lin Mu had no time to incubate this little creature. The safest option would be to consume it. However, before doing so, he needed to conduct an experiment. As this egg harbored life, it could not be placed in his inventory. He wondered if it could be used as a material. With a thought, darkness enveloped him once more. This time, the roar in his ears intensified, seemingly protesting his frequent entries. Lin Mu chose to ignore it, striding directly to the workstation. On the table lay 2 fiery red bird eggs. Can life also enter? Could I not capture some monsters and place them on the workstation for synthesis? The moment this thought flickered through his mind, he paused, finally murmuring, "Insufficient permissions. Currently, only lifeless materials can be synthesized." So that is the case. Though the bird eggs rested on the workstation, they had lost their life essence. Now, the bird eggs were merely inanimate objects. Gazing at the 2 fiery red bird eggs, Lin Mu reclaimed one and retrieved an explosive feather. He wondered what these 2 would yield when combined. A flash of light later, an object resembling a grenade, adorned with feather-like engravings, landed in his palm. Name: Feather Bomb. Grade: 1-star purple. Description: a powerful bomb. Exercise caution when pulling the pin, lest it detonates. Grasping the bomb, Lin Mu could not help but marvel. Were it not for the difficulty of acquisition, he would be eager to witness the true extent of its power. The feather bomb can be stored in the inventory, and the remaining bird egg, devoid of any life force, can also be placed inside. After confirming that nothing has been overlooked, Lin Mu set off once again. Perhaps fortune was on his side. Not long after departing, he stumbled upon a cave. He picked up a few stones and tossed them into the cave. Receiving no response, a wave of relief washed over him. This indicated that there were at least no large monsters within the cave. The cavern was sufficiently spacious, with bright moonlight streaming in along the stone walls, allowing for clear visibility even without kindling a fire. He decided to make do and spend the night here. Lin Mu gathered some nearby sticks to barricade the entrance. Just as he stepped into the cave, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. He turned to retreat, but to his surprise, a massive rock suddenly descended, sealing the entrance tightly. Stunned for a moment, Lin Mu drew the white bone slaughter sword and struck the stone. -5. A pitiful amount of damage appeared. There were monsters, and yet it was so resilient. There was no time to ponder further, as a sudden rustling sound reached his ears. "You think you can trap me? Not so easily." Retrieving the white bone slaughter sword, a round ball adorned with feather engravings appeared in his hand. He pulled the feather ring from the top and hurled it at the cave entrance. Quickly crouching to the side, covering his ears and opening his mouth wide, a blinding flash of fire erupted before a muffled explosion resounded. Boom! It was as if spring thunder had detonated beside him. In an instant, Lin Mu felt the earth tremble beneath him. "Congratulations, you have slain a slime snail, level 4, experience 70. Congratulations, you have slain a slime snail, level 3, experience 50. Congratulations, you have slain an elite slime snail, level 5. Experience 600. Congratulations, you have slain a stubborn stone monster, level 7. Experience 700. A series of notifications flooded his ears and eyes like a screen refresh. Lin Mu paid little attention, as the previous explosion had inflicted significant damage upon him. Not only had he lost a third of his health, but his ears now buzzed incessantly. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure. The massive rock that had obstructed the cave entrance had vanished, and moonlight streamed in through the stone walls. With the aid of the moonlight, he finally discerned the situation inside the cave. Indeed, there were no large monsters, but rather a dense congregation of snails. The earlier rustling sounds had emanated from them. Although his feather bomb had taken out quite a few, most of the snails were merely stunned, and it wouldn't be long before they regained consciousness. Lin Mu unsheathed the white bone slaughter sword, excitement coursing through him as he approached to deliver the finishing blows. The feather bomb's power was already considerable, and given the unique environment here, its potency was further amplified, making such an outcome entirely reasonable. The shells of the slime snails were incredibly tough, but as long as he targeted their soft underbellies, critical hits were assured. Fortunately, all the slime snails lay incapacitated by the shockwave, offering no resistance whatsoever. Lin Mu effortlessly dispatched them all. yielding 5 portions of snail meat and 2 portions of snail slime. Besides these slime snails, there seemed to be something resembling a stone monster. Lin Mu scrolled through the kill list and finally located the notification. The stubborn stone monster must have been the one blocking the entrance. He hurried to the cave entrance and picked up a stone the size of a pigeon egg from a pile of rubble. The surface of the stone shimmered with a green glow, indicating it was a type of green material. Returning to the cave, Lin Mu leaned against the stone wall, utilizing his moment of respite to open the chat channel. Messages flooded in, rapidly disappearing from view, clearly indicating that many had ascended to level 2. Has anyone found food? The corpses of these monsters are inedible. I'm only able to consume cooked food. Suddenly, a message caught Lin Mu's attention. It wasn't just him. Others quickly chimed in, if we can only eat cooked food, then why not invest some points in strength and drill wood to create fire? No, I've already tried that method, and it produced not a single spark. It seems this world forbids fire creation through drilling. Why talent is related to flames. But most monster corpses are inedible, and I'm still hungry. Seeking food for sale, I'm willing to trade materials or equipment. Impressive, someone already has surplus equipment. Equipment can't be eaten either, have you not realized? Although there's no hunger meter here, if we go too long without food, our strength will diminish and our reflexes will slow. So that's why I struggled to defeat even a level 2 monster earlier. It was because I was hungry. Goodness, we really need to find something to eat. Does anyone have food for sale? Food? Lin Mu glanced at his inventory. Currently, he had only roasted chicken and a single bird egg to consume. As for the snail meat, it seemed edible, though it might come with some gastrointestinal repercussions. The issue of raw materials was resolved, but how to cook them? After all, everyone could only eat cooked food, and cooking necessitated fire. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lin Mu's mind. Darkness surged back like a tide. He approached the workbench with practiced ease. On the smooth surface lay 2 materials, the stone he had just collected and a red feather. By utilizing the explosive feather's flames, he could melt the stone into a box. As Lin Mu mused, the 2 materials levitated high, gradually merging into the shape of a box. Bang! The creation was complete, and a box landed on the workbench. Lin Mu's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly inspected it. Name: Rough High-Temperature Oven. Grade: 1-star blue. Main attribute: Fire Resistance 10. Additional attribute: Blessed Flame, Blessed Flame. Can transform most inedible meats into edible ones, but each transformation increases cooking time by 10 seconds. Description: After placing food inside, please retrieve it once you hear a ding, and refrain from allowing any nut with a shell to enter. Otherwise, an explosion will occur. Chapter 9. 5-fold Profit Margin. The Chicken King seeks revenge. The blue quality can only be described as average, but the quality of the raw materials used for creation was also low. Achieving success was fortunate enough. As for the additional attribute, without the latter side effect, it would be considered an exceptional trait. After the creation concluded, Lin Mu placed a portion of snail meat into the oven. A minute later, a ding echoed. He opened the oven to reveal a piece of perfectly roasted snail meat. Name: Cooked snail meat. Grade: 1-star white. Description: The gastrointestinal side effects have completely vanished after roasting, although the taste is lacking. It is otherwise reliable. Lin Mu wanted to taste it, but upon seeing the description about its poor flavor, he immediately abandoned the idea. Next, he repeated the process, roasting the remaining pieces of snail meat. Since snail meat was already edible, it did not prolong the cooking time. Simultaneously, the chat channel's built-in trading feature saved him much trouble. His pricing was reasonable. A piece of snail meat required only 5 white materials or 1 green material. If anyone had other fruits or herbs that could enhance attributes, negotiations were welcome. As soon as he displayed the 5 portions of snail meat, a crowd gathered in interest. Snail meat? Can this be eaten? Yes, but the taste may be somewhat off. As indicated on the attribute chart, I wouldn't eat this snail meat even if I were starving or killed by monsters. Eat it or not, I'm already munching on it. It's somewhat like chewing rubber, very chewy. I bought a portion too. The price is reasonable, and besides, have you noticed that this is from that level 1 expert? Indeed, I must get a portion. Whether I eat it or not, I must support the reputation of the expert. The person above is very experienced. The chat channel buzzed with excitement. Oh no, you all finished it off already. I want to eat. I want to eat. The one who had previously claimed he would rather die than eat now regretted it, lamenting in the chat channel. However, there was only so much snail meat. even if he wanted to eat? He had no chance to. As the transactions concluded, Lin Mu's inventory swelled with 20 portions of white materials and 1 portion of green material. The white materials mostly consisted of ordinary monster meat chunks, along with some monster teeth and fur. The green material was a sturdy green vine, about the thickness of a pinky finger. Lin Mu laid out all the meat chunks, contemplating the high-temperature oven. If the blessed flame could convert these meat chunks into edible ones, he would strike gold. Open the door, place the meat inside, close the door. Half a minute later, the familiar ding resonated. Lin Mu opened the high-temperature oven, revealing a piece of meat that was slightly charred. But that wasn't the main point. The blessed flame had indeed transformed this meat into something edible. Ding, 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 ding. Before long, Lin Mu's inventory was filled with 16 portions of consumable meat. Once he added them to the trade, his inventory instantly increased by 80 portions of 1-star white materials. Although they were all the lowest level materials, the sheer quantity was impressive. Selecting some of the meat chunks, Lin Mu began producing roasted meat once more. He toiled away until the late hours of the night, crafting 41 portions of roasted meat. A few monster meat chunks remained, but he had lost the desire to continue the production. The cooking time had extended to 600 seconds, taking 10 minutes to produce a single piece of roasted meat, significantly reducing cost-effectiveness. It was the first day, and many were unaware of how to procure food. By tomorrow, the food shortage situation would greatly improve. Rather than spending time cooking, it would be wiser to catch some extra sleep. It would be better for monster hunting tomorrow. The following day, Lin Mu stepped out of the cave, greeted by the morning sun. Despite having found some leaves to cushion the ground, he still awoke feeling sore all over. Monsters needed to be defeated, and the quality of life must also be improved. With a murmured incantation, a space of creation unfurled, and he approached the workbench once more. Since the essences could be synthesized into a higher tier, it stood to reason that the materials could be combined as well. He calmed his mind and meticulously organized all the white materials he had obtained yesterday. A brilliant light flashed, and only 5 items remained on the workbench. Among them, a thick hide of blue quality and a sharp tooth stood out, while the other 3 were of green quality: a claw, a piece of ore, and a peculiar wild grass. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mu retrieved the giant python skin. He intended to craft a piece of armor using these 2 hides. However, simple armor seemed somewhat lacking, so he decided to add the sharp tooth for good measure. This should suffice. The creation process began. With a thought, the materials swiftly combined, and in an instant, the item took shape. Creation complete. Please name it. Automatic naming. Unless inspiration struck, Lin Mu was disinclined to waste mental effort on this matter, opting instead to skip it just as before. Automatic naming complete. Creation concluded. The prompt text vanished quickly, and soon, an object resembling leather armor, yet adorned with vicious spikes, landed in his hands. The spikes were exceedingly sharp, yet they inflicted no harm upon Lin Mu. Name: Fong Leather Armor. Grade: 1-star purple. Main attributes: Strength 5. Constitution 10. Additional attributes: Resistance boost. Fong Reflex. Resistance boost. Grants a slight overall resistance increase. Fong Reflex. All damage received is rebounded to the attacker at 10 of true damage. Description: Seriously? Who put spikes on leather armor? Remarkable. Lin Mu's heart soared with joy. With this Fong leather armor, his survivability had significantly improved, and he no longer needed to cower as he had before. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Suddenly, the sound of chickens crowing echoed. Could it be that the explosive ground chickens were approaching? Lin Mu climbed a tree and gazed into the distance. Indeed, a total of 8 explosive ground chickens, of varying sizes, were charging toward him with great fervor. The leading explosive ground chicken was larger and boasted even more vibrant feathers on its tail. It was either an elite monster or a boss monster, providing a perfect opportunity to test the defensive capabilities of the Fong leather armor. Donning the Fong leather armor, Lin Mu brandished the Bone Slayer sword and awaited the oncoming horde of chickens. Before long, the Chicken King, accompanied by the other explosive ground chickens, appeared. Upon spotting Lin Mu, their eyes turned red in an instant, and they screeched as they charged forward. Blood attack, blood attack. 2 waves of light surged forth, transforming the Bone Slayer sword into a brilliant white. Lin Mu remained unfazed, thrusting his sword directly at one of them. A relentless barrage of attacks swiftly eliminated the foremost explosive ground chicken, preventing even the final explosion from occurring. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The Chicken King was visibly displeased. It dispersed the other explosive ground chickens and, flapping its massive wings, charged at Lin Mu alone. As it approached, it leaped suddenly, extending its glistening claws. Lin Mu halted his retreat and braced for impact. 10. 69.2 numbers appeared in succession. The former, in white, indicated the blood Lin Mu had lost, while the latter, in black, represented the blood shed by the Chicken King. Chapter 10. A sudden interruption by Cheng Naojin. Concept for the next item. The blood lost was greater than his own? Lin Mu pondered, quickly realizing the reason. The Fong leather armor rebounded the attack, rather than the damage he had sustained. This meant that as long as his defensive attributes were sufficiently high, he could defeat his opponent solely through reflected damage. How exhilarating! Understanding this, Lin Mu regarded the Chicken King before him as if it were merely a dish awaiting preparation. Little chicken, do not take offense. You are but a culinary delight in this world. Armed with the Bone Slayer sword, he advanced with a sinister grin. The Chicken King sensed the shift in Lin Mu's demeanor and squawked in fright. Just as Lin Mu was about to close the distance, the Chicken King suddenly unleashed a fireball. The fireball, carrying intense heat, grazed Lin Mu's scalp. I knew you had a trick up your sleeve. Now you are out of options. Effortlessly dodging the attack, Lin Mu's expression remained unchanged. Thanks to the seemingly dead porcupine, he had come to realize that the monsters here were not lacking in intelligence. Thus, he had always remained cautious. Since the Chicken King could lead such a multitude of explosive ground chickens, it must possess some additional capabilities. He was not mistaken. Indeed, his test had proven fruitful. With the ambush thwarted, the Chicken King charged again in a fit of rage. Its tactics were reminiscent of ordinary fighting chickens. Jump, slash, and claw. Though it employed only 3 moves, had it been anyone else, they would have already become a chicken's ghost. Relying on the Fong leather armor's defense and counterattack properties, Lin Mu stood his ground, directly facing the Chicken King. Black damage numbers continuously floated up. Soon, the Chicken King's vigor began to wane. Just as Lin Mu prepared to hasten his assault, a figure suddenly emerged from the foliage. Captain, it's an elite monster. A man wielding a bow stepped forward, followed closely by 4 others. Although their levels were obscured, the equipment they bore indicated that this small team possessed considerable strength. As for the man referred to as the captain, he brandished a dagger and bore a sinister expression. Here to steal the kill? Lin Mu furrowed his brow, recalling similar plotlines from novels he had read. However, the 5 individuals did not take action. Instead, they stood quietly, observing Lin Mu's battle with the Chicken King. Waiting to watch the tiger fight? How naive! He quickly discerned their intentions and led the Chicken King closer. Brothers, we bear no grudge. Is it truly necessary to lure the monster here? The dagger-wielding man retreated while speaking. If there are no grievances, why come so close to me? Lin Mu did not believe that these individuals had no interest in the Chicken King. He discerned a strong desire for possession in their eyes. Stay back, or I shall unleash my arrows. One of the archers barked a warning. Lin Mu shot him a cold glance and refrained from advancing. It was not that he lacked the desire to approach, but rather that the Chicken King was on the verge of self-detonation and could explode at any moment. Once he dealt with the Chicken King, he could address the 5 individuals at his leisure. Seeing that he dared not approach further, the archer burst into laughter, exclaiming, Captain, that guy is too scared to come closer. Do not be too pleased. If I am not mistaken, he should be Lin Mu, the number 1 on the level leaderboard. The captain relaxed as he observed Lin Mu's halted advance. Confronting such a formidable opponent was akin to attempting to seize food from a tiger's mouth. Even he had to tread carefully. Humph, so what if he is the first on the leaderboard? Even he must be trembling in fear. The other team members scoffed disdainfully. After all, he was indeed the top of the leaderboard. If you have the ability, why not claim a spot for yourselves? The captain gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. The health of that elite monster was likely dwindling. You all wait here while I sneak in and see if I can land the final blow. The captain issued his instructions and swiftly vanished from sight. The others watched in envy as he disappeared. Such a rare stealth ability was a formidable asset for both stealing kills and assassinating targets. Meanwhile, the Chicken King began to emit a faint red glow. Sensing that the moment was not yet ripe, Lin Mu raised the Bone Slayer sword and thrust it forward. 200, the red glow intensified, and an extreme heat surged forth. This time, it would truly explode. Lin Mu retreated swiftly. Just as the situation grew dire, an oddly shaped figure appeared behind the Chicken King. The elite monster is mine. The dagger sliced through the air, striking precisely at the Chicken King's nape like a scalpel. Boom! In the next instant, an eruption of heat engulfed everything in a blinding light and fire. Congratulations, you have slain the boss-level explosive Chicken King, level 6. Experience 1600, congratulations, you have leveled up to level 7, gaining 10 free attribute points. Leveled up? Lin Mu had no time to focus on the changes in his level. He had just seen a figure flash by. Could it be that they were caught in the explosion? With this thought, he glanced toward the small team in the distance. 1, 2, 3, 4. Someone was missing. Upon closer inspection, the missing person was none other than the captain wielding the dagger. The captain attempted to steal the kill, only to perish in the explosion. Understanding the key point, Lin Mu's expression became peculiar. That was the explosive Chicken King. Even he would not dare to face the self-detonation head-on. Was the captain truly so brave? The other four were equally stunned, having not anticipated that their captain would vanish in a puff of smoke. Kill him, avenge the captain. An arrow soared through the air, embedding itself into Lin Mu's Fong leather armor. 5, 25. The archer stood bewildered. Knowing that Lin Mu was of a higher level, he could not fathom how he had only dealt single-digit damage. Moreover, how had he lost health from such a distance? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he turned to flee. Yet, his speed could not match Lin Mu's. In mere seconds, Lin Mu stood before the four. The one who offers the more valuable item shall live. Without further ado, he raised the Bone Slayer sword, pointing it at them. Please don't kill me. I will give you everything. The archer fell to his knees, hastily producing items. Various materials, potions, and even his bow were placed upon the ground. The other three quickly followed suit, frantically emptying their belongings. Were it not for the enforced regulations, they would have gladly stripped down to their undergarments. In less than a minute, the ground was strewn with items. That will suffice. Now be gone. With the items secured, Lin Mu gestured for the four to depart hastily. His earlier threats had merely been a ruse to extract more valuables from them. Once they had vacated, Lin Mu began collecting the items scattered on the ground. He dismantled all the equipment, transforming them into 3 whites, 1 green, and 4 essences. In addition, there are 10 sheets of white material and a piece of green crystal ore. The dark space unfolds once more. Previously, there were 2 white essences remaining, just enough to synthesize 1 green essence. Furthermore, 5 green essences can be combined to create 1 blue essence. Gazing at the blue essence on the workbench, Lin Mu fell into deep contemplation. While he had both offensive and defensive capabilities, what he currently lacked the most was reconnaissance. If he could ascertain the level and skills of the monsters, he would gain a significant advantage in battle. With this thought in mind, he took out the Eye of Insight. Chapter 11. Talent Upgrade, Solidifying Additional Attributes, First Dungeon. Eye of Insight, Blue Essence. The materials seem a bit insufficient. Lin Mu lowered his gaze towards the inventory. World tree branches, flexible vines, bloody claws, mandrake grass. 4 top-quality materials lay before him, while a selection of white materials sat behind them. After a moment of consideration, he retrieved the flexible vines. The vines were entirely emerald green, only as thick as a pinky finger, with a faint glow shimmering across their surface. This should suffice. Arranging the 3 items together, Lin Mu activated his ability to commence creation. Creation attempts reached 5. Talent upgraded. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in Lin Mu's ear. As the voice resounded, the surrounding roars grew increasingly furious. The cacophony nearly overwhelmed Lin Mu's mind. What is all this noise? Do you wish to perish? He shouted into the darkness. Yelling so loudly, how could anyone possibly work? Upon his exclamation, the sounds abruptly ceased, akin to mice encountering a cat. Lin Mu exhaled, turning his gaze back to the workbench, pondering what effects the talent upgrade might have. Muttering to himself, he resumed the creation process. In an instant, the Eye of Insight soared into the air, emanating boundless light that illuminated everything around it. The hard-as-iron blue essence now melted into a liquid-like substance, tightly enveloping the Eye of Insight. The emerald vines began to transform as well. Their length continuously increased, and the vibrant green on their surface appeared to come alive, brimming with vitality. Although this transformation seemed slow, it occurred at an astonishing pace. Within mere moments, an object resembling a necklace landed securely in Lin Mu's hand. The chain of the necklace was a rich green, resting gently in his palm, smooth as jade. The pendant was a cerulean eyeball, surrounded by a halo of soft blue light. Name: True Necklace. Grade: 1-star gold. Main attributes: Constitution 2, Spirit 15. Additional attributes: Insight. Weakness analysis. Insight: acquire data on enemies up to 10 levels below your own, including name, level, skills, health. Weakness analysis: stare at an enemy up to 10 levels below your own for 3 seconds to identify weak points. The longer the gaze is maintained, the more thoroughly the weaknesses are revealed. Truly worthy of a golden legend, these 2 additional attributes are extraordinarily powerful. Lin Mu's heart soared with joy as he eagerly held it up and gazed into the distance. A caterpillar, about the size of a palm, immediately caught his eye. Name: Green Caterpillar. Level: 1. Skill: Venomous Sting. Venomous Sting. The sharp hairs on its back contain venom. A mere touch will induce excruciating pain. Upon closer inspection, a red dot appeared at the tail of the green caterpillar. Undoubtedly, that was its weak point. What a windfall! Lin Mu set down the true necklace and opened the message panel. He recalled a prompt during creation that hinted at his talent upgrade. However, after searching for a while, he found no apparent changes to it merely an enhancement to the creation process. Lin Mu pondered with skepticism. Suddenly, he noticed that the main and additional attributes of the true necklace were followed by a small sign. In his earlier excitement, he had overlooked the existence of these signs. He tentatively clicked on one, and a prompt appeared. Would you like to solidify insight to yourself? Solidify insight? In an instant, Lin Mu comprehended the extraordinary nature of this ability. He glanced at the fonkskin armor he wore, noting that there was no sign associated with its additional attributes. After some thought, he retrieved the everlasting quiver. Indeed, several small signs were also present on the quiver. It seemed only golden items could solidify attributes. Lin Mu then looked at the true necklace and attempted to solidify insight. A warm current coursed through his body, and the solidification concluded. Observing the true necklace again, he noted that all the signs had vanished. A golden item can only solidify once. Taking mental note of this, Lin Mu turned his attention back to the everlasting quiver. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to solidify Viral Shot. He allocated all the level-up attribute points to strength and opened the attribute panel. Name: Lin Mu. Level: 7, 1.3. Strength: 59. Constitution: 57. Agility: 36. Spirit: 26. Talent: Forbidden Creation. Unique: Forbidden Creation. You cannot obtain any equipment. All equipment drops in the form of materials. By synthesizing materials, you can acquire various extraordinary items, even creating taboo items of forbidden nature. Inventory: rough high-temperature oven, world tree branches, flexible vines, bloodied claws, mandrake grass. Solidified talents: Viral Shot, Insight. Indeed, 2 solidified skills appeared on the panel. This way, even if the items were not in hand, he could still utilize these abilities. Before closing the panel, Lin Mu glanced at the level leaderboard. Qi Hanqing and Ji Yang had both reached level 5. Notably, a strange name suddenly appeared in the 5th position. Ji Man Man? Could this name possibly be related to Ji Yang? Muttering to himself, Lin Mu approached the spot where the explosive Chicken King had just perished. A large pit with a diameter of over a meter had been blasted into the ground. At the bottom of the pit, amidst the scattered soil, lay a ring. Picking up the ring and examining it, Lin Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. Name: Mia's Ring. Quest item: Grade: 1-star blue. Description: Mia's ring is lost. Whoever can return it to her will receive a generous reward. Such a place actually has an NPC? He had thought this world contained only players and monsters. But where was this Mia? Never mind. I'll just keep it for now. Stowing away the quest ring, Lin Mu climbed a tree to discern his bearings. He had been wandering in this vast, boundless forest. To find others in this world, he would need to at least exit this forest. After confirming his direction, Lin Mu took out a piece of leftover roasted chicken and warmed it slightly in the rough high-temperature oven. He then placed another piece on the trading table, exchanging it for some clean spring water. Enjoying the roasted meat with the spring water, he finally felt invigorated and set off. An hour later, a large green vortex appeared ahead. Beside the vortex stood 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, one of whom wielded a giant sword while the girl sported a single ponytail. The 3 were staring blankly at the green vortex. Seeing their expressions, Lin Mu chuckled. What a coincidence, he expected to encounter acquaintances here. Following their gaze, Lin Mu was astonished to discover a few lines of small text floating above the vortex. Dungeon name, Red-Eyed Rabbit Disaster. Recommended level, 4 and above. Team limit, 4 players. Dungeon difficulty, medium. Dungeon difficulty levels, normal, medium, hard, nightmare, purgatory. This is a dungeon? Logically, dungeons should yield more and better materials, right? Lin Mu approached, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Why aren't you going in? Chapter 12. Insight all skills. Instant kill with 1 arrow. Itsu. The man stumbled back in fright, thinking Lin Mu had come to cause trouble. Why is your team missing a member? Lin Mu inquired, noticing the man's panicked reaction and chuckling. He died. The girl with the ponytail's brows knitted together, her face displaying sorrow. This is not good news. Lin Mu quickly shifted the topic, pointing at the green vortex. Are you planning to tackle this dungeon? We stumbled upon it by chance but have been too afraid to enter. By the way, I'm Chen Zihan. This is our Captain Li Yunza. And our healer Wang Hu. Chen Zihan introduced Lin Mu. The burly man was surprisingly the healer. Lin Mu's curious gaze landed on the man wielding a bud hammer. At first glance, he thought he was a berserker. Greetings, I'm Wang Hu. My talent is related to healing, so I'm acting as the healer. Wang Hu chuckled sheepishly, a stark contrast to his previously arrogant demeanor. Lin Mu, I'm sorry that I didn't know your identity. Had I known, I would never have prevented you from joining. Even the captain is yours. Captain Li Yunza awkwardly stepped forward, wearing a face full of ingratiation. Don't worry, I'm quite magnanimous. Lin Mu waved his hand, signaling him not to take it to heart, then tentatively touched the vortex. Please gather all team members before trying again. A resistance surged forth, and a line of small text flickered before him. It seems this dungeon requires 4 people to activate. If possible, shall we collaborate? He looked at the 3. I am indeed magnanimous. Of course, that is under the condition that this dungeon has a 4-player entry limit. However, both Wang Hu and I are level 2, and the captain is only level 3. Can we manage? Chen Zihan expressed some trepidation. Although Wang Hu remained silent, he tightened his grip on the bud hammer and took a step back. His expression betraying reluctance. Li Yunja was remarkably resolute. Gritting his teeth, he declared, All right, we shall cooperate. Noticing the confusion on the faces of his 2 companions, he managed a wry smile. It's already been a day. Leveling up is proving more arduous than we anticipated. The further we progress, the more challenging it becomes. Remember, if we fail to reach level 10 in 5 days, we will suffer a total attribute debuff. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Zihan and Wang Hu nodded in agreement, realizing the truth in his words. In a world fraught with peril, a halving of their attributes could render survival an unattainable luxury. Utilizing the private chat channel's team function, the 3 appointed Lin Mu as their leader and successfully formed a party. This time, they encountered no resistance at the vortex and smoothly entered the dungeon. Name: The Disaster of the Red-Eyed Rabbit. Description: Due to the absence of natural predators, the red-eyed rabbits in the forest have proliferated excessively, growing discontent with their current habitat and launching attacks on humans. Quest: Survive for half an hour under the onslaught of the red-eyed rabbits. Rewards will be based on performance. The text before them dissipated like grains of sand swept away by the wind. Lin Mu came to his senses, finding himself amidst a farm. Their sudden appearance startled the local wildlife, and in an instant, 5 red-eyed rabbits surrounded them from all directions. Watch out for their incisors. Let's go! Li Yunja shouted, brandishing his heavy sword as he confronted 3 of the rabbits alone. He appeared to possess a talent that amplified his strength. He wielded the massive sword with remarkable ease, displaying no signs of struggle. Chen Zihan and Wang Hu were not sluggish either. They worked in tandem to block 2 more. With all the monsters accounted for, Lin Mu leaned against a stack of bundled wheat straw, quietly observing their performance. After approximately 3 minutes, Li Yunja's heavy sword suddenly accelerated, cleaving through one of the red-eyed rabbits. Thus, the first of the adversaries was vanquished. With one less opponent, Li Yunja's subsequent movements became far more fluid. And soon, the other two red-eyed rabbits fell before him. Meanwhile, Qin Zihan and Wang Hu had also dispatched their foes. Phew, boss, our efficiency isn't too shabby, is it? Wang Hu panted, beaming with pride as he sought Lin Mu's approval. Not bad, Lin Mu praised, but just then, a string of pale red messages appeared before him. Name: Elite Red-Eyed Rabbit. Level 3, Skill: Pounce, Pounce. Utilizes powerful hind legs to leap and bite the throat of its prey. Another wave of red-eyed rabbits is coming, and this time there's an elite among them. Stay alert, Lin Mu warned, retrieving his quiver of everlasting arrows and laying out the poisoned arrows meticulously on the wheat straw. Although red-eyed rabbits were the lowest tier of monsters, their levels were not fixed. Some could reach levels 3 or 4. Among the attacking rabbits was indeed a level 3 elite. He had procured the poison arrows to prepare for the imminent danger. An elite monster? The trio immediately tensed up. Wang Hu, upon hearing this, donned a pair of glasses from his inventory and indeed spotted the elite creature. Captain, it's a level 3 elite. Damn, level 3? Li Yunja's pupils constricted. He himself was only at level 3. What shocked them further was Lin Mu's ability to discern the monster's information. Such a skill was rare indeed. After a wait of about 5 minutes, 3 red-eyed rabbits appeared. Although fewer in number, one of them was a formidable level 3 opponent. Gritting his teeth, Li Yunja charged towards the elite rabbit, shouting, "You two handle the other two. Once you're done, come to assist me immediately." They refrained from allowing Lin Mu to engage. It was merely the initial waves of attack. If they couldn't withstand this, they might as well embrace death. Boom. The elite red-eyed rabbit leaped high. Propelling itself forward with powerful hind legs, Li Yunja knelt slightly, using the broad blade of his sword to block the strike, then sprang up, swinging his massive sword in a circular motion as he charged the elite rabbit. Though the maneuver was not aesthetically pleasing, it was effective, forcing the elite rabbit back. Lin Mu nodded in approval, acknowledging Li Yunja's prowess with the sword. Soon after, Qin Zihan and Wang Hu concluded their battles. The three quickly regrouped to collectively assault the elite red-eyed rabbit. With the support of his companions, Li Yunja's confidence surged, and he pressed the attack, rendering the rabbit unable to retaliate. However, his elation was short-lived as he heard Wang Hu's cry of alarm. 2 more elite monsters are coming. What? 2 more? Li Yunja was momentarily stunned, instinctively turning around. Captain, watch out! Qin Zihan shouted, sensing danger as the elite red-eyed rabbit leaped. Hearing the warning, Li Yunja turned back, his pupils dilating in horror. Before him, a pair of glimmering, menacing incisors was mere inches from his throat. Fear gripped him as his mind went blank, his limbs turned cold, and he could not muster any strength. Damn it, move, will you? He mentally screamed, yet his body remained unresponsive, unable even to lift a finger. It was over. He was going to die. Despair washed over Li Yunja at such a close distance. The elite red-eyed rabbit needed only a slight bite to sever his throat. Even if he survived the initial attack, the subsequent blood loss would surely be fatal. How wretched it was to face the end of his life merely 2 days after arriving in this world. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air. A projectile shot past his vision, piercing the eye of the red-eyed rabbit. The arrowhead then burst through its skull, exiting from the other side. 600. A dazzling red numeral floated into view. What a staggering amount of damage, was the first thought that flashed through Li Yunja's mind. Then he realized he was still alive. Staring at the elite red-eyed rabbit that had collapsed, he felt a mix of relief and astonishment. Such tremendous damage. Could a mere human truly inflict such harm? Everyone, step back. I'll handle this from here. Lin Mu strode forward, thrusting the Bone Reaper sword into the fallen elite red-eyed rabbit's body. As copious blood poured out, the once pallid spine finally took on a hint of red. Screech. 2 furious elite red-eyed rabbits charged in, seemingly intent on avenging their fallen comrades. Without fear, Lin Mu wielded his sword, slicing through one rabbit while using his body to knock the other aside. Seizing the moment while the 2 elite rabbits were momentarily stunned, he raised the true necklace to study them. He had only solidified the insight attribute. To discern their weaknesses, he needed to harness the artifact's inherent power. 3 seconds sped by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 red dots appeared, one beneath the armpit, the other at the neck. Aware of their vulnerabilities, Lin Mu acted decisively, dashing forward and delivering 2 swift strikes. A significant red critical hit emerged. 3 strikes dispatched the 2 elite monsters. Was this the prowess of someone ranked first on the leaderboard? Li Yunjia and his companions were left speechless, stunned by the vast disparity in strength. They had anticipated a considerable gap between themselves and Lin Mu, yet this was beyond their wildest expectations. Had Lin Mu engaged those 2 elite red-eyed rabbits in combat for a while, they might have felt more at ease. But the reality was a complete rout. Let us take a breather. There should be another wave coming soon, Lin Mu calmly stated while charging the Bone Reaper sword. The 3 nodded obediently, resembling docile chicks. Boss, your weapon is quite extraordinary. During the wait for the monsters to respawn, Wang Hu couldn't help but notice Lin Mu's Bone Reaper sword. In truth, it was hard not to notice it appeared to be a segment of a spinal column fashioned into a sword, with a large eyeball embedded in the hilt that occasionally rotated, fixated on him. Rather unsettling. Lin Mu, sensing Wang Hu's intrigue, handed him the Bone Reaper sword. Here, take a look. Wang Hu grinned and accepted the sword. The moment it left Lin Mu's grasp, a few lines of text materialized before him. Detected that the Bone Reaper sword is not held by its creator. Would you like to reclaim it or grant secondary permissions? Secondary permissions. Others may enjoy all effects of the corresponding item, but these effects will not harm the item's creator, who can revoke all effects at any time. In other words, using the item I created to harm me is ineffective, and I can retract it at will. This effect is utterly extraordinary. Lin Mu opted to grant Wang Hu the secondary permissions on the other side. Wang Hu cautiously took the Bone Reaper sword, which had appeared to be devoid of any attributes. However, before he could speak, the specific information materialized before him. 15-point strength bonus, he exclaimed uncontrollably, his eyes gleaming with excitement. His own bone hammer only offered a meager 2 points of strength, and he treasured it dearly. In comparison to this sword, it was utterly inferior. If the primary attribute of the Bone Reaper sword had already dazzled him, the additional properties made him leap up as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Bleeding effect, ranged attack. The instant he saw these 2 additional attributes, vivid images of him rampaging with this sword flashed through his mind. Incredible, simply astonishing. Is this sword truly that powerful? Li Yunjia couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Chen Zihan's eyes widened, eagerly awaiting an answer. Wang Hu remained silent, turning to Lin Mu. Boss, may I post the attributes in the team channel? Lin Mu nodded in agreement. As the attribute chart was shared, Li Yunjia and Chen Zihan were left utterly speechless, overwhelmed by shock. The primary attributes, the additional attributes, the dilapidated scrap metal they possessed could not even begin to compare. I recall that a detailed attribute chart of an exquisite longsword was posted within the regional chat channel, drawing envy and praise from many at the time. If I were to share that attribute chart now, it would undoubtedly provoke a frenzy. Li Yunjia reluctantly withdrew his gaze. The item, while splendid, regrettably did not belong to him. He did not believe that possessing such a sword would enable him to surpass Lin Mu. The image of the sharp spike that had just pierced the elite red-eyed rabbit lingered in his mind. Who could say how many more tricks Lin Mu had yet to unveil? Wang Hu wisely returned the Bone Slaughter sword to Lin Mu, unwilling to have his blood drained by it. Observing the mutual understanding between the two, Lin Mu smiled brightly. After waiting for another 2 minutes, dozens of red-eyed rabbits came into view. Though most were mere level 1 creatures, there was among them a level 5 red-eyed rabbit leader. Without waiting for them to approach the farm's vicinity, Lin Mu charged forward. Offense was the best defense. If he could prevent the red-eyed rabbits from even entering the farm's gate, wouldn't his dungeon score increase? As he plunged into the throng of rabbits, he did not even need to study their weaknesses. A single stroke from his sword was enough to annihilate them in no time. The Bone Slaughter sword was stained with blood. Blood attack. A crimson shockwave burst forth, instantly slaying a multitude in a heartbeat. Only the highest level leader of the red-eyed rabbits remained. Raising the true necklace, the Rabbit King's weakness was laid bare. Lin Mu stepped forward and cleaved at one of its legs. Dash 400. The crippling effect activated. With just 1 strike, the Rabbit King lost its ability to move. Lin Mu followed up with 2 more strikes, successfully dispatching it. Meanwhile, in the farm, Li Yunjia was still contemplating whether to venture out to slay the red-eyed rabbits. Just as he resolved to do so, a voice announcing the completion of the dungeon echoed in his ears. The red-eyed rabbit calamity has been completed. Rewards are now being calculated. A flash of light illuminated his inventory, revealing a hat. Upon inspecting its attributes, he couldn't help but grin broadly. In addition to the equipment reward, he had also gained 1,500 experience points, approximately the amount he would acquire from slaying 500 red-eyed rabbits. Wang Hu and Qin Zihan also reaped rewards, both advancing to level 3, their faces radiant with joy. The trio simultaneously turned their gazes towards Lin Mu. Given their substantial rewards, Lin Mu's bounty must surely be even more impressive. Meeting their expectant eyes, Lin Mu opened his inventory. Inside, there were no new pieces of equipment, only 2 additional items. One was a purple quality rabbit fur, and the other a blue essence. Of course, there was also a considerable experience reward. Having exerted the most effort in this dungeon, he received the highest experience, totaling a remarkable 3,000 points. The rewards were bountiful, exceeding Lin Mu's expectations. After all, considering his level, participating in such a low-level dungeon would typically yield diminished rewards. Once the rewards were distributed, the 4 returned to the dense forest. The green vortex before them vanished, leaving uncertainty as to whether it was recharging or would randomly appear elsewhere. Big shot, are you still going to team up with us? This inquiry came from Qin Zihan. No, I prefer to be alone. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. Casting a glance at her eager eyes, Lin Mu waved and turned away. Not a trace of hesitation in his demeanor. Watching his departing figure, Li Yunjia sighed deeply, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Such a person was not of their ilk. Parting now was perhaps for the best. After bidding farewell to the trio, Lin Mu set off once more, solo. Uncertain of how far he had ventured, he abruptly halted. Before him stood a small girl clad in a red hood, and in front of her loomed a giant wolf. Its fur a grayish-blue, drooling hungrily. Even from a distance, Lin Mu could see the glistening drool. The Red Riding Hood and No. Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf? Chapter 14. Mia's Gift. Level 22 Inferno Demon Summoning Scroll. Name: Azure-backed Grey Wolf. Level 6. Skills: Bloodthirst. Bite: Bloodthirst. Increases attack speed upon sensing blood. The bite. Its sharp teeth bestow it with unparalleled biting power. A level 6 creature. If I simply leave, the girl will undoubtedly be torn to shreds. Hey, look over here! Lin Mu shouted, simultaneously drawing a poison arrow and hurling it at the gray wolf. The arrow sliced through the air, striking the azure-backed gray wolf with pinpoint accuracy. A woo! A woo! The gray wolf howled in agony, turning its bloodthirsty eyes upon Lin Mu, as if intent on devouring him whole. What do you mean? Do you think you can threaten me with that? Just as Lin Mu's words fell, the gray wolf crouched low and charged at him with terrifying speed, covering several meters in the blink of an eye. With a snap, at the moment the gray wolf opened its maw to bite, Lin Mu swiftly thrust the bone slaughter sword into its mouth. He was uncertain of the sword's hardness, but it was evidently tougher than the gray wolf's teeth, as evidenced by the 2 broken fangs on the ground. Drawing the blade out, he crouched low, driving the sword up through the gray wolf's jaw and into its skull. A critical hit. 1000. An explosive damage figure floated above, and the gray wolf's health bar promptly emptied. Congratulations, you have slain the azure-backed gray wolf, level 6. Experience 240. After draining the gray wolf's blood, Lin Mu turned to the girl in the red hood, who had faint freckles on her face. What is your name? Where are your parents? He squatted down, attempting to appear friendly. My name is Mia. Daddy and Mommy don't know I'm here. Mia? Lin Mu recalled the ring he had obtained after defeating the Chicken King, his expression turning peculiar. Could it be such a coincidence? Then why are you here? It's perilous in this place. I lost Mommy's ring. It was her wedding ring, and I want to find it and return it to her. Upon hearing Mia speak, Lin Mu confirmed his suspicion. Look, is this your ring? He produced the ring and presented it to her. Yes, that's it. Thank you so much, big brother. Despite the recent brush with death, Mia giggled joyfully. What a delightful child. Just as Lin Mu was about to express his thoughts, he noticed Mia producing a scroll-like object. Big brother, this is a gift from Mia. Please be sure to accept it. I merely assisted out of convenience. Gifts are of little importance. What matters is Then I shall not be polite. Lin Mu found his body inexplicably accepting the scroll. Name: Inferno Demon Summoning, Grade 2-star Purple. Description: Summons a level 22 Inferno Demon projection to fight for you. The Inferno Demon lasts for 10 minutes and disappears upon receiving fatal damage. A level 22 Inferno Demon at this stage is an indomitable weapon. This is no mere child. Truly, she appears to be a child prodigy. By the way, Mia, there are woods nearby. Could you tell me where the nearest city is? Coming back to his senses, Lin Mu hurriedly inquired out a city. But big brother, you don't yet have the qualifications to go to the city. Your sins have not yet been fully cleansed. Sins? Lin Mu was taken aback. What sins did he possess? The worst he had done was yank the little rubber bands off his roommate's underwear to throw at windows. I'm not quite sure. In any case, you'll understand when you grow stronger. Mia replied with the demeanor of a little adult, her hands clasped behind her back. I see. In that case, Lin Mu said, adopting a threatening tone, I'll escort you back. It's dangerous around here, filled with those big gray wolves. It's all right. I have a teleportation talisman. I can return by myself. Goodbye, big brother, Mia declared, a flash of white light enveloping her. And she vanished without a trace. A 2-star magic scroll that could teleport, appearing to be a precious talisman, was utilized so casually. Truly, she was favored by fate. Gazing at the Inferno Demon's summoning scroll in his hands, Lin Mu felt a premonition that all changes might await him at level 10. If that were the case, he should level up quickly. This scroll could certainly facilitate a significant power surge. Congratulations, you have slain the Big Mouth Frog, level 6, experience 230. Congratulations, you have slain the Bloodthirsty Giant Mosquito, level 6, experience 240. Congratulations, you have slain the Poison-Tailed Scorpion, level 6, experience 240. Notifications rang in his ears. Qi Hanqing adjusted his glasses, chuckling softly. It's merely a stroke of luck. I've only temporarily secured the first place. Soon, I shall surpass you and become the true number 1. He opened the leaderboard, scrutinizing the top 2 rankings. He was currently at level 6, 93. He would soon reach level 7. At this pace, the gap between him and Lin Mu would only diminish. In just 2 days, he would completely overtake him. Not daring to waste time, he closed the leaderboard, and black-red flames ignited around him, descending upon the monsters before him. In an instant, the sounds of the monsters' howls mingled with the crackling of flames echoed all around. While Qi Hanqing was leveling up frantically, Ji Yang was not idle either. Lacking the capacity for mass monster slaying, his personal combat skills were exceptionally formidable, often allowing him to defeat creatures above his level. Thus, his leveling speed was not to be underestimated. What is going on with these two in front? Are they all using hacks? Ji Yang scoffed as he kicked away a wild wolf that had lunged at him. All right, I've listened to you babble the whole way. Are you ever going to stop? Can you let me have a moment of peace? Ji Man rubbed her temples, her expression slightly weary. Leveling up was indeed exhausting. She couldn't fathom how Ji Yang managed to endure it. Ji Yang cast a sidelong glance at her, a smirk playing on his lips. In my youth, I spent 3 sleepless nights in an internet CAF. And even when 2 people beside me collapsed, I remained unfazed. Such was my vitality. Is it truly something to take pride in? You might end up leading others astray. Ji Man shot him a fierce glare. Were it not for the fact that Ji Yang was surrounded by monsters, she would have gladly treated him to a thunderous reprimand. First of all, I can't get that. Who do you think will reach level 10 first? As Ji Yang fought, he still had the leisure to monitor the leaderboard. Upon hearing his brother's question, Ji Man pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. Lin Mu indeed started off with a remarkable lead. But that fellow named Qi Hanqing is closing in swiftly, leveling up at an impressive rate. Unless something unexpected happens, Qi Hanqing is likely to be the first to reach level 10. Does that mean you have little faith in Lin Mu? Ji Yang, having dispatched a wolf, swiftly turned to kick down another gray wolf attempting to ambush him. I actually think he has a good chance of winning in the end. You know him? I don't, but my instincts tell me he will be the first to reach level 10, Ji Yang asserted with conviction. Then your instincts might be mistaken. Ji Man clicked on the leaderboard, revealing that Qi Hanqing had already reached level 7, significantly narrowing the gap between them. Chapter 15. Instant Kill. Rapid ascension to level 10. Lin Mu had no time to spare on ranking the leaderboard. At that moment, he was meticulously gathering monsters. The level 22 fire demon could easily obliterate the creatures in this area, but he had only 10 minutes. To maximize his gains, it was essential to gather as many monsters as possible. With his keen insight, Lin Mu deliberately targeted areas dense with high-level monsters, in a matter of moments, he found himself followed by a large horde of various creatures. The lowest among them was level 6. While the majority hovered around levels 8 and 9, those unaware of the situation mistook the scene for a beast tide and fled in terror. The beast tide is upon us. Quick! Run! Run! The beast tide has erupted again. Oh my! Didn't we just go through this? Get out of my way! I saw this place first. Oh no, had I known. I wouldn't have maxed out my strength and neglected agility. I can hardly run. A chorus of lamentations erupted. Lin Mu wished to explain, but the relentless pursuit of the monsters left him no choice but to flee. Yet, this was still insufficient. He needed to gather enough monsters to ascend directly to level 10. After running for 2 hours, even Lin Mu could no longer endure the exhaustion. This should be enough. He turned around and retrieved the fire demon summoning scroll. As the scroll unfurled, an intense heat began to rise, accompanied by a pungent sulfuric odor. Just the scent alone caused Lin Mu's health to dwindle. Finally, the scroll fully opened, transforming into a gigantic magic circle on the ground, pulsating with energy. Suddenly, a pair of hands, as large as Lin Mu's own form, emerged. The obsidian palms were etched with deep grooves, within which flowed searing magma. Go forth, obliterate these monsters before you. After issuing his command, Lin Mu swiftly retreated. Should the fire demon unleash a wide-range attack, he might not survive the onslaught. The colossal fire demon finally crawled out from the magic circle, standing over 10 meters tall. It bore 2 demonic horns ablaze with a fierce flame. Black smoke swirled around its body. Trees that came into contact with the smoke decayed into ash, and even solid stones began to exhibit signs of melting. With a thunderous roar, the fire demon slammed its fists down. A resounding boom echoed. And even at a distance of hundreds of meters, Lin Mu felt the earth tremble beneath him. Turning to look, he witnessed pillars of flame shooting skyward, mingled with the heavy scent of sulfur and charred flesh. Truly, as a level 22 creature, it was formidable. Just as Lin Mu was about to express his admiration, the screen was flooded with kill notifications. Congratulations, you have slain a blue-backed gray wolf, level 6. Experience 240. Congratulations, you have slain an iron-skinned wild boar, level 8. Experience 1000. Congratulations, you have slain a man-eating crocodile, level 9. Experience 1400. Congratulations, you have slain elite furious bear, level 9. Experience 2100. The experience bar surged to its limit, and without losing momentum, it continued to advance toward the finish line. Congratulations, you have reached level 8, earning 10 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have reached level 9, earning 10 free attribute points. In a single leap, he ascended 2 levels, akin to riding a rocket. Yet the experience bar showed no signs of halting. Finally, upon crossing a certain threshold, a series of notifications appeared. Congratulations, you have reached level 10, earning 10 free attribute points. Congratulations, you are the first to reach level 10, earning 1 golden treasure chest. Due to the player's achievement of level 10, the reputation system has been activated. Current reputation, Sal Village, 5, level 10. I am truly at level 10. Lin Mu felt a surge of excitement. Although he had anticipated this day, he hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly. He allocated all 30 free attribute points evenly across strength, constitution, and agility. In the past, he hadn't felt much difference with his stat allocations, but this time, he could distinctly sense the transformation within himself. His muscles had become more robust, the heaviness within his body dissipated, and his heart beat steadily, each pulse delivering a surge of vitality. The enhancement was not merely reflected in the numerical changes. He was undergoing a parallel evolution. Now at level 10, if he were to reach level 50 or 100, he might truly be capable of defying gravity and achieving the impossible. If he progressed even further, attaining divinity could very well be within reach. Returning to the present, Lin Mu glanced at the newly appeared notifications. The golden treasure chest awaited in his inventory, and he felt no urgency to open it. The reputation system intrigued him, prompting further contemplation. Since arriving in this world, his only interaction had been with Mia, a non-player character from Sal Village. The number 5 perhaps signified goodwill. The greater the goodwill, the more respect he would garner. At that moment, another notification interrupted Lin Mu's musings. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. You may accept the Sin Expiation quest. Upon completion, you will receive a pardon order, allowing you to leave the monster forest. Would you like to accept the mission to eradicate the corrupted military camp? This quest must be completed within 3 days. Sin expiation? Lin Mu recalled Mia's words and chose to accept the quest. Quest name: Eradicate the corrupted military camp. Description: in the southeastern part of the monster forest lies a military camp corrupted by dark forces. Killing the corrupted soldiers and officers will earn you military merit, which can be exchanged for a pardon order upon accumulation. Time limit: 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Indeed, the monster forest where I currently reside is akin to a novice village. Only by leaving this place can I access the outside world. Therefore, it is prudent to complete the quest first. The fire demon continued its rampage within the monster forest, but the nearby monsters perished or fled. And experience points no longer surged as they had before. Lin Mu did not rush to depart, but patiently awaited the summoning time to conclude. The fire demon's appearance sent lower-level monsters scattering, simultaneously attracting the attention of several players, including Qi Hanqing and the Ji siblings. However, they had no inkling that this was a summoned creature, mistakenly believing it to be a formidable boss. That little braid looks quite arrogant, Ji Yang remarked, glancing at the fire demon before turning his attention to Qi Hanqing nearby. Though he did not know his name, he could sense the threat level emanating from him. I must admit, that individual is quite powerful. I need to treat him seriously. What little braid? That's a wolf's tail. How cool, Ji Man countered, as was her custom. Humph, so Qi Hanqing is a little braid after all. Ji Yang smirked slightly, refusing to correct himself. Qi Hanqing. So that's who he is. But what about Lin Mu? With the appearance of the big boss, why hasn't he the top of the leaderboard shown up? With her hand shielding her eyes, Ji Man scanned the surroundings as if searching for Lin Mu's figure. Stop looking. Do you even know him? Even if he stood right in front of you, you wouldn't recognize him. Chapter 16. A level that shocks everyone. Opening the golden treasure chest. Boom. A faint purple lightning struck Ji Yang, leaving him tingling all over. If you can't win an argument, resort to violence, huh? TCH. At that moment, Qi Hanqing also noticed the Ji siblings. Lacking Ji Yang's exceptional perception, he relied on his observational skills. Faced with such a colossal being, one could only maintain their composure if they possessed some measure of confidence. After all, even a fool harbors some fear within. As he approached, adjusting his glasses, he smiled slightly. Qi Hanqing, you must be Ji Yang, right? Ji Yang nodded. Then, noticing Qi Hanqing's glasses, he abruptly asked, you didn't invest in Constitution? Why are you still wearing glasses? With even a few points added to Constitution, minor issues like nearsightedness would vanish. If Qi Hanqing wore glasses, it either meant he had not invested in Constitution or was merely showing off. Upon hearing this, Qi Hanqing instinctively glanced at his attribute panel. Constitution, 35. He forced a smile, though it lacked warmth. It's an accessoried. Ah, I see. Ji Yang didn't pursue the topic further, but pointed at the fire demon. You're not thinking of hunting that behemoth, are you? Qi Hanqing did not deny it, his tone remarkably calm. It's worth a try. Hiss, this monster is at least level 15, perhaps even level 20. I cannot breach its defenses, so you should take it on. I refuse to get involved. Ji Yang flatly declined. Years of gaming experience told him that this creature before him was no ordinary foe. He might be incinerated before he even had a chance to strike. Experience is indeed precious, and equipment is even more valuable. When it comes to life, both can be forsaken. After all, one's own life is the most precious of all. You could go seek Lin Mu, his level is high, and he might possess a method to deal with this monster, Ji Yang added. He relished the spectacle. If it were a contest between the top 2 levels, it would be even more entertaining. However, Qi Hanqing shook his head. I do not know where Lin Mu is. Logically speaking, with such a commotion, Lin Mu should not be absent. Yet after searching for a while, he failed to spot Lin Mu's figure. After waiting a few more minutes, Qi Hanqing resolved to test the might of the flame demon. Even if he could not prevail, he was confident in preserving his life. Evil fire missile, he exclaimed, conjuring a black-red fireball with his hands, launching it at the flame demon. Thud. The missile struck the flame demon, dislodging some rock, just as Qi Hanqing assumed his attack had been ineffective. In the next moment, the flame demon suddenly collapsed and vanished without a trace. He was taken aback. Ji Yang and Ji Man were equally stunned. The onlookers around them were left in shock. Such a formidable monster could be vanquished in a single blow as this. even human? In an instant, the gazes of everyone turned fervent as they looked at Qi Hanqing. You must be the esteemed Lin Mu? The top of the leaderboard, right? Someone inquired eagerly. No, I am Qi Hanqing. Qi Hanqing replied, still somewhat bewildered. That is unimportant. I believe you will soon ascend to the top of the leaderboard, the first to reach level 10. The inquirer felt a bit awkward but swiftly changed his tone, offering enthusiastic praise. Hearing this, Qi Hanqing felt immensely satisfied, though a small doubt lingered in his mind. Where had the monster gone? He could not believe he had just effortlessly slain such a powerful creature, especially since he had not even received any experience points. There must be another reason behind it. With that thought, he opened the leaderboard, and upon seeing his level, he felt as if struck by lightning. Level 10. When did I reach level 10? The leaderboard was not hidden information, and the person who had previously complimented him could also see it. How is this possible? Lin Mu is already at level 10? The revelation sent ripples through the crowd as others hurriedly checked the leaderboard. When they saw that his name had turned golden, they could not help but shudder. While they were still struggling at levels 3 and 4, someone had already reached level 10. Is there any justice left? Is there still a law? Ha ha ha. See, I told you Lin Mu would take the top spot. Ji Yang laughed heartily, heedless of the repercussions. His laughter drew an angry glare from Qi Hanqing. Ji Man shot Qi Hanqing an awkward smile before pulling Ji Yang away. She was a clever girl. Upon learning that Lin Mu was the first to reach level 10, she noticed that Qi Hanqing's expression had soured. To prevent Ji Yang's loose tongue from causing trouble, it was best to hastily lead him away. What a pity. He looks good, but he is a bit petty. After walking a distance, Ji Man muttered softly. Upon hearing this, Qi Hanqing's face turned an even deeper shade of purple, akin to a bruised liver. Had he known, he would have taken a different route. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, Lin Mu was blissfully unaware that Qi Hanqing and Ji Yang were searching for him. Once the summoning time of the flame demon expired, he quietly departed from that area, heading straight for the southeastern part of the forest. Along the way, Lin Mu opened his inventory and retrieved a golden treasure chest. Let me see what good items I can obtain. Would you like to use golden treasure chest 1? Use. With a thought, the golden treasure chest slowly opened. In an instant, a beam of golden light quietly erupted, bathing the surrounding area in a golden hue. Congratulations, you have obtained Void Stone 1, Forged Steel 3, Green Jade Stone 3, Warm Wood 3. To Lin Mu's slight disappointment, the materials from the golden treasure chest were not golden. The Void Stone was purple, while the other materials were green. However, when he looked at the detailed information of the Void Stone, he was momentarily taken aback. Name: Void Stone. Grade: 3-star purple. Description: a peculiar ore that can open up alternate spaces within. Highly valuable. A 3-star item. How delightful. Receiving such an abundance of materials, Lin Mu was uncertain how to utilize them. But as dusk approached, an idea sparked within him. If I can create a dwelling item, it would be convenient for future excursions in the wild. With this thought, he found a spot devoid of monsters and entered the dark creation space. This time, there were no howls echoing in his ears, which felt somewhat unusual. Glancing into the profound darkness, Lin Mu sensed that something awaited him. When the enemy comes, I shall confront them. I will deal with future matters later. He took a deep breath and approached the workbench. I shall use this. A vibrant branch brimming with life appeared on the workbench. Just inhaling its scent made Lin Mu feel revitalized. The World Tree Branch, 5-star purple, could be considered the highest quality material he had acquired thus far. Next came the Void Stone, along with the newly obtained Forged Steel, Green Jade Stone, and Warm Wood. Feeling that this was insufficient, he decided to trade some of his stockpiled roasted beast meat for additional white materials. Compared to yesterday, the price of beast meat had plummeted by half. A single piece could only be exchanged for 3 materials at most. Nevertheless, even so, he was still profiting handsomely. After some contemplation, he decided to auction off the crude high-temperature oven. This item's effectiveness had diminished considerably, and it would be better to sell it for something useful rather than hold on to it. The high-temperature oven would be auctioned, and whoever offered the highest bid within an hour would claim it. Once it was listed, Lin Mu ceased to concern himself with it, lowering his head to commence the creation of the new item. Chapter 17. 2-star black item. Corrupted humans. The Void Stone, harboring alternate space, began to rise, expanding until its surface bore shimmering cracks. Through these fissures, it appeared a new world was taking shape within. The other materials began to transform as well, integrating into the void stone. After about a minute, a palm-sized key emerged. Following this, the world tree branch transformed into a streak of light that adhered to the key. In an instant, the formerly smooth surface of the key became adorned with exquisite green patterns. Creation complete. Please name it. The usual naming prompt appeared. After a moment's thought, Lin Mu decided to name it the Heart's Key. Naming complete. This creation is concluded. The Heart's Key fell into his palm, and the surrounding darkness swiftly receded, restoring the area to its previous state. Looking down at the Heart's Key, Lin Mu was initially startled, then could no longer suppress the smile spreading across his face. Name: Heart's Key. Grade: 2-star black. Description: by gently twisting the Heart's Key in the air, you can enter another space, allowing for a brief respite. It was, in fact, a black quality item superior to gold. For most people, not only is it rare to possess one, but even hearing about it is a rarity. Unfortunately, this was merely a utility item without any equipment attributes. Otherwise, it could have been solidified with an additional property. Grasping the Heart's Key, Lin Mu aimed it at the air and twisted it gently. A slight resistance was felt, as if he were truly opening a door. Click! The sound of a spring echoed. Lin Mu stepped through the door, revealing a room of approximately 20 square meters. The interior was unobstructed, merely a large living area. In the center stood a round table, accompanied by a chair. In the corner lay a bare wooden bed, devoid of any bedding. Although the conditions were rudimentary, it was far superior to an 8 yuan-a-day room, Lin Mu murmured. During a period of joblessness, he had once resided in a room costing 8 yuan a night. It was dim and dreary, with no light to see anything. The only illumination came from a feeble 20-watt bulb, barely casting a flicker of brightness. The walls were a dark mass, sticky with who knows what. If one were to clean it, they would discover crumpled brown tissue paper stuffed under the bed. The sole advantage was a non-oscillating electric fan, though half of its protective mesh had already fallen away, allowing one to easily halt its blades. Entering the room, Lin Mu reclined on the wooden bed. Despite the lack of any bedding, he slept soundly and peacefully. Time flew by. 2 hours later, Lin Mu awoke and stretched. That was incredibly refreshing. I feel as though I have boundless energy now. Stepping outside, he initially believed the sky would be bright, only to find it still shrouded in darkness. Surely, I haven't slept an entire day? He quickly checked his task list and discovered that the mission to eradicate the corrupted military camp had only been shortened by 2 hours. I haven't overslept. I merely rested for 2 hours. How strange. Could it be the effect of that wooden bed? Lin Mu felt a surge of joy. If merely 2 hours of sleep could restore his energy, he could save a significant amount of time for leveling up or attending to other matters. This is the true strength of the Heart's Key. With that in mind, he set off. Southeastern part of the monster forest, corrupted military camp. Armored soldiers patrolled back and forth. Their eyes were glazed, their faces ashen. Clearly not resembling normal humans. In the center of the camp, wooden cages were conspicuously present. The cages contained not monsters, but rather a number of players. A burly man with a bushy beard suddenly slammed against one of the cages, causing it to rattle loudly. Alas, if you possess the capability to release me, do so. Even Zhuge Liang managed to capture and release his foes 7 times. I did not expect that beneath your rugged exterior, you would be familiar with such historical anecdotes. Spare yourself the effort. This prison is utterly impenetrable. Beside him, a youthful lad with a delicate countenance wore a mask of despair. In the past, encountering a brawny figure like this would have sent him fleeing as far as his legs could carry him. But now, they were all but crabs in the same pot, rendering such fears inconsequential, particularly in this place, where the soldiers forbade any violence. Should the bearded man strike him, those soldiers would surely drag him away for a beating. It was precisely for this reason that he felt emboldened to speak so audaciously. Their time in captivity had not been long, and they still possessed the strength to converse. The others nearby had long since lost the energy to utter a word. Moreover, the boy had discerned an even more terrifying reality. The whites of those captives' eyes were gradually increasing, their complexion shifting from rosy to a ghastly hue. Corrupted barracks, corrupted barracks. Would we ultimately succumb to such a grotesque fate? He dared not voice this thought, fearing it might materialize. The bearded giant shot the boy a fierce glare, shaking the cage with renewed vigor. Unable to strike anyone, was he not allowed to vent his frustrations on this cage? After shaking it for a while, the bearded man collapsed to the ground like a dog, gasping for breath. After a lengthy pause, he began to sob. Are we truly unable to escape? He appeared fearsome. Yet he was no fool. He had observed the transformations of those around him. He understood that if he did not flee soon, he too would eventually become one of those abominable creatures. However, the surrounding corrupted soldiers were all at least level 7, and they coordinated their efforts, making them far more formidable than ordinary monsters. Not to mention, even if he were to gather 10 or 100 of himself, escape would be impossible. The boy huddled in a corner of the cage, eyes shut tight, offering no reply. Upon witnessing the boy's demeanor, the bearded man wept even more sorrowfully. Meanwhile, outside the corrupted barracks, Lin Mu heard the sounds of weeping emanating from within and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Suddenly, the cries ceased abruptly, and he elbowed the boy, saying, "It seems someone is approaching." "And what of it?" "Just another roommate to add to the mix," the boy replied dismissively. "No. This person is formidable, by the heavens. With just 2 sword strikes, he can fell a corrupted soldier. Impressive." The boy smirked. "Another lunatic. Curse your madness. Get up and look." The bearded man slapped the boy on the head. The boy opened his eyes just in time to see something blade-like pierce through a corrupted soldier's chest. Thud! The corrupted soldier collapsed, revealing a handsome face. The boy was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly darted to the edge of the cage, gripping the bars and shaking them desperately. "Help! Hero! Save me! I don't want to die yet." Lin Mu's expression hardened as he sharply admonished, "If you wish to live, silence yourself. If you attract the monsters, you may as well await your demise." He was not particularly afraid of the monsters. Rather, the boy's noisy outcries were intolerably disruptive. The boy gestured as if zipping his lips and promptly squatted obediently in the corner of the cage. With the absence of this loudmouth, Lin Mu's pace in dispatching monsters quickened. The corrupted soldiers were only level 7, yet they boasted shield-bearers, archers, and even medics among their ranks, making them more troublesome than level 10 monsters. Besides the synergy of their roles, the air was thick with the stench of corruption. Gradually sapping his fundamental attributes, it could be said that venturing here below level 10 was akin to courting death. Even he began to feel the strain. Boom! After slaying another corrupted soldier, Lin Mu rushed to the cage. Delivering a powerful strike, -100, a massive damage number floated above the cage. After a few more forceful strikes, the cage shattered with a resounding crack. "At last, I am free." The bearded man initially rejoiced wildly, then turned to glance at the other cages, instinctively exclaiming, "How can we save so many?" Lin Mu shook his head with a quiet sigh. "Let us first depart. They are beyond salvation." Name: Corrupted Human. Level: 1. Skill: Hardness. Transformed by the essence of corruption. Their bodies have become more resilient than before. Chapter 18. Acquiring Abundant Essence, Super Reinforcement of the Bone Slaughter Sword. Seizing the opportunity before the remaining corrupted soldiers could converge, Lin Mu swiftly led the 2 away. The trio ran until they reached a dense forest far from the barracks before pausing to catch their breath. Huff. You are the top of the leaderboard. "Lin Mu, aren't you?" the boy gasped, his stamina holding up. Unlike the bearded man beside him, who was on the verge of foaming at the mouth, had Lin Mu not dragged him along, he would have been recaptured by the corrupted soldiers long ago. "I am Lin Mu. Now, tell me about the situation in this barracks." Lin Mu cut straight to the chase, eager for intelligence regarding the corrupted barracks. "I am not entirely certain. Just yesterday morning, I was fighting monsters when several corrupted soldiers suddenly emerged, knocked me unconscious, and brought me here. When I awoke, I found myself in this cage," the boy recounted. Suddenly sensing Lin Mu's grim expression, he quickly added, "The ones you killed were merely ordinary corrupted soldiers. Above them are the captains, each commanding 25 corrupted soldiers, and above the captains are the vice commanders, each overseeing 5 captains. That is valuable information. How did you come by it?" Lin Mu inquired. "I had nothing better to do and counted them. The highest position in this barracks is the vice commander, meaning there are at least 125 ordinary monsters, 5 elite monsters, and that vice commander boss?" "Precisely." Upon receiving this intelligence, Lin Mu's mind raced as he glanced at his task panel. Exterminate the corrupted barracks. Current military merit, 13. Slaying a corrupted soldier yields 1 point of military merit, and a pardon requires 100 military merits. The exchange list contained numerous enticing items beyond the pardon. Igniting Lin Mu's desire to acquire them all, as the two conversed, the dazed bearded man finally regained some clarity. "Don't ask me. I know a lot," he said, wiping the foam from his mouth with the back of his hand, offering a sheepish grin. "Brother, I cannot thank you enough. Should you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call on me. I would brave any peril to help you." After showering compliments, he began recounting. "When I first arrived in this godforsaken place, the barracks were right next to me, and there were only 7 or 8 people at the time. There was a mysterious figure in a black robe whom I dared not provoke. So I occupied myself with hunting elsewhere. I never expected their numbers to swell so rapidly. In just 2 days, there are over 100 now. Black robe, increasing numbers." Lin Mu nodded slightly, and no wonder this was a time-sensitive mission. If not completed within 3 days, the number of corrupted soldiers would surge to unimaginable levels. This is no longer your concern. You should leave. With the debuff from the essence of corruption dissipated, Lin Mu prepared to farm a few more corrupted soldiers. "Brother, let us add each other as friends for easier communication." The bearded man, though physically weak, was far more perceptive than the boy, immediately suggesting, "Sure, my name is Hu Daqiang, and this lad is Zhou Jianyu." Having been imprisoned for so long, their leveling speed paled in comparison to others, and even with the addition of friends, their connection would likely be short-lived. It would merely serve to adorn his friends' list. With renewed determination, Lin Mu plunged back into the corrupted barracks. Although slaying corrupted soldiers did not yield experience points, they dropped plenty of equipment, and the probability of acquiring essence was significantly higher than that of ordinary creatures. "Congratulations, you have obtained White Essence X1. Congratulations, you have obtained White Essence X3. Congratulations, you have obtained Green Essence X1." Just as Lin Mu was thoroughly engrossed in his farming, a sudden whoosh pierced the air beside him. Bang! His vision darkened momentarily. The next second, he was sent tumbling backward, a substantial minus 470 appearing above his head. Lin Mu quickly sprang to his feet, yanking the arrow embedded in his chest. That arrow dealt considerable damage, causing his health to plummet by 1/10. If he were to endure a few more, he would surely be overwhelmed. Looking up, he saw numerous corrupted soldiers surrounding a towering figure wielding a longbow. Activating his perception skill, he assessed the foe. Name: Elite Mutated Corrupted Archer Captain. Level: 12. Skills: Charged Shot, Loyal Guardian. Charged Shot accumulates power to unleash a devastating arrow, significantly enhancing its penetration and critical hit probability. Loyal Guardian: the corrupted archer captain is flanked by 8 corrupted soldiers. Only by eliminating all corrupted soldiers can damage be inflicted on the archer captain. Level 12, with the prefixes of elite and mutated. Coupled with the charged shot skill, no wonder his attack was so painful. This was one reason. The other was that his physical attributes had been diminished by several points in this environment, rendering him somewhat vulnerable. An archer captain, is it? I shall remember you. I will return shortly." Lin Mu turned to depart. There was no need to confront the corrupted archer captain head-on. He would strengthen the bone slaughter sword and rid himself of the negative status effects before dealing with this adversary. The archer captain did not pursue. Even if he wished to, he could not keep up. As he watched Lin Mu retreat, he could only let out a frustrated roar before turning back to enter the tent behind him. After putting some distance between himself and the barracks, Lin Mu took out all the essence he had just acquired. Counting them, he found he had collected a total of 12 white essences and 2 green essences. Upon synthesis, there emerged 4 green essences and 2 white ones. Drawing forth the bone-slaying sword, a flash of brilliance illuminated the surroundings, causing all green essences to vanish into thin air. Consumed green essence 1. Strength 3, sharpness 1. Consumed green essence 1, spirit 4. Consumed green essence 1, triggered additional bonus, strength 4, fortitude 3. Consumed green essence 1, strength 2, sharpness 1. Both sharpness and fortitude are concealed attributes, akin to the fire resistance encountered previously. Although these attributes are imperceptible, they undeniably exist. It is comparable to a rusted kitchen knife versus a brand new one. Under normal circumstances, the former's sharpness and fortitude would certainly be inferior to the latter's. After expending 2 white essences, The sharpness of the bone-slaying sword increased by 2, holding it in his hand. Lin Mu felt an astonishing sharpness emanating from the white spine, penetrating directly to his palm. Even the blood-stained eye embedded in the hilt appeared more animated. Lin Mu sensed an intuition. Despite the bone-slaying sword currently being merely a 1-star purple weapon, should he consume more essences, it might very well ascend in quality to orange or even gold, and advancing its star level would be no challenge. Given time, the bone-slaying sword could truly achieve the power to fell a myriad of bones with a single strike. With his thoughts collected, Lin Mu once again advanced towards the corrupted military camp. Chapter 19. Assassinate the corrupted archer captain. Military merit 100 target achieved. You have been affected by the aura of corruption? All attributes weakened by 1 point per minute. The moment Lin Mu stepped into the confines of the corrupted military camp, a notification sprang forth before him. Previously, the weakening was at a rate of 1 point every 5 minutes. Now, it had accelerated 5-fold, indicating that significant changes had transpired within the camp. He refrained from rushing into battle, opting instead to retreat a few steps and conceal himself in a discreet location for observation. The central cage of the camp had now swung open, and its occupants stumbled out in a daze, lining up according to their sizes. Subsequently, other corrupted soldiers arrived bearing a complete set of armor, assisting them in donning it. Simultaneously, their information transformed before Lin Mu's eyes. Name: Corrupted Newbie. Level: 5. Skills: Hardened. Basic attack: Hardened. Transformed by the aura of corruption, their bodies have become significantly more resilient. Basic attack: Newly transformed. They possess a rudimentary understanding of basic attack techniques. The second skill of the corrupted soldiers was Proficient Attack, an extension of basic attack, suggesting that they had all evolved from corrupted newbies. Slaying a corrupted soldier would yield 1 point of military merit, while defeating the captain and vice-captain would surely grant more. If Lin Mu could unravel the mysteries behind the corrupted military camp, would he not reap even greater rewards? With this thought, Lin Mu's gaze intensified with fervor. The corrupted archer captain, is it? Just wait, I shall seek you out shortly. Grasping the bone-slaying sword once more, Lin Mu plunged back into the corrupted military camp. This time, the corrupted archer captain appeared to be more astute. The moment Lin Mu entered, he brandished a massive bow, charging out from the tent. Shielded by a throng of guards, additionally, another captain wielding a black iron shield followed suit. Lin Mu clicked his tongue, then raised the authentic necklace before his eyes. What of their protection? Today, he was determined to execute a forceful assassination. After a 3-second gaze, weaknesses emerged. Lin Mu smiled faintly and swiftly dashed towards the corrupted archer captain, covering several dozen meters in an instant. Yet, when he halted, he found himself beside the corrupted shield captain. With the black iron shield obstructing his front, breaching it seemed arduous. However, the authentic necklace could directly unveil the weaknesses hidden behind the shield. Prepare to fall, Lin Mu proclaimed, sweeping low at the captain's knee. With a resounding thud, the corrupted shield captain knelt, his black iron shield clattering to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mu launched himself at the corrupted archer captain. The guards, mere corrupted soldiers, were powerless to impede his advance, merely watching as he engaged the corrupted archer captain in combat. Unlike the typical scenario in games where archers possess high attack but low health, the corrupted archer captain before him was endowed with immense strength and remarkable combat skills. Even though Lin Mu's attributes far surpassed those of his opponent, the advantage was not overwhelmingly significant. Clang. After yet another clash, Lin Mu withdrew, sheathing the bone-slaying sword and retrieving the everlasting quiver. With 9 poison arrows gripped firmly in hand, he charged forth once more. Few could wield a bow in close combat as he did. Upon seeing the arrows in Lin Mu's grasp, the corrupted archer captain grinned widely. Although silent, Lin Mu discerned the contempt and disdain in his expression. You dare mock me? Let's see if I can pierce you. In a swift motion, Lin Mu inserted a poison arrow, and immediately several green numbers floated above the corrupted archer captain's head. As he felt the vitality draining away, rage surged within him, and he swung his longbow down towards Lin Mu's head. Lin Mu sidestepped the blow and swiftly inserted another poison arrow. Soon, all 9 poison arrows were embedded within the corrupted archer captain's body, accumulating toxins to 9 layers, causing nearly 99 points of health to drain every second. Lin Mu switched back to the bone-slaying sword and thrust it forward violently. 658, triggering bleeding effects. 25, 25, 25. A cascade of numbers erupted. At that moment, the corrupted shield captain had just risen. Lin Mu employed the same tactics, delivering another kick. Thud. The immense strength forced the captain back to his knees once more. This maneuver might have been ineffective against the corrupted archer captain. But the corrupted shield captain was a different story. Clad in specially designed armor to maximize defensive capabilities, he bore an astonishing weight, making it arduous for him to rise each time. While this was not inherently a weakness, after all, most would struggle to topple him. It was a different tale when facing Lin Mu, whose strength reached an astonishing 78 points, akin to a mouse confronting a cat, utterly constrained. Crack! The longbow in the corrupted archer captain's grasp shattered completely, leaving him with but a sliver of health. Seizing the moment of shock, Lin Mu delivered a straightforward strike. Congratulations, you have slain the elite mutated corrupted archer captain. Military merit 50. Such a high reward. Coupled with the military merit accumulated thus far, he could immediately exchange it for a pardon decree. Lin Mu's heart swelled with joy, and just as he prepared to eliminate the corrupted shield captain as well, two imposing figures clad in full armor emerged from the tent. Corrupted elite captain, we shall meet again. He had no desire to confront three elite foes while burdened with a corruption aura debuff of 13. Before departing, Lin Mu deliberately parted the tent's flaps to glance inside. Empty. How could it be empty? Piecing together information from Hu Daqiang and Zhou Jianyu, Lin Mu's realization struck him. There were indeed 5 captains in total. 4 remained stationed within the camp, while the last must be out capturing individuals. In a wonder, he felt the number of corrupted soldiers within the camp was scant. This revelation clarified everything. He could easily ambush the captain venturing outside. With this thought in mind, Lin Mu accelerated to his utmost, racing towards the exterior. The corrupted elite captain was no slouch either. He pursued Lin Mu for several kilometers before finally returning to the corrupted military camp. Observing the lingering dissatisfaction on the captain's face, Lin Mu felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, he had run fast. Otherwise, this encounter could have ended poorly. For now, his attack and defense were satisfactory, and it was time to craft an item that could enhance his speed. Making a mental note of this, Lin Mu began to scour the vicinity of the corrupted military camp. Before long, he stumbled upon a secluded path. One end of this path led into the woods, while the other seemed to connect faintly to the corrupted military camp. This must be the place. Lin Mu quietly concealed himself behind a thicket, patiently awaiting the arrival of his prey. Time slipped by swiftly, and as night fell, rustling sounds suddenly echoed nearby. After a long wait, Lin Mu's heart raced, and he stilled his breath. Approximately 2 minutes later, a squad of corrupted soldiers materialized before him. Name: Elite Mutated Corrupted Elite Captain. Level: 13. Skills: Double Strike. Cleave: Double Strike. Executes 2 rapid attacks in quick succession. Cleave: channels all bodily strength into the arm, delivering a powerful cleave that inflicts substantial damage. He raised the authentic necklace, revealing the weaknesses of all present. The attribute of weakness analysis was remarkably potent. The longer one observed, the more weaknesses could be identified, thus increasing the likelihood of discovering fatal vulnerabilities. Chapter 20. The Secrets of the Corrupted Military Camp. Seed Grenade's super evolution. Until his vision was saturated with dense red dots, Lin Mu erupted forth with his sword. Thrust. The blade embedded itself into the heart of a corrupted soldier. 893. A critical hit. The corrupted soldier collapsed in a thunderous crash. Attack. The corrupted elite captain emitted a mechanical voice, then thrust his longsword towards Lin Mu. Lin Mu chose not to engage him directly. Instead, he dodged while simultaneously targeting the others. Before long, all the ordinary corrupted soldiers lay defeated. Die, die. The corrupted elite captain, bereft of his subordinates, became utterly enraged. His longsword flickered twice and struck towards Lin Mu. Double strike. Observing the counter damage numbers floating above him surpassing his own inflicted damage, Lin Mu felt a surge of satisfaction. Blood attack. The bone-slaying sword swept through the air, unleashing a crimson wave that crashed forcefully against the corrupted elite captain. The powerful strike left faint cracks on the latter's armor. Alas, the corrupted soldiers lacked blood. Although the attack could induce bleeding effects, it could not energize the bone-slaying sword, leaving Lin Mu capable of only one strike. The clash between the two awakened the captives who had been seized. They quickly grasped the situation unfolding before them. Among them, a bald man shouted, "These monsters dare to ambush us. Let's take him down. Do not come any closer." "You stand no chance," Lin Mu bellowed, resolutely halting their advance. It was merely a matter of time before he subdued the corrupted elite captain. Allowing them to interfere might lead to unforeseen consequences. The bald man, however, stubbornly refused to heed his warning. "Brother, you can handle it alone. So there's no reason we cannot assist you. Rest assured, we shall aid you." With that declaration, he charged forward without hesitation. Lin Mu's gaze turned. "I see what it is futile to reason with a fool bent on his own destruction." Since he insisted on joining, he would have to face the consequences alone. Casting a glance at the restless crowd, Lin Mu withdrew from the battlefield. The bald man began to panic. He had merely sought to seize a moment of glory, never intending to drive Lin Mu away. Yet, if Lin Mu could hold his own against the enemy, perhaps this creature was not as formidable as it appeared. With that thought, he gradually regained his composure. "Do not fear, we shall face this together." Before he could finish, a round object plummeted to the ground, rolling ominously to the feet of the assembled group. Initially startled, they soon scattered in terror like a flock of frightened sparrows. Witnessing this, Lin Mu's expression paled momentarily, only to swiftly regain its former steadiness. During his earlier killings, he had employed blood attacks, and the scene had not been so gruesome. This visceral encounter was a first for him. To avoid being slain, one must continually grow stronger, Lin Mu murmured to himself, his resolve hardening once more. Survival of the fittest, a universal law that applied to any world in a realm rife with slaughter. His sole option was to become increasingly powerful. With no outside interference, Lin Mu once again engaged the corrupted elite soldiers in combat. 10 minutes later, the enemy's health dwindled to a critical level. Strangely, no kill notification was issued this time. Observing the fallen corrupted elite captain before him, Lin Mu felt a twinge of confusion. "Thank you." Just as he pondered this, a voice of gratitude echoed unexpectedly. Lin Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Name: Corrupted elite captain Captain Charles." "Charles?" He inquired tentatively. "I am Charles, and my time is limited, but I must convey something of utmost importance." Charles coughed up blood, his complexion shifting from ashen to pallid. An intangible black aura emanated from him, seemingly searing his very being. "There is an evil sorcerer in the military camp. He has used corruption spells to control others and commanded them to bring in more individuals for corruption. You must leave this place at once and go to Mutuo City to inform Captain Theo." Hidden mission triggered. Inform Captain Theo.do you wish to accept. Note: this hidden mission appears only once. Failing to complete it incurs no penalties. Accept. With no penalties for declining, it was only logical to accept it. After the mission was registered, Charles still clung to life. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Mu's eyes as he suddenly stated, "Without a pardon, I cannot leave this place." Charles was momentarily taken aback, his face paling uncontrollably. "So you are a criminal. There are indeed a few pardons within the camp, but alas, Doug. Congratulations, you have slain the elite mutated corrupted elite captain. Military merit 50. Charles, who could have held on for a few more minutes, abruptly succumbed. Lin Mu spread his hands in a gesture of indifference before rummaging through Charles's corpse. "Congratulations, you have acquired the swordsmanship manual. Armor fragments X2. The armor fragments were mere 2-star white materials, unworthy of attention." Lin Mu's gaze shifted to the swordsmanship manual. To his surprise, it contained valuable knowledge. Upon perusal, he learned the skill of double strike, which was quite advantageous. Opening the swordsmanship manual for further examination, he discovered not only detailed textual explanations, but also illustrations of various stances depicted by small figures. "Congratulations, you have acquired the common skill, double strike." The manual transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Lin Mu opened his status panel and indeed found a new skill added. Name: Lin Mu. Level: 10, 0.3, Strength: 78, Vitality: 67, Agility: 46, Mentality: 30, Talent: Forbidden Creation, Unique. Forbidden Creation. You cannot obtain any equipment. All equipment drops as materials. Through synthesizing materials, you can acquire various extraordinary items, even creating items of a forbidden nature. Inventory: Key of Freedom, Red-Eyed Rabbit King's Fur, Bloodied Claw, Mandrake Grass. Fixed Talents: Virus Shot. Insight, Skills, Double Strike. Closing the status panel, he opened the chat interface. After reaching level 10, he had rushed to clear the corrupted military camp, nearly forgetting about the auction. Congratulations, you have acquired Light Wind Leaves X3, Seed Bombs X5. Lin Mu was pleasantly surprised by the auction rewards. He hadn't anticipated that a blue oven would be so valuable. Light Wind Leaves were blue materials, and those seed bombs were merely white. They still possessed decent damage, quite satisfactory. While he had yet to determine a use for the Light Wind Leaves, the seed bombs sparked an idea. Being items, he wondered if they could be enhanced with essence. Without hesitation, Lin Mu took out a white essence and applied it to a seed bomb. A flash of white light enveloped it, and to his astonishment, the description of the seed bomb changed. Name: Seed Bomb. Grade: 1-star. White description: do not be deceived by its ordinary appearance. It can inflict significant damage at critical moments. Before the enhancement, the seed bomb could only inflict minimal damage. Now, the term minimal was entirely absent. After contemplating, Lin Mu produced a green essence. This time, upon application, the seed bomb's grade elevated from white to green, and its description transformed to indicate a considerable amount of damage. Explosions are an art. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Ecstatic, Lin Mu enhanced all his seed bombs to green and then set off toward the territory of the exploding chicken. He intended to craft more explosives to wreak havoc upon the corrupted military camp. Chapter 21. Lucky Determination. Materials to enhance mental attributes. With 5 seed bombs and 10 feather bombs, he felt adequately prepared. Using the remaining white essence to create feather bombs, Lin Mu's current destructive potential reached its zenith. Upon returning to the corrupted military camp, he found it already on high alert. After dispatching 2 corrupted soldiers, 3 corrupted captains charged forth simultaneously. We've been waiting for you. Noticing the corrupted shield captain attempting to protect his legs, Lin Mu chuckled to himself. This time, he would not resort to a sneak attack but would employ a different strategy altogether. He threw all the seed bombs and swiftly retreated. Boom! The vast corrupted military camp erupted in a cloud of dust and smoke. With his insight talent, Lin Mu ignored the smoke obscuring his vision and observed the status of the 3 captains. The corrupted shield captain's health bar had only decreased by 1/5, while the other 2 captains' health bars plummeted, vanishing in an instant. Seizing the moment while they remained disoriented, Lin Mu brandished his Bone Slayer sword, targeting their vulnerabilities. 670, 349, 622. After a flurry of damage notifications, one of the corrupted elite captains collapsed. Congratulations, you have slain the elite mutated corrupted elite captain. Military merit 50. Before he could revel in his victory, Lin Mu suddenly sensed a chilling aura bearing down on him. Undergoing corruption aura attack. A mental determination check will commence. Current mental attribute, 30. Success rate, 15. Congratulations, you have successfully evaded. Noticing the crimson text floating before him, Lin Mu's heart raced. Although he was uncertain of the consequences of failure, the mere 15 chance indicated that his evasion was purely fortuitous. Acknowledging this, he took advantage of the lingering smoke and once again retreated from the corrupted military camp. Finding a safe location, he began to strategize. If all went as expected, the one attacking him was likely the evil sorcerer controlling everyone. This extermination mission was indeed a daunting challenge. With his extraordinary attributes, having been forced to retreat twice underscored that this task was far more complex than he had anticipated. However, if it were simply a matter of exchanging for a pardon, he could have submitted the task long ago. Even after acquiring the pardon, locating Captain Theo in Mutuo City might also lead to the eradication of this corrupted military camp. In that scenario, while the camp would be dealt with, the rewards he would receive would be significantly diminished. The evil sorcerer had not pursued him. Was it out of reluctance or inability? The fact that he only dared to ambush suggested that his strength was not on par with Lin Mu's. He merely needed to be wary of the potential spell determination. Determination. Glancing at his mental attribute, Lin Mu felt a slight headache. Among the 4 fundamental attributes, his mental capacity was abysmally low. Had he known, he would have allocated more free attribute points to it earlier on. Without free attribute points, Utilizing items could still yield improvements. Lin Mu opened his inventory, his gaze lingering on a type of wild grass. Name: Mandrake grass, grade 1-star green, description: formed from a blend of various wild grasses, wearing it grants a faint resistance to illusions. Mental attributes are closely linked to spell strength and resistance. Since this grass could resist illusions, it might also enhance his mental attributes. However, relying solely on a single piece of grass, even if fashioned into an item, might not suffice to fully evade the evil sorcerer's spell attacks. Was he to abandon this mission? A wave of despair washed over Lin Mu. Wait for me, Shi Jiyang. If you don't, I might just have to zap you. At the moment when he was deep in thought, a crisp and melodious voice pierced through the air. Jiyang? The Jiyang who ranks third on the leaderboard? Lin Mu instinctively opened the rankings, only to be taken aback. The prolonged delay in the corrupted military camp had caused his ranking to plummet from first to third. Currently, Qi Hanqing held the top position, followed closely by Ji Yang. Both of them had reached level 10. They must have received their respective tasks, just like he did, right? Hurry up. The location of that foul kangaroo appears randomly. If I don't deal with it soon, my task will fail. A slightly immature male voice rang out. This must be Ji Yang. Lin Mu, not wishing to engage with him at the moment, was about to leave when he suddenly noticed someone sprinting towards him. Upon seeing the distinctive stubble on the individual's face, he paused momentarily. Hu Daqiang. At that moment, Hu Daqiang also spotted Lin Mu, and a fierce grin broke out on his face. Lin Mu, my brother. Help me! His voice was loud enough for not only Lin Mu to hear, but also for the approaching Ji Yang and his sister. Did you hear that? It's Lin Mu. Ji Yang gazed incredulously at his sister. I am not deaf. Ji Man rolled her eyes, her expression exuding exasperation, and then pointed at Lin Mu, signaling her brother not to mistake him for someone else. Seeing both parties approaching, Lin Mu had no choice but to stay put. To think that I would be so fortunate as to run into you. Hu Daqiang was the first to reach him. Although he didn't state his purpose, Lin Mu could perceive the urgency etched across his features, prompting him to ask, have you encountered trouble? Indeed. Hu Daqiang slapped his thigh, spitting as he spoke, with much of it landing on his beard, resembling do I and that pretty boy have too low a level. No team would take us in. Eventually, we had no choice but to team up to grind levels. Everything was going fine until out of nowhere came a kangaroo that could box, and it gave us quite the thrashing. As a result, we got separated. Before Lin Mu could respond, Ji Yang's eyes widened at the mention of the kangaroo. Brother, is the kangaroo you're talking about wearing boxing gloves and looking rather infuriating? Yes. How did you know? If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat it, I would have loved to give it a good thrashing myself. Hu Daqiang gritted his teeth in anger. That's my task target. Could you give me some directions? I'll go take care of it right away. Ji Yang smiled and stepped forward. It's over there in the woods. It shouldn't have run far. Hu Daqiang pointed towards the woods behind him, showing no intention of concealing anything. Thanks. After receiving the information about the kangaroo, Ji Yang turned to Lin Mu, surprised to see that he looked quite handsome in reality. I wonder if you would be willing to assist me with a favor? What favor? Although it seemed somewhat presumptuous to ask for help after just meeting, Lin Mu didn't outright refuse. You see, that kangaroo has quite a peculiar ability. Whenever its health is about to deplete, it triggers a bloodlock effect, during which it will flee frantically. I can't stop it alone, so I need a helping hand. In return, you can propose a condition that I would find acceptable. What do you say? Ji Yang offered graciously. Did I see? Lin Mu suddenly had an idea. Do you have any materials or equipment related to the mind? Related to the mind? Ji Yang pondered for a moment, then produced a smooth orb. Would this suffice? Name: Enchanting Fox Orb, grade 1-star purple, description: a precious essence crystallized from the death of a fox spirit possessing charm skills. Chapter 22. The Eerie Black Aura, golden item, Nightmare Orb, a purple material? That seems rather valuable. Lin Mu felt a surge of excitement, but managed to restrain himself. You keep it for now? Consider it a deposit. I might need your help in the future, Ji Yang said nonchalantly, as if he didn't regard the purple material as significant. Aren't you afraid I might keep it for myself? Not at all, I trust you. Well, since he had said so, Lin Mu had no reason to refuse. Furthermore, with only half a day left to complete the task of clearing the corrupted military camp, he wouldn't be able to find suitable materials to create a new item anytime soon. Hu Daqiang, seeing Lin Mu teaming up with Ji Yang, enthusiastically led the way ahead. Shortly thereafter, they spotted a gray-brown kangaroo wearing red boxing gloves. Its expression exceedingly infuriating. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes and activated his perception. Name: Boxing Kangaroo. Level: 12. Skills: Mastery of Boxing, Tough Hide, Blood Escape. Mastery of Boxing. Proficient in boxing techniques, capable of executing various boxing combos. Tough Hide. Its thick fur can withstand most attacks. Blood Escape. When health drops to a certain level, it will flee at all costs, with its speed gradually increasing to 1,000. Upon seeing the skills of the boxing kangaroo, Lin Mu finally understood why Ji Yang sought his assistance. Just the 1,000 speed increase, once it takes off, others would only be left eating dust. No wonder Ji Yang was scouring the monster forest. TSK. This task isn't any easier than my own. With this thought, Lin Mu became curious about Qi Hanqing's task. I wonder how smoothly he's progressing. Foul kangaroo, meet your demise. Ji Yang charged forward, throwing a punch at the kangaroo's head. Supported by its robust tail, the kangaroo barely swayed. Nevertheless, that punch succeeded in infuriating it. Whoosh! It retaliated with a beautifully executed uppercut. Ji Yang stepped back, deftly dodging. Typically, the boxing kangaroo couldn't hit him, but it relied on its tough hide to trade blows. Although Ji Yang was quick to evade, he found himself somewhat flustered against such attacks. Occasionally taking hits, the two engaged in a lively exchange, trading blows back and forth. Hit him, left hook, aim for the face. Oh, how is it that you can't hit me? Hu Daqiang waved his fists. His face flushed, wishing it were him in the ring. Only when Lin Mu glanced over did he sheepishly grin. Sorry, I've watched too many martial arts shows. Lin Mu averted his gaze. The boxing kangaroo had low health and could flee at any moment. It was time for him to take action. Finally, after receiving a heavy punch, the boxing kangaroo hesitated, then turned to run. Stop it, Ji Yang shouted. Faster than Lin Mu's reaction was Ji Man. A bolt of lightning struck down, paralyzing the boxing kangaroo. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mu stepped forward and delivered a kick, sending the kangaroo back in front of Ji Yang. Well done, Ji Yang managed to praise before continuing his assault. The boxing kangaroo, having regained its composure, attempted to flee once more, but yet again, it was met with a bolt of lightning and a swift kick. Lin Mu and Ji Man worked in tandem, effectively pinning the boxing kangaroo down. Boom! A few minutes later, Ji Yang landed another punch. This time, the boxing kangaroo finally ceased its escape, collapsing to the ground and transforming into a beam of white light. As the light dissipated, a token-like object was revealed. Lin Mu recognized it instantly as the pardon order that appeared on the military merit exchange list. I've done nothing wrong, yet I'm labeled a guilty person. Isn't that absurd? Ji Yang picked up the pardon order and complained to Lin Mu. Perhaps we people like us are all guilty. That could be it. How about you? How's your task going? Do you need assistance? No worries, I should be fine alone. The target is stationary and won't run away. That's good. Let us add each other as friends. Just give a shout if you need anything. Hu Daqiang, witnessing their conversation, looked utterly bewildered. Guilty person? What on earth is that? Noticing his confusion, Lin Mu and Ji Yang exchanged knowing smiles, opting not to elaborate further. Once he reaches level 10, he will naturally understand what they meant. If he doesn't reach level 10, explaining now would be futile. Ji Yang and Ji Man departed ahead. Hu Daqiang, equally anxious, left behind a parting remark. Though I may not think much of that pretty boy. We have been through hardships together. One must see the living if they are alive and the corpses if they are dead. Lin Mu, brother, may we meet again by fate. Watching Hu Daqiang leave with flair. Lin Mu chuckled softly. The dark space unfolded, swiftly enveloping him. Just as Lin Mu was about to ascend the stone platform, an unsettling feeling surged within him. He abruptly turned around. From the boundless black mist emerged a swirling mass. Soon after, the mass of black mist shifted and coalesced into a pitch-black monster. Chirp, chirp! The coal-like creature charged straight at Lin Mu upon landing. With a slight furrow of his brow, Lin Mu drew a poison arrow and hurled it. Thud! The poison arrow struck the creature, causing it to dissipate into a cloud of black mist, landing on the workbench. Forbidden creation is my talent. It shouldn't harm me. Although a sense of unease lingered in his heart, Lin Mu approached the workbench. Mandala grass, enchanting fox orb, and a swirl of black mist. Only then did Lin Mu catch a glimpse of the black mist's partial essence. Name: unknown. Grade: unknown. Description: adding it during item creation may yield unexpected changes. Sensing that the black mist was of the same origin as his own abilities, Lin Mu's expression grew peculiar. Is this black mist also a manifestation of my talent? After a moment of hesitation, he directly commenced the creation process. Setting aside other concerns, at the very least, this black mist should be harmless to him. The three materials floated into the air, endlessly combining. This time, Lin Mu refrained from intervening excessively, merely hoping that the crafted item would enhance his mental attributes. After bypassing the familiar naming process, a blackish-purple orb fell into his hand. Name: Nightmare Gem. Grade: 1-star gold. Main attribute: Mental 20. Luck 2. Additional attributes: Haunted by Nightmares, Intimidation. Haunted by Nightmares. Select one individual to induce a continuous series of nightmares during sleep, gradually weakening their mental attributes over time, until death or the active dispelling of the haunted state. Intimidation unleashes a mental attack that, upon successful judgment, can frighten the target into paralysis for 3 seconds. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Description: originally destined to be a charming gem, a dark aura intervened and irrevocably altered its fate. Exercise caution and avoid nightmares at night. Another triumph. Lin Mu was elated at a boost of 20 in mental attributes equated to an apparent elevation of 2 levels, not to mention the additional 2 points in luck. Beyond the main attributes, the supplementary ones were equally formidable, one for deception, the other for strong control, compensating for some of his shortcomings. First, he would solidify the intimidation, then proceed to the corrupted camp. This time, he was eager to see the success rate of his exemption. Chapter 23. Slaying the Evil Mage. Another golden chest. Upon returning to the corrupted camp, Lin Mu's confidence surged. He charged directly inside, tossing 5 feather bombs into the large military tent. The power of the feather bombs was several times that of seed grenades. Instantly, the tent was obliterated. Roar! The 2 enraged corrupted captains burst forth from the ruins. This time, the explosion's force far exceeded the previous one. The corrupted shield captain's health plummeted by a third. As for the corrupted elite captain, only a sliver of health remained. With a swift motion, Lin Mu delivered 2 strikes, liberating the foe entirely. His military achievements increased by 50. Simultaneously, an incredibly chilling energy manifested behind him. Indeed, a cunning foe was lurking, intent on ambushing him. The frigid energy collided solidly against him, and a judgment sound echoed. Attacked by corrupted aura. Proceeding with a mental judgment. Current mental attribute: 50. Exemption success rate: 75. The success rate of his exemption surged by 60. Although not a complete exemption, it was sufficient. Gazing at the solitary corrupted shield captain, Lin Mu smiled slightly and approached with purpose. The corrupted shield captain, anticipating another tripwire, instinctively protected his knees. To his surprise, several round objects were suddenly shoved into the crevices of his armor. This is, boom, a deafening explosion erupted, and the powerful shockwave instantaneously sent everything around flying, nearly causing Lin Mu to stumble. Congratulations, you have slain the elite variant corrupted shield captain. Military achievement 50, with all 5 captains defeated. Only a deputy commander and the evil mage remained. At that moment, an apparently ordinary corrupted soldier emerged slowly. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. I greatly admire your strength. Should you choose to serve me, I can offer you a higher position of power and impart the art of corruption. What do you say? The corrupted soldier smiled faintly, and the information above his head underwent a significant change. Name: Corrupted Commander, Corrupted Mage. Level: 15. Skills: Stab, Advanced Gunplay, Corrupted Strike, Corrupted Control, Stab. A sudden thrust that has a high chance of triggering a critical hit. Advanced Gunplay. Proficient with firearms. Mastering various techniques. Corrupted Strike. Releases a ball of corrupted energy that can weaken the opponent's strength upon successful judgment. Corrupted Control. Continuously emits corrupted aura to control other beings for one's own use. Tip: without the influence of corrupted aura, the controlled individual has a chance to return to normal. However, prolonged corruption has severely eroded their life. Even if the corruption is dispelled, they will quickly perish. Ah, I see now. Charles must have regained his senses after being away from the corrupted aura for an extended period while capturing individuals. Lin Mu understood the final line of the prompt. However, this skill set seems peculiar. Is this individual truly the deputy commander or the elusive evil mage? Or are they, in fact, one and the same? Whoosh! A corrupted energy ball swiftly surged forward, startling Lin Mu from his contemplation. He sidestepped, sneering, "That hardly seems like a welcoming gesture," regardless of whether he was the deputy commander or the evil mage. The priority was to eliminate him. With a flick of his wrist, a blackish-purple orb appeared. Intimidation was unleashed. 2 invisible energies surged towards the corrupted commander, the former being the Nightmare Gem, the latter being Lin Mu's solidified talent. The corrupted commander, who had been retreating, suddenly froze, resembling a statue. Only the rapidly widening pupils seemed to convey that he was indeed alive. A critical hit. 1221. Lin Mu would not squander this perfect opportunity. He pressed the blade against the helm and drove it straight into one of the corrupted commander's eyes. Dark, inky blood gushed forth, corroding the ground into a massive pit. "Ah, I will kill you." The corrupted commander roared in fury, his spear transforming into a venomous serpent, lunging forward. Bang! The spearhead grazed Lin Mu's waist, piercing a wooden post behind him, creating a gaping wound the width of a bowl. Witnessing such terrifying power, Lin Mu's eyelids twitched. Fortunately, he had blinded one of the commander's eyes in advance, preventing him from aiming properly. Otherwise, a single shot could have cost him half his health. Damage numbers continued to float above the corrupted commander's head, a testament to the bleeding inflicted by that strike. Even without those numbers, the sight of the splattered blood indicated that the corrupted commander was in dire straits. He refrained from advancing, observing the corrupted commander flail in madness from a distance. Eventually, the corrupted commander seemed to run out of strength, collapsing to the ground. Congratulations, you have slain the corrupted commander, corrupted mage. Military Achievement 200. With the death of the corrupted commander, a series of vivid images unfolded before Lin Mu's eyes. After witnessing them, he finally grasped the entire sequence of events. The evil mage, in his quest for power, had corrupted a deputy commander and 5 captains. Subsequently, when the situation unraveled, he was pursued by the forces of Mudo City. Even as he fled with his corrupted subordinates, he himself was gravely injured and on the brink of death. In this critical moment, the evil mage utilized a secret technique to merge himself with the deputy commander, thus creating this abomination. With the death of the evil mage, the greatest secret of the corrupted camp was revealed, namely that the corrupted soldiers would automatically perish. Naturally, all of the military achievements accrued would be credited to Lin Mu. He did not hasten to redeem a pardon. Instead, he began to search through the rubble on the ground. Before long, a golden chest turned up. "Would you like to use golden chest 1? Use." Lin Mu's spirit soared. Charles had mentioned that there were several pardons within the camp, and perhaps they resided in this chest. Congratulations, you have obtained Pardon 3, Standard Armor Manufacturing Blueprint 1, Deerskin Boots 1, Corrupted Dagger 1, 30,000 copper coins. As he opened the chest, a plethora of items sprang forth, leaving Lin Mu dazzled. The first and foremost was the pardon, which held a value of 100 military achievements each, extremely precious. Using one would leave him with 2, which could be auctioned off later. Next was the armor blueprint. While it held no value to Lin Mu, it was a priceless asset for certain factions, which could be retained for future resource exchanges. The deerskin boots and corrupted dagger were both pieces of equipment, one blue, the other purple, with commendable attributes. It would be a pity to break them down, so he would hold on to them for now. Lastly, a heap of copper coins. The moment Lin Mu laid eyes on the copper coins, they sparkled with promise. This was wealth, after battling so many monsters. He had not acquired a single copper coin, and now he had suddenly amassed 30,000. How could he not be thrilled? Though he was uncertain of the purchasing power of these coins. Announcement. Due to 10 individuals acquiring the currency of this world, the trading function of the chat channel has been severed, and the trading system is officially activated. 10 individuals? It seemed others were not idle either. Lin Mu summoned his panel. Now, it displayed only 3 major sections. Attributes, chat, and trading. Upon opening the trading panel, it was divided into 3 forms: stall, listing, and auction. Stalling incurs no fees, starting with 10 slots. To acquire more slots, one must pay. The first slot costs 10 copper coins. The second 100, the third one, 000, and so forth, with a maximum limit of 100 million copper coins. The currency system is the standard gold, silver, and copper, with an exchange rate of 100. While stalling is economical. It lacks exposure. Others can only purchase by searching for the stall owner by name. The sole advantage is the potential to uncover valuable items at a bargain. Listing items incurs a fee of one of the owner's set price, with a chance of showcasing them to others, but only for 3 days. Once the time elapses, the item automatically returns, and the one listing fee is still deducted if the owner lacks sufficient funds to cover the fee. The item will be sold at the system price. After deducting the listing fee, the remainder is returned to the owner. Auctions, on the other hand, are considerably more intriguing. Chapter 24. Military Achievement Redemption, Regional Map, Sal Village depending on the amount of money paid. Auctions are categorized into low, medium, high, and treasure tiers. All auction venues impose no restrictions on auctioned items. This means that even if one possesses a white item, as long as they pay enough, they can enter the treasure auction house. Naturally, one can only hope that a fool will purchase the item. Otherwise, the money spent would be in vain. Opening the chat channel, it buzzed with activity, lively as a boiling pot of preserved egg and lean meat congee. Bubbling with energy. Some expressed approval of the recent changes, while others vehemently condemned them. After all, there were not so many restrictions in past transactions, nor were there any listing or auction fees. Yet, regardless of the discussions, the outcome was already predetermined. The only recourse for the masses was to accept their fate. The strong alter their environment, while the weak adapt to it. Has it not been this way since time immemorial? With a sigh of realization, Lin Mu opened the military merit exchange list. His current military merit value stood at 603, allowing him to redeem a considerable array of valuable items. At the top of the list was the amnesty decree, each costing 100 military merits. He glanced past it and looked further down. Standard armor 1,100 military merits, corrupted tiger bone 1,100 military merits, advanced shooting technique 1, 80 military merits, blood red stone 1, 80 military merits, flame fur 1, 20 military merits, strength potion 1, 10 military merits, flint 1, 1 military merit, a plethora of items, dazzling to behold. After some contemplation, he redeemed 2 corrupted tiger bones, 3 blood red stones, 5 flame furs, 5 strength potions, and 13 flints. His military merits were completely depleted. The first 3 items were materials. The corrupted tiger bone was a 2-star blue item, the blood red stone was a 1-star purple item, and the flame fur was a 1-star green item. The strength potion could enhance strength by 10 points for 1 minute, which could prove crucial at times. The flint seemed somewhat trivial, a mere daily necessity for starting fires, with no fixed usage count. Once exhausted, it would automatically break. Stuffing all the items into his inventory, Lin Mu took out the previously acquired amnesty decree. The decree had no binding mechanism. As long as one possessed it, it could be utilized. Consuming amnesty decree 1, criminal identity revoked, level cap, 10 levels, removed, current identity, 5th class citizen, regional map unlocked. A notification chimed in his ear. Lin Mu was indifferent to the so-called criminal identity, but the level cap was a pressing concern. Without the amnesty decree, would he be confined to level 10 for eternity? Realizing the implications of the amnesty decree sent a shock through him. He then turned his attention to the 5th class citizen status. 5th class citizen. Your status is merely a slight elevation above that of a criminal, possessing limited human rights. Without permission, entry into large cities is prohibited. Honor points must be obtained to elevate your status. If honor points are not earned over a prolonged period, you will automatically revert to a criminal identity, with a mandatory level cap retained at 10. Honor point acquisition methods. Slaying monsters, completing village tasks, etc. Other methods are left for exploration. Current honor points, 12, 100, Lin Mu. So, it turns out he currently lacks complete human rights. Shaking his head, he opened the regional map. The map marked only 2 locations. One was the monster forest, and the other was Sal Village. Sal Village, ISNT that the village where Mia resides? Lin Mu narrowed his eyes, recalling the Fire Demon Summoning Scroll. The level 22 Fire Demon Summoning was not something an ordinary person could possess. Furthermore, the teleportation talisman Mia used to leave was similarly valuable. Perhaps Mia's parents were some reclusive elites. If he could undertake a few tasks from them, his citizen level might ascend rapidly. With this thought, Lin Mu checked the rankings. His current position had fallen to 35th, on the verge of dropping off the list, with Qi Hanqing firmly holding the top spot. That fellow had already reached level 13, evidently having obtained the amnesty decree, thus lifting the level restrictions. The corrupted military camp had wasted nearly 2 days of his time. Others were catching up. He murmured to himself, feeling unconcerned. In comparison to levels, his gains were evidently far more valuable, aside from the level changes. He also spotted a line of numbers at the very bottom of the ranking list. Current registered count, 547-1000, with only a little over 500 counted. It implied that the remaining individuals might have perished. Only the dead would not be registered. Nearly 500 had died in just 5 days, a chilling figure that sent shivers down Lin Mu's spine. The number of people entering this world was undoubtedly significant. The monster forest was merely akin to a novice village. If so many had perished in one novice village, then the cumulative toll across all novice villages. He refrained from pursuing that line of thought. For now, he would leave the monster forest. Lin Mu collected his thoughts and headed straight for Sao Village, in the East Ao Empire, in Mudo City, Sao Village. The once tranquil village suddenly found itself inundated with numerous outsiders. The innkeeper's wife was positively beaming, pulling out a white lace-trimmed handkerchief from her ample bosom and giving it a gentle wave. Adventurers from afar, I offer the finest inn in the village for merely 10 copper coins a day, or just 8 copper coins daily if you opt for a monthly stay. A nearby villager, observing the innkeeper's exuberance, kindly cautioned, our village seldom sees so many outsiders. They are all criminals driven to the monster forest. What criminals? The innkeeper's wife shot him a disapproving glance. As long as they have copper coins, they can stay in my inn. Besides, if they can leave the monster forest, it means their sins have long been absolved. The villager's lips moved, but no sound emerged. Do you wish to stay? The innkeeper's wife directed a warm gaze towards the individuals emerging from the monster forest. Yet everyone exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads in unison. They had no money. The monsters in the forest did not drop copper coins. Innkeeper, may I exchange this for some copper coins? A girl produced a large piece of beast meat, her eyes filled with hope. Look at this poor child, attempting to barter beast meat for lodging down for the sake of this meat. I might let you stay for 2 days. The girl, receiving a positive response, was nearly bouncing with excitement. After so long sleeping outdoors, she could finally enter a room and rest. Innkeeper, I have beast meat too. This is a wolf's claw. It should be worth something. This is the herb I dug up. It brews a delightful tea. In an instant, the crowd hastily rummaged through their meager possessions, filling the counter to the brim. Stop, stop. This is an inn, not a general store. Get out with your stuff. The innkeeper's wife's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing someone produce a bloody beast hide. And she shouted in outrage, hands on her hips, that young girl is quite lovely. Why should you all presume to barter just because you have a piece of beast meat? Do you think I'm desperate for that? Just as she was about to unleash her wrath on those attempting to squeeze in, her frown softened slightly. Well, this young man is rather handsome. Let him stay too. The clattering sound of copper coins interrupted her thoughts. Upon seeing a handful of copper coins on the counter, she was momentarily taken aback. The others were equally stunned. Hold on, everyone else is offering scraps. Where did you get those copper coins? May I use this money to stay? Lin Mu asked, his expression unchanging as he produced a substantial handful of coins. The inner rooms of the Free Key could accommodate guests, but to interact with the villagers of Sao Village. He needed a place to settle. With 30,000 copper coins in hand, he could spend as he pleased, for he was not currently in want. Absolutely, of course. The innkeeper's wife's eyes sparkled with delight. Her smile radiant. She opened a drawer behind the counter and swiftly swept her hand across the surface. A cascade of copper coins tumbled into the drawer. Here is your room key. Your room is on the 2nd floor. Accepting the room key from the innkeeper's wife, who had cast him a flirtatious glance, Lin Mu ascended the staircase, leaving a throng of envious gazes behind. Chapter 25. The White Bone Killing Sword's Second Creation. Monster Snatching. The next day, feeling invigorated, Lin Mu stepped out of the inn, only to find the steps outside strewn with people sleeping in disarray. He turned to the innkeeper's wife, who wore a look of helplessness. I can't chase them away. I can only let them sleep outside. Lin Mu chuckled lightly. They may be broke now, but they will soon have money. Casually checking the rankings, he noted that he had already fallen off the list. This clearly illustrated the fervor with which others were leveling up. Leaving the inn, Lin Mu headed to the general store and spent 100 copper coins on a map of the area surrounding Sal Village. Indeed, aside from the monster forest, there were other leveling points nearby. The map specifically marked 5 important locations: the monster forest, Sal Village, Mudo City, the shallow sea beach, and the yellow sand canyon. The monster forest was suitable for levels 1 to 12, the shallow sea beach for levels 10-20, and the yellow sand canyon was marked as highly dangerous, with a recommendation for entry only for those above level 30, according to the general store owner. Even the most powerful individuals from Sal Village could only venture into the shallow sea beach, lacking the qualifications to enter the yellow sand canyon. This further solidified Lin Mu's suspicion that Mia's parents were no ordinary folk. He chose not to rush a visit, deciding to level up a few more times first. Departing from Sal Village, he sought a secluded spot and entered the dark creation space. As soon as he stepped inside, a creature of similar size to before rushed at him with a cacophony of screeches. With a swift slap, he dispatched it, then approached the workbench. Several items were already laid out: the white bone killing sword, the corrupted tiger bone, and the blood-red stone, alongside a newly formed black aura. The white bone killing sword was both a tool and a material. Since it was a material, it could be recreated. He whispered softly, and the materials on the table soared into the air. The surface of the white bone killing sword glowed with a sinister red light. The corrupted tiger bone transformed into a massive tiger with black fur. Roaring mightily, the blood-red stone's transformation was less pronounced, but it was evident that droplets of blood were continuously condensing on its surface. With each drop that formed, the blood-red stone shrank incrementally. Suddenly, the white bone killing sword began to vibrate with a low hum. It absorbed the blood from the surface of the blood-red stone, transforming into a radiant stream that slashed towards the giant tiger. Boom! In an instant, the illusion of the giant tiger dissipated, merging into the blade. The blood-red stone was entirely converted into blood, filling the white vertebral sword. At that moment, Lin Mu recalled that ominous black aura. After much hesitation, he decided to add the black aura as well. Creation complete. Accompanied by an elusive prompt, the white bone killing sword firmly settled into his grasp. By now, the appearance of the white bone killing sword had undergone a significant transformation. The originally white vertebrae had completely turned red, adorned with layers of eerie black patterns interwoven upon its surface. Not only the blade but the hilt had also changed. A layer of bony shell spread out from within the hilt, securely enveloping it. Despite the additional layer, the overall grip felt even more comfortable than before. Furthermore, the large eye within the hilt, now protected by bone, had become considerably safer. Let me see how the enhanced attributes fare. Upon opening the detailed information of the white bone killing sword, a grin spread across Lin Mu's face, unable to contain his laughter. Name: white bone killing sword. Grade: 1-star black. Main attributes: Strength 30, Constitution 10, Agility 10, Spirit 5. Additional attributes: 1. Sharpness 10, Durability 10. 2. Corruption Tetanus, Blood Attack, Tiger Soul, Corruption Tetanus. After inflicting damage, there is a chance to trigger a bleeding effect, which is difficult to dispel due to its corruptive nature. The Blood Attack consumes a small amount of energy to unleash a blood attack, causing ranged damage. Tiger Soul: killing a certain number of monsters can increase main attributes. This effect can be triggered repeatedly. Description: well, this time even the rusty hilt is gone, but I have become stronger, haven't I? With substantial main attribute bonuses and formidable additional attributes. Setting aside sharpness and durability, the original tetanus and blood attack had received enhancements. One effect was amplified, while the other was no longer limited to blood. It could be activated with any energy. What delighted Lin Mu even more was the last additional attribute. Could this be the legendary phenomenon of becoming stronger by slaying monsters? Grasping the white bone killing sword, Lin Mu eagerly made his way to the shallow sea beach. The shallow sea beach was not too far from Sal Village, and at his current pace, he could reach it in about an hour. If he took the village's horse cart, it would only take half an hour. However, as a large number of people surged into Sal Village, the small village's resources were somewhat stretched. All the horse carts had gone to Mutuo City to restock, leaving none behind. Lin Mu moved swiftly. Before long, a faint whiff of the sea breeze filled his nostrils, and the sound of waves crashing began to echo in his ears. This must be the shallow sea beach. He searched around and quickly spotted a hermit crab hiding in a coconut shell. Name: large-footed hermit crab. Level: 11. Skill: pinch, pinch. The sharp pincers can easily snap thinner steel bars. Blood attack. A black wave of energy shot forth. Sensing the impending danger, the large-footed hermit crab desperately tried to retract into its coconut shell. However, in the next moment, the top of the shell was sliced off. Its health reduced to a mere sliver. Rustle. Forgetting the shell on its back, the hermit crab darted out, its massive limb thrashing on the beached eye in the blink of an eye. It scuttled 5 to 6 meters away. Lin Mu, somewhat speechless, picked up a shell from the ground, and before he could make a move, he saw a heavy hammer hurtling towards the hermit crab, striking it down with a resounding crash. No need to be polite. A young man with narrow eyes and a center-parted hairstyle rushed past Lin Mu, then began to loot the corpse without a care. "Excuse me, but isn't this my prey?" Lin Mu touched his nose, intending to reason with him. After all, he was the one who had slain it, and others could attest to that. The young man pointed behind Lin Mu. Only then did Lin Mu realize that 2 individuals were standing behind him. One was tall and thin, while the other was slightly plump with an oily face. The 3 of them glared at Lin Mu with unfriendly expressions, and the atmosphere instantly turned tense. "My apologies. I misspoke. Did I wish you all pleasant dreams tonight?" Lin Mu secretly clenched a dark purple bead, turning to leave. "I thought he would make a move, but turns out he's just a coward." "Ha!" The oily-faced man chuckled, draping an arm over the thin man's shoulder. "Make a move? There are 3 of us. Does he dare?" The tall man's eyes brimmed with mockery as he turned to the center-parted young man. "Wang Ming, did you see that? That guy didn't even dare to utter a peep and ended up wishing us sweet dreams." Wang Ming smiled and nodded in agreement, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 26. Level 11 achieved. Thorny alligator turtle and thieving seagull. Wang Ming had a nightmare. In the first dream, he transformed into a large-footed hermit crab, and the coconut shell on his back was crushed underfoot. Just before his demise, he could even feel the shards of the coconut shell piercing into his flesh. In the second dream, he escaped the fate of becoming a large-footed hermit crab and returned to being human. However, just as he was about to have lunch, a gigantic claw broke through the roof, pulling him out. Before him stood a monstrous creature the size of a 7- or 8-story building. The large-footed hermit crab? For some reason, the name flashed through Wang Ming's mind. Then, he watched helplessly as he was drawn closer to the large-footed hermit crab's mandibles. The next second, he felt the agonizing pain of his body being crushed. The sensation was so vivid that his entire body trembled involuntarily. The scene shifted, and Wang Ming found himself in a kitchen. Above him was a large-footed hermit crab. So it's cooking. He let out a sigh of relief. But just then, he noticed that the large-footed hermit crab on the cutting board began to move, using its sharp pincers to slice open its own belly before crawling inside. Get out, get out. Wang Ming completely lost it, grabbing his weapon and swinging it wildly. It wasn't just him. Even the oily-faced man and the tall one from earlier were frantically shouting, as if they had seen a ghost. In the distance, Lin Mu's figure gradually faded away. Little did he expect that the power of the Nightmare Pearl could be so formidable. At this rate, they might not survive a week. Lin Mu, instead of contemplating a resolution, turned his thoughts to another matter. The Nightmare Pearl should have been named the Enchantment Pearl. The transformation was entirely reliant on that black aura. He thought again of the white bone killing sword. After merging with the black aura, the white bone killing sword had also undergone some subtle changes. If he could store several more black auras and incorporate them into his next creation, he wondered what effect that might yield. With that thought, he reopened the dark creation space. This time, no black monsters attacked him. Only the sounds of their howls echoed in his ears. After a while, Lin Mu finally understood the pattern of the black monsters' appearances. They appeared once a day and did not accumulate. In addition to daily monster slaying, he needed to return to this space to gather black auras. After silently noting this down, Lin Mu exited the creation space and began to farm monsters. The revitalized white bone killing sword proved to be ferocious. In just a few short hours, Lin Mu leveled up. Congratulations, you have reached level 11 and earned 20 free attribute points. Now, every level up grants 20 free attribute points. After pondering for a moment, he decided to allocate 5 points to each attribute. His combat power relied entirely on items, so there was no need to specifically enhance any foundational attribute. A comprehensive improvement without weaknesses suited him best, as for the relatively low agility and spirit attributes. He could gradually make up for those later. After organizing his gains, Lin Mu let out a long sigh of relief. He casually opened the chat channel, preparing to lurk and observe. Damn it, that giant turtle on the west side of the shallow beach is truly fierce. I've seen 2 teams go down, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. I is it the one that looks like an alligator turtle, with seaweed wrapped around its head? Yes, that is the one. Everyone, be cautious. Don't provoke it unless necessary. Brother, it's too late for that. My team had 6 members, and now I'm the only one left. The others are all dead. Hiss, that's dangerous. The brother above. Quickly report your location. I'm going to check it out. In case I run into it later, I'd better be able to escape. Give it up. That giant turtle is still guarding the corpses nearby. If you go over there, you might end up adding another body to the pile. Messages popped up one after another. It was evident that most people held a healthy fear of that giant turtle. However, Lin Mu felt a stir of excitement in his heart. That giant turtle was either an elite monster or a boss monster, with a much higher chance of dropping valuable items compared to ordinary monsters. If it dropped some high-quality materials, he could create more items. Moreover, since the giant turtle had already claimed so many lives, those individuals likely had several pieces of equipment on them. If he could break them down, he might be able to elevate the white bone killing sword to 2 stars. With that thought, he made a beeline for the west. Lin Mu moved swiftly, and before long, a massive turtle came into view. The turtle was enormous, roughly the size of an off-road vehicle, its head resembling that of an alligator turtle, with a ring of deep green seaweed entwined around it. Its back was not the smooth, shell-like form one would expect. Instead, it was adorned with sharp spikes, combining offense and defense. Name: Thorny Alligator Turtle. Level: 12. Skill: Charge. Moves quickly, using its weight and back spikes to deliver a lethal strike to enemies. Lin Mu took another careful look. Indeed, several corpses lay beside the thorny alligator turtle, each in a tragically mangled state. Rest in peace. I shall avenge you. Lin Mu let out a couple of clicks with his tongue, then launched a blood attack, charging directly towards the spiked crocodile turtle. The spiked crocodile turtle, aware of Lin Mu's tenacity, promptly retracted its head into its shell. Clang. The white bone killing sword struck the hard carapace, sending a tremor through Lin Mu's wrist. Just as he prepared to continue his assault, a sudden gust of wind swept overhead. Lin Mu deftly rolled to the side to evade it. Upon looking up, he saw a pristine white seagull circling above him. Name: Thieving Seagull. Level: 11. Skills: Dive Attack, Dive Theft, Dive Attack. Rapidly descends from a height, utilizing its sharp beak or talons to strike. Dive Theft, employing extraordinary speed. Snatches hats, money, or food from its target. The thieving seagull's level was not overly high, yet its ability to fly posed a significant challenge due to its remarkable mobility. However, Lin Mu was not concerned with that. Rather, he was intrigued by the cluster of seaweed atop the seagull's head. While it was understandable for the spiked crocodile turtle to have seaweed on its head, after all, even in the real world, many turtles grow moss on their shells. Where did the seagull's seaweed originate? There was no time for Lin Mu to ponder this. Suddenly, the spiked crocodile turtle's head surged forth, aiming to bite Lin Mu. Gripping the sword's hilt with both hands, he slashed upward, carving a deep gash into the turtle's chin. Critical hit, -891. The foul, dark red blood splattered onto the sandy beach, staining it in an instant. Whoosh! At that moment, another fierce wind rushed above him. Just as he had anticipated, Lin Mu retaliated with a blood attack. The crimson wave struck the thieving seagull with blinding speed. Caw! The seagull let out a cry of distress. Just as it was about to take flight, it found itself unable to move. Come down! He seized the seagull's claw and forcefully slammed it to the ground. An unremarkable damage number appeared, accompanied by the word dizzy. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mu did not hesitate to snap the seagull's neck. Congratulations, you have slain Elite. Thieving Seagull, level 11. Experience 3200, copper coins 57. Subsequently, a purple hue emerged from the seagull's corpse. Without a glance, Lin Mu picked it up and stowed it in his inventory. Now it's your turn. With a smile on his face, Lin Mu held the white bone-killing sword in one hand and the everlasting quiver in the other. Chapter 27, 2-star weapon, new item. Lightfire running shoes. The encounter with the spiked crocodile turtle had not consumed much time. This creature had tough skin and substantial flesh, yet its movements were sluggish. 9 poisoned arrows embedded themselves into its body, combined with the bleeding effect of the white bone-killing sword. Even with a health pool exceeding 10,000, it would soon be whittled down. Congratulations, you have slain Elite. Spiked crocodile turtle, level 12. Experience 3,500. 2 elite monsters had significantly advanced Lin Mu's experience bar, which had recently been nearly depleted. If he continued at this pace, he would soon find himself climbing the level rankings once again. Seeing the purple glow emanating from the spiked crocodile turtle's corpse brought a smile to Lin Mu's face. 2 consecutive purples. The drop rate here is remarkably high. Without further thought, he swiftly picked up the purple item. Name: Mermaid Horn Fragment. Grade: 2-star white, 2-star purple. Description: one of the mermaid princess's adornments. She used this item to control 5 fascinating pets. Collecting all mermaid horn fragments allows one to summon the mermaid princess. Damn! Lin Mu cursed inwardly. The issue was not with the mermaid princess herself, but rather the item's grade. The mermaid horn was indeed a purple item, but only when fully assembled. At present, it was merely a white-quality fragment. Why, then, did it shine with purple light? Wait, could the previous item also be this? Lin Mu opened his inventory. Indeed, the fragment dropped by the thieving seagull was also a mermaid horn fragment, a seemingly purple, but essentially white fragment. The mermaid princess, I wonder what she might yield. Lin Mu pondered silently. He would not be so naive as to consider her a genuine princess simply due to the title. On the contrary, items dropped by creatures of such caliber were bound to be extraordinary. There were 5 mermaid horn fragments in total, and he had only 2. He still needed to find the remaining 3. Lin Mu was not in a hurry. While the mermaid princess was enticing, one must possess the strength to defeat her. He planned to level up a few more times and craft additional items. After thoroughly inspecting the monster corpses, Lin Mu turned his attention to several incomplete bodies lying on the ground. 1-star green equipment detected. Would you like to decompose it? Decompose! Lin Mu was well versed in the nuances of his innate talents and promptly confirmed his decision. As he willed it, a beautifully crafted hammer vanished, transforming into 3 differently colored essences. Decomposition successful. Obtained white essence X2, green essence X1. 1-star white equipment detected. Would you like to decompose it? Continue decomposing. Decomposition successful. Obtained white essence X1. Decomposition successful. Obtained white essence X1. Decomposition successful. Obtained white essence X3, blue essence X1. After a round of decomposition, Lin Mu's inventory swelled with 22 white essences, 5 green essences, and 2 blue essences, along with a singular, exceedingly precious purple essence. Those who dared to challenge the spiked crocodile turtle must have possessed decent levels and equipment. It was surprising that they failed and ultimately lost their lives here. Coupled with his prior stock, Lin Mu performed a simple synthesis, resulting in yet another purple essence. He wondered if 2 purple essences would elevate the white bone-killing sword's star level. As he mused, he drew forth the white bone-killing sword and prepared to use it. A radiant light flashed, and when he looked again, the sword's statistics had changed. Its grade transformed from 1-star black to 2-star blue. Although the quality had decreased, the star level had risen, and it could be further enhanced. In addition to the change in star level, the sword's primary attributes had each increased by 5 points. Despite the downgrade in quality to blue, Lin Mu felt no disappointment. Rather, he could hardly contain his excitement. Now that it was blue, would elevating it to gold quality not allow for the solidification of an attribute? Setting aside other items, he was particularly covetous of the weakness analysis on the true necklace. Had it not been for how practical insight was, he would have chosen weakness analysis from the outset. If he enhanced the true necklace to 2-star and then upgraded it to gold quality, the weakness analysis could similarly be solidified. In future battles, he would be able to discern his opponent's weaknesses with a mere glance. Such an ability could only be described as extraordinary. The only question remained. Was it the item I created that is deemed taboo, or am I the true taboo? As a day passed, gazing at the setting sun, Lin Mu sighed. He must return to Sal Village. Otherwise, How could he interact with Mia's parents? The village's carriage would not return for several days, and if he wished to level up, he would need to invest a significant amount of time on the road. He needed to create an item related to speed. With this thought, he sheathed the white bone-killing sword and sought a secluded spot. In an instant, darkness enveloped the setting sun. Casting the sky in a deep black HUE.as, he saw familiar black creatures rushing towards him. Lin Mu swiftly dispatched them with a single slap. Then approached the workbench. Light leaves, flame-furred. Let's add a tuft of the red-eyed rabbit king's fur as well. Regular equipment would not drop, and he could not wear them himself, so Lin Mu decided to craft a pair of shoe-like items. The various materials merged, and in the blink of an eye, a pair of simple running shoes materialized. Name: Lightfire running shoes, grade 1-star blue. Main attributes: Strength 2, Constitution 3, Agility 10. Additional attributes: Excited posture, constant temperature and odor elimination. Excited posture. Enters an excited state while running, gradually increasing speed. Constant temperature and odor elimination. The interior of the running shoes maintains a constant temperature and possesses automatic sterilization and deodorization functions, TSK. Upon reviewing the data for the Lightfire running shoes, Lin Mu felt somewhat dissatisfied. Were it not for the excited posture having some utility, he might have thought he had failed in his creation. As for the second additional attribute, it was better left unmentioned. Indeed, items crafted from lower-tier materials often fell short of expectations. To obtain quality goods, one must seek out superior materials. Slipping on the Lightfire running shoes, he was pleasantly surprised by the comfort. Even on the seaside, with the cool breeze swirling around him, a warmth surged from the soles of his feet, spreading throughout his body and dispelling the lingering chill. Half an hour later, Lin Mu returned to the 10 copper coin inn, feeling invigorated. Initially, his pace was not rapid, but as he accumulated distance, his speed increased. In just half an hour, he covered the same ground that had previously taken him an hour. "Good evening, Madam Innkeeper," Lin Mu greeted as he intended to return to his room, but the innkeeper stopped him. "Young man, do you know Mia? A lovely little girl, right? If it's her, then I believe I know her. If it's someone else, then I do not. Mia is indeed a little girl, so it seems you know her. She mentioned wanting to invite you to dinner yesterday, but you weren't at the inn. She just came by again to ask, and if you have time, you could visit her home tomorrow. Mia's parents are truly wonderful people." Hearing the innkeeper's words, Lin Mu's heart leapt with joy. "Did I understand? Thank you, Madam Innkeeper." After a moment's thought, he pulled out a handful of copper coins and placed them on the counter. "Oh, what a delightful sound. Would you like some hot water? Perhaps you should also try my boiled bean soup." Chapter 28. The auction of the pardon order. The blacksmith Queel declined the innkeeper's invitation for bean soup, and Lin Mu returned to his room on the second floor. The bed remained unmade, just as he had left it. The innkeeper certainly would not come up to tidy it for him. He took out the heart key and, clutching the bedspread, entered another realm once more. After several comparisons, Lin Mu discerned that the air here was far fresher than that of the outside world, imbued with an ineffable energy. It was precisely this energy that allowed his vitality to replenish so swiftly. Sitting at the sole wooden table, he accessed the chat channel. In an instant, a semi-transparent screen unfolded before him. Today, he had encountered 3 madmen on the shallow beach, bowing repeatedly to a large hermit crab. "You must be referring to Wang Ming and his companions, right? They deserve it. This is their retribution for consistently stealing monsters. What could have driven them to madness? Who knows? This world is so peculiar. Perhaps there are illusionist or charm-type mage skills at play. Going mad seems quite normal here. TSK. Their equipment is quite impressive. Since they've gone mad, it's of no use to admire. Why not? Isn't that a bit unethical? Snatching it outright seems excessively immoral. Morality? Surviving is the priority before discussing ethics. I'm still seeking a companion. Who is available?" As he observed the flurry of messages appearing before him, Lin Mu stroked his chin. "So, they've truly lost their sanity. It appears the capabilities of the Nightmare Pearl are even more perilous than he had anticipated." He harbored no concern for the matters concerning Wang Ming and his group. Individuals must bear the consequences of their actions. When they sought to threaten him after stealing monsters, they ought to prepare for the repercussions. After perusing for a while longer, Lin Mu noticed another piece of information. 5 days had already elapsed, and those who failed to reach level 10 within the stipulated time frame faced a 50 reduction in all attributes as punishment. While this penalty was severe, it did not equate to immediate death. Many had managed to grind their way to level 10 by teaming up to slay monsters. They had thought they could finally leave the novice village, only to discover that the quest for the Pardon Order was exceedingly challenging. The successful candidates were few and far between. To obtain a Pardon Order, one must either acquire high-quality equipment or continue leveling up, relying on exceedingly high attributes to overpower. However, both paths required an inordinate amount of time. Thus, someone posed a question, inquiring whether there were any surplus Pardon Orders available for purchase. Lin Mu took a moment to glance. The individual seeking to buy the Pardon Order had already vacated the monster forest. It seemed he sought the Pardon Order for someone else. Perfect. This was a chance to test the auction system. Opening the auction section, Lin Mu spent 100 copper coins to select the most affordable basic auction house. He set the starting price at 1,000 copper coins. No sooner had he configured it than a prompt materialized before everyone nearby. A product is currently being auctioned at the basic auction house. Please gather quickly to observe. Auction? Many people, initially bewildered, clicked to enter the auction house. Upon seeing the item being auctioned, they were instantly awakened, their eyes widening in disbelief. Goodness, there really is a surplus Pardon Order. Where did the big shot acquire it? 1,000 copper coins? I've only managed to save 34 so far. Paupers, copper coins are the least valuable currency. How much have you saved upstairs? I doubt I haven't even left the monster forest yet. So, we have a newbie who hasn't exited the novice village. Once you do, you'll realize that staying at an inn costs 10 copper coins. With some still trapped in the monster forest, the price for the Pardon Order would undoubtedly skyrocket. Isn't it just 1,000 copper coins? I have that. The wealthy individual has appeared upstairs. Quick, gather around. 1,000 copper coins is impressive. I'll bid 100 at within a minute. The bidding commenced. Observing the continually rising figures, Lin Mu inwardly mused that this expenditure was indeed worthwhile. The excitement stemmed not only from the rarity of the Pardon Order, but also from the auction house pushing notifications to many participants. Additionally, the auction allowed for bartering with items. This item referred broadly to any possession, including materials, equipment, and even accepted quests, all subject to system valuation and presented as copper coins. In extreme cases, one's attributes could also be used for valuation. This felt less like an auction house and more akin to a devil's trading post. As long as something held value, it could be exchanged. The auction continued, with prices fluctuating upward. Lin Mu ceased his attention, lying down to indulge in a deep slumber. 2 hours later, he awoke promptly. Accessing the trading system, he discovered the auction for the Pardon Order had concluded. The final selling price was 2,119, more than double his initial set price. While it did not compare to the substantial sum of 30,000, it nonetheless constituted a commendable income. How intriguing that such a method of earning existed. Before Lin Mu appeared two distinctly different screens. One displayed 2,119 copper coins, while the other was more intricate, listing a plethora of items: tiger stripe wood, purple jade bamboo, magnetite, staff, 1-star white, exquisite leggings, 1-star green. After perusing the list, Lin Mu indeed found a quest. Location: Sarl Village. Issuer: Blacksmith, Queel. Quest requirements: Queel feels that his blacksmithing skills can no longer improve. He urgently requires the observation of a higher quality piece of equipment or item. Please provide an item of at least 2-star green quality for Queel to study. Quest rewards: 100 copper coins. Queel's favorability 10, 1-star purple material 3, any choice. 3 pieces of purple material, along with 100 copper coins. This quest is quite generous. Lin Mu felt a surge of excitement. Although he possessed no 2-star green items, he did have a 2-star blue-white bone-killing sword. Noticing the first light of dawn outside his window, he closed the door and departed the inn. The inn's front desk had been taken over by a young girl, whom Lin Mu recognized as the one who had presented him with beast meat the other day. Smiling gently, he did not disturb her and exited directly. Queel's blacksmith workshop lay to the south of Sarl Village, adjacent to a small river, providing convenient water power for forging. Upon Lin Mu's arrival, he found the workshop already teeming with people. Perplexed, he glanced at the crowd before stepping inside the workshop. Buzzing conversations erupted instantly. Who is this fool? Doesn't he know Master Queel is still asleep? I'll bet 5 copper coins that Master Queel will toss him out in under 2 minutes. You're overthinking it. Master Queel wouldn't even need to intervene. His apprentices could easily teach that person a lesson. Poor soul. He'll certainly emerge with a bruised face. I've waited half the night for this. I didn't expect to encounter such amusement at this hour. Before long, a figure emerged from the blacksmith workshop. The newcomer was tall, with bronze skin and a shining bald head. Upon seeing him, the crowd not only ceased their laughter but lowered their heads in unison. Today I have a guest. You may all leave. As for the equipment, I shall forge it in a few days or hand it over to my apprentices, who are quite skilled as well. Master Queel's voice boomed, reverberating in the ears of all present. Master Queel, I've made an appointment for 3 days. Please, forge a spear for me, a voice called out. Filled with desperation, I have pressing matters to attend to. You may either wait or reclaim your deposit and leave. Master Queel's demeanor was exceedingly firm. Master Queel, this person has also waited a long time. Why not, upon completion of your research, craft him a superior weapon as compensation? What do you think? Lin Mu stepped out from the workshop, smiling brightly as he spoke. Chapter 29. Unexpected gains. The unseen level of Mia's parents. The crowd was taken aback, utterly stunned. They had anticipated this young man would be roughly expelled by Master Queel, yet the situation before them seemed to defy their expectations. With a frown, Master Queel rubbed his bald head, instantly shifting his expression to a grin as he addressed Lin Mu. Why, Master is indeed correct. Once I finish my research, I shall certainly forge him something superior, Master. The crowd gazed at Lin Mu as though they had seen a ghost. No way. In just a few minutes, this kid has become Master Queel's master. Lin Mu himself was somewhat bewildered. Following the normal procedure, he had produced the white bone-killing sword. To his astonishment, Queel merely cast a glance and became utterly engrossed. He spent a total of 3 minutes inside, with 2 of those minutes devoted to studying the sword in his hand. In the final minute, Queel inquired about the sword's origin. Lin Mu, of course, answered truthfully, claiming he had forged it himself. What transpired next was nothing short of surreal. Queel abruptly knelt before him, weeping and pleading for Lin Mu to accept him as a disciple. Reluctantly, Lin Mu acquiesced to this temporary arrangement. This was the essence of the matter. It was not as convoluted as others had imagined. The individual beseeching Master Queel to forge a spear was likewise bewildered. However, he quickly regained composure, realizing that the other party had not reneged on their promise and had even agreed to provide him with something better. Thank you, Master Queel, he exclaimed, before turning to the others. Everyone, please disperse for now. We shall return once Master Queel is available. Recognizing that remaining would yield no results, the crowd departed, each lost in thought. A few minutes later, a post appeared in the chat channel, swiftly claiming the front page. Master Queel's master, the forging master? Who is he really? As soon as the post was published, it sparked a sensation. Some expressed envy, while others felt jealousy. Some individuals even forego calling their adoptive fathers by that title, opting instead for the more familiar deity. It is widely acknowledged that the drop rates for equipment in this world are dismally low. Even upon reaching level 10, many still find themselves clad in 1-star white gear. Quell, being capable of crafting equipment, has naturally become an object of desire for many. However, the revelation that someone could become Quell's master has shattered their preconceived notions. If it were a native, it might be more acceptable. But Lin Mu's demeanor clearly aligns him with their kind. The only regret is that the chat channel does not offer a screenshot feature. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly post Lin Mu's picture. Unbeknownst to Lin Mu, such events were transpiring outside. At that moment, he was meticulously selecting from a pile of precious materials. The task reward was initially 3 purple items, but Quell had graciously increased it to 5. Lin Mu, not one to be modest, chose the finest of each. For melee attacks, he had the Bone Slayer sword, yet he felt the need for some ranged capability. Relying solely on poison arrows as spears was not a sustainable strategy. He needed to craft a longbow. He murmured to himself, scanning his surroundings until his gaze settled upon a rather unassuming elongated object. Name: Thunderbolt Tendon. Grade: 2-star blue. Description: an ordinary-looking tendon infused with immense electrical power. Although the quality of the Thunderbolt Tendon was merely blue, it was exceptionally suitable for use as a bowstring. Grasping the tendon, Lin Mu then selected a piece of breath-hiding wood. This wood was sourced from the breath-hiding tree demon, a creature adept at concealing its presence. often masquerading as an ordinary tree to ambush unsuspecting humans or other monsters. With the bowstring and bow body chosen, he proceeded to select a beast's horn and 2 pieces of ore. These ores were no ordinary finds. Each contained the powers of wind and lightning. Are you planning to forge a longbow? Quell, a master blacksmith, deduced Lin Mu's intentions merely by observing his selected materials. That is indeed my current intention. By the way, how is your research on the Bone Slayer sword progressing? Lin Mu inquired as he stowed the materials in his inventory. Noticing Lin Mu's reluctance to forge on the spot, Quell displayed a hint of disappointment. He had hoped to seize the opportunity to glean some knowledge from him, but it seemed that would not be possible. Your forging skills are nothing short of miraculous. I have garnered much inspiration from your work, and if possible, I would like to study for another night and return it to you tomorrow. Is that agreeable? Quell clasped his hands together, a look of earnest supplication on his bronze face. Despite his fiery temperament, he was straightforward in his desires to enhance his forging abilities. Just have someone deliver it to the inn tomorrow afternoon. Lin Mu replied casually. He planned to find Mitsai soon and had no immediate need for the Bone Slayer sword. Even if he ventured to the shallow beach to grind levels, he could create a longbow, complementing it with an inexhaustible quiver. The blacksmith workshop was perpetually filled with the sound of hammers striking, and after a brief stay, Lin Mu took his leave. Just before departing, a furtive gaze lingered on him. Almost imperceptibly, "Welcome to my home, big brother." Boom. A burst of fireworks exploded, showering the ground with colorful confetti. No need for such formality. I am truly overwhelmed. Just a small gift. Lin Mu carried a box of cigars, 2 jars of honey, and a large bag of candies. Despite their humble origins at the general store, these items were considered high-end in Mutuo City. The box of cigars alone cost 500 copper coins, while the honey and candies were valued at over 200. He had likely set a record for spending such an amount even before accepting a quest. Yet, in comparison to the cost of that infernal summoning scroll, these expenses seemed trivial. Mia's father, a middle-aged man clad in a checkered shirt, exuded a gentle demeanor, akin to that of a scholard. Mia's mother, equally gentle, accepted the gift with a warm smile. Although the couple's demeanor was impeccable, Lin Mu sensed a subtle peculiarity. Insight. Acquire data on enemies not exceeding 10 levels above your own, including name, level, skills, health points. The insight talent was perpetually active. Even the villagers possessed levels. The innkeeper was level 15, the shopkeeper was level 17, and Mia was level 2. Their levels were visible to him. Currently, at level 11, he could theoretically see up to level 21, yet, above Mia's parents' heads loomed a large question mark. Were they formidable beings above level 21? Lin Mu smiled faintly and, at the invitation of Mia's parents, stepped into the small courtyard at a leisurely pace. Chapter 30. Level 30 Quest. Acquire the instant kill artifact, Mermaid's Lament. There was no bean soup. The appetizer consisted of a simple salad. The main dish was pan-seared steak accompanied by mushroom sauce, and a side of creamy roasted broccoli. The reddish-brown steak was juicy, bursting with flavor upon biting. The broccoli-like side had been blanched to perfection, topped with a layer of cheese baked to a golden, slightly caramelized hue. Upon cutting into it, a buttery substance released an enticing aroma. Lin Mu took a piece to savor. The faint saltiness combined with black pepper greatly enhanced the richness of the dish, while the buttery mixture contained granules of minced garlic, adding yet another layer to the overall experience. In summary, Mia's mother's culinary skills were commendable, and he relished the meal thoroughly. After indulging, they engaged in light conversation, and soon Mia's father led Lin Mu to the study. "Mr. Ackerman, did you seek me for something?" Noticing the persistent smile on the man's face, Lin Mu inquired with curiosity. "There is indeed a matter that requires your assistance," Ackerman replied as he lit a cigar, waving it in the air before offering it to Lin Mu. Surprised by his politeness, Lin Mu found it peculiar. After Mia's recent foray into the monster forest, we were left quite apprehensive. Therefore, I intend to gift her a protective charm, though I lack the most crucial material. "You wish for me to procure this material?" Lin Mu's brows furrowed slightly. "With all due respect, Mia previously provided me with a summoning scroll. To possess such a scroll implies your identity is quite remarkable. If you cannot locate this material, I fear I may be equally powerless. Do not fret. There are 3 primary reasons I sought you out. Firstly, your rapid rise in strength should be self-evident. Secondly, you possess ample time to search. As for the final reason, Ackerman paused, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. For certain reasons, Melinda and I cannot venture beyond the confines of Sal Village. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Mu resolved to accept the task. He sensed that Mia's parents were not ordinary, and there were layers yet to be uncovered. This quest could serve as the perfect entry point into their world. Had I not discerned your enthusiasm for quests, I would not have broached this matter so boldly. Seeing Lin Mu's agreement, Ackerman smiled and then adopted a more serious demeanor. What I require is mermaid foam. The merfolk dwell in the depths of the ocean. Their levels are not particularly high, yet ferocious sea monsters guard their territory. With your current strength, you would need to reach level 30 to have any chance of success, a quest that can only be completed at level 30? How brutal! Lin Mu clicked his tongue, suddenly struck by a thought. Wait, mermaid foam. Do all merfolk drop mermaid foam, including the mermaid princess? Ordinary merfolk do not necessarily drop it, but the mermaid princess certainly does. Lin Mu instinctively opened his inventory, revealing 2 shards of mermaid horn lying quietly within. Collecting 5 would allow him to summon the divine dragon, no, the mermaid princess, if he could complete this quest ahead of time. The rewards would be extraordinary, but what if I encounter a mermaid and cannot defeat her? Thoughts racing, Lin Mu posed another question. Ackerman paused for a moment before rising to retrieve a black card from the bookshelf. Mermaid's Lament can enchant your weapon. As long as you are not facing the Mermaid King, you can eliminate any other merfolk in a single blow, but you only have one opportunity, and it is ineffective against other creatures. Lin Mu gasped sharply. With this, he need not fear the Mermaid Princess. He could take her down with ease. In the dark creation space, he crushed yet another dark creature, accumulating a surge of black energy. Subsequently, Lin Mu approached the workbench. Thunderbolt tendon, breath-hiding wood, armor-piercing beast horn, wind oregon, each material was meticulously arranged. Let the creation begin. As the thought crossed his mind, all materials levitated. An invisible force intricately carved the breath-hiding wood, swiftly shaping it into a superior bow body. Next, the armor-piercing beast horn split in 2, affixed to either end of the bow body. During this process, the 2 pieces of or transformed into a viscous liquid, enveloping the bow body entirely, enhancing its resilience while imparting a touch of the wind's power. Boom! A thunderous crack echoed as the thunderbolt tendon began to merge with the bow body. In an instant, the dark space was filled with howling winds and crackling thunder, reminiscent of an apocalypse. The roars surrounding him grew louder. Lin Mu cast a swift glance, but did not linger on them. Once his power reached new heights, he would certainly tear through this darkness to uncover what lay within. Creation complete. Please name it. With wind and thunder at hand, combined with poison arrows, let it be named the Tri-Element Longbow. Naming complete, creation concluded. The workbench erupted in a cacophony, the surrounding darkness receding entirely, restoring the scenery to normalcy. Lin Mu gazed down at the longbow in his hands. Name: Tri-Element Longbow. Grade: 2-star blue. Main attributes: Strength 30. Agility 10. Additional attributes: Attribute Enhancement, Energy Arrow, Acceleration. Attribute Enhancement. Any arrow shot from the Tri-Element Longbow will automatically be infused with the properties of lightning and gale. Energy Arrow. Consumes personal energy to condense arrows. This effect has no cooldown, and the number of arrows is related to one's energy. Acceleration. Carrying the Tri-Element Longbow grants a speed bonus. Description: a longbow that can shoot without arrows. It appears exceedingly impressive. The attributes of the Tri-Element Longbow are quite remarkable. During this period when 1-star equipment is still considered a treasure, this longbow is enough to drive most individuals to madness. Arriving at the shallow sea beach, Lin Mu retrieved a poisonous arrow and knocked it on the Tri-Element Longbow. Whoosh! In the next moment, the poisoned arrow flew forth, striking precisely into the body of a red demon crab. Critical hit: -1729, -34, -31, -32. The red demon crab typically exists at level 12, with exceptionally hard armor. Without a good weapon or a primary focus on strength, many are unable to breach its defenses. Yet with this arrow, Lin Mu not only inflicted over 1,700 points of critical damage, but the crab also flickered with tiny purple lightning, with green bubbles emerging from its head. Paralyzed, poisoned. The 2 formidable negative statuses rendered the red demon crab incapable of counterattacking. let alone fleeing. Without wasting the poisoned arrow, Lin Mu consumed energy and conjured a regular arrow. Whoosh! The ordinary arrow zipped through the air, inflicting nearly 600 points of damage even without a critical hit. Congratulations! You have slain the red demon crab, level 12, experience 2500. If he solely relied on ordinary energy arrows, it would take approximately 5 or 6 to kill one, but given the crab's hard shell, perhaps against an octopus or a similar creature, the killing speed might improve slightly. With a plan forming in his mind, Lin Mu prepared to change locations for hunting. Hey, brother, don't go. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out to him from a distance. What is the matter? Lin Mu turned around to see two individuals jogging toward him. My name is Bao Guohao, and this is Wang Yang. We have discovered an elite monster. Brother, you are so formidable. Why not collaborate with us? Not interested, brother. Don't be hasty. Bao Guohao blocked Lin Mu's path and, after glancing around, whispered, We noticed that the elite monster has a ring of seaweed around its head, which might be related to that large turtle to the east. Just think about it. They both have vegetation on their heads. Enough talk. I'll join you. Lin Mu chuckled. Fortune favors the prepared. How fortuitous this is. However, he remained cautious, suspecting the duo's intentions were not entirely pure. Chapter 31. Slaying the Redwood Giant Python. Level up again. The redwood forest also belongs to the shallow sea beach. The densely intertwined tree roots, coupled with the thick foliage overhead, severely restrict visibility here. The harsh survival environment has birthed the most dangerous predators. The monsters here are all at least level 12 and exceedingly bloodthirsty, often initiating attacks proactively. Under the guidance of Bao Guohao and Wang Yang, Lin Mu quickly ventured deep into the redwood forest. Indeed, a giant python, wrapped in seaweed, was currently coiled around a large tree, seemingly resting. Brother, we weren't lying to you. Do you see that giant python? It's definitely an elite monster. Bao Guohao shook his head, boasting that I see it, but can we defeat it? Wouldn't it be better to leave and gather others? As Lin Mu spoke, he observed the expressions of the two. Upon hearing the suggestion to leave, the faces of Bao Guohao and Wang Yang changed. Brother, we want to stop you from leaving, but after all the effort we put into bringing you here and informing you about the elite monster, shouldn't you show some gratitude? The one speaking was Wang Yang. His eyes were sharp and narrow, exuding a fierce glint, contrasting starkly with Bao Guohao beside him. What gratitude? Lin Mu feigned ignorance. It's quite simple. I see your bow and arrows are impressive. Just consider it as a round-trip fare, shall we? Bao Guohao chuckled, reaching for Lin Mu's weapon. Lin Mu stepped back, drawing his bow and aiming at the two. I can leave on my own. Merely relying on this is insufficient to claim my possessions. Insufficient? Wang Yang's nose twitched slightly, suddenly grinning broadly. Look around you. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lin Mu's peripheral vision caught sight of numerous venomous snakes surging in from seemingly nowhere. Even the giant python entwined around the tree showed signs of awakening. I can control these snakes. Had I not been holding them back along the way, they would have devoured you long ago. Now, you have two choices. Hand over everything, and we will escort you out. Or we'll come back to collect your corpse once you're dead. Wang Yang casually picked up a venomous snake. Displaying confidence, the snake slithered through his palm and coiled around his arm without attacking him. Seeing Lin Mu hesitate, he snorted coldly, discarding the snake and departing with Bao Guohao. Before leaving, he left behind a parting remark. Kid, you've got guts. We'll be back in half an hour to collect your remains. As their voices faded, the snakes leapt from the roots, charging toward Lin Mu. So, they can control snakes. No wonder they brought me here. Lin Mu chuckled lightly, showing no signs of fear. Twang! An energy arrow shot forth, pinning a venomous snake firmly to a dry tree trunk. Following that, Lin Mu's fingers danced, unleashing a flurry of arrows like a tempest. He wouldn't control the snakes like Wang Yang did. His only option was to eliminate all the snakes in the vicinity. The danger of these snakes lay in the venom within their fangs. But with the tri-element longbow in hand, Lin Mu denied them any chance to approach. After slaying over 20 snakes, the giant python finally awakened. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It flicked its thick, dark gray tongue and charged forward, its massive form easily shattering the tangled tree roots into fragments. A gleam sparkled in Lin Mu's eyes as information regarding the giant python emerged. Name: Redwood Giant Python. Level: 13. Skills: Snakebind. Corrosive attack. Snakebind. Uses its massive body to bind enemies, subsequently constricting them. Corrosive attack. Spews a venomous liquid with corrosive effects, causing continuous damage. Poof! A blob of dark green liquid shot forth. Lin Mu dodged just in time, the liquid splattering against a nearby redwood, instantly corroding a massive hole through it, with hissing white smoke rising. The corrosion continued, splitting the entire tree in half. Observing this, Lin Mu felt a twinge of alarm. Fortunately, he had evaded swiftly. Otherwise, his fate would not have been any better, as that all you can do with poison. He quickly drew out a quiver of endless arrows. Drawing the bow, he knocked an arrow. In the next moment, the poisoned arrow flew out, striking directly into the body of the redwood giant python. 889. 43, 43, 43. A cascade of green damage numbers erupted. This successfully provoked the redwood giant python, which reared its head and roared, rapidly swinging its tail like a yacht and charging forward. Utilizing the exposed roots of the redwood, Lin Mu swiftly leapt to another location and released another arrow. With the longbow as support, the potency of the poisoned arrow significantly increased. Previously, he needed to aim carefully and manage his strength. Now, he could simply shoot it out. Whoosh! The poisoned arrow soared through the roots once more, striking the redwood giant python again. Critical hit. 2371. This damage was unexpectedly high, as it fortuitously struck the python's vital point, inflicting substantial weakness damage. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled, and he continued to aim at the same spot with the subsequent arrows. With the roots obstructing its view, the redwood giant python could not discern Lin Mu's location and could only endure the assault passively. Before long, its health plummeted, and it crashed down into the mud with a thud. Congratulations! You have slain elite redwood giant python, level 13, experience 3500. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 12, gaining 20 free attribute points. Another level up, Lin Mu picked up the fallen fragments of the mermaid horn, then allocated his attribute points and opened his status panel. Name: Lin Mu. Level 12, 0.1. Strength 125, Constitution 87, Agility 80, Spirit 59, Talent, Forbidden Creation, Unique, Inventory, Heart Key, Tiger Skin Wood, Purple Jade Bamboo, Magnet, Staff, Exquisite Leg Armor, Bleeding Claw. Fixed Talents: Virus Shot, Insight, Intimidation, Tiger Soul. Skills: Double Strike. I wonder how much my current base attributes differ from an ordinary person. I need to ask someone. With a thought, Lin Mu switched to the chat channel. Naturally, he couldn't ask in the public channel and could only seek a private chat. For private messages, Ji Yang is a master. His talent is impressive. Not worth referencing. Hu Daqiang and Zhou Jinyu are surprisingly still alive, but their attributes have been diminished, making them unreliable. After browsing for a while, Lin Mu found one suitable contact, the ponytailed girl, Chun Zihan. After explaining his intentions, it wasn't too long before an attribute chart was sent. Name: Chen Zihan. Level 10, 69.3. Strength 30. Constitution 35. Agility 41. Spirit 33. Her attributes almost doubled across the board, with strength being even more exaggerated, directly tripling his. After careful comparison, Lin Mu finally acquired a basic understanding of his own capabilities. Just then, he suddenly perked up his ears, hearing a sound. That fellow must be dead, right? Humph! With so many venomous snakes and that gigantic python, if he manages to survive, I shall take his surname. Let's be clear. I can forego that longbow, but I demand 60% of the other spoils. We shall see how things unfold. If that fellow was swallowed by the python, I might not even get a single hair. The sound grew nearer, gradually becoming clearer. Lin Mu smirked. He had been waiting for these two individuals. Chapter 32. The Fearful Bao Guohao. The bone-slaughtering sword lost? Bao Guohao and Wang Yang did not approach. Only those daring and meticulous could undertake such actions. From a distance, they beheld the ravaged redwood forest and the corpse of the gigantic python. Although they were unaware of who had slain the creature, they understood that such a formidable presence was beyond their reckoning. Run! Wang Yang felt a chill run down his spine. A flash of blue light flickered beneath his feet. Evidently another piece of equipment. Bao Guohao, on the other hand, pulled out a glass vial and drained its contents. In an instant, their speed surged to its peak. But just then, a sound pierced the air. Before Bao Guohao could turn around, he caught a glimpse of an arrow grazing his cheek, brutally pinning Wang Yang, who was running ahead, to a tree. -2, -2, -2. Several small damage numbers appeared above his head. Poisoned, a chill gripped Bao Guohao's heart as he glanced at Wang Yang. Since they were in a team, he could clearly see the latter's health. With just one shot, Wang Yang's health bar had plummeted by more than half. And he bore 3 negative effects: poisoned, paralyzed, and crippled. An arrow? A bow. Could it be that fellow is still alive and has even slain the python? He quickly took cover behind a redwood. Brother, I was wrong. I'll give you everything I have on me. Just spare my life, please? Bang. No response greeted him, only another arrow. The arrow embedded itself firmly into the redwood, inflicting no harm upon him. Bao Guohao felt a slight sense of relief. Brother, say something. I concede defeat this time. We can be friends instead of foes. Bang. Another arrow struck, creating a hole the size of a bowl in the massive redwood. I am one of the lion's members. If you kill me, they will not let you off easily. When soft threats failed, he resorted to hard ones. Bao Guohao threatened while simultaneously opening a private chat channel to summon help. Although a guild system had yet to appear, the embryonic form of a guild existed, and they communicated through private messages. Upon seeing several of his good brothers respond affirmatively, he finally relaxed. The opponent wielded a bow, which was unfavorable for close combat. He merely needed to use the redwood as cover and endure for a while. Just as he thought this, another arrow flew in, feeling the tremor caused by the arrow striking the redwood. Bao Guohao smirked. Brother, don't waste your efforts. My people are on their way. If you have any sense left, you'd better scram. Swish. Just as he finished speaking, an arrow struck Wang Yang, who was barely catching his breath. His already low health plummeted to 0. Wang Yang was dead. Bao Guohao swallowed hard. Thankfully, the first arrow had struck Wang Yang. Otherwise, it would have been him lying dead now. A sudden icy sensation coursed through his brain. Interrupting his thoughts, he instinctively wiped his brow. Red and white mixed together, resembling a bowl of tofu pudding with chili oil. I've been hit. How could this be possible? Looking up, he saw that the stout redwood had already been pierced through by the continuous barrage of arrows. This particular arrow had broken through the last layer of defense and landed upon him. I asked this how bows are meant to be used. Do you think you're some kind of werewolf? Filled with fear and resentment, Bao Guohao collapsed into the mud. Upon witnessing the red disappear from his vision, Lin Mu released the true necklace and approached slowly. 1-star white equipment detected. Would you like to decompose it? 1-star green equipment detected. Would you like to decompose it? 1-star blue equipment detected. Would you like to decompose it? A series of messages popped up. The two had a total of 7 pieces of equipment, 4 white, 2 green, and 1 blue, all 1-star. This meager haul paled in comparison to Lin Mu, yet it was considered luxurious for an average person. After decomposing everything, the essence he had depleted was replenished once more. Lin Mu slung the longbow over his shoulder and exited the redwood forest. Although the monsters here were high level, the densely packed tree roots hindered attacks. It would be better to find a more spacious area. Shortly after his departure, a trio arrived nearby. Bao Guohao, Wang Yang. Upon seeing the two corpses, the leader's expression changed dramatically. As he approached and examined the injuries on the two, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Captain, is there a problem? One of the team members inquired. Another stepped forward, visibly enraged. How dare someone kill our Lions Guild members? We must hunt this person down. Searching for feathers is pointless. The captain retreated in fright. The two bore no excessive wounds. Wang Yang was relatively fortunate, having been struck by 2 arrows before his demise. But as for Bao Guohao, he had been killed by a single arrow. Not even our guild leader could accomplish such a feat. Moreover, look here, he pointed to the large hole punctured in the redwood. If I am not mistaken, Bao Guohao was hiding behind this tree, thinking he was safe. Who would have guessed that this person could shoot through most of the redwood with 3 arrows, ultimately landing the final shot that killed Bao Guohao? What kind of power attribute is required to achieve that? After the captain's analysis, the 2 team members finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Damn, the power of this bow and arrow is comparable to that of a small caliber sniper rifle. The trio fell silent and swiftly exited the redwood forest. As for retrieving the bodies, they lacked the talent to deal with serpents. Although the gigantic python lay dead, Numerous venomous snakes still lurked around. It was not worth risking their lives for 2 corpses. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon of the second day. Lin Mu concluded his monster hunting and returned to Sal Village. The village's carriages had yet to return, forcing everyone to run to and fro, which appeared rather comical. He did not return to the inn, but rather headed straight to Queer Forge. Oddly enough, there seemed to be no one forging today. Gazing at the desolate forge, Lin Mu felt a twinge of concern. Master Queer, Master Lin Mu has returned. The apprentice sitting at the entrance spotted Lin Mu and hurriedly dashed back to the courtyard. Why do they look at me as if they have seen a ghost? Soon, Master Queer rushed out in a flurry. Upon seeing Lin Mu, his expression turned even more bitter. Master, the sword is lost. The bone-slaughtering sword is gone. Lin Mu did not rush to respond. Instead, he sensed around him. Thankfully, the bone-slaughtering sword remained within the forge. Have you searched everywhere? I have searched thoroughly, turned everything upside down. Yet it is nowhere to be found. I clearly locked it in the chest yesterday. Master Queer was sweating profusely, his anxiety palpable. The fact that a seasoned blacksmith could be so flustered indicated the depth of his fear. Master Queer's alibi can be dismissed. Since it isn't him, the only possibility left is the remaining apprentices. Lin Mu scanned the area and noticed a frail apprentice's eyes darting nervously. Where is that place? He pointed toward the area where the bone-slaughtering sword was located. That is where the apprentices reside. I searched there yesterday. Master Queer looked bewildered. Then let's search again. Lin Mu lifted his leg to leave, but suddenly heard the frail apprentice speak up. We already searched yesterday, and there was nothing there. Oh, you suspect we stole your precious sword. Master Lin Mu. Chapter 33. Unlocking the treasure, bountiful gains. Although the other apprentices remained silent, their expressions were equally displeased. Lin Mu's words were a clear insinuation of suspicion. Master Queer furrowed his brow, pointing to a large pottery jar in the corner. These fellows wouldn't dare lie to me. I even rummaged through their chests yesterday, and from then until now, they have been under my watch. Even if they wanted to relieve themselves, they had to do it on their own. Lin Mu took a couple of steps back. No wonder he sensed a foul odor. It seemed the apprentices were quite irritable. Then let's not search anymore. May I take a look around instead? He did not directly confront them, but instead proposed a different excuse. Please, follow me. Now that Lin Mu was the rightful owner, Master Queer had no choice but to comply with his request. Master Queer, that is our private space. It would be inappropriate to let an outsider visit. The frail apprentice continued to protest at its fine. Master Lin Mu is not an outsider. After much persuasion from Lin Mu, Master Queer finally ceased calling him master and instead referred to him as master. The group proceeded to the apprentices' dormitory. Sal Village was not affluent. Even the apprentices' quarters in the forge were quite shabby. After surveying the area, Lin Mu suddenly pointed to one of the beds. This mattress is significantly higher than the others. That's Manor's bed. He claims that a thicker mattress makes for a more comfortable sleep. An apprentice quickly interjected. The Manor he mentioned was indeed the frail apprentice. Not only is it comfortable for sleeping, but it is also quite convenient for hiding things. Hiding things? Master Queer's gaze sharpened instantly. I recall that items have gone missing from the forge before, yet they were never found. Indeed, the few copper coins I painstakingly saved have vanished. What are a few copper coins? I lost a purple quality gem. I remember Master Queer forging a ring previously. That too disappeared without a trace. The crowd began to chatter, casting suspicious glances toward Manor. No, it's not me. You are all accusing me unjustly. Manor protested vehemently. Isn't it obvious if we just take a look? Lin Mu remarked. Manor shot Lin Mu a venomous glare filled with resentment before feigning innocence and saying, Master Queer, have you begun to suspect me after following you for 6 years? Master Queer ignored him, advancing to rip the bedding from the bed and tearing open the mattress, with a sharp sound. The thick mattress was divided into several sections, each capable of concealing items. Right in the center lay the bone-killing sword. Boom. It became clear to everyone that it was Manor who had orchestrated this deception. The items they had previously lost were likely pilfered by him as well. Break one of his arms and throw him out of the forge, Master Queer stated with a stoic expression. The shame of having his apprentice steal was a heavy burden to bear. No, my arm, Manor shrieked, clutching his arm, but no one felt sympathy for him. On the contrary, They all joined forces to toss him out. After this incident, Lin Mu did not linger, making an excuse to leave. It was only after distancing himself from the forge that he chuckled softly to himself. Stealing my belongings won't be so easy. Following the direction Manair had fled, Lin Mu searched diligently. Damn it, he actually discovered it. That sword could fetch at least a dozen silver coins. If I had known, I would have hidden it further away so he couldn't find it. Along the way, Manair, clutching his arm, wore an expression of extreme distortion. Malicious words spilled from his mouth intermittently, cursing Choir and the others, damn Choir, and all the rest of you shall perish for daring to expel me. I think it's you who should be damned. Lin Mu's voice rang out from behind. Manair, in a panic, threw a handful of soot and fled. Thud. After just a few steps, he felt an arrowhead protruding from his chest and collapsed lifelessly. Congratulations, you have slain Manair, level 6, experience 100. Lin Mu's expression remained unchanged as he approached. After Manair's demise, only a white item dropped, which he initially dismissed, but upon closer inspection, he realized it could lead to a significant fortune. Name: Manair's treasure map, grade 1-star white, description: a simple piece of tattered paper, which wouldn't even qualify as an item if it weren't for the treasure location inscribed upon it. Upon opening the treasure map, a large yellow arrow appeared at Lin Mu's feet. How convenient. This saves me the trouble of searching. Following the arrow's guidance, he quickly arrived at a desolate tree near Sal village. This place was rarely visited, overgrown with weeds, and certainly not a spot where anyone would come. Beneath the withered tree lay a stone slab covered in dirt. After lifting the slab, numerous luminous orbs surged forth. Congratulations, you have found Manair's treasure. Congratulations, you have obtained copper coins 813, purple iron gem 1, exquisite bee skin 5, ordinary long sword 2, ordinary long knife 2, unshaped spearhead 3, giant strength ring 1, mermaid horn fragment 1, apprentice underwear 2. To his surprise, there was even a fragment here. Had he not stolen my belongings, it would have been quite a challenge to find. With this fragment, Lin Mu had now gathered 4 in total. Once he found the last one, he would be able to summon the mermaid princess, utilize the mermaid's lament for a swift kill, and then seek a reward from Mia's father, Ackman. The rewards for a level 30 quest would be unimaginably generous. Stowing the fragment away, Lin Mu turned his attention to the other items. Goodness, Manair really stole a wealth of goods, he murmured. Although most were merely junk, there were indeed 2 valuable items. For instance, the purple iron gem, a 1-star purple quality item, and the giant strength ring, a 2-star green quality item. Besides these, the over 800 copper coins represented a considerable sum. Nowadays, having 50 or 60 copper coins in hand was considered quite good. Most people couldn't save even 10, and after all, they needed to purchase equipment and potions to slay monsters, and a single copper coin felt like it could be split in 2 after plundering Manair's treasure. The sky had darkened significantly. Lin Mu made his way to the general store, intent on selling some miscellaneous items. The store's proprietor was a kind, bespectacled old man, known for his amiable demeanor and engaging conversation. At that moment, besides him, 2 women were busy selecting goods. Oh, my dear customer, would you care for some red tea? The old man inquired, smiling as he gestured toward a copper kettle. No, thank you. I'm merely here to sell some odds and ends. A cart has returned with quite a haul of good items. Would you like to take a look? The old man continued to promote. Oh, Lin Mu's interest was piqued as he approached the old man. Just then, a burly woman suddenly interjected, slamming her palm on the counter. Her face twisted in anger as she glared at the old man. What kind of business are you running? We arrived first. Why aren't you serving us? And why aren't you showing us the new items? Lin Mu. Old man. Chapter 34. I want all of these, the woman declared, large team tasked, if the customer wishes to see. Then of course they can. The old man retrieved a wooden box wrapped in leather from below. As he opened the box, it revealed 2 beast skin pouches, 3 daggers, some unknown herbs, and a few gems. Lin Mu glanced over from a distance, noticing the gems closely resembled the purple iron gem he had just acquired. The woman picked up a red gem, inquiring, this gem looks nice. How much is it? This one is cheap, only 200 copper coins. What? You dare ask 200 copper coins for such a trinket? Why don't you just go rob someone? Due to its scarcity, the price is naturally. Before the old man could finish, he was interrupted by the woman. I think it's only worth 20 copper coins. How about this? I'll give you 20 copper coins, and I'll take it. With that, the woman turned to leave. Lin Mu was left dumbfounded. Is this even allowed? John, stop her. Faced with such blatant theft, even the usually good-natured old man couldn't help but darken his expression. Hearing the commotion, a man clad in armor rushed in from outside. He was John, one of the militia members of Sal Village. What are you doing? I paid for it, the woman shouted, and if not for the other woman holding her back, she might have fought John. Ultimately, the red gem returned to the old man's possession, while the furious woman reclaimed her copper coins. What are you staring at? Do you think you can afford it, you pauper? The woman's glance at Lin Mu was filled with disdain. Lin Mu, uninterested in arguing with her, approached the counter and picked up the red gem. Name: Sharpening Gem, grade 1-star purple, description. When embedded in a weapon, it increases sharpness by 10 and durability by 10. It disappears upon use. The effect of the sharpening gem was indeed practical. The price of 200 copper coins was not exorbitant and could even be deemed a bargain, a fine item. I shall take it. Oh, you think this is sufficient? Lin Mu produced the miscellaneous goods he had looted from Monair. A little short, but considering you are a valued customer, I shall give you a discount. The old man's eyes were sharp. With a glance, he appraised the worth of the items. Not in a hurry. I want more than just this. I'll take all the gems and herbs. As he spoke, Lin Mu picked up another bee skin pouch. Name: Storage Bee Skin Pouch, grade 2-star white, description. Contains 25 slots for storage, capable of holding most items, can be placed in the item bar. Just in time, as my item bar was getting a bit cramped, Lin Mu felt a surge of joy. The Storage Bee Skin Pouch was an item not restricted by talents and could be used in conjunction with the item bar. A true storage boon. This one is a bit pricier, costing 1,800 copper coins. The old man kindly advised upon noticing Lin Mu's interest. No problem, just wrap it all up for me. But that totals at least 6,000 copper coins. The old man looked at Lin Mu with a strange expression, thinking he had already been unfortunate enough to encounter one crazy woman, and now another customer appeared to be equally deranged. Lin Mu snapped his fingers. Boom! A heavy chest crashed to the ground. Could you please help me open it? Lin Mu looked at the militia member, John. John scratched his head and squatted down to open the chest. Clatter! Coins poured out through the opening, instantly forming a pile on the ground. That's 10,000 copper coins. Please convert the remaining 4,000 into crystal cards. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to use. Lin Mu smiled slightly. I must say, spending money feels incredibly satisfying. If it weren't for the arrival of new goods, I wouldn't have known where to spend all this money. All right, John, hurry up and collect it. I've run this general store for most of my life, and it's the first time I've seen so much money. The old man, having seen his fair share of the world, quickly regained his composure. However, John and the two women in the store had never witnessed such a spectacle. They were all wide-eyed with greed. Only after the money chest was stowed away did their expressions return to normal. Boss, are you still buying crab claws at 1 copper coin for 2? A voice suddenly rang out from outside. Lin Mu felt a tinge of familiarity and turned to see Wang Hu's towering figure. Oh, Lin Mu, you're here too. Just came to buy some things. It's been a few days. How's your team? Not bad. We recruited 2 more members and are currently hunting red magic crabs. 2 crab claws can sell for 1 copper coin. It's quite valuable. Wang Hu raised a string of crab claws he was holding. I recall that a bowl of crab claw soup at the inn costs 5 copper coins. How could crab claws be so cheap? Lin Mu glanced at the old man, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. The elderly man removed his monocle and chuckled. Since you are a friend of Lin Mu, you shall be my friend as well. In the future, when you come here to sell crab claws, I will give you 2 copper coins for each pair. This, thank you, esteemed Lin Mu, Wang Hu exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude towards Lin Mu. He understood that the ability to sell at such a high price was entirely due to Lin Mu's influence. There was no need for further thanks. Simply living well was sufficient. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Mu laid out all his belongings on the table. The art of gem setting was a skilled trade, and only one person in Sal Village could accomplish it, jeweler Leon. However, Leon had accompanied the caravan to Mutuo City and was temporarily absent from the village. After stowing away his storage beast skin bag and gemstones, Lin Mu's gaze settled on the herbs before him. Name: Sunflower, grade 2-star green, description: a flower that eternally seeks the sun. Consuming it grants an increase of 2 points in strength. Name: Wild Tough Grass, Grade, 2-star green, Description: Exceptionally resilient magical grass. Consuming it grants an increase of 2 points in Constitution. Name: Wind-chasing dandelion, Grade, 2-star green, Description: A dandelion that drifts with the wind. Infused with a hint of wind power. Consuming it grants an increase of 2 points in agility. Each herb had 4 portions, totaling 12 plants. Consuming them all would equate to a level increase. While the price was somewhat steep, it was still considered worth the expense. After consuming all of them, Lin Mu let out a long sigh of relief and retrieved the heart's key, preparing to rest. Ding, ding, ding! At that moment, the clear sound of a bell rang out, accompanied by a man's indistinct shouts. An incident had occurred. He opened the window and looked down. We encountered bandits on our way back. The cart and all supplies were stolen. Is there anyone willing to join us in reclaiming our goods? The caravan captain, brandishing a steel fork, had bloodshot eyes and a hoarse voice. These damned bandits. If anyone can eliminate them, I will offer a generous reward. A nobleman wearing a black top hat, disregarding decorum, appeared with a sinister expression. Woo-woo, my daughter was also taken. Who can help me? On the ground sat a middle-aged man with half-white hair, covering his face with his hands and weeping bitterly. The clamor of shouting, cursing, and wailing filled the air, indicating that this procurement journey had not gone smoothly. In just a few moments, Sal village became bustling with activity as everyone drew their weapons, eager to join the crusade. Lin Mu was no exception. Crises often accompany opportunities, and he could not afford to miss this large-scale mission. Chapter 35. Eliminate the despicable bandits and rescue the hostages. Location: Bird Droppings Valley. Publisher: Sal Village Caravan. Mission requirements: The damned bandits have stolen all supplies and several villagers' family members. Eliminate the bandits and reclaim the supplies, contributing your part to the harmony and stability of Sal Village. Mission rewards: Based on contribution level. Bird Droppings Valley is not far from Yellow Sand Canyon, home to a large population of birds, resulting in a constant shower of droppings, hence the name. Lin Mu did not follow the main group, but instead opened the map he purchased from the general store and set off alone. He moved swiftly, arriving at Bird Droppings Valley before dawn. Not long after, he encountered 2 humanoid monsters. Squinting his eyes, he activated his perception. Name: Despicable Bandit. Level: 15. Skills: Basic Attack, Rallying Allies, Basic Attack. After simple training, they have acquired basic attacking techniques. Rallying Allies: The more companions nearby, the greater their own power. This effect does not activate if there are fewer than 5 allies. Such skills indeed befit bandits. It seemed prudent to eliminate the stragglers first. Lin Mu drew his trifold longbow and swiftly shot 2 arrows, then unsheathed the Bone Slayer sword and charged forward. The arrows fired were merely ordinary energy arrows. Yet enhanced by the trifold longbow, they still inflicted substantial damage. Before the 2 bandits could react, they had already lost a considerable portion of their health. With a flurry of strikes, Lin Mu's wrists twirled rapidly, both swords slicing into the same bandit. Critical hit. 2 massive numbers appeared, and he dispatched the foe instantly. Don't kill me. The remaining bandit, witnessing this, dropped his weapon and fled, darting several meters away in an instant. Lin Mu did not pursue but switched back to his trifold longbow. Whoosh! An energy arrow, shimmering with a purple hue, surged forward, catching up to the fleeing bandit. The powerful impact of the arrow knocked him to the ground. Seeing the enemy's health bar dwindle, Lin Mu released another arrow. Congratulations, you have slain a despicable bandit. Level 15. Experience 4,000, copper coins 13. Congratulations, you have slain a despicable bandit. Level 15. Experience 4,000, copper coins 21. 2 notifications chimed one after another. Copper coins as well. Lin Mu was slightly taken aback. Yet, upon reflection, these were bandits. It was hardly surprising for them to possess some wealth. Slay ordinary bandits too. Contribution 20. Soon after, another notification sounded. Having experienced the corrupted military camp, Lin Mu was no stranger to such tasks and paid it no mind as he approached to inspect the bodies of the 2 bandits. They were quite poor, yielding no loot. He moved on without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, 3 more bandits appeared. They were gathered around a blazing campfire, next to which lay a creature resembling a wild boar, seemingly prepared for roasting. Whoosh! An arrow whizzed past one bandit's head, landing squarely in the fire. The next moment, the fire erupted, sending numerous burning pieces of wood flying, scorching the three bandits. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Mu approached like a specter. The three bandits collectively offered 12,000 experience points. Once the battle concluded, Lin Mu glanced at his experience bar. Just 15 more bandits were needed for him to reach level 13. The pace of leveling up was astonishingly swift. After walking for a while longer, Lin Mu came to a halt. Ahead lay a temporary bandit encampment, housing a total of 7 bandits. Given that the second skill of the bandits required only 5 to activate, their strength would undoubtedly be enhanced. Just as Lin Mu contemplated retreating, he suddenly heard the sound of a woman weeping from within the camp. He paused, then drew a poisoned arrow, slowly raising his trifold longbow. It was merely a matter of expending a bit more effort. He was more than capable of handling this. As he spoke, he released the arrow. The poisoned arrow pierced the air, striking one bandit in the throat. Lin Mu had been the president of the University Archery Club. This distance was trivial for him. Enemies, enemies! The other bandits roared, brandishing their weapons and charging out of the tent. The increase in numbers not only boosted their strength but also significantly bolstered their courage. Lin Mu remained silent, knocking another arrow and firing once more. This time, the bandits were on guard. An arrow that had initially aimed for a throat ended up striking one bandit in the arm instead. These arrows are poisoned. Be cautious, the wounded bandit shouted, quickly realizing the danger. However, the next moment, 3 arrows were released in rapid succession, ending his life. Not bad, their attributes haven't increased too much. A mere extra arrow's worth of effort. Lin Mu murmured, knocking another arrow. Damn it, I've found you. I will tear you apart and use your head as a goblet. At that moment, a bandit, hairy and brutish, spotted Lin Mu's hidden figure. He angrily raised his iron axe and charged forward. The other bandits followed suit with cries of rage. Despite their bear-like appearance, these bandits were surprisingly swift. Lin Mu managed to fire off only 2 arrows before having to switch to the Bone Slayer sword to confront the bandit wielding the iron axe. However, he did not leave empty-handed. Both arrows struck the same bandit, severely injuring him. With 2 dead and 2 wounded among the 7 bandits, the effect of rallying allies was completely nullified, returning the remaining bandits to their normal attributes. Intimidation. An invisible wave emanated from Lin Mu, causing the Iron Axe bandit to freeze momentarily. The Bone Slayer sword swiftly cut across his throat, a fatal strike. The Iron Axe bandit collapsed before Lin Mu, his health bar emptied and eyes vacant. The remaining 4 bandits paused, a sense of dread washing over them. Now it is your turn. Congratulations. You have slain a despicable bandit, level 15. Experience 4,000, copper coins 23. Congratulations. You have slain a despicable bandit, level 15. Experience 4,000, copper coins 35. Slay ordinary bandit 7, contribution 70. Current contribution value, 120. Ignoring the notifications ringing in his ears, Lin Mu approached the temporary encampment. He opened a makeshift gate, crafted from branches, revealing a woman with a beige scarf wrapped around her head. Are you here to rescue me? Upon seeing Lin Mu, her eyes lit up, and she quickly rose to her feet, wiping her tears with the back of her hand, and grasped his hand, inquiring eagerly. The bandits outside are gone. If you follow this path back, you should soon come across the main force of Sal village. Lin Mu pointed to a small path leading out of the camp. Although the woman was quite attractive and seemed to harbor intentions of offering herself, Lin Mu dismissed the thought. He was not that kind of person. I am exceedingly grateful, but will you not accompany me? Not at all. I still have monsters to slay. Rescue of Liliana Cox, contribution 100. A single individual is worth 10 bandits. It appears that saving lives is quite a lucrative endeavor. The 7 bandits yielded only 2 white essences. A pitiful sum indeed. However, upon meticulous comparison, Lin Mu discovered that these 2 white essences were significantly larger than the ones he had previously acquired. Drawing forth the tri-elemental longbow, he aimed it for use. Consuming white essence 1, strength 3, indeed, whereas the prior white essences only augmented strength by 1 point. This one provided a direct increase of 3 points. It would be much less confusing if these white essences could be rated like equipment. Just as this thought began to take root in Lin Mu's mind, he noticed 2 small words appear on the white essence. It was indeed of 2-star quality. Using it once more, the notification sound by his ear changed. Consuming 2-star white essence 1, Strength 3. This made things considerably more convenient. Activating the light fire-running shoes, Lin Mu's figure gradually vanished into the valley. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Bird Droppings Valley, many individuals harbored deep grievances towards the droppings that occasionally fell from above. However, when they considered the generous rewards awaiting them upon task completion, they all swallowed their complaints. It seemed there were 2 corpses over there. One individual with enhanced vision talent pointed ahead. Following his gesture, the crowd quickly spotted the 2 bandit corpses. Had someone already arrived before us? The leader of the caravan mused. Nonetheless, this was a fortunate turn of events. At least they would not have to risk their lives battling the bandits. After a cursory inspection, the group did not linger and continued on their way. Not long after, a figure suddenly dashed out from the valley ahead. "Oh, my Liliana, is that you?" The middle-aged man who had wept bitterly in the village broke away from the group, rushing forward in excitement. Soon embracing the woman. "Thank heavens, Liliana, you've returned from those wretched bandits." The caravan leader approached, a deep sense of guilt etched upon his broad face. Had he been able to detect the danger earlier, Liliana would not have found herself in such peril. "It was a remarkably handsome young man who saved me. He annihilated all the bandits in that camp. Just moments ago, I discovered 3 more bandit corpses on the road. They must also have been his doing. Oh, he is indeed a powerful and captivating individual." Hearing Liliana's description, the crowd was astounded. One person could eliminate an entire bandit camp. Who could possibly possess such strength? Could it be Qi Hanqing, ranked first on the leaderboard? The Ji siblings could also be contenders. If Ji Man were present to assist, they too might achieve such a feat. I would wager it is certainly not that fellow Yao Zhan. Though he ranks 6th, his appearance is simply unspeakable. Observing the bewildered expressions of the locals, others began to speculate. These bandits are level 15 monsters, aside from those at the top of the leaderboard. They truly could not fathom who might possess such capabilities. Chapter 36. Enhancing the Tri-Elemental Longbow, burning the bandit camp crack. A splash of grayish-white bird droppings fell from the sky, splattering against a nearby rock. Lin Mu merely glanced at it before withdrawing his gaze. Perhaps it was the lucky effect bestowed by the nightmarish pearl that was at play. Even as bird droppings rained down elsewhere, he remained utterly clean. That fellow, is he the jeweler Leon? Ahead lay another bandit camp, comprising 10 individuals. One more was tied to a wooden stake, with the name Leon emblazoned above his head. A bandit approached Leon with a dagger in hand. Lin Mu could no longer afford to conceal himself, swiftly releasing an arrow. Who dares to show themselves? Due to the distance, the arrow merely grazed the bandit's cheek. Nevertheless, it startled him considerably. He immediately turned. Dagger aimed in the direction of the arrow's flight. The other bandits also grew wary. From afar, Lin Mu held his breath and focused, releasing another arrow. This one struck firmly into a bandit's chest. "There he is, seize him!" An observant bandit spotted Lin Mu's figure and shouted. The bandits instantly surged forward like a swarm. Lin Mu retreated while firing energy arrows. After the solidified virus shot, the energy arrows carried inherent toxicity, albeit with damage lower than that of true arrows. Poison arrows flew forth. Initially, the bandits paid little heed, as the blood loss was minimal. Soon, however, one bandit fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing, followed by a second, then a third. Only then did the remaining bandits realize that the toxin could indeed stack. Who could withstand such an onslaught? After unleashing over 100 energy arrows, Lin Mu's mana reserves were nearly depleted. He sheathed the Tri-Elemental Longbow and unsheathed the bone-slaying sword to charge forth. "Congratulations, you have slain a despicable bandit, level 15. Experience 4,000, copper 42. Congratulations, you have slain a despicable bandit, level 15. Experience 4,000, copper 33. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 13, gaining 20 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have entered the level leaderboard, current rank, 31. It certainly pays to slay monsters of a higher level. Lin Mu paid little mind to his entry onto the leaderboard. If he wished to level up, even Qi Hanqing would not be able to keep pace. Entering the camp, Lin Mu set his sights on a corpulent man wearing high-heeled shoes. "You are Leon?" Yes, that is I, Leon. Please do not kill me. I have an elderly mother and young children to support. They cannot be without me," Leon cried out, his voice hoarse. "I can spare you, but you must help me set some gems." By the way, you have tools, right? That black box contains my tools. I can assist you right away. Lin Mu was quite pleased with this response. He untied the ropes, retrieved the gems he had purchased from the general store, and took out the tri-elemental longbow. His urgency stemmed from a desire to enhance his combat power for the forthcoming battles, as well as from the knowledge that Leon was exceedingly cunning. Gem setting came at exorbitant prices, and if he did not seize this opportunity, he would be at a loss later. There are priorities to be observed, and expertise to be acknowledged in no time. Leon completed the gem setting. 4 brilliant gems were embedded at both ends of the bow, understated yet exuding charm. Lin Mu picked it up and smiled. Name: Tri-Elemental Longbow. Grade: 2-star blue. Main attributes: Strength 30. Agility 30. Additional attributes: 1. Durability 22. Attribute enhancement: Energy arrow, acceleration, attribute enhancement. Any arrows shot from the tri-elemental longbow will automatically infuse with the properties of lightning and gale. Armor-piercing energy arrow consumes personal energy to condense arrows with armor-piercing effects. This effect has no cooldown, and the number of arrows depends on personal energy. Acceleration. Carrying the tri-elemental longbow grants a speed bonus. With agility increased by 20 points, kiting enemies became far more effortless. What pleased him most was that Leon had skillfully integrated the sharpening gem, which enhanced weapon sharpness, into the tri-elemental longbow, endowing even ordinary energy arrows with armor-piercing capabilities. This modification multiplied the arrow's potency several times over. Simply remarkable. Are you satisfied? Leon wiped the sweat from his forehead. To ensure Lin Mu's satisfaction, he not only exerted himself fully but also added several fine enhancements. Very well, I have already dealt with all the bandits on the road. If you head back, you will soon encounter the people from Sao Village. Lin Mu gestured towards the path he had traversed. Excellent, then goodbye? Leon inquired tentatively. Farewell, and should I seek you for gem setting in the future? Remember to offer me a discount. Absolutely, absolutely. Leon clutched the box and swiftly disappeared from sight. Lin Mu, now with the tri-elemental longbow slung over his back, pressed onward into the depths of the valley. Congratulations, you have discovered a bandit camp. After an indeterminate period of walking, a notification suddenly chimed in his ear. A bandit camp? Lin Mu found a high point to observe ahead. Indeed, in the depths of the valley stood a camp with a dozen tents. Guarded by fierce-looking bandits, he counted approximately 20 of them. At that moment, the bandits were busily transporting goods from the carts, their faces lit with joy. Such a multitude of bandits would not be easy to handle. A plan to disperse them was essential. Even with the companion's courage, skill, Lin Mu felt a twinge of headache. Suddenly, he spotted a patch of dry forest, and a clever idea flashed through his mind. Approaching the barren woods, he gathered some dry branches and ignited them with a flint. In an instant, thick smoke billowed forth, propelled by the wind towards the bandit camp. Soon, the camp was engulfed in a haze so dense that one could not see their hand in front of their face. Lin Mu felt a surge of elation. Initially intending to use the fire to distract the bandits, he had not anticipated such a favorable wind. As the smoke filled the camp, several curses erupted from within, followed by 5 bandits emerging. With the insight skill active, even without visibility, Lin Mu could clearly perceive their health bars hovering above their heads. It appeared these bandits were no fools. They understood to form groups of 5. But unfortunately for them, they encountered me. Whoosh! A poisoned arrow pierced through the smoke, embedding itself in one bandit's body. The piercing scream echoed, startling the other 4 bandits into halting their advance. What just happened? Before one bandit could finish his sentence, he suddenly clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground. Utilizing the cover of the smoke, Lin Mu swiftly eliminated the remaining 3 bandits. As he approached the camp, he raised his voice in a strange shout. Boss, the fire over there is spreading. I need help to extinguish it, damn it. It must be one of you carelessly tossing cigarette butts around. Are you unaware that starting a fire in the mountains could lead to dire consequences? The bandit leader directed his furious reprimand towards the remaining thieves, then gritted his teeth and dispatched 5 men. Seeing some bandits leave the camp, Lin Mu wiped away the tears caused by the thick smoke. Resembling a wandering specter, and with the white bone-killing sword in hand, he swiftly slashed across the throat of one bandit. Without losing momentum, he thrust directly towards another bandit's chest. Thud! 2 bandits collapsed heavily to the ground. The other 3 bandits were still scanning their surroundings, completely oblivious to what had transpired. Lin Mu employed his previous tactics and swiftly dealt with them all. Congratulations, you have slain a robust bandit, level 16. Experience 4300, copper 57. Congratulations, you have slain a robust bandit, level 16. Experience 4300, copper 61. Within the bandit camp, the bandits were of a higher level, their designation shifting from despicable bandits to robust bandits. However, no matter how strong they were, they could not escape the inevitability of death. After 10 of their number fell, the bandit leader finally sensed something amiss. Although he could not see, his hearing was intact. The previously dispatched bandits had made no sound, which was clearly abnormal. Everyone be cautious, there may be enemies infiltrating. At that moment, a strong wind arose, and the thick smoke began to dissipate. The bandit leader happened to catch sight of Lin Mu stealthily making his way in, and he could not help but roar in anger. Kill him! Lin Mu immediately retreated while raising his 3-phase longbow. Chapter 37. Slaying the bandit leader, purple mount, silver-maned horse. The advantage of ranged weapons lies in their ability to kite. I can hit you, but you cannot hit me. Lin Mu relied on this principle. He shot arrows while retreating, creating distance between himself and the bandits. Of course, the bandits could not simply endure the onslaught. 2 clever bandits managed to find 2 shields and held them up in front of themselves. The energy arrows, which possessed armor-piercing effects, could barely penetrate the shields, losing much of their subsequent damage. Thus, Lin Mu focused on the bandits without shields, quickly reducing them to tears. The energy arrows had considerable damage on their own, and combined with the stacking poison effect, it wasn't long before the bandits fell in mass. With only 4 left, the morale-boosting effect among the remaining comrades should have dissipated. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu retracted his 3-phase longbow. While the energy arrows were powerful, they consumed too much energy. After this battle, he would need to find a way to address the energy consumption issue. I'm out of energy. Let's go. Woe is me! The bandit leader, whose health had already dropped by half, couldn't help but rejoice and shouted loudly. They were merely ordinary bandits without armor, and faced with a marksman like Lin Mu, they could only endure the rain of arrows and close the distance. What was even more absurd was that Lin Mu's arrows not only possessed power comparable to crossbows, but also carried various negative effects. The bandits did not even dare to flee. To run now would be akin to becoming a living target. They could only charge forward bracingly. Fortunately, Lin Mu had finally exhausted his energy, providing them a glimmer of hope. The bandit leader transformed his grief and rage into strength. Sprinting towards Lin Mu, die! He raised a wolf-toothed club stained with dark red blood and swung it down with force. Clang! In the next moment, the recoil from the wolf-toothed club nearly caused him to lose his grip. Do you not know that archers are never afraid of close combat? With a swift turn of his sword used for blocking, Lin Mu chose not to engage the bandit leader but instead maneuvered around him to strike at the other bandits. These bandits were all afflicted by multiple layers of poison. With just a few swift slashes, he eliminated them all. Slain bandits 50, Tiger's Fury activated, strength 3, Lin Mu was taken aback, having unexpectedly triggered Tiger's Fury. Although 3 points of strength was not much, one should not refuse free attributes, and Tiger's Fury could continue to trigger, accumulating to a considerable benefit over time. After dispatching all the minor adversaries, he turned to face the bandit leader. Without his lackeys, the bandit leader's expression visibly cleared at an observable rate. Were it not for his earlier bravado, he might have begged Lin Mu for mercy at this moment. Just then, the bandit leader heard voices from the other side of the valley. Immediately realizing that the people from Sal village were coming, with a clang, he decisively discarded his wolf-toothed club and knelt on the ground. Please! Before he could finish his plea, he saw a sword forged from white bone pierce through his chest, shattering his heart and completely draining his last vestige of health. Congratulations, you have slain the leader. Bandit Chief, level 16. Experience 10,000. Congratulations, you have obtained. Bloodied Wolf-Toothed Club 1, Bandit Scarf 1, Blackgrass Wilderness Map 1. Congratulations, you have obtained. Bandit Treasure Chest, do you wish to open it? Slaying the Bandit Chief. Contribution 1000. Lin Mu sheathed the white bone killing sword, gathered all the dropped items, and immediately dashed towards the bandit camp. His goal was not these bandits, but rather the supplies that the caravan had brought back from Mutuo City. Upon reaching the camp and quickly searching, disappointment flickered across Lin Mu's face. Congratulations, you have retrieved ordinary supplies 1, Contribution 10. Congratulations, you have retrieved ordinary supplies 3. Contribution 30. These supplies seem to be enveloped in a protective barrier, only revealing the words ordinary supplies, and could not be opened. Undeterred, Lin Mu continued to rummage until suddenly, his expression brightened. Name: Horse Whistle, Silver-maned horse, grade 2-star purple. Description: summons a silver-maned horse with exceptionally fast movement speed. With this silver-maned horse, leveling up would become much easier. Lin Mu took out the whistle and blew into it vigorously in the blink of an eye. A magnificent steed with silver mane, tall and robust, appeared. The silver-maned horse was equipped with a matching saddle and stirrups. Glancing back at the approaching villagers from Sao, Lin Mu mounted the horse and charged forward. Since the contribution points were already secured, he would leave the supplies for them to handle. He could redeem them later. Not long after he departed, the caravan leader finally arrived at the bandit camp with a large group of people. Gazing at the bandit corpses on the ground, everyone was once again astonished. What the hell? They're all dead. The aristocratic figure with a top hat stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The leader paid no mind to such reactions, stepping over the corpses and rushing into the camp. Upon seeing the supplies that had been stolen neatly arranged together, his body went limp with relief. Thank goodness the supplies are intact. Otherwise, I would be done for. Get a few people to quickly take the supplies back. There are other bandits in the area. We can't afford to be robbed again. After regaining some strength, he immediately commanded, I'll do it. Me too. Just give me more contribution points. The others who had not secured contribution points eagerly raised their hands to volunteer. Amidst the scramble for work, the chat channel erupted. Holy crap, who is so formidable, single-handedly taking down the entire bandit camp? Those were all level 15 monsters. The highest level among us, Chi-Hanxing, is only level 15. Plus, with the morale-boosting skill, who could possibly kill so many bandits at once? Did you notice? The withered forest outside the camp is on fire. I saw that, and one more thing. The bandit corpses aren't piled together, which indicates they were systematically taken down. As for the method, it was likely the smoke generated by the burning trees. Didn't we see smoke earlier? The analysis above is spot on. I'll add that the individual used a bow, as nearly all the bandit corpses bear arrow wounds. Through collective analysis, a gradually clearer narrative emerged. Someone had utilized smoke as cover while employing arrows to eliminate all the bandits. Fire, ranged attacks, and high levels. These three elements combined turned everyone's gaze towards Chi-Hanxing. In recent days, Chi-Hanxing had made a name for himself as the heretic fire user. The heretic fire user Chi-Hanxing was adept at using flames and was proficient in ranged fire arrows. If it weren't for Chi-Hanxing, they might have lost their cart. Meanwhile, far away in another location, Chi-Hanxing, leveling up, inexplicably sneezed. The climate on the shallow sea beach was too humid, hindering his performance. Tio level up quickly. He had specifically purchased a secret map and found this leveling spot. Simultaneously, to maintain his rank at the top of the leaderboard, he hadn't returned to Sal village for quite some time. Could it be that I've caught a chill? Chi-Hanxing rubbed his nose and raised his hand to unleash a fire arrow. Chapter 38. The last fragment of the mermaid's horn. A challenge from Chi-Hanxing. The silver-maned horse sped like a bolt of lightning across the wilderness, raising a plume of dust that trailed behind, gradually fading away with time. On either side of the road, everyone who beheld the silver-maned horse displayed expressions of envy. What a magnificent horse! I wish I could have won. Not to mention the cost of ownership. A portion of fodder costs 3 copper coins. Do you have spare copper coins to maintain a horse? Damn, that person didn't seem to be a native. Like us, PS from Blue Star, no way. While I'm grinding through low-level monsters, you tell me someone is already riding a horse? No doubt about it. I've seen that person at the Queer Forge. Even Master Queer calls him Master. Such prowess, it's no wonder we are left to struggle on foot, while he rides a steed. I need to quickly gather information and get to know him later. The striking appearance of the silver-maned horse drew considerable attention along the way. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Mu dismounted. The innkeeper's wife, already informed of the news, swayed her ample hips and greeted him with a radiant smile. It is truly beautiful, is it not? The village of Sal is not lacking in inferior horses capable of pulling carts, yet I have only encountered war horses of this caliber in Mutuo City. They are the lifeblood of the nobility. She curiously stroked the mane of the silver-maned horse and could not help but exclaim. Please take good care of it, if you would, she implored, gazing around. As more and more people gathered, Lin Mu expressed a hint of exasperation. He had long wished to stow the silver-maned horse away, yet this creature could only be retrieved once it had eaten its fill. The ordinary fodder simply could not satisfy its appetite. With no other recourse, Lin Mu resolved to ride to the inn and ask the landlady for assistance. No problem, but such warhorses are exceedingly valuable, and the fodder requires special preparation. If you wish for it to be well cared for, additional payment will be necessary. The landlady replied with a beaming smile. Just let me know how much it will be when you return, Lin Mu stated before proceeding up the staircase. Those around could not help but exchange odd glances at this scene. The innkeeper had always required payment up front before providing services, so this generosity was quite unusual. Is she not concerned that he might not be able to pay? Does he lack funds? He returned yesterday with a cart full of valuable items, nearly emptying the new stock at the general store. Just that trip alone cost him 6,000 copper coins. Can you guess who he is? Who? It couldn't be him, could it? It is indeed him. Otherwise, why would the landlady be so accommodating if you approached her? You would be fortunate if she merely refrained from berating you. Wait, could he possibly be Lin Mu, the first to reach level 10? Only just realizing that now. He sold a special amnesty decree for over 2,000 copper coins, an absolute tycoon. He was once the top player, but now he isn't even in the rankings anymore. Do not be envious. Open your eyes wide and observe. He is currently ranked 23 RD. I have been following him closely. In under 2 hours, he surged into the top 30. Who among you can compare? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Not only were they unable to enter the top 30, but many had not even made it into the top 50. After 2 hours of slumber, Lin Mu rose energetically from his bed. The outside was quiet. It appeared the cart team had not yet returned. He decided to hunt some monsters until the team returned to exchange goods. He made his way to the inn's backyard, where the silver-maned horse had already reached its maximum satiety and was resting. Upon sensing Lin Mu's arrival, it snorted loudly. Lin Mu untethered the reins and rode swiftly towards the Black Grasslands. The map of the Black Grasslands was derived from a bandit leader. It lay far from the village of Sal, and even with the silver-maned horse, it took him a full hour to arrive. However, the environment here was superior to that of the shallow sea beach, with a greater abundance of high-level monsters, making it an ideal location for leveling up. Most importantly, it was sparsely populated. The shallow sea beach was already overcrowded, with many monsters being overwhelmed as soon as they spawned, often unable to survive for even 3 seconds. Activating his insight ability, Lin Mu quickly spotted a lizard concealed in the dark grass. Name: Spike Tail Lizard. Level: 13. Skills: Poison Spike Attack, Coiled Defense, Poison Spike Attack. Whips its tail to launch poisonous spikes at enemies, inflicting damage and applying a poison effect. Coiled Defense: Coils its body into a ball, increasing its physical defense. The spike-tail lizard remained unaware that it had already been exposed, lying in wait in the grass, poised to unleash its poison spikes. Lin Mu silently approached, then dashed forward, delivering a decisive strike to the lizard's tail. Critical hit, -2199. The lizard's health bar instantly dropped by more than half. It immediately curled up, attempting to retreat. Lin Mu showed no mercy and swiftly struck again. Congratulations, you have slain the spiked tail lizard, level 13. Experience 3000. Did it drop materials? Lin Mu reached down to pick up a white orb. Name: Lizard Severed Tail. Grade: 2-star white. Description: a severed tail from the spiked tail lizard, symbolizing its remarkable vitality, while also containing a degree of toxicity. The severed tail still retained some vitality, wriggling in Lin Mu's hand. He casually placed it in his inventory, prepared to continue his monster search, when suddenly a prompt appeared before him. A product is being auctioned at the beginner's auction house. Please come and observe swiftly. Someone is auctioning something? Lin Mu felt a surge of curiosity and clicked to open the auction house. Upon seeing the item up for bid, he became instantly exhilarated. There, prominently displayed, was the last fragment of the mermaid's horn. The seller was none other than himself. This was quite intriguing. Lin Mu squinted, recognizing the auctioneer, who he found somewhat familiar, the top-ranked player on the leaderboard, Chi Hanqing. The starting price for the mermaid's horn fragment was 1,000 copper coins, with a minimum increment of 10 copper coins. Many initially mistook it for a purple item, but as they read the description, their interest waned. In truth, Many understood that this mermaid's horn fragment was special. Collecting all 5 would undoubtedly lead to unexpected occurrences. However, the difficulty of gathering them all was too great. They lacked the time and energy for such an endeavor. Seeing that no one was bidding, Lin Mu took action. The mermaid's horn fragment was an opportunity not to be missed. Compared to the rewards for a level 30 quest, spending a few copper coins was negligible. If he waited until reaching level 30, he might not even use copper coins, but rather silver or gold coins. On the other side, Qi Hanqing did not expect anyone to bid on this item. His primary aim was to fish for information. Even if it went unsold this time, it would not matter. However, he never anticipated that someone would actually place a bid. Lin Mu, of all people. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Hanqing opted to withdraw the auction. Auctions can be withdrawn voluntarily, but it incurs a double fee. 200 copper coins vanished just like that, and Qi Hanqing felt a pang of regret. He then issued a challenge to Lin Mu via the regional chat. Should Lin Mu win, Qi Hanqing would gift him the mermaid's horn fragment. Conversely, if he won, Lin Mu would need to produce a corresponding fragment. As soon as this challenge was announced, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Everyone eagerly anticipated Lin Mu's response. To this, Lin Mu simply replied with one word, "Come." Chapter 39. Swiftwind Wild Rabbit, Slay the Elite Level Prairie Toad. The challenge was set for 2 days later. Closing the chat channel, Lin Mu continued to hunt monsters and level up. The black grass of this prairie was lush, reaching up to his thighs in some areas. Most monsters concealed themselves within the grass, making them difficult to discern. Fortunately, Lin Mu's insight ability remained active. Even when he could not see the monsters, he could still observe their health bars hovering above. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the grass before him. Lin Mu, as if anticipating this, stepped slightly to the left, evading the shadow's assault. Name: Swiftwind Wild Rabbit. Level: 14. Skills: Rapid Charge, Grass Concealment, Rapid Charge. Charges at enemies with incredible speed, inflicting damage and causing brief disorientation. Grass Concealment utilizes dense grass for cover, briefly hiding its form. Any attack or movement will reveal it. Thump, thump, thump. More shadows sprang forth. Swiftwind wild rabbits are social creatures. Once one appears, a whole group is sure to follow. Lin Mu dodged repeatedly but was still caught off guard, causing a noticeable drop in his health. Without time to contemplate, he drew his Bone Slayer sword and struck at one of them. The Swiftwind wild rabbit, lacking in defense yet high in speed, lost half its health with a single blow. Just as Lin Mu prepared to continue his assault, the other Swiftwind wild rabbits charged in unison. Reluctantly, he had to turn and face them. Blood attack. A crimson wave shot forth, sending 4 Swiftwind wild rabbits flying. Yet more of them continued to surge forth. Freeze! Lin Mu shouted, activating his intimidation. The cost of the intimidation ability is proportional to the enemy's mental strength. Despite their higher level, the Swiftwind wild rabbits possessed weak mental fortitude. With a single powerful shout, Lin Mu sent the nearby rabbits into a state of fear. However, this state was not long-lasting, only a few seconds at best. Lin Mu managed to slay 2 of them, but the remaining Swiftwind wild rabbits began to shake off the effects of fear, gradually regaining their composure. A sense of urgency surged within him as he charged forward with his sword. It wasn't that he did not wish to attack from a distance. Rather, his 3-phase longbow was severely limited in this environment. The arrows, upon traversing the black grass, would significantly deviate from their intended path. Even if they did not veer off course, the numerous layers of grass would weaken their power. Moreover, his quiver of arrows required time to replenish, and the energy consumed by the energy arrow was substantial. He needed to conserve energy for any unforeseen circumstances. Congratulations, you have slain a Swiftwind wild rabbit, level 14, experience 3300. Congratulations, you have slain a Swiftwind wild rabbit, level 14, experience 3000. Congratulations. Before long, all the Swiftwind wild rabbits lay sprawled on the ground, sleeping peacefully. Lin Mu stood with his sword in hand, his brow furrowed as he examined his health. Such a significant loss of health indicated the necessity to further enhance the defense capability of his fanged leather armor. He could attempt to elevate its star rating to see if he could enhance the retaliatory damage attribute. If that proved impossible, boosting it to golden quality would suffice, allowing him to solidify the retaliatory attribute. Dual-layered retaliation would provide both offense and defense. There was also the issue of energy consumption to address. While the blood attack did not consume much, The energy arrows allowed him to shoot only about 100 arrows at most. It may seem ample, yet in a short time, they would be depleted. As he organized his thoughts for the upcoming endeavors, Lin Mu suddenly heard a rustling sound nearby. He immediately raised his head and happened to catch sight of a long, crimson object coiling around the lifeless body of a swift hare as it departed. Following the path of the red entity, a series of information began to materialize. Name: Elite Wasteland Toad. Level: 16. Skills: Sticky Tongue. Venom Splash, Sticky Tongue. The surface of the tongue is coated with a viscous substance, which is swiftly flicked out to strike an object, inflicting damage and pulling it towards itself. Venom Splash. When attacked, there is a chance to splash venom around, causing minor damage. An elite monster at level 16. Before he could ponder further, a red tongue darted through the grass, launching a rapid assault. Lin Mu ducked down to evade and then swiftly turned to counter. The blade of his sword adhered to the red tongue as if two magnetic pieces had collided. Swish! In the next moment, the crimson tongue was forcefully retracted. Lin Mu stumbled, losing his grip on the bone-slaying sword, helplessly watching as it vanished into the dense underbrush. How dare it snatch my possession? With a swift flick of his wrist, he retrieved the triune longbow from his inventory. Gripping the bowstring and pulling it back, energy surged violently toward his fingertips. In an instant, an energy arrow took form. This arrow was entirely azure, enveloped by a delicate shimmer of electricity, the tip glistening green, as if it were pre-soaked in poison. Whoosh! Releasing his grip, the energy arrow shot forth like a bullet, disappearing in the blink of an eye. 1449. A damage number flickered into existence. Gurgle! The wounded wasteland toad leaped from the thicket, spitting out the bone-slaying sword, then swinging its red tongue towards Lin Mu. Quick as lightning, Lin Mu turned to evade the tongue strike, and with a decisive grasp, he seized the wasteland toad's tongue tightly in his hand. Without waiting for a counter, he drew a poisoned arrow and plunged it directly into the crimson tongue. Croak! The anguished cries of the wasteland toad echoed around, sending nearby monsters fleeing in terror. If only he had the bone-slaying sword in hand, he would have cleaved its tongue in two without hesitation. Just then, Lin Mu's eye twitched. He noticed the bulges on the wasteland toad's back swelling larger, as if on the verge of bursting. Not good. It's the venom splash through the distended, nearly translucent skin. He could even see the venom swirling within. He summoned the nightmare pearl, activating intimidation. Seizing the moment while the wasteland toad was momentarily stunned, Lin Mu swiftly extricated himself from the red tongue and dashed several meters away. Pop! The pustule erupted, spewing a milky white venom that spread over a radius of nearly 5 meters. Following the explosion, the wasteland toad's vitality weakened considerably. Lin Mu would not squander such a prime opportunity to attack, immediately loosing several arrows. Then, with a roll, he retrieved the fallen bone-slaying sword from the ground. Blood attack! Waves of crimson light surged forth as if there were no cost. The wasteland toad was forced to retreat repeatedly. Whoosh! A red object launched itself at him once more. Lin Mu's gaze hardened. He sidestepped to avoid it, then firmly gripped the hilt of his sword and swung down with all his might. The wasteland toad's red tongue was instantly severed in two, a critical hit. 4467. Over 4,000 in damage floated up, clearly demonstrating the strength of the blow against the wasteland toad. Seeing that the creature was preparing for another venom splash, Lin Mu closed the distance, thrusting his sword into its mouth. Congratulations, you have slain the elite wasteland toad, level 16, experience 9,000. As the wasteland toad fell, a luminous orb emerged from its corpse. Lin Mu picked it up to discover it was a blue material. Name: Rejuvenating Toad Skin. Grade: 2-star blue. Description: skin from the back of the wasteland toad. Despite its unappealing exterior, it possesses significant medicinal value. Lizard tail: rejuvenating toad skin. With 2 of the 5 poisons already acquired. Could there be scorpions, centipedes, or spiders next? Lin Mu pondered, and not long after, he encountered a scorpion ahead. Chapter 40 Blue Materials. One-eyed scorpion. Invasion from a foreign land. Name: One-eyed three-tailed scorpion. Level: 14. Skills: tail attack. Burrowing technique. Tail attack. Uses 3 venomous tails to pierce enemies, inflicting damage and applying a poisoning effect. Burrowing technique. Digs into the ground, restoring a small amount of health, while dealing minor damage to enemies upon resurfacing. The one-eyed three-tailed scorpion lived up to its name, boasting a large, dark eye atop its head and 3 poisonous stinger tails at its rear. The tails swayed back and forth, occasionally stabbing outward. Upon detecting an intruder in its territory, the one-eyed three-tailed scorpion screeched and charged forward, brandishing its large black pincers. A double strike. Lin Mu flicked his wrist, the bone-slaying sword darting forward like lightning with 2 swift thrusts. Rustle! The one-eyed three-tailed scorpion seemed taken aback by the tenacity of its opponent. After a moment of hesitation, it began to claw at the ground. With the activation of burrowing technique, its form vanished into the dark earth in an instant. Noticing a bright red health bar attempting to burrow beneath him, Lin Mu wore an odd expression. He gripped the sword hilt and thrust downward with force, then thrust forward vigorously, amidst the swirling dirt. The one-eyed three-tailed scorpion was sent soaring through the air. As it landed, the one-eyed three-tailed scorpion attempted to flee, but an energy arrow shot through the air, piercing it brutally. Congratulations, you have slain the one-eyed three-tailed scorpion, level 14. Experience 3000. Noticing that nothing had dropped, Lin Mu felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Could it be that he truly needed to gather all 5 poisons? After a long night of hunting, the very thing he feared most came to pass. Name: Scorpion's Eye. Grade: 1-star green. Description: the solitary eye of the one-eyed three-tailed scorpion, now yours. Now, only the spider and centipede remained. Lin Mu opened the map and found that both spiders and centipedes indeed resided in the black grass wasteland, and they were not far from his location. Since he had come this far, he might as well see if he could complete the collection. He was curious about the effects of items crafted from the 5 poisons. Not long after, Lin Mu was suddenly startled. The area before him lay in disarray, littered with the corpses of various monsters: stinger lizards, swift hares, wasteland toads, and large-eared blood foxes. Initially, he thought little of it, considering that he was not the only hunter in the black grass wasteland. Perhaps a powerful monster was also preying upon them. However, just before he left, he noticed something exceedingly peculiar. Even monsters have blood within them. Here, where so many creatures had perished, not a single drop of blood remained. Utterly bizarre. Could it be the work of blood-sucking bats? After much contemplation, he found no answers. Suddenly, a blood-red notification sprang up before him. Invader Matsuo Shoyuda currently has slain 10 individuals. After slaying 100, all individuals will suffer a permanent 30 reduction in attributes. Warning: locate Matsuo Shoyuda promptly and expel or eliminate him. What is going on? Lin Mu swiftly opened the chat channel. The once pale blue screen was now inundated with blood-red messages, and the background depicted a blood-red skull. Damn it, a punk from Ingwa has snuck into our territory and killed our people. He must not escape. I just saw a guy radiating red light. Could that be the stowaway? Bro, where did you see him? Right by the monster forest. Damn, he might be ambushing those just emerging from it. Enough talk. I'm heading toward the monster forest now. If he dared to sneak over alone, that little bastard's strength must be formidable. Are you guys up to the task? If we have to, we will. No worries. I ran into Yaojin on the way. He is ranked 6th on the leaderboard. Let us take down the little bastard. I'm not even hunting monsters anymore. Heading straight back. If we don't kill him, I want to go by Ji Yong. Ji Yong is here too. Charge. Bring down the little bastard. I want to open a page in the family tree. Messages flooded the screen rapidly. Just reading the text, Lin Mu could sense the collective fury of the crowd. How did he manage to sneak in? After a moment's thought, he summoned his silver-maned horse. Regardless of how the enemy had arrived, he could not allow them to escape so easily. Clop, clop, clop. The silver-maned horse galloped, a silver thread vanishing into the boundless expanse of the black grass wasteland. Meanwhile, at the edge of the monster forest, Matsuo Shoyuda released his grip on the corpse in his hand, slowly licking the remnants of blood from his palm. The taste of human blood is richer, yet the power it contains is far greater, truly worthy of a talent as rare as a morning star. I am that morning star in the heavens, and all shall bow before me. His eyes suddenly turned crimson, his visage contorting as layers of blood-red fur sprouted forth. Soon after, his body began to transform. A thin membrane of flesh connected his hands and feet, and a denser layer of fur sprouted from his chest. When one looked again, He had shed his human form, morphing into a colossal bat. The rare morning star-level talent, blood bat form. The possessor of this talent can switch between human and blood bat forms, requiring a substantial amount of blood with each transformation. Furthermore, the talent holder can enhance their power by continually consuming blood. The more blood consumed, the faster the power increases that if blood from higher-level beings is ingested. There is even a chance of leveling up. With this talent, Matsuo Shoyuta had ascended to the top of the leaderboard and subsequently departed from the novice village, becoming a disciple of a reclusive powerhouse. His ability to sneak into this realm was also due to the boundary-breaking talisman bestowed upon him by that hidden master. The talisman can only last for 3 days. On the first day, he had wandered through a wilderness filled with black grass, slaying numerous monsters along the way. Until the following day, he finally discovered a place where people were active. After inquiring along the way, he arrived near the monster forest and began his hunt. This so-called hunt was not a mere whim, but rather a pursuit of profit. Matsuo Shoyuta opened his attribute panel and gazed at the skull icon above. Hunting moment. Killing players from other nations can increase 4-dimensional attributes. The more kills, the greater the attribute enhancement. Current hunting status. Level 1. Level 1 hunting. More than 10 kills. For each additional kill, gain 1 point in all attributes. This attribute exists temporarily, and after the hunting moment ends, it becomes a permanent attribute. Level 2 hunting. More than 100 kills. Gains a 10 attribute increase, and for each additional kill, gains 2 points in all attributes. This attribute exists temporarily, and after the hunting moment ends, it becomes a permanent attribute, not yet unlocked. Level 3 hunting. Not yet unlocked. The people here are indeed weak. I haven't even used 1/10 of my strength and have already killed 10. At this rate, killing 100 should be quite effortless. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the blood bat as it soared into the sky, continuing its search for prey. Chapter 41. The G siblings, the formidable Matsuo Shoyuta intruders. Perfect. I'll deal with you before confronting Lin Mu. Chi Hanqing reached out, and a ball of burning black flames detached from the corpse of a nearby monster. Slowly falling into his palm, he glanced at the leaderboard. He was still in first place, with Ji Yang in second. As he looked further down, a familiar name caught his eye, causing him to pause briefly before a mocking smile crept onto his lips. Is this the beginning of a power surge? Unfortunately, once I complete this chain quest, I'll reach level 16. Such quests are rare. No matter how much you grind monsters, you won't catch up to me. Rank 13 on the leaderboard, Lin Mu. To be honest, if Lin Mu hadn't re-entered the rankings, people would have almost forgotten him in this world of slaughter. Everyone lives on the brink of life and death, lacking the energy to dwell on trivial matters. The only reason anyone remembers Lin Mu is that he was the first to reach level 10 and received a golden treasure chest. Chi Hanqing wasted no time and headed straight for the monster forest. At the same time, G-Man was dragging Ji Yang as they rushed forward. Yes, it was indeed G-Man. Hurry, let's take down the little son. G-Man was radiating excitement, her enthusiasm surpassing even Ji Yang's. Slow down, let me catch my breath. Ji Yang felt like a fish out of water, gasping for air. If it weren't for G-Man holding onto his collar, he would have collapsed right there. Damn it, who would have thought G-Man, a mage, would focus on agility with strength as a secondary attribute? So you're going for a melee mage, huh? Do you think you're Ace Ultraman? Wielding a cutting-edge light wheel? If only G-Man's mind wasn't elsewhere. Otherwise, upon hearing Ji Yang's grumbling, she'd have surely unleashed a few thunderous spells on him. Indeed, a child raised by elders is extraordinary. Having watched war films since childhood, she was more eager than I when it came to the little son. Ji Yang continued to mumble. G-Man had lived with her grandparents in the countryside before moving to the city, and that rural life had cultivated her bold character. Additionally, growing up in that environment, she had developed a special affection for the little son of Ingwa. Perhaps it was luck. The moment they arrived near the monster forest, they spotted a person acting suspiciously though. 2 more prey have arrived. Matsuo Shoyuta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, his gaze fixed on Ji Yang and G-Man as if appraising his quarry. Ji Yang furrowed his brow and positioned himself protectively in front of G-Man. They certainly look like siblings. I like that. Whoosh. Matsuo Shoyuta vanished in an instant, reappearing before Ji Yang and delivering a powerful punch. Ji Yang reacted swiftly, his right leg transforming into a blade of light as he executed a fierce kick. Bang. Matsuo Shoyuda was caught off guard by the ferocity of the counterattack and was sent flying. Ji Man followed closely, pointing her staff downwards, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck Matsuo Shoyuda directly. Cough, cough, cough. Quite strong indeed. If this is the caliber of opponent I face, the blood will surely taste even sweeter. Matsuo Shoyuda slowly rose to his feet, his pupils turning a deep crimson. Give it to me, hurry up. His body contorted backward, his head nearly touching the ground, as his aura suddenly surged wildly. A strong sense of danger made Ji Yang's body tingled. Be careful. He barely had time to shout before he saw Ji Man's body fly out like a broken sack. Man, Ji Yang yelled, instantly flashing to Matsuo Shoyuda's side. Bone-crushing kick. He leapt into the air, his legs transforming into two axes, descending like a torrential storm. Clang, clang, clang. It seemed he had some sort of arm armor, although Ji Yang's kick was fierce. The damage dealt was not as high as he had anticipated. Taking the hit, Matsuo Shoyuda pulled out a vial of red potion and gulped it down. Ji Yang ignored him and swiftly moved to Ji Man's side. Brother, I'm fine. This little son is hard to deal with. Ji Man rubbed her head as she sat up. Yang nodded, his gaze fixed on Matsuo Shoyuda. His strength and agility are quite high, coupled with his defensive capabilities. Either his innate talent is boosting his base attributes, or his equipment is exceptional, or perhaps both. After all, he sneaked in and is facing our collective assault, so borrowing some gear wouldn't be difficult. I'll confront him head-on. You provide support from the sidelines. If you can't handle it, run. Understood. In this moment of crisis, Ji Yang fully leveraged his experience as a seasoned player, quickly formulating a strategy. He was nearly correct. Before coming here, Matsuo Shoyuda had indeed borrowed equipment from many people. The gear here is mostly unbound. Whoever wears it owns it. To kill more players, Matsuo Shoyuda had armed himself to the teeth. Not only that, but he had also borrowed money to purchase a vast array of potions to ensure he could sustain prolonged combat. With his already high base attributes, coupled with enhancements from his equipment, Matsuo Shoyuda was immensely powerful at this moment. Without waiting for his health to recover, Matsuo Shoyuda charged forward wielding a meteor hammer. Ji Yang clenched his fists, a pair of faint golden gauntlets materializing. Simultaneously, his muscles began to swell, sinews undulating beneath his skin like serpents. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yang's height surpassed 2 meters, making him appear like a giant next to Matsuo Shoyuda, who stood at only 1.6 meters. Talent, fighter level, rare description. Your physique far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, and you are proficient in various martial arts, enabling you to unleash combos more swiftly. The more consecutive hits you achieve, the higher your attributes will rise. Ji Yang's talent level was merely rare. Although precious, it was also limited in scarcity. Yet, it was this very talent that allowed him to grind monsters and level up, firmly securing his place in the top 5 of the leaderboard. Solar Fist? Ji Yang shouted, and radiant sunlight erupted from his fists. Against an enemy of this caliber, he could not afford to hold back. He needed to unleash his strongest attacks from the start to achieve a combo. Failure to do so would spell disaster. Matsuo Shoyuda, unable to evade in time, could only raise his arms to block. Bang! The attack had not failed to connect, and Ji Yang did not feel disappointment. The Solar Fist was merely the opening move. The subsequent combos were of utmost importance. The faint golden gauntlets dissipated, and Ji Yang transformed his fists into claws, fiercely raking at Matsuo Shoyuda's chest. He then thrust his body forward with all his might. The tremendous force sent Matsuo Shoyuda staggering backward. Just as he was about to halt his retreat, a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, paralyzing him for a second. But in that brief moment, Ji Yang surged forward, lifting his right foot for a powerful kick. According to his plan, he intended to follow up with another punch or kick after this. However, a protective barrier appeared, sending Ji Yang stumbling back several steps. The slight distance caused his combo to break. Ji Yang's expression changed dramatically. Just as he was about to advance and continue his assault, the living person before him suddenly transformed into Abiati. In the next instant, a crimson liquid sprayed forth. The moment the red liquid touched him, Ji Yang screamed in agony. Chapter 42. No flying, Chi Hanqing takes action. Bang, bang. Ji Yang and Ji Man were sent flying. Their bodies were covered in wounds, especially Ji Man, whose white robe was already drenched in blood. This is unplayable. This bastard is cheating. Ji Yang struggled to rise from the ground, his physique returning to normal, now appearing quite pitiful. "Come on, little son. Grandpa fears you not," though he couldn't comprehend the words. Matsuo Shoyuta could tell they were not pleasant. Die. This battle had dragged on for too long. If he didn't resolve it quickly, they would be doomed once others caught wind of the situation. While he was strong, he wasn't strong enough to contend with hundreds of opponents. Just as he raised his meteor hammer, preparing to deliver the final blow, an arrow flew in and struck the hammer, sending it flying. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. "Ji Yang, you owe me your life." Lin Mu sheathed his bow, dismounted his silver-maned horse, and smiled. "I'll repay you. I'll repay you. Your horse is truly magnificent." Ji Yang, disregarding his injuries, slowly approached the silver-maned horse. "Biffed." The silver-maned horse snorted loudly, sending him tumbling to the ground. Rather than being angered, Ji Yang burst into laughter. Whoosh! At that moment, another arrow struck the ground before Matsuo Shoyuta. "You must be Lin Mu." Chi Hanqing gazed at the silver-maned horse, feeling envious even though he remained silent. He dared not pause for even a moment, rushing here in haste. Lin Mu, on the other hand, rode atop such a striking steed, far more comfortable than his own predicament. Chi Hanqing, upon seeing the arrow ignited with black flames, Lin Mu deduced the identity of the newcomer. "I thought I would only see you during the challenge." Chi Hanqing's tone was indifferent, yet a flicker of wariness surfaced when his gaze passed over Lin Mu. He understood that Ji Yang was formidable, but Ji Yang's strength was predictable. It was Lin Mu who eluded his comprehension. Humans exhibit profound fear when confronted with the unknown. His challenge against Lin Mu was, in part, an endeavor to gauge Lin Mu's prowess and dispel the trepidation that lingered within him. Lin Mu simply smiled and remained silent. The reason he had beckoned Ji Yang was because Ji Yang was a decent fellow. He could hardly be bothered to converse with someone as brooding as Chi Hanqing. Were it not for that fragment of the mermaid's horn, he would not have consented to such a tiresome challenge. As more and more people gathered, Matsuo Shota began to panic. A faint sense of dread crept into his heart. He immediately transformed into his bloodbat form. Soaring into the sky. "This is bad. I must flee. Someone stop him." Easier said than done. How can we stop him when he flies so high? Damn it, are we to let him swagger away like this? Who has ranged attacks? Shoot him quickly, the crowd gasped, but there was nothing anyone could do but watch Matsuo Shota depart. Before leaving, Matsuo Shota laughed heartily. "A bunch of foolish pigs. I shall savor hunting you down slowly." At that moment, a man with a somewhat simple appearance stepped forward from the crowd. "Come down." As soon as he spoke, Matsuo Shota plummeted to the ground. 1 level of experience for 1 minute of flight prohibition. Worth it? The simple man was unfazed by the turn of events, merely smiling faintly. His talent was rather lackluster. By expending his own experience points, he could designate one person to be forbidden from flying. This ability did not enhance his combat prowess and was essentially of little use. He had only recently found a small team to take him in. To earn a meager amount of experience points. He toiled selflessly within the team, silently enduring the insults hurled at him. Yet now, as he saw Matsuo Shota about to take off, he did not hesitate to activate his talent, forcibly grounding him for a minute. The crowd erupted in cheers upon witnessing Matsuo Shota's disoriented fall to the ground. Members of the man's team rushed forward to embrace him. "Old Wei is awesome. If it weren't for Old Wei, that guy would have truly escaped today. I declare, from now on, Old Wei is my big brother. Anyone who bullies him must first consult me. Who would dare bully him? He is now a hero against the sea monsters. My apologies, Old Wei, for my previous behavior." Old Wei rubbed his hands together, unsure how to express his gratitude. No need for that. Otherwise, I'll just extend his flight prohibition by another 2 minutes." As he spoke, Old Wei activated his talent once more, and Matsuo Shota tragically discovered that his flight prohibition had been extended by another 2 minutes. Lin Mu observed this silently, retracting his nightmarish pearl. Though the nightmarish pearl could not enforce a flight prohibition, in a state of intimidation, it would be exceedingly difficult for the opponent to escape. Moreover, having activated the nightmarish bind, even if Matsuo Shota managed to flee, he would be doomed to nightmares for days on end. Not lasting long at all. "Damn it, why can't I fly? I want to get away." "You think you can escape? Not a chance. Today, you shall face your demise." A speaker of the Ingwa language emerged, cursing loudly. Then turned to the others. Brothers, I lack the strength to contend with him, but I self-taught a bit of Ingwa while watching movies, so I can translate what he says. Movies? Ingwa action films, I presume? The crowd exchanged knowing smiles. You lot are bullying the weak with your numbers. This is not the spirit of Bushido. Realizing escape was futile, Matsuo Shota rolled his eyes, straightened his clothes, and declared haughtily, "You don't need to speak of honor with beasts." The translator unleashed a string of curses before turning to translate. Surprisingly, despite the limited vocabulary from those action films, he had managed to learn a language. Translating quite aptly, the crowd's reactions mirrored his, erupting in furious exclamations, "I want a one-on-one." Matsuo Shota shouted loudly, fearing the translator's mischief, and even went so far as to write in the dirt. This time, no translation was needed. Everyone understood his meaning. "I shall take him on." Chi Hanqing raised his right hand, a swirl of black flames rising slowly. Even Ji Yang and his sister had been defeated. There was no need to mention others. If he did not act now, he feared no one would be able to contend with him. This is a piece of inner armor. Its attributes are quite decent. I will lend it to you. Ji Yang downed several potions to restore his health. Having shaken off his injuries, he removed his gear and handed it over. If even Chi Hanqing were to fall, he could hardly fathom who else might prevail against this fellow. Chi Hanqing glanced at it briefly and replied coolly, "No need with that." The black fireball in his hand suddenly expanded, enveloping his entire body, resembling a suit of fiery armor. Truly, he was a practitioner of dark fire. This flame appeared undeniably potent, and I could already feel my health dwindling. Someone gasped in horror. It was known that this flame had yet to touch him. It merely radiated residual heat. If it were to land upon him, the consequences were unimaginable. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. He too was curious about just how strong Chi Hanqing had become. Chapter 43. The Infernal Fire Lotus. Lin Mu makes his move a formidable opponent indeed. I must give it my all. Matsuo Shota once again produced a vial of red liquid to drink. This particular vial was thicker and emitted a metallic, rust-like stench. It contained the blood of a level 40 griffin. Drinking it would grant me some of the griffin's attributes. Gulp. The foul blood slid down Matsuo Shota's throat. Far from feeling any discomfort, he appeared to relish the experience. Due to his talent, the blood of the powerful was particularly delectable to him. Crack! The glass vial shattered on the ground, sending shards flying in all directions. In that instant, Matsuo Shota sprang into action. Hiss! What incredible speed! I can barely catch a glimpse of his form. Your agility and mental attributes are too low. It's only natural you cannot see clearly. However, I can only discern a rough outline. I must admit, this fellow is indeed excessively powerful. Though you think Chi Hanqing can win, without a doubt, it will be a complete thrashing. If he doesn't win, we'll have to swarm him. Although that lacks decorum, no honor is owed to beasts. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, clearly favoring Chi Hanqing. Boom. A massive crater formed where Chi Hanqing had previously stood, while he had long since evaded to the side. Fire arrow, go! Chi Hanqing would not passively accept blows. With a low shout, he launched an arrow engulfed in black flames. The arrow flew with incredible speed. Yet Matsuo Shota's velocity had already reached an extraordinarily abnormal level. Whoosh! His form vanished from sight, leaving many with considerable strength only able to glimpse a fleeting shadow. When he reappeared, the fiery arrow was already in his grasp. Child's play. With a casual snap, Matsuo Shota broke the flaming arrow and licked his lips, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Chi Hanqing as if he intended to devour him whole. Chi Hanqing's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand to unleash another fire arrow. This time, the arrow flew even faster and packed greater power. Yet, Matsuo Shota dodged it with ease, his movements almost ghost-like. Such futile struggles. If this is all you have, prepare to lose. After 2 consecutive attacks fell short, Chi Hanqing's face flushed, and his facial muscles began to swell slightly. He took a deep breath, the black flames enveloping him in a sudden blaze. Infernal Fire Lotus. The burning black flames erupted from his body, coalescing into the shape of a lotus flower, which then detonated with a resounding blast. The smaller fireballs that erupted rapidly expanded, reforming into a lotus, only to explode again. Boom, boom, boom. The fire lotus began its advance from in front of Chi Hanqing. Sweeping forward in an instant, The previously lush scenery was consumed by an ocean of flames. Is this truly a power one can unleash at this stage? Someone's throat went dry as they instinctively asked. It was simple. The infernal scene before them had genuinely terrified him. This was no monster forest. It was more akin to a monster hell. I think I have figured out why Qi Hanqing levels up so rapidly. Hiss, this is the strength of the number one on the leaderboard. I envy it greatly. Unfortunately, the individual in question lacked education, only capable of expressing his astonishment with exclamations. That fellow must be thoroughly doomed now. Right? No, that guy is still alive, the crowd gasped. Amidst the sea of flames, Matsuo Shota emerged, his body charred black, the surface riddled with blisters. Some of the blisters had already burst, and the blood, scarcely flowing, was absorbed by his scorched skin. Suddenly, Matsuo Shota grinned wickedly, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. This should be your strongest blow, yes? Now, it's my turn. Striving to extend his arms, he began to pour unknown creature's blood into his mouth. As torrents of blood filled him, Matsuo Shota's injuries rapidly healed. Qi Hanqing's heart sank. He raised his hands to unleash a black fireball. Boom! The fireball exploded, and Matsuo Shota charged through the flames, swinging a meteor hammer that spun through the air before striking Qi Hanqing squarely in the chest. Qi Hanqing immediately spat blood, his chest caving in as he crashed against a massive tree behind him. Defeated? A shared thought arose in the hearts of the crowd. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled as he activated his insight talent. Matsuo Shota's health bar was not yet full, yet he appeared remarkably healthy. As for Qi Hanqing, although he was not in mortal danger, he bore a crippling effect, and without high-quality potions, it seemed unlikely he could regain his mobility in the near future. From this perspective, Qi Hanqing had indeed lost. Someone swiftly helped Qi Hanqing to his feet. Upon witnessing this, Matsuo Shoyuta let out a triumphant laugh. You bunch of swine, nothing but refused with that. He extended his thumb and then pointed it disdainfully to the ground. Such arrogance is ill-advised. Lin Mu slowly stepped forward. He had a slight interest in taking down Little Sunday previously. He had refrained from competing with Qi Hanqing, but now that even he had been defeated, it seemed justifiable for him to take action. What a disgrace you are. Even your top-ranking player has been bested, so you might as well scurry away. Matsuo Shoyuta cast a glance at Lin Mu, scoffing. Who are you? Lin Mu? The first to reach level 10? I never expected someone so young and handsome. Indeed, Lin Mu was impressive. However, his ranking had been quite low in recent days. Was he merely setting himself up for humiliation? Damn it, can't you speak? Why not take down Little Sun? It was challenging. He appeared for so long. Who could know if his combat prowess had improved? Perhaps his previous achievement of being the first to level 10 was merely a stroke of luck. I hope he wins. We absolutely cannot allow Little Sun to trample us again. We have endured enough humiliation. Must we suffer it once more? Indeed, just the sight of that guy makes me want to punch him. Opinions were divided regarding Lin Mu's arrival. That moment, a girl with a single ponytail stepped forward. Lin Mu, I believe in you. Behind her stood the captain, wielding a massive sword, and the tall Wang Hu, clearly ready to support Lin Mu with action. Seeing the three, Lin Mu chuckled softly. Suddenly, two figures burst forth from the monster forest. Upon spotting Lin Mu, they rushed over. Brother Lin Mu, I heard you're going to take down Little Sun. I am here to cheer you on, Hu Daqiang said, stroking his beard with a grin. Beside him was the refined young man, Zhou Jinyu. You two are here too? Lin Mu's eyes widened, his heart filled with astonishment. He was genuinely shocked. The two had clearly been weakened by 50 across all attributes, yet they had not perished and managed to escape the monster forest through sheer effort. Such a remarkable feat rivaled that of some authors' fictional tales. We were delayed, but upon seeing Little Sun's arrival in the chat channel, we hurried to complete our mission and came out. Hu Daqiang briefly explained, then turned to Matsuo Shoyuta, who looked bewildered and spat. You read just a little runt. Brother, you go ahead. I'll cover you from behind. Lin Mu chuckled lightly. Regardless of its efficacy, at least Hu Daqiang had the right attitude. Zhou Jinyu also loudly encouraged him. This is our savior. There's no way to show too much respect. Hey, do you want my inner armor? Ji Yang also slipped over to Lin Mu's side, whispering, in the past, it was common to gather good equipment for the main team during dungeon runs. So he found it unremarkable. Sorry, I won't be needing it. Lin Mu gestured with one hand. summoning the Bone Slayer sword. Upon seeing this exquisite weapon, crafted from the spine of a certain creature, Ji Yang chuckled awkwardly and retreated beside Ji-Man. Chapter 44. Comprehensive Domination, a Twist. Cultists of the evil god Matsuo Shoyuta sneered, clearly dismissing this opponent. His figure swiftly vanished from sight, reappearing behind Lin Mu in an instant, swinging his meteor hammer down towards Lin Mu's head. Die, clang! The anticipated scene of gore did not unfold. Instead, he was met with a long sword made of vertebrae. Unyielding, he immediately leaped back, changing direction to continue his assault. Clang! Once more, that strange long sword stood resolutely in the path of his attack, denying him even a sliver of opportunity. Baka, how is this possible? Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of their clashes rang out like a storm. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Many low-level players could only hear the noise, unable to discern where the two were located. Another clash echoed. Matsuo Shoyuta halted, his hands gripping the meteor hammer, trembling slightly. Why can you block my attacks every time? Because your movements are too sluggish. As the words fell, Lin Mu's figure flickered swiftly, leaving behind only an afterimage. In the next moment, the afterimage vanished, and he stood directly before Matsuo Shoyuta, thrusting his sword forward. Matsuo Shoyuta's heart raced in alarm as he hurriedly raised his arm to block, but at that moment, an invisible force erupted. Terror. An indescribable fear flooded Matsuo Shoyuta's mind, rendering his thoughts void. He could only watch helplessly as the sword's tip pierced through his chest. Reaching his heart. Splat. A spray of blood erupted, and Matsuo Shoyuta's complexion swiftly paled. If anyone could see his health bar, they would notice that this strike had nearly halved it. However, Matsuo Shoyuta did not perish. After undergoing transformation into a blood bat, his body had long since become extraordinary, possessing 12 hearts as blood supply organs. As long as those 12 hearts were not destroyed simultaneously, he would not face a life-threatening situation. Bang! With the Bone Slayer sword pressed against him, Matsuo Shoyuta swung the meteor hammer, landing a blow on Lin Mu. His regenerative ability was so powerful that even a blood transfusion would be sufficient to wear down the man before him. 466. The moment he saw the damage number, Matsuo Shoyuta froze for a moment. Such low damage. It seemed this individual possessed formidable defensive equipment. Concurrently, a black damage number of -121 appeared above his head. Nanny, is that a counterattack? Matsuo Shoyuta was once again astonished. High defensive attributes were one thing, but to possess counterattack capabilities as well? Why was such a treasure not his own? No matter. Once he killed this person, such excellent equipment would belong to him. Not only this defensive gear, but that strange long sword would also be his. Roar. He raised the meteor hammer once more, ready to strike down, only to find that Lin Mu had vanished from his sight, and a sudden sharp pain shot through his left leg. Looking down, he saw a red sword tip piercing through his thigh. Strangely, the blood around the wound was rapidly disappearing. Baka, I am the master of blood. How can a mere weapon rival my control? Spinning attack? He roared in fury, disregarding the pain in his leg, gripping the hammer's handle with both hands, and spun around 360 degrees. Lin Mu merely jumped back, evading the range of the meteor hammer's attack. Although his agility wasn't particularly high, it still stood at 107 points. Unless one had a primary focus on agility, it was difficult to keep pace with his movements. As Matsuo Shoyuta's attack missed, he suddenly emitted a red glow. Oh no, he plans to escape. Ji Yang's voice echoed from a distance. As his words fell, Matsuo Shoyuta soared into the air. During the previous battle, he had deliberately distanced himself from the crowd to facilitate his escape. Baka, I'll take my leave now. I'll settle things next time. Matsuo Shoyuta laughed triumphantly. Just then, he noticed Lin Mu retrieving a black and purple object. What is that? He sensed a hint of unease, a heavy layer of fear enveloping him. Terror. The invisible energy struck him with precision. Ah! A scream echoed in the air, and then Matsuo Shoyuta plummeted from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Fortunately, having learned from experience, he quickly regained his balance and flapped his wings desperately, attempting to flee. Lin Mu smiled, swapping the Bone Slayer sword for the tri-element longbow. I was the champion of aerial frisbee shooting. Zing! An energy arrow shot forth, striking Matsuo Shoyuta squarely in the rear. In an instant, his cries grew even more frantic. This arrow was no ordinary projectile. Had it merely carried poison, Matsuo Shoyuta could have endured it. However, the paralyzing effect of the lightning power accompanying the arrow was simply insurmountable. He was rendered numb, limbs convulsing, unable to fly, and nearly losing his blood-bat form. Lin Mu quickly closed the gap, unleashing several more arrows in succession. Then he retrieved the eternal quiver, drawing arrows with seamless precision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With his extraordinary firing speed, his archery transformed into a machine gun, preventing Matsuo Shoyuta from even rising. What was even more terrifying for Matsuo Shoyuta was that the poison he had previously dismissed was actually stacking. Although each layer of poison only deducted a few drops of his health, in a short span, he found himself with 50 or 60 layers. This meant his health was plummeting by 700 or 800, even over 1,000, each second. Such a terrifying rate of health depletion could not be countered even with blood potions. He did possess an antidote, but a single vial could only neutralize one layer of poison. His rate of detoxification was slower than Lin Mu's rate of poisoning. Ultimately, Matsuo Shoyuta rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground. Lifeless, he is dead. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into the loudest cheers. The sound reverberated through the air as if it could shatter the clouds above. Lin Mu raised his hand, signaling for silence in his line of sight. Although Matsuo Shoyuta's health bar was faint, his insight ability allowed him to detect a hint of the truth. Feigning death, Lin Mu approached and quickly discovered a wooden plaque on Matsuo Shoyuta's corpse. The plaque appeared unremarkable, yet it suspended a health bar, looking exceedingly peculiar. Gripping the plaque tightly, Lin Mu focused his mind and entered the realm of dark creation. Inside the dark creation realm, time was suspended relative to the outside world. No matter how long he lingered within, only an instant would pass outside. Upon entering, the wooden plaque in hand immediately stirred with a peculiar energy. The ethereal visage of Matsuo Shoyuta emerged from the plaque, his expression a mixture of shock and bewilderment as he surveyed his surroundings. Where is this place? Release me at once. Perhaps due to the spatial phenomenon, Lin Mu surprisingly comprehended his utterances. External soul detected. Shall we proceed with reconstruction? Reconstruction. What could that possibly entail? Lin Mu silently opted for yes. In the next instant, an overwhelming mist surged forth, enveloping Matsuo Shoyuta's apparition. In the blink of an eye, a dark essence materialized, settling upon the workstation. This dark essence, could it truly be the reconstructed soul? After conducting a brief examination and confirming that the dark essence formed from Matsuo Shoyuta's soul was indistinguishable from what he had previously acquired, Lin Mu felt a surge of curiosity. Yet, the information at his disposal was scant, and the underlying reasons remained elusive. He could only relinquish the matter for the time being. The talent of creation was lifted, and Lin Mu had anticipated a smooth defeat of his foe, but to his astonishment, the seemingly deceased Matsuo Shoyuta rose to his feet. What a splendid vessel! Who could have marred it? The dark essence swirled relentlessly, and his demeanor suddenly turned grotesque. Meanwhile, far away in Sal village, Ackman, engrossed in a game with Mia, abruptly raised his head. What are these foolish cultists of the dark god doing? How could they allow such a being to infiltrate? Chapter 45. Equipment Frenzy Deconstruction. Epic level power boost. Lin Mu. Find a way to hold him off. If you can just delay him, I shall reward you handsomely. Amidst the chaos, Lin Mu, still unaware of the unfolding events, suddenly heard a familiar voice in his ear. Mr. Ackman? He paused momentarily, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of the man. I am still in Sal village and cannot leave just yet, but I am crafting an expulsion scroll. You must hold on for at least 5 minutes, do you understand? Ackman's voice resonated once more, urgency creeping into his tone. What will happen if you cannot stop him? Currently, he is merely borrowing a vessel. His strength has not yet reached its peak. If left unchecked, his power could rapidly escalate, perhaps reaching levels in the 40s within a day. We may have to summon the strong from Muto City to handle him. Lin Mu's expression hardened as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Facing a foe of level 40 was daunting. Even against a level 20 monster, he lacked confidence in securing victory. Such a formidable adversary could decimate them all in mere moments. I understand. Slowly exhaling, Lin Mu readied his sword for confrontation. Everyone with a talent, quickly bolster Lin Mu. Otherwise, we shall all perish. Not far off, Ji Yang's voice echoed, his urgency palpable. Although he had not heard Ackman's words, years of gaming experience warned him that something was amiss in the game. This was the second phase of a boss encounter. The second phase typically exhibited a significant boost in the boss's capabilities. Moreover, from the tone of voice, it was evident that the being now standing before them was no longer Matsuo Shoyuta, but an unknown entity. Such a presence sent shivers down his spine. A formidable enemy, indeed. Others, awakening from their stupor, swiftly activated their talents, casting layers of enhancements upon Lin Mu. Regrettably, despite the numbers, the majority possessed rather mediocre talents. Even those with promising abilities often lacked supportive enhancements. Lin Mu, take this necklace, Ji Young exclaimed, jogging to Lin Mu's side and offering a cross necklace. Lin Mu's expression darkened. This man was becoming reminiscent of a salesman. He waved his hands in refusal. No need, truly. It was absurd. Had it been useful, he would have donned it already. The crux of the issue was that he could not equip any gear. In an instant, Lin Mu shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. At that moment, Matsuo Shoyuta had undergone a grotesque transformation. His eyes were mercilessly engulfed by an unfathomable darkness, resembling two endless black holes that emitted a cold, eerie glow, evoking the deepest fears within. The more striking alteration was in his physique. Once proportionate limbs had morphed into grotesque and distorted forms, with limbs elongated and joints protruding. Suddenly, each joint erupted, revealing multiple pairs of eyes that darted about, fixated on the approaching Lin Mu. What in the world is this? Blood attack. Lin Mu swung his sword with one hand, unleashing a crimson wave of energy. This blood attack, when landing upon ordinary monsters, could inflict hundreds of points of damage, yet Matsuo Shoyuta did not flinch, allowing the assault to strike him. 163.415. The substantial healing left Lin Mu astounded. It appeared that this regeneration was not an active skill but rather a passive ability. In other words, unless his damage exceeded the healing rate, Matsuo Shoyuta would not perish. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Mu closed the distance to Matsuo Shoyuta. With a swift thrust, he struck. 400.415. Although the damage was commendable, it bore no effect. Pitiful insect, Matsuo Shoyuta retaliated with a casual punch. Boom. The seemingly ordinary blow bore the weight of 1,000 pounds upon Lin Mu, causing his health to plummet by over 1/5. Without the Fanghide armor, it would take merely 2 punches for Matsuo Shoyuta to obliterate him entirely. Insufficient damage and inadequate defense. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed as he activated the space of creation. The workstation now brimmed with a variety of equipment: deerskin boots, corrupted daggers, exquisite hammers, ordinary longswords, mighty rings, bloody wolf-fang clubs, and bandit masks. All the gear acquired recently lay before him. 1-star blue equipment detected. Shall we deconstruct? Deconstruction probability. 1-star green essence 398. 1-star blue essence 187. 1-star purple essence 124. 1-star purple equipment detected. Shall we deconstruct? Deconstruction probability. 1-star green essence 1066. 1-star blue essence 445. 1-star purple essence 134. 1-star purple essence 25. 1-star white equipment detected. 2-star blue equipment detected. Deconstruct everything. Combine them all. A glint of madness flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. No enemy was insurmountable, as long as his strength was formidable and his defenses high. With such an abundance of essences, he refused to believe he could not withstand for 5 minutes. A brilliant light enveloped the workstation, causing all items to vanish, leaving behind 5 essences of varying colors, 3 1-star golden essences and 2 2-star purple essences. Lin Mu retrieved the Fanghide armor and quickly scanned its attributes. Main attributes: Strength 5, Constitution 10. Additional attributes: Resistance boost, Fanghide counterattack. This attribute was indeed commendable below level 10, yet now its contribution to combat power paled in comparison to a direct level up. Let us see how far you can enhance me. Consuming 1-star golden essence 1, Strength 10, Constitution 25, Agility 14, Spirit 6. Consuming 1-star golden essence 1, Strength 12, Constitution 22, Agility 12, Spirit 4. Fanghide armor upgraded to golden quality. Has it truly transformed into gold? Lin Mu hurriedly looked down to assess the changes. Setting aside the increase in main attributes, his gaze fixated on the additional properties. The resistance boost had escalated to a significant enhancement, and the counterattack effect of Feng Hide surged from its original 10 to an impressive 30, substantially amplifying both defensive and retaliatory capabilities. Clicking on the next to the Feng Hide counterattack, a tingling sensation coursed through his body. Is this enhancing my constitution? The tingling sensation arrived swiftly, yet dissipated just as quickly. Lacking a point of reference, Lin Mu could not ascertain the extent of his defensive capabilities. With one golden essence remaining, he retrieved the tri-element bow, preparing to enhance its attributes. The star level of the item is too high. Please select an essence of the corresponding star level. It seemed 1-star essences could not enhance 2-star items. Lin Mu felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had hoped to exploit a bug and amass low-star equipment for deconstruction into essences. Since 1-star essences were unsuitable, he decided to utilize 2-star essences. With a mere thought, the 2 purple essences transformed into a radiant light, enveloping the tri-element bow securely. Chapter 46. Mr. Ackman, you arrived too late. A notification flashed before Lin Mu's eyes. Tri-element bow upgraded to purple quality. He grasped the tri-element bow, and upon inspecting its attributes, satisfaction washed over him. Name: Tri-element bow, grade 2-star blue. Main attributes: Strength 53, Constitution 21, Agility 37, Spirit 11. Additional attributes: 1. Sturdiness 22. Attribute enhancement: Armor-piercing energy arrows, acceleration. Attribute enhancement: Any arrows shot from the tri-element bow will automatically load lightning and gale attributes. This property correlates with flight speed. The faster the flight speed, the greater the attribute damage. Armor-piercing energy arrows: Consumes a small portion of one's energy to condense arrows with armor-piercing effects. This effect has no cooldown, and the number of arrows is contingent on one's energy. Acceleration: Carrying the tri-element bow grants a speed boost. Strength increased by 23 points, agility by 27 points, alongside enhancements to Constitution and Spirit. Beyond these, the additional attributes also received a notable boost. The effects conferred by attributes have become significantly more formidable. The reduction in energy arrow consumption has temporarily alleviated the most vexing issue of sustaining my efforts. While I now possess both offensive and defensive capabilities, it remains insufficient. The creation of space is static in relation to the external world. Although it allows for the creation and enhancement of items, it does not facilitate the healing of my injuries. Observing the dwindling health points, Lin Mu murmured to himself, I still require an item that enables rapid regeneration. Upon opening the item inventory, the materials he had previously gathered lay quietly within. The tail segment imbued with vitality, the medicinal toad skin, and the scorpion's single eye. These 3 components should suffice to forge an item, though regrettably, they do not combine to form the 5 poisons. With a flourish, he initiated the creation process. The regenerative toad skin enveloped the lizard's tail and the scorpion's eye tightly, yet both resisted confinement, writhing in agitation. Through the semi-transparent toad skin, Lin Mu could distinctly observe the intricate patterns on the tail and the pupil of the scorpion's eye. Alas, no matter how fiercely they struggled, they could not escape the delicate membrane of the toad skin. In an instant, the item was created. Skipping the naming process, a white, chrysalis-like creature settled into Lin Mu's palm. Name: Incomplete 5 Poisons Worm, grade 2-star purple. Main attributes: Strength 13, Constitution 13, Agility 13, Spirit 13. Additional attributes: Parasitic healing, toxin resistance, damage storage. Parasitic healing: The worm attaches to a part of the body and automatically repairs damage when the body is harmed. Toxin resistance: Provides a degree of resistance to lower-tier toxins. Damage storage: The worm's body is uniquely structured, capable of temporarily storing a portion of damage, which is then returned to the host upon escaping danger. Description: I trust you understand what incomplete implies. Please gather the remaining materials for another creation. I truly wish to complete the 5 poisons. It's not as if I lack the means. Lin Mu grumbled, glancing at the additional attributes of the 5 poisons worm. The effects of the 3 supplementary attributes were exceedingly practical, and with this worm in his possession, he felt more confident about the upcoming battles. The 5 poisons worm wobbled up from Lin Mu's palm, then crawled up his sleeve to settle on his back, where it found a suitable position and lay still, its body becoming as thin as a cicada's wing. Resembling a small piece of transparent cling film adhered to him. With 1 golden essence remaining, Lin Mu did not hesitate to use it, producing the true necklace. Consume 1-star Golden Essence 1. Strength 3. Constitution 2. Agility 3. Spirit 15. True Necklace upgraded to Black quality. Another quality upgrade. Lin Mu clicked to inspect the attributes of the True Necklace. The speed of weak point insight had increased slightly, but otherwise, there were no significant changes. The True Necklace is a tool that must be held aloft. Only through the eye atop can one observe specific information. Once it reaches 2-star gold, he could solidify weak point insight as an innate talent, eliminating the need to hold it continuously. Though I have expended considerable resources, the speed of advancement is truly remarkable. Lin Mu slowly exhaled, opening his attribute panel. Name: Lin Mu. Level: 13, 96, Strength: 204, Constitution: 183, Agility: 166, Spirit: 113, Talent. Forbidden Creation, Unique. Item Inventory: Key of Freedom, Tiger Skin Wood, Purple Jade Bamboo, Magnet, Bleeding Claw. Solidified Talents: Virus Shot, Insight, Intimidation, Tiger Soul, Fangs Counter, Skill, Double Strike. His fundamental attributes had nearly doubled compared to before, if one were to use Qin Zihan's attributes as a reference. His basic stats now surpass those of an average person by 4 or 5 times. Coupled with these solidified talents and additional attributes, even 100 individuals combined would not stand a chance against him. It is time to venture forth. With that declaration, the surrounding darkness dissipated entirely, and a riot of colors returned. Lin Mu propelled himself forward with a force akin to a bullet being discharged. The onlookers were left in awe. Previously, some had managed to catch a glimpse of Lin Mu's figure, but now they could only see the massive crater he left behind. Just how immense was the force he unleashed in that moment? Questions arose among the crowd, but no answers were forthcoming, as most present could not comprehend the spectacle. Thus, all eyes turned to Ji Yang, hoping he could provide insight. I feel he could strike me down with a single blow. Ji Yang chuckled wryly, rubbing his nose. It was no wonder he needed no equipment. Merely judging by his speed, Lin Mu's agility attribute must exceed 150, even if the other 3 base attributes were not high. It was sufficient to illustrate his terrifying prowess. Boom. As if validating Ji Yang's words, the once arrogant Matsuo Seda was suddenly sent flying, crashing through several large trees. Lin Mu, refusing to grant him a moment's respite, unleashed a relentless wave of attacks that surged forth like a tide. Before long, Matsuo Seda's figure became unsteadied. At this level, with such strength, how could you possibly be so formidable? Matsuo Seda, or rather, the cultist of the evil god, stared at Lin Mu in disbelief. Before Lin Mu could respond, he suddenly burst into laughter. Very well, destroying a genius is not a loss. As these words fell, Matsuo Seda's aura surged to its zenith. Boom! In the next instant, he appeared behind Lin Mu, delivering a powerful punch. -0. Upon seeing the number that appeared above Lin Mu's head, Matsuo Seda was momentarily stunned. What shocked him even more was that this punch inflicted no damage whatsoever. Instead, he lost over 1,000 health points. Double strike. Lin Mu seized the opportunity without hesitation, pivoting to unleash a flurry of strikes with the Bone Slayer sword. Critical hit. Critical hit. Matsuo Seda, seemingly having forsaken defense, found his health rapidly depleting by more than half from these 2 strikes. Impossible. How is there no damage? Matsuo Seda roared, his fists relentlessly pounding against Lin Mu. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mu exchanged blows with him. After an indeterminate number of clashes, Matsuo Seda finally collapsed to the ground. He raised a trembling finger, pointing at Lin Mu, his face contorted with rage. I will remember you. We shall meet again. Congratulations, you have slain the evil god cultist's avatar. Experience 100,000. Congratulations, you have reached level 14, gaining 20 free attribute points. 100,000 experience points? Lin Mu felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Just then, Ackerman's voice echoed in his ear. Lin Mu, can you hold on? I had Mia deliver the exorcism scroll to you. Mr. Ackerman, you have arrived too late. Has it been merely 3 minutes? Has he become so powerful that you cannot defeat him? No, I mean the so-called evil god cultist has already been dealt with. Ackerman. Chapter 47. 5-star materials. What? The one who penetrated the bandit camp was actually Lin Mu. From Matsuo Seda's corpse, various colored orbs of light emerged, and Lin Mu approached to collect them one by one. Congratulations, you have obtained Ink Spider Venom Sac 1, Centipede Flying Legs 2, Chain Meteor Hammer 1, Beast Soul Armor 1, Fingerbone Corrupted by Evil God Power 1. Copper Coins 413. Indeed, the 5 poisons have been assembled. A grin crept across his face as his gaze fell upon a bone fragment the size of a thumb, entirely black and riddled with holes. Name: Fingerbone Corrupted by Evil God Power. Grade: 5-star blue. Description: a bone from a high-level being, altered by the infusion of a trace of evil god power, resulting in indescribable changes. A 5-star item. Lin Mu's heart soared with joy. He had only encountered one 5-star item previously, which had emerged from a novice gift pack. Matsuo Seda was indeed affluent, possessing such valuable treasures. Besides this finger bone, the Chain Meteor Hammer and Beast Soul Armor were also commendable items, both rated as 2-star purple. Disassembling them would yield 2 guaranteed 2-star purple essences, and with a stroke of luck, he might even obtain an orange essence. As Lin Mu tallied his loot, Chi Hanqing approached him, presenting a purple item that I concede. This is for you. Lin Mu focused intently, recognizing it as a fragment of the siren's horn. Boom! The crowd erupted upon hearing Chi Hanqing's concession. Concede? What does he mean by that? Let us not forget they still have a challenge ahead. I know, but isn't that scheduled for the day after tomorrow? Day after tomorrow? The little one defeats Chi Hanqing, and Lin Mu defeats the little one. Doesn't that mean Lin Mu triumphs over Chi Hanqing? If I were him, I wouldn't even mention the challenge. I would concede early. To be fair, Lin Mu is undeniably strong. If one were to assess battle prowess, he is likely the undisputed champion at this moment. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Lin Mu accepted the siren's horn fragment with remarkable composure. Even if Chi Hanqing did not provide it now, he would eventually have to present it in 2 days. By doing so, Chi Hanqing spared him considerable effort. Time to go. I must level up. Staying with you peculiar individuals is rather stressful. May our paths cross again. Jiang waved his hand, leading Ji-Man away. Most remained, encircling Lin Mu, some requesting to form a team, others seeking to level together, and a few even proposing to share accommodations with him. Initially patient, Lin Mu soon grew exasperated, opting to mount his silver-maned horse and leaving the crowd in a cloud of dust. Having escaped the throng, he returned to Sao Village. After entrusting the silver-maned horse to the care of the innkeeper, Lin Mu made his way to Mia's residence. He was intensely curious about the generous reward mentioned by Ackerman. In the study, Ackerman scrutinized Lin Mu from head to toe. After a lengthy pause, he sighed deeply, expressing his sentiments. I can vaguely sense that you possess some remarkable talents. Your rate of growth is truly astonishing. Thank you for the compliment. I merely strive for survival, Lin Mu replied with utmost sincerity. Without becoming stronger, death was inevitable, and he had no choice but to adapt. Very well, it appears you have grasped the survival principles of this world. This is the reward I promised you. Do accept it. Ackerman stood up and retrieved a light purple scroll from the wooden bookshelf behind him, placing it before Lin Mu. Name: Designated Advanced Job Change Scroll. Grade: 2-star black. Description: an exceptionally rare job change scroll. Originally random, but modified by Ackerman to allow for a designated profession change. Once you reach level 15, you may undergo a job change. Professions are categorized into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and hidden. Hidden professions are unique. Even I have only witnessed one such instance, so no need. This will suffice. Lin Mu quickly accepted the designated job change scroll. While hidden professions were undoubtedly appealing, their uniqueness posed a risk. Should he randomly obtain an unsuitable profession? It would be better not to have one at all. As long as you are pleased, the caravan has returned. If you wish to purchase something, now is the time. Oh, I almost forgot to give you this. Ackerman waved his hand. Just as Lin Mu was filled with confusion, several notification sounds suddenly rang in his ears. Due to your successful defeat of the cultists of the evil god, you have averted a disaster. Honor points 100, current identity, 4th class citizen, 4th class citizen. You are now part of the civilian class in this nation, free to visit any village. With recommendations from others, you may visit nearby small and medium-sized towns. Honor points acquisition methods: slaying monsters, completing village and town tasks, and other means to be explored. Current honor points: 102, 500, due to your successful defeat of the cultists of the evil god. The reputation of Sal Village 60, current reputation: Sal Village 65, Mutuo City 5. Your reputation in Sal Village has reached the trusted 61 to 80 level. Your reputation in Mutuo City has reached the indifferent 0 to 20 level. Lin Mu's eyes widened in astonishment at this unexpected boon. Particularly, the honor points were crucial, as they could diminish over time. Without timely replenishment, they would plummet to level 10, a significant liability. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Mr. Ackerman, is the honor point system implemented by the Empire? If it's a national initiative, does that mean I would not be subject to its constraints upon leaving the respective nation? The honor point system is universally applicable across all nations in this world. It merely depends on mutual recognition. Your understanding may be somewhat flawed. It is not a national honor point system. A term you might comprehend better would be Heavenly Tao honor points. Since it is Heavenly Tao honor points, why would you bestow this upon me? It is rightfully yours. I merely hold it in temporary custody. After this clarification, Lin Mu began to grasp the concept. Much like a game, the true source of mission rewards is not the NPCs but the gaming system. NPCs are merely an external manifestation of that system. Upon leaving Mia's home, Lin Mu proceeded to the eastern edge of the village. The successful return of the caravan had caused quite a commotion, with a crowd already gathered. Some were awaiting their rewards, while others merely sought to partake in the excitement. It's him. He is the one who saved me. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd, and a woman wearing a beige wide-brimmed hat and a blue long dress squeezed her way through, rushing towards Lin Mu. Meanwhile, a jeweler named Leon, who was cleaning his glasses, also brightened upon spotting Lin Mu. He tightened the suspenders on his trousers and rushed over with short, stout legs. Observing their actions, even the dullest individual could deduce that the one who had stormed the bandit camp was not Chi Hanqing, but Lin Mu, who had now returned triumphantly. Chapter 48. The true value of the job change scroll and the astonishing changes brought by the all-attribute potion. Lin Mu had been troubled about how to explain the contribution points. But with two witnesses present, he no longer needed to worry. Casting a glance at the two, he made his way directly towards Leon. It was not that he had a peculiar taste, but rather that Leon held a higher status, which could afford him numerous conveniences. Lord Lin Mu, I never imagined you would annihilate the entire bandit camp. Those wretched scoundrels deserve to be cast into hell. Leon spat, cursing vehemently, despite wearing noble attire. His behavior was anything but elegant. Perhaps he was aware of his impropriety, as he sheepishly added, I beg your pardon. I was merely a stone-carving apprentice before gradually amassing my first fortune through jewelry, which explains my lack of formal noble education. Lin Mu nodded in understanding, then turned his attention to the captain of the caravan. The captain, named Ruin, was an exceptionally burly man. What a remarkable young man you are, Ruin exclaimed, before drawing a scroll of parchment from a gap in his armor. Your contribution points total 1720. This document lists the items you can exchange for. Opening the parchment, the first item listed was the job change scroll. Beginner job change scroll, contribution points 1500. Upon seeing the price, Lin Mu was taken aback. After battling nearly the entire night, the contribution points he earned were only sufficient to exchange for the most basic beginner profession. Captain Ruin, if we were to consider the medium job change scroll, how many contribution points would that require? Approximately 30,000 contribution points, provided we have enough in stock. If the supply of medium job change scrolls is limited, you would need to complete additional tasks in the advanced job change scroll. Such items are unavailable in our rural area. They have only appeared in Mutuo City on rare occasions. The capital likely has a fair number, but I have never been there in my lifetime. Though Captain Ruin appeared fierce, he was quite amiable, patiently explaining, It was only then that Lin Mu realized how impressive the designated job change scroll Ackerman had provided was. Returning his focus to the parchment, he examined the items listed. Militia set includes weapon, helmet, chest armor, leg armor, contribution points 1200, vitality potion, 1 set, 99 vials, contribution points 1000, all attribute potion, 1 vial, contribution points 800, health potion, 1 set, 99 vials, contribution points 800. Special feed, 1 set, 99 bundles, contribution points 100. While the list of items was not extensive, they were all exceedingly practical, and several were urgently needed by Lin Mu, such as the special feed. After careful consideration, he exchanged for 1 vial of the all-attribute potion, 1 set of health potions, and 1 set of special materials. This totaled 1,700 contribution points, leaving him with 20. which converted to 200 copper coins. Once all exchanges were complete, Lin Mu eagerly ventured outdoors. He first fed the silver-maned horse a bundle of feed, then took out the all-attribute potion. Name: all-attribute potion, grade, 2-star blue. Description: upon consumption, all attributes increase by 10 points. The description was straightforward, yet the effects were extraordinary. A boost of 40 points in attributes was equivalent to a 2-level increase. Gulping down the potion, which had a taste reminiscent of Sprite, Lin Mu was astonished to find a thin layer of keratin forming on the surface of his skin. Though this layer appeared delicate, it was remarkably resilient and did not impede his movements in the slightest. I must find a monster to test my current defensive capabilities. With a thought, Lin Mu removed the Fong leather armor he had been wearing and headed straight for the monster forest. Soon, he located a suitable test subject. Name: Wild Mountain Cat. Level 8. Skill: Scratch, Scratch. Utilizes sharp claws to tear through the opponent's skin and muscle. Can even deliver a fatal throat slash. The Wild Mountain Cat was of a size comparable to a jaguar. Its claws exceptionally sharp, capable of leaving deep scratches on stone. They marked their territory simply by finding a rock and leaving their claw prints upon it. Such foes were not to be trifled with. Wise individuals typically avoided wild mountain cats in favor of hunting other monsters. Upon noticing Lin Mu, the wild mountain cat crouched low, emitting a low growl of hiss-hiss. Lin Mu, perceiving the situation, turned to leave. While it seemed he was retreating, he was subtly exposing his weakness to the creature. As expected, the wild mountain cat could not resist the temptation and pounced, its sharp claws swiping across Lin Mu's back. Rip! The fabric of his clothing tore, yet the cat's claws left only a few white marks on his skin, which quickly faded. Turning to face the once menacing wild mountain cat, he found it lying on the ground. Its health nearly depleted. Even though it had inflicted no harm on him, the innate ability of his hardened Fong armor reflected a staggering 30 of the damage back to it. Now, this is true power. With a swift strike, Lin Mu dispatched the wild mountain lynx and summoned forth a silver-maned steed, racing towards the shallow sandy beach. Before long, he arrived at the very spot where he had previously vanquished the spiked crocodile tortoise. Having gathered 5 fragments of the mermaid's horn, do you wish to combine them into the mermaid's horn? Without hesitation, Lin Mu selected yes. A radiant light flashed, and a horn fashioned from white shells materialized in his grasp. Name: Mermaid's Horn, grade, 2-star purple. Description: sound the horn, and after a mere 10 minutes, the mermaid princess shall appear. However, trust me, she may not be as splendid as you envision. Upon reading the whimsical description, the corner of Lin Mu's mouth twitched. Surely, he wouldn't summon a rather unattractive princess, would he? He raised the mermaid's horn and blew into it with vigor. A low, resonant hum spread outward, swiftly stirring the surface of the sea into a tumultuous wave. Concurrently, at another leveling spot, Qi Hanqing rode atop a creature resembling a rhinoceros. Die! His hands pressed firmly against the beast's broad back, and in an instant, black flames enveloped both of them completely. The rhinoceros thrashed about in agony, seemingly attempting to dislodge its rider. Yet, even as Qi Hanqing was battered and bloodied, he remained resolute in his actions. With a thunderous crash, the rhinoceros's life came to an end, collapsing to the ground alongside Qi Hanqing. Congratulations, you have completed the chain quest. Potential danger, 10. Experience 2.35 million. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 15, gaining 20 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 16, gaining 20 free attribute points. Level 16? Ha ha ha, I am still at the top of the leaderboard. I shall forever remain first. Qi Hanqing rested on the ground for a moment, a smile spreading across his face as he opened the leaderboard. Suddenly, his expression shifted as if he had seen a ghost, his pupils trembling in shock. Chapter 49. The Interloper, Ruler of the Shallow Beach. Why search for loot when you can plunder corpses? As time reverted to the moment the mermaid's horn was sounded, Lin Mu preemptively drew the mermaid's lament, preparing to enchant his tri-elemental longbow. Mermaid's Lament instantly kills all mermen except for the Mermaid King. The effect vanishes after one use. Alas, this effect could only be activated once. Otherwise, it would have been far better to inquire about the location of the merfolk and directly level up there. As Lin Mu awaited, he suddenly chuckled. Even if such a thing existed, it was unlikely to be within reach at this stage. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the once serene surface of the ocean transformed into a menacing fury. Waves surged forth, crashing against the rocky shore with a thunderous roar. The waves grew taller, their force intensifying with each strike. Crack, crack. The rocks along the shore could not withstand this tremendous impact, shattering into fragments that were swept away into the deep sea. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool emerged, revealing a triangular object at its center. The mermaid princess? No, this was a landshark. Name: Leader Landshark. Level: 20. Skills: Razor-bite, Water Tornado, Landwalker, Razor-bite. Utilizes sharp teeth to tear apart prey, possessing exceptional armor-piercing capabilities. Water Tornado. Unleashes a whirlwind mixed with seawater to ensnare opponents before launching an attack. Landwalker. Can move on land without any reduction in attributes. A level 20 leader class monster. This could very well be the ruler of the entire shallow beach. Lin Mu quietly retreated. He had not anticipated that the mermaid princess would not emerge, but instead, this creature had been drawn forth. The landshark, resembling a great white shark, measured nearly 10 meters in length. Its abdominal fins evolved into claw-like appendages covered in hard scales, reminiscent of chicken feet. With a pair of these claws at both the front and back, they remained close to the body while swimming, not hindering movement. Upon reaching land, the claws would extend to support the landshark's weight. Beyond its fearsome appearance, the landshark's attack power was formidable. As soon as it reached shore, it expelled a water tornado from its mouth. The tornado swelled in the wind, quickly reaching heights of over 10 meters, uprooting trees in its path, while lower-tier monsters were instantly obliterated in the distance. A small party was leveling up, and upon witnessing the landshark, they were left dumbfounded. I recall the old man at the general store mentioning that the ruler of the shallow beach was a shark that could walk on land. Could this be it? It's quite possible. Just looking at this behemoth makes me shiver. Can someone help me out? My legs feel a bit weak. Wait, why do I get the impression that this shark is fleeing? Impossible. I just cast a detection spell, and this shark is identified as a landshark, a level 20 leader class monster. The highest monster level in this area is only 20. Who could possibly make it flee? It seems to be true. Look, what is that? A startled exclamation rang out. The crowd turned their gazes to the sea, only to see a figure rising from the tumultuous waves. This figure was not particularly large, estimated to be merely a third of the landshark's size, approximately 3 meters tall. Yet upon seeing this figure, the landshark reacted as though it had encountered a ghost, bolting in terror in the next moment. The formidable figure hurled an object that struck the landshark squarely on the head. The landshark was dead, slain in a single blow. What sort of power was this? Why are we still standing here? Run for your lives. Yes, hurry up, or we might lose our lives. Wait, that's Lin Mu. He's charging towards that figure. What? Is he seeking death? It seems he has completely lost his mind. In such a moment, he should be escaping. Yet he wishes to play the hero. You all seem to be wishing for his demise. He might have a trump card. You expect me to believe that Lin Mu possesses a trump card capable of slaying a level 20 leader class monster? Exactly. If he had such a card, why didn't he kill that big shark directly earlier? The murmurs of the crowd did not reach Lin Mu's ears. He had been pondering how to deal with the landshark when unexpectedly, the mermaid princess resolved this significant issue for him. However, was this mermaid princess truly a mermaid princess? A humanoid figure, entirely enveloped in azure scales, with a fish head, reminiscent of the characters from Journey to the West, specifically Ba Boer Bin and Bin Boer Ba. If not for the opulent necklace adorning her neck and the 2 gem-encrusted shells covering her chest, one might hardly recognize her as a mermaid princess. You should just perish. Lin Mu, overwhelmed with sorrow, released an arrow. The mermaid princess regarded this attack with disdain, perceiving it as nothing more than a feeble sea worm attempting to show its fangs. She couldn't be bothered to retaliate as the arrow flew faster. Just as it was about to reach her, a terrifying golden phantom coalesced around its surface. The trident of Poseidon? Lin Mu was momentarily stunned. At that instant, the mermaid princess also sensed danger and quickly erected a protective shield around her body. Yet, the golden trident ignored her shield, piercing through effortlessly. Congratulations, you have slain leader mermaid princess, level 40. Experience 1.2 million. Due to your cross-level kill, experience gain is increased by 300. final experience 3.6 million. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 15, gaining 20 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 16, gaining 20 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 17, gaining 20 free attribute points. As the notifications continued to appear before him, Lin Mu was rendered speechless by shock. The experience offered by the Mermaid Princess alone was substantial, but he had not anticipated that the cross-level kill would yield an experience boost. 1.2 million experience transformed into 3.6 million. He ascended from level 14 to level 17 in an instant, the speed of his progression surpassing even that of summoning the fire demon to clear the field. He instinctively opened the leaderboard. First place, Lin Mu, current level, 17, 1.7. Second place, Qi Hanqing, current level, 16, 88. Third place, Ji Yang, current level, 15, 93. A mere glance at the rankings was all it took for him to lose interest. When the leaderboard offered no tangible benefits, it was merely a decorative element. Approaching the mermaid princess's corpse, Lin Mu immediately noticed a substance resembling a 7-colored bubble floating above. Name, Mermaid Bubble, Grade, 4-star orange, Description, born between the realms of illusion and reality. It can only drop upon the death of a member of the merfolk. This bubble originates from the powerful mermaid princess, making its effects even more pronounced. This must be the mermaid bubble that Ackman mentioned. Its grade is indeed impressive. Unfortunately, aside from the mermaid bubble, the mermaid princess left behind nothing. Lin Mu felt no disappointment, turning his gaze toward the now-deceased land shark. If he was not mistaken, there were quite a few valuable items there. After all, what could be sweeter than plundering corpses? Chapter 50. The most dangerous reward. Lin Mu formulates a bold idea. Congratulations, you have obtained Great Shark Dagger 1, Giant Shark Skin Armor 1, Ultra Strong Sweat Gland 1. Lin Mu silently gazed at the weapon in his hand, which bore a striking resemblance to a shark fin, complete with a serrated edge. The Great Shark Dagger was one thing, but why was it labeled as great? I wonder who would be worthy enough to wield such a dagger. Despite his thoughts, Lin Mu still placed it into his inventory. The Great Shark Dagger was a 2-star orange weapon with commendable attributes, especially with the added special skill, Razor Bite. This is perhaps the finest weapon currently obtainable through conventional means. If placed in an auction house, it would undoubtedly fetch a commendable price. The Giant Shark Skin Armor stands as a rare purple-grade item, capable of being dismantled or auctioned, though for now, it shall be retained. As for the final item, that it is indeed a purple material, but its application warrants further contemplation. After tallying his gains, Lin Mu did not rush back to Sal Village, but instead activated his creative space. Approaching the workbench, on the workbench lay 3 items: an incomplete 5 poisons bug, an ink spider venom sac, and the flying feet of a centipede. This time, he intended to incorporate the remaining 2 materials, transforming them into a true 5 poisons bug. With a mere thought, the 3 items levitated into the air, merging rapidly. In just a few moments, a plump, white bug materialized. Name, 5 poisons bug, grade, 2-star orange. Main attributes, strength 15, constitution 15, agility 15, spirit 15. Additional attributes, parasitic healing, toxin resistance, damage conversion, parasitic healing. When attached to a specific body part, the 5 poisons bug will automatically repair any damage sustained by that area. Toxin resistance provides immunity to most low-tier toxins and a certain degree of resistance to higher-tier toxins. Damage conversion. The body of the 5 poisons bug is exceptionally unique, capable of temporarily storing a portion of damage and converting it into an equivalent amount of toxin damage to be released. Description. A creature of poison and a remedy, born from a thought, destined to perish by another. The quality of the complete 5 poisons bug elevated from purple to orange, with each attribute increasing by an additional 2 points. However, compared to this minor enhancement, the additional attributes were the true revelation. Notably, the toxin resistance offers immunity to the majority of low-tier toxins while bolstering resistance against higher-tier toxins. With this, the threat posed by toxin-based attacks was significantly diminished. Furthermore, the damage conversion ability had evolved. Previously, the 5 poisons bug could only absorb damage, ultimately requiring Lin Mu to bear the entirety of it. The accumulated damage from his earlier battle with the cultist of the evil god still lingered, causing him to refrain from unleashing it. Now, however, he could directly convert it into toxin attacks and release them. With this newfound capability, Lin Mu no longer had to worry about the damage accumulated by the 5 poisons bug affecting him. Raising his finger, a drop of dark green liquid soared forth, landing upon a shell creature. Hiss! In an instant, the creature's tough exterior was corroded by the venom, followed by the emergence of a substantial green damage numeral. Congratulations, you have slain the shell creature, level 11, experience 20. Recalling that the minimum experience value for an 11-level creature was 2200, he noted the stark decline in experience gain. It seemed he would need to seek out creatures of equal level or even take on higher-level foes. 20 points of experience hardly caught Lin Mu's interest, yet the damage from this drop of venom was somewhat unexpected. With this, he had gained another means to combat adversaries. The 5 poisons bug crawled back up his sleeve, settling on his back as Lin Mu whistled to summon his silver-maned horse and galloped towards Sal village. What? You have already found the mermaid bubbles? In his study, Ackman could no longer contain his expressions. His face reflecting a remarkable array of emotions. He could swear that the fluctuations of his mental state over the past 5 years living in Sal village paled in comparison to the past few days. Is this what you require? Lin Mu produced the mermaid bubbles and placed them upon the desk. A mere glance was enough for Ackman to recognize their authenticity, as these high-quality bubbles could only be produced by royal mermaids. To think it was truly accomplished, yet now I find myself in a quandary. I have yet to decide what to offer him. Ackman furrowed his brow, muttering quietly. Though his voice was low, Lin Mu caught the words. Internally, he scoffed, realizing that he had likely been led on previously. As for rewards, he had no preferences. He would be content with merely a few summoning scrolls. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Ackman managed a somewhat awkward smile. I don't have many of those. I merely crafted a few for Mia as toys. At that moment, Mia's mother, Melinda, entered the study, her tone laced with reproach. Lin Mu has helped you resolve a significant dilemma. How can you be so stingy with your gifts? As she spoke, she presented a black statue of a green-faced creature with bulging muscles and 8 arms protruding from its back. This is for you. I hope it proves beneficial. Seeing the black statue, Ackman's complexion shifted slightly, hesitation evident in his brow. Lin Mu perceived his internal struggle and calmly stated, It's all right. I am assisting Mia. There's no need for Mr. Ackman to fret over what to give me. That is not the issue. The item Melinda has presented is indeed remarkable, yet accepting it may expose you to numerous dangers. If you prefer, I can procure something else for you. Ackman explained with earnestness. Does this world lack danger? Lin Mu remarked as he grasped the black statue. Name. Odd statue. Grade. Unknown. Description. By possessing it, you will gain unparalleled power, but you shall also plunge into endless peril. The description of the black statue was succinct, yet its unknown grade spoke volumes of its extraordinary nature. If you desire it, simply drip your blood upon it. Ackman's voice resonated. Without hesitation, Lin Mu withdrew the bone slaughter sword and made a small incision on his finger. A drop of blood fell atop the statue's head, and in an instant, it appeared to spring to life, 2 beams of red light shooting from its eyes, locking onto Lin Mu. Congratulations, you have initiated a legacy quest. Quest 1. Within 10 days, slay 3,000 creatures of equal level. Will you accept the quest? Not at this time. Lin Mu's heart raced as he selected no. Goodness, the first quest was so daunting. It was no wonder Ackman had been so cautious in his warnings. Nevertheless, behind every danger often lies opportunity. The rewards for this eccentric statue's tasks were sure to be substantial. After bidding farewell to Ackman, Lin Mu returned to the inn and retrieved the class transfer scroll that designated professions. At level 15. One could initiate their first transfer. Without a transfer, the maximum level was capped at 20. Currently at level 17, he was not far from that threshold. In the absence of access to hidden professions, preemptively selecting a suitable advanced class would also be a prudent choice. Just as Lin Mu prepared to utilize the advanced transfer scroll, a bold idea surged through his mind. What if he used the transfer scroll as a material for secondary creation? Chapter 51. Creating a class scroll, grade, forbidden. The mere thought of this sent a thrill coursing through Lin Mu's body. The advanced transfer scroll in his possession might very well allow him to create a hidden class upon secondary creation. As this notion took root, darkness began to envelop the surroundings, shrouding everything in shadow. Chittering! The familiar black creatures appeared once more, launching an immediate attack upon sight. This black creature seemed larger than before, its outline appearing more robust. Lin Mu muttered softly, dispatching it with ease. After the black creature fell, two streams of black aura descended upon the workbench. As the black creature had grown stronger, did the black aura also become twofold? Taking note of this change, he approached the workbench. Currently, there was only one transfer scroll and 5 streams of black aura. Opening his inventory, an array of items came into view. Since this was a transfer, the higher the quality of the materials, the better. It seemed this was the only viable option. Lin Mu produced a segment of bone, entirely black and riddled with fine holes. This phalanx, tainted by the power of the evil god, was of 5-star blue grade, currently the highest quality material in his possession. With this phalanx and all the black aura, he should be able to elevate the quality of the transfer scroll, though it still felt somewhat lacking. Studying the phalanx closely, a sense of inadequacy began to creep into Lin Mu's mind. If he was to do this, he would strive for perfection. He then retrieved the chain flail and beast soul armor acquired from Matsuo Shota, along with the giant shark skin armor dropped by the land shark. All were dismantled. The 3 pieces of equipment vanished in an instant, transforming into 5 high-quality essences. 1 orange, 2 purple, and 2 blue. Still not enough. Not nearly enough. Lin Mu's gaze sharpened as he temporarily exited the creative space. He then opened the auction channel and listed an item. An item is currently up for auction in the beginner's auction house. Please hurry and take a look. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in the ears of everyone nearby. Having witnessed numerous auctions before, the crowd was unfazed until they realized the auctioneer was Lin Mu, piquing their interest. This was a sale not to be missed. With curiosity, many people clicked into the auction house. Inside, there were no items displayed, only a simple phrase. Attention, seeking to purchase a large quantity of 2-star equipment, quality unimportant. This straightforward statement ignited a fervor among the onlookers. In an instant, numerous eager individuals flocked to Lin Mu's stall. Boss, I have a set of wrist guards that enhance accuracy. Would you be interested? I have a ring that boosts movement speed. How much do you think it would fetch? Step back. My claw came from slaying an elite crab. Its value is extraordinary. If it weren't for the fact that I have no use for it, I wouldn't be selling it. Indeed, disparities existed within the world. Many had yet to leave the novice village, and even those who had possessed only a few decent pieces of equipment. Some individuals lead exceedingly prosperous lives, even possessing surplus equipment for sale. Without a glance, Lin Mu accepted everything offered. Although all the equipment was of 2-star quality, each bore certain flaws, otherwise they would not have appeared in this place. Ultimately, all would be dismantled. Lin Mu merely needed to ascertain their quality. To provoke others, he deliberately showcased the great shark dagger. Upon seeing the name of the dagger, many shook their heads in disapproval. Yao Zizhen, ranked 5th on the leaderboard, even took to the regional chat channel to voice his disdain. Even if I, Yao Zizhen, cannot level up and perish at the hands of monsters, I would never wield this weapon. However, upon glimpsing the dagger's attributes, his eyes sparkled with excitement, longing to snatch it up immediately. Ahem, let me tell you, this great shark dagger is quite profound. Heed my warning, you might not be able to handle it. The chat channel erupted in derision. Nonetheless, everyone was aware of Yao Zizhen's background. He had been a loser before arriving in this world, and little had changed since, so they paid him no mind. Unbeknownst to them, Yao Zizhen was already devising ways to contact Lin Mu, intent on acquiring the great shark dagger. After a considerable time, Lin Mu had spent all the copper coins he had amassed, exchanging them for only 15 pieces of 2-star equipment. As the current levels of all players were low, 2-star equipment remained valuable, while 1-star equipment was significantly cheaper, with lower quality items costing merely dozens of copper coins and higher quality ones only a few hundred. After departing from the stall, Lin Mu re-entered the creation space. He dismantled all 15 pieces of equipment and proceeded to synthesize them. After a series of operations, combined with previous gains, he finally managed to create a 2-star golden essence. The job transfer scroll, finger bone, black aura, and 2-star golden essence were all neatly arranged. Lin Mu focused his mind and commenced the creation process. Lacking clarity on the direction of creation, he could only strive to maximize the potential of each material. In an instant, the job transfer scroll erupted with brilliance. Subsequently, one after another, ethereal figures materialized. Some figures were cloaked in black robes adorned with dazzling stars. Others displayed bulging muscles, wielding a colossal golden axe, exuding an intimidating aura. Some appeared serene and unremarkable, yet rode upon a mysterious giant beast, with a multitude of beastly shadows trailing behind. Others were graceful and beautiful, sporting wings and a halo atop their heads. Numerous other forms of ethereal figures stood in the void. They all shared a common trait: unparalleled strength. It seemed these were the professions designated by the job transfer scroll. Just as this thought crossed Lin Mu's mind, he noticed the finger bones suddenly quivering violently to then transformed into an enormous hand, densely packed with tiny black lines. Just as he pondered what those black lines were, they parted to reveal a series of eerie green eyeballs. Gurgle, gurgle. The eyeballs rotated in unison, fixating on the ethereal figures conjured by the job transfer scroll. In the next moment, the eerie green eyeballs emitted beams of light, striking those figures. The figures, unwilling to yield, unleashed their signature skills. Instantly, the creation space was filled with a chaotic flurry of skills, swirling with boundless black mist. Fortunately, these skills posed no harm to Lin Mu, giving him the impression of witnessing a holographic film. In mid-air, the numerous professional figures combined their powers, barely managing to fend off the assault of the eerie green eyeballs. But just then, the previously tranquil black aura began to roil. It first enveloped the golden essence, seemingly absorbing all its essence, causing it to swell several times in size. Then, the black aura morphed into a gaping abyssal maw, engulfing the multitude of professional figures along with the eerie green eyeballs, transforming them into the shape of a scroll. Creation complete, please name it. Random naming. Lin Mu grasped the scroll tightly, his heart racing. Name: Lord of Corruption. Grade: Forbidden. Description: born from the fusion of the finger bone of the evil god and the undying lonely soul. Upon usage, one may obtain corruption transformation, laying the foundation to become a deity. Chapter 52. Profession: Lord of Corruption. Yao Zizhen. I am the Great Shark Dagger. Upon reading the contents of the scroll, Lin Mu was left speechless, overwhelmed with shock. Forbidden. Could this be an existence of a higher grade than black? Moreover, the last 6 words in the description continuously stirred his nerves. Laying the foundation to become a deity. Could he truly become a god? Slowly exhaling a breath of stale air, Lin Mu's gaze hardened, and he slightly nodded, opting to use it. The job transfer scroll transformed into a streak of light and entered his body. And to his astonishment, a colossal ethereal figure, towering hundreds of meters high, gradually emerged behind him. This giant figure initially lacked facial features, but as time passed, a face began to form, resembling Lin Mu. Finally, as the features completed, the previously closed eyes opened, transforming into divine light that surveyed the surrounding land. This was the monster forest and Sal village. That was the shallow sea beach, and there, astonishingly, was the yellow sand canyon. Lin Mu was amazed to discover that he was now connected to the giant ethereal figure, able to overlook the world from its perspective. No, it was more than just oversight. He possessed the power to manipulate life and death at will. It felt as though he could effortlessly erase everything in front of him at any moment. In that instant, he seemed to transcend human limits, becoming a deity. Outside the inn, a commotion erupted. What is that? Holy cow, it's so huge. Is it a celestial phenomenon? Who dares to be so arrogant? Could it be a boss wiping out the village? Back in Stormwind City, I was slaughtered mercilessly. I never expected to go through this again. Please don't frighten me. I'm just a newly minted level 10 player. Some were astonished, others terrified. Of course, the shock and fear were not limited to them. At Mia's home, Ackman leaned back in his chair, savoring the cigar that Lin Mu had brought. This particular cigar had a uniquely rich aroma, a true treasure from the old man's collection at the general store. Normally, if he dared to buy such a thing, Melinda would surely chastise him. But for now, enjoying was the priority. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, gazing gravely at the sky. Melinda approached his side, her brow furrowed with concern. I think I detect the scent of an evil god, she said anxiously. It seems to resemble that damned bunch, but I don't sense much desire for slaughter or madness. Not an evil god? I can only say it has some relation. Perhaps a powerful being above the holy realm has just finished hunting an evil god and passed through here. At that moment, Mia approached them, inquiring innocently, "Daddy, what is the holy realm?" Ackman lifted Mia onto his lap and chuckled. "When you reach level 100 and break through further, you'll enter the holy realm. Each holy being is an extraordinary figure. So the holy realm is level 101. Mia counted on her fingers, forming her own understanding of the holy realm. Upon hearing this, Ackman and Melinda exchanged knowing smiles. The holy realm is not merely level 101. Their power is unimaginable. The Duke of the Empire was once a holy being, and his stories were quite fascinating. Inside the inn, Lin Mu reluctantly pulled back his gaze. The sensation of becoming a deity was exquisite. But it was fleeting. Soon, the ethereal figure shrank rapidly, merging closely with him. "Congratulations on your successful job transfer. Current profession, Lord of Corruption. Congratulations on gaining attributes. Strength 100, Agility 100, Constitution 100, Spirit 100. Congratulations on acquiring professional talents. Chaotic Fate, Corruption Rebirth, Royal Status. Chaotic Fate. Your fate is elusive, unpredictable, and cannot be divined. Any entity attempting to probe into your fate will be led into the unknown. Corruption Rebirth. Your soul possesses an indestructible attribute. When faced with lethal attacks, all essence will be preserved, allowing you to resurrect in a place infused with corruption. Royal Status. Your status is exceedingly high. When facing evil gods of lower status, you are immune to all negative effects from them. Hiss, 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 Lin Mu gasped in astonishment. All 4 attributes had increased by 100 points, equivalent to a direct jump of 20 levels. And this was merely a prelude. The 3 professional talents were even more formidable. Chaotic Fate ensured that his secrets would remain undiscovered. Corruption Rebirth allowed for resurrection, and Royal Status conferred immunity to negative effects from evil gods. With these 3 talents, he could at least feel a sense of security in this world. Opening the attribute panel, all the data refreshed. Name: Lin Mu. Level: 17, 2. Profession: Lord of Corruption. Strength: 334. Constitution: 313. Agility: 296. Spirit: 243. Talents: Forbidden Creation, Chaotic Fate, Corruption Rebirth, Royal Status, Inventory, Free Key, Tiger Skin Wood, Purple Jade Bamboo, Magnet, Bloodletting Claws. Fixed Talents: Virus Shot, Insight, Intimidation, Tiger Soul, Fang Reflection, Skill, Double Strike. Such a magnificent panel was worlds apart from the one just a few days prior. He couldn't become complacent. Even though he could resurrect, being trapped in a certain place for hundreds or thousands of years would be a predicament. He still needed to enhance his strength swiftly. Closing the attribute panel, Lin Mu noticed a friend request had come in. Generally, he would reject such requests outright, but today, this one included a note beneath it. This friend was recommended by Ji Yang. Note: Bro, I am Yao Zizhen, ranked 5th on the leaderboard. What could he want with Lin Mu? Lin Mu decided to accept the request. At long last, it has been accomplished. It was no easy feat. Hey, I am the Great Shark Dagger. No, I am not the Great Shark Dagger. I desire the Great Shark Dagger. After some contemplation, Lin Mu sent a message. Sure, what conditions can you propose? The marketplace system allows for direct equipment recycling, albeit at a ridiculously low price. Take the Great Shark Dagger, for instance. A premium item usable at level 15 is worth merely 3,000 copper coins, which translates to a mere 30 silver coins. Anyone who chooses to recycle it at that price would be truly foolish. However, breaking it down seems a bit regrettable. Considering all options, exchanging it is the optimal choice. Meanwhile, upon seeing Lin Mu's response, Yaozhen was instantly filled with excitement. Hey, I am preparing to exchange these items. Do you think it's feasible? Shortly after, a list appeared. Lin Mu glanced at it. It contained rather mundane items that might be useful to an ordinary person, but for him, they were of little value. I am not interested in these items. Do you have anything else? Hold on. I will search for more. After a while, Yaozhen sent another list. This time, the items were significantly fewer but of higher value. This item seems promising. Lin Mu's gaze fell upon a ticket. Name: Beginner Dungeon Ticket, Beast Valley. Grade: 2-star purple. Description: The Beast Valley is home to numerous ferocious beasts. To venture in recklessly is to risk being devoured without a trace. However, for those with strength, it offers an excellent opportunity for leveling up. The peculiar statue has a task to slay 3,000 creatures of the same level within 10 days. Perhaps this dungeon would be the perfect setting to accomplish it. Chapter 53. The Fear of the Proctology Department Head, Level 25 Boss Monster, Deer King. The trees stood lush, the sounds of birds and beasts echoed, and the fragrant blossoms wafted through the air. Were it not for the knowledge of the numerous level 10 to 25 monsters lurking about, it might truly be an idyllic vacation spot. Lin Mu looked up. Merely 3 meters ahead, 5 health bars floated ominously. The moment he showed the slightest weakness, the owners of those health bars would pounce, delivering a fatal blow, only to feast afterwards. With so many monsters, surely it could be accomplished. Ignoring the potential dangers, Lin Mu spoke to himself. Whoosh, a creature, resembling a wild dog with a gray-black exterior, suddenly sprang from the bushes. Darting straight towards Lin Mu's back, Lin Mu turned, and the information about the wild dog monster instantly materialized. Name: Proctology Hyena. Level: 15. Skills: Anal Probe, Group Attack, Anal Probe. Specializes in attacking the weakest defensive point of a creature, the anus. Group Attack. Can summon companions with a call for support, executing team attacks. So, it's the Proctology Department Head. He chuckled lightly and stepped forward. It seemed a simple step, yet in the next moment, his figure appeared eerily before the Proctology Hyena, and he extended his palm, pressing down on the creature's head. Crack! With a gentle push, the dog's head shattered. Congratulations, you have slain the Proctology Hyena. Experience 580. Now, it's your turn. Lin Mu's eyes turned cold as he charged toward the location of the previously detected health bars. The owners of these health bars were all Proctology Hyenas, evidently having been fixated on him for some time. For such low-level monsters, he didn't even need to draw his Bone Slayer sword. He crushed them all with sheer physical strength. There was no other option. His attributes were absurdly high. Though he appeared to be a mere level 17 weakling, in a real fight, he could easily wipe out a whole swath of them. The death of the Proctology Hyena startled the other beasts. In an instant, a massive creature, clad in stone armor, charged forward. Name: Stone Demon Bear. Level: 20. Skills: Bear Paw Slam, Stone Skin Guardian, Bear Paw Slam. Slams the ground with its enormous paw, creating a strong tremor that inflicts damage while also stunning enemies. Stone Skin Guardian secretes a layer of hard oil that coats its skin, hardening to a texture similar to granite, thereby enhancing defensive capabilities. The Stone Demon Bear appeared clumsy, yet it moved with astonishing speed, charging like a tank at full throttle, sweeping everything in its path without obstacle. Lin Mu even witnessed the Stone Demon Bear obliterating a Proctology Hyena upon impact. The companions of that Proctology Hyena not only refrained from counterattacking but also obediently made way, their faces filled with trepidation as they watched the Stone Demon Bear pass. Suddenly, the Proctology Hyenas spotted a common arrow flying out, piercing directly through the Stone Demon Bear's most formidable defense, its head. This arrow drained the Stone Demon Bear of all its vitality, yet its momentum carried it several steps forward until it finally came to a halt just before colliding with the unyielding figure. Boom! The Proctology Hyenas scattered in fear. With the Stone Demon Bear dead, the figure before them was no longer prey but a true hunter. Armed with a triphase longbow, Lin Mu swiftly vanished into the dense forest. The quantity of monsters within the Beast Valley was indeed substantial, and the fact that even creatures above his level could be acknowledged by the peculiar statue significantly reduced his workload. After all, for him, even a level 25 monster could be dispatched with a single strike. Congratulations, you have reached level 18. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Uncertain how much time had passed, a mechanical notification echoed in his ears. Lin Mu was not surprised. He had been slaying monsters above his level. If he hadn't T-leveled up, that would be the real anomaly. After allocating his attribute points, just as he prepared to sit down and replenish his energy, the ground began to tremble violently. Accompanying this was a resounding chirp-chirp sound. Without time to rest, Lin Mu followed the sound's direction. Before long, he discovered a colossal deer by the riverbank. It was called a giant deer because it stood 6 or 7 stories tall, its massive body almost creating a miniature ecosystem atop it. Name: Boss. Deer King, level 25, skills, flock attack, revitalizing rain, vine bind, flock attack. Summons numerous birds that reside on its back to attack. Revitalizing rain. Rains down a curtain of light resembling raindrops, restoring health and stamina to allies. Vine bind. Controls nearby vines to tightly ensnare enemies. If no vines are present, they will generate on their own. Although Lin Mu could not see the Deer King's specific attributes, his instincts told him that this giant deer was anything but ordinary. A level 25 boss monster, possessing skills for group attacks, healing, and control. Without hundreds of players, it would be impossible to take down. Lin Mu drew a poison arrow and knocked it on his triphase longbow. Since poison arrows were continuously produced, he periodically extracted them all to store in his inventory. After days of effort, he had amassed 3.5 sets of poison arrows in his inventory, with each set containing 99 arrows, sufficient for a considerable duration. Whoosh! Compared to the Deer King's massive frame, Lin Mu's poison arrow was akin to a toothpick. Yet, this toothpick-sized arrow instantly depleted a significant portion of the Deer King's health. The Deer King let out a bellow, its enormous nostrils releasing plumes of white smoke, and its truck-sized eyes locked onto Lin Mu. Rustle! Just as Lin Mu retrieved a second poison arrow, green vines surged forth, ensnaring his legs tightly in quick succession. The Deer King summoned a massive flock of flying birds from its back. The immense swarm of birds darkened the sky, casting a shadow over the land. Each bird possessed sharp beaks and claws, soaring high before diving straight down with incredible speed, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, Lin Mu found himself surrounded by a multitude of birds. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a faint green mist surged from the crowded flock. In no time, the mist deepened in color. Thud. A bird fell to the ground without warning. Then came the second, the third. In the blink of an eye, the area around Lin Mu was littered with the carcasses of the fallen birds. You have slain iron feather birds 500. Tiger Soul activated. Strength 10, Agility 10. Tiger Soul activated again. Naturally, after killing so many iron feather birds, it was reasonable to gain some attributes. Lin Mu smiled lightly, exerting his legs to break free from the vine's grasp. With his triphase longbow in hand, he aimed once more at the Deer King. The double rebound damage combined with the toxic smoke from the 5 poisons insect transformation rendered the swarm tactic utterly ineffective against him. Chapter 54. The left leg of the evil beast, crafting a abyssal demon pet. On the other side, seeing Lin Mu proving to be such a challenge, the Deer King's antlers instantly radiated a myriad of light points. Revitalizing rain. Several iron feather birds, lying on the ground barely clinging to life, regained their vigor upon contact with these light points. However, they did not resume their assault, but flew straight back to the Deer King's back. Chirp, chirp. Once all the iron feather birds had returned, the Deer King raised its front hooves and charged at Lin Mu. Just as Lin Mu prepared to dodge, vines erupted from the ground, binding him firmly in place. Dio, they really think they can trap me with this? He forcefully broke free from the vine's grasp and swiftly loosed 3 arrows. The final arrow struck lucky, landing a critical hit that emptied half of the Deer King's health bar. Revitalizing rain was cast once more. This time, the Deer King surprisingly turned to flee. Virus shot. The toxic arrow plunged deep into the Deer King's body, and a massive green damage number appeared. 9,000. The Blood King once again felt the draining of vitality as blood splattered from its wound, cascading onto the surrounding trees. In an instant, the verdant foliage transformed into a desiccated yellow, robbed of all vitality. Should anyone have been present, they would surely marvel at the venom contained within the arrows. Alas, in the Beast Valley, aside from the startled creatures, only the Blood King comprehended the terror embodied by the human before it. Stumbling forward a few paces, the Blood King soon faltered, its forelegs giving way, and it collapsed onto the ground. The thud reverberated like a minor earthquake due to its colossal size. The earth trembled. Trees splintered, and countless beasts, unable to flee in time, were crushed into a sanguine paste beneath the Blood King's weight. Lin Mu deftly navigated through the ruins, finding a suitable vantage point before loosing several arrows. With a final, anguished cry, the Blood King's life force extinguished and orbs of light began to materialize. Congratulations on defeating the leader. Blood King, level 25, experience 50,000. Lin Mu approached, retrieving a purple orb. Name: Essence of blood from the deer. Grade: 3-star purple. Description: a precious blood essence from the Blood King. A single drop is sufficient to keep one upright through the night. Could this upright refer to the same as I envision? Lin Mu cautiously stowed away the orb, his expression peculiar. If the effect truly matched the extravagant description, this essence possessed medicinal properties that could surpass mere pills, potentially saving countless families on the brink of despair. The second orb was a piece of deer hide, 3-star blue quality, possessing a degree of defensive capability suitable for enhancing Fong armor or light fire-running shoes. As for the third orb, it was rather peculiar. Name: left leg of the malevolent beast. Grade: 2-star blue. Description: a fragment from a malevolent beast. Other parts include heart, brain, torso, eyes, left hand, left leg, right leg. Collecting all 8 parts allows for the resurrection of the malevolent beast. A malevolent beast? What might that be? Lin Mu resolved to inquire with Ackman after this dungeon concluded. Only the Blood King understood the true horror of the human before him. Following the demise of the Blood King, the remaining creatures posed no challenge. Before long, Lin Mu had swept through the entire Beast Valley, bringing the dungeon to a close. He opened the chat channel, which contained a single message from Yao Zhenjun. Bro, I've obtained another Beast Valley dungeon ticket. I've sent it to you. Be sure to accept it. Below the message lay a thin piece of paper. Recalling their previous transaction, Lin Mu chuckled. This dungeon ticket originated from a rather peculiar creature resembling a slime, which he preferred to refer to as a snot monster. The snot monster's primary attack involved launching large blobs of mucus, which had evolved into venomous snot monsters and super sticky snot monsters, among other repulsive variants. He had no desire to confront such a creature, hence he entrusted Yao Zhenjun with the task. Should she procure 10 Beast Valley dungeon tickets, he would gift her the Great Shark Dagger. This was merely the first ticket. Stowing the ticket away, Lin Mu rode back to Sal Village. In the study, Ackman spewed out a mouthful of coffee. What did you say? A malevolent beast. How do you know of such a creature? He acknowledged his lapse in composure. Was there a problem? Lin Mu's curiosity was piqued. Ackman's demeanor suggested that the significance of the malevolent beast was far from trivial. I never expected you to encounter such things. It appears you have completed your job change, not just a high-level profession, but perhaps a fortuitous encounter? Ackman did not rush to explain, instead gazing at Lin Mu in astonishment. Having obtained something remarkable, perhaps he had transitioned into a hidden profession. Hidden professions were coveted by many. Ackman's tone bore a hint of wistfulness. Even he remained merely a high-level professional. Upon finishing, his expression grew somber. To comprehend what a malevolent beast is, one must first clarify the plane we currently inhabit. A plane. Could there be other planes? Lin Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, being well-versed in numerous novels and games. He was no stranger to the concept of planes, yet he had not anticipated Ackman to introduce such a notion so readily. It seemed this man, concealed within the village, was no ordinary individual. Indeed, we currently reside in the human plane. Beyond this, there exists the divine plane, the abyssal plane, and others. The malevolent beast hails from the abyss. The human plane is exceptionally unique, as it links with all other planes, allowing for the occasional incursion of beings from other realms. The malevolent beast is one such entity, known for its tough hide and ferocious nature. 200 years prior, a malevolent beast invaded the empire, wreaking havoc upon the populace. Fortunately, the Grand Mage of the royal capital intervened, dismembering it into 8 parts, thus eliminating the threat. Thereafter, the malevolent beast became a tale used by adults to frighten children. I see. At last, Lin Mu grasped a general understanding of the so-called malevolent beast. Suddenly, he inquired, did the Grand Mage truly slay that malevolent beast? Was there no fear of its resurrection? Ackman hesitated. While abyssal creatures possess formidable life force, being divided into 8 parts and with the passage of time, even if by some stroke of luck it survived, its power would have diminished to a mere fraction, so there should be no trouble. Lin Mu nodded, refraining from further questions. He was not one to thoughtlessly seek to resurrect such a being, as it would be far more prudent to locate all the parts of the malevolent beast and utilize them to create a personal companion through spatial creation. The thought of an abyssal familiar was thrilling. Yao Zhenjun had mentioned that she had previously ventured into the Beast Valley and encountered a gigantic white ape, which he had failed to detect. This indicated that the most formidable creature refreshed each time one entered. Perhaps that white ape possessed another fragment of the malevolent beast, warranting verification. After dining at Mia's home, Lin Mu, amidst a throng of envious gazes, hastened towards a valley. This valley was the Beast Valley, yet entry required a dungeon ticket. As the primary dungeon ticket shimmered with a radiant white light, the scenery before him underwent a dramatic transformation. Chapter 55. Slaying the Serpent King, second creation of fire-running shoes. Familiar sights emerged. No sooner had Lin Mu taken a step than he was ambushed by a rectal hyena. Observing the creature's droopy eyes fixed hungrily upon his leather swallows, he felt a surge of ire. This sensation was termed covetousness. It was akin to a lecherous individual fixating on a cherished maiden, or akin to being interrupted mid-relief by a pack of dogs lingering outside, intent on encroaching upon his meal. Even more repulsive, several other rectal hyenas burst forth from the underbrush, one of which was entangled in a segment of intestine, its yellow-brown maw smeared with excrement. Lin Mu's mouth twitched as he drew forth his triad longbow, conjuring energy arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows were loosed, ending the ignoble existence of the rectal hyena. In the time that followed, Lin Mu did not squander moments on common monsters. Instead, pressing deeper into the heart of the Beast Valley, before long, an extraordinarily robust health bar materialized in his field of vision. Lin Mu's heart quickened as he approached the location of the health bar. Parting the foliage before him, a colossal serpent coiled into view. The serpent's size was astonishing, its head rising to match the height of the adjacent cliff. Name: Leader, Serpent King. Level: 25. Skills: Venomous Breath. Tail Slam, Hardened Scales. Venomous Breath. Capable of exhaling a cloud of potent, corrosive venom. Tail Slam. The Serpent King's robust tail delivers a crushing blow, capable of easily shattering its prey. Hardened Scales. Its tightly woven scales can withstand most attacks, even mitigating some elemental damage. The Serpent King certainly piqued my interest. Lin Mu retrieved a poisoned arrow, gripping his bow with one hand while pinching the arrow's tail with his index and middle fingers of the other hand. Drawing the bowstring taut, he released the arrow. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as the well-anticipated poisoned arrow merely grazed the Serpent King's scales, dislodging a fragment before falling impotently to the ground. So resilient? Though aware that the Serpent King's scales were formidable, Lin Mu had not anticipated their durability to such an extent that even a poisoned arrow could not penetrate, as the scales shattered. The Serpent King roared in fury, its merciless vertical pupils locking onto Lin Mu. Unyielding, Lin Mu advanced, switching his triad longbow for the Bone Slayer sword. Blood attack. Waves of crimson energy surged forth. He did not expect these strikes to inflict damage. He merely sought to obscure the Serpent King's vision, allowing himself to close the distance. Sensing that the blood attack posed minimal threat, the Serpent King disregarded it, opening its maw to unleash a barrage of purple orbs. The purple orbs hurtled toward him, and Lin Mu barely managed to raise the Bone Slayer sword defensively. Boom! The orbs erupted, inflicting dozens of points of damage upon Lin Mu, and he succumbed to a poisoned state. Lowering his gaze to the Bone Slayer sword, he observed that the red blade was now enveloped in purple, and the large eye on the hilt had tightly shut, unwilling to open. The last time he had been so beleaguered was during the encounter with the explosive ground chicken. Extracting a vial of healing potion, Lin Mu downed it and charged once more at the Serpent King. His speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the Serpent King's side. Gripping the sword with both hands and plunging it deeply, then forcefully dragging it downward. Slish, a gash, taller than a person, instantly appeared, with foul blood gushing forth from the wound. -12, 000. The bleeding effect was triggered. The Serpent King, in agony, violently lashed its tail. Aware of the fierce wind rushing toward him from above, Lin Mu swiftly retracted his sword and evaded. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the Serpent King's tail struck fiercely against itself. As Lin Mu beheld the enormous number floating above the Serpent King's head, he was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, he was losing health from inflicting damage upon himself. It was a bewildering situation. Regaining his composure, he leaped into a different position and thrust his sword once more. The Nightmare Pearl had increased his luck, and miraculously, both strikes resulted in a bleeding effect. Not only that, Lin Mu drew forth a poisoned arrow and deftly plunged it into the wound. Without the protective layer of scales to impede it, the arrow easily pierced the flesh in an instant. The poison on the arrowhead began to take effect, and a vivid green hue erupted around the Serpent King's head. The tail lashed out again, but Lin Mu nimbly dodged it and retaliated with another thrust. The Serpent King's large size was both an advantage and a disadvantage. Confronted with an opponent as diminutive as Lin Mu yet possessing terrifying damage output, it found itself at a loss. Ultimately, under the relentless torment of bleeding and poisoning, the Serpent King trudged toward the end of its life with palpable frustration. Congratulations, you have slain the boss. Serpent King, level 25. Experience 50,000. Upon the Serpent King's demise, 3 luminous orbs materialized, as Lin Mu had anticipated. One of them was the right leg of the evil beast he required. The other 2 were purple items. One was a serpent's gallbladder, and the other was serpent skin. The gallbladder could be consumed directly to enhance one's toxin resistance, while the serpent skin, covered in fine scales, boasted exceptional defensive capabilities. After collecting everything, Lin Mu proceeded to engage with ordinary monsters. Time seemed to slip away, and soon enough, an upgrade notification chimed in his ears. Congratulations, you have reached level 19, gaining 20 free attribute points. After allocating his attribute points, Lin Mu wandered a few circles within the Beast Valley. Only to find a lack of high-level monsters, he decided to conclude the dungeon run. Once the scene around him shifted, he retrieved the peculiar statue. Quest 1. Kill 3,000 creatures of the same level within 10 days. Progress, 2,192 3,000, 2/3 completed. With a couple more runs, he should be able to finish it entirely. Rubbing his chin, Lin Mu pondered silently. Despite having killed so many in merely 2 incursions, it was due to his earlier lower level, which made finding monsters of a higher caliber relatively easy. As his level increased, the number of suitable monsters dwindled, and efficiency was bound to decline. The creatures in the Yellow Sand Canyon were indeed of a sufficient level, but they were sparse in number and poorly distributed, making them less efficient than those in the Beast Valley. Setting aside his disorganized thoughts, Lin Mu focused his mind and activated the Dark Creation space. After traversing 2 dungeons and collecting the high-grade materials dropped by the Deer King and Serpent King, he had also garnered some low-quality materials, the most abundant being various types of beast skins. He intended to synthesize these skins to enhance his light fire-running shoes. With a cacophony of sounds, black monsters reappeared, rushing towards Lin Mu with shrill cries. With a swift kick, he dispatched one into a cloud of black mist before slowly approaching the workbench. Previously, when creating the job change scroll, it seemed to mention that this black mist was referred to as the undying lonely soul, though its meaning eluded him. Shaking his head, he dismissed any further thoughts and turned his attention to the myriad of beast skins on the workbench. After a series of operations, he managed to synthesize only 2 palm-sized pieces. One was purple, and the other was blue. Suddenly, Lin Mu felt a stirring, and the light fire-running shoes detached themselves from his feet. Soaring onto the workbench, he then retrieved the deer skin and serpent skin. Once prepared, all materials ascended high into the air, initiating the secondary creation of the light fire-running shoes. Name: Light fire-running shoes, grade 2-star orange. Main attributes: Strength 18, Constitution 32, Agility 36. Additional attributes: Overflow state, constant temperature and deodorization, fire line acceleration, overflow state. The entire body is nourished by vitality, keeping all skills in an overflowing state, significantly enhancing movement speed. With a chance to replenish stamina or restore health while moving. Constant temperature and deodorization. The interior of the shoes maintains a constant temperature and possesses an automatic sterilization and deodorization function. Fire line acceleration. Significantly boosts movement speed for a short duration, leaving an unquenchable trail of flames in its wake. The main attributes had seen a remarkable enhancement, and the additional attributes had increased from 2 to 3. After donning the newly crafted light fire-running shoes, Lin Mu tested the effect of the 3rd additional attribute. As soon as he activated it, he shot forward with astonishing speed, noticeably quicker than before. When he ran at full speed, he found himself barely slower than the silver-maned horse, leaving behind a distinct trail of fire in his wake. He tried stepping down several times, and the flames remained unextinguished. With time still on his side, he decided to run through the dungeon once more. After a brief adjustment period, Lin Mu retrieved a dungeon ticket, ready to continue. However, a notification appeared before him. The Beast King has been slain. The dungeon, Beast Valley, is on cooldown. Please try again in 3 hours. Well then, it seemed he could not run it again in the near future. In that case, he would head to the Yellow Sand Canyon. Lin Mu muttered to himself as he blew the hoarse whistle. Just as he mounted his steed, another notification echoed in his ears. Huaping Village, Gaotang Village, Nanquan Village, and Hongyi Village have been besieged by a beast tide. The village foundations have crumbled. All remaining survivors have merged into Sal Village. He paused momentarily, then opened the chat channel. Brothers, a massive beast tide has emerged from the north, and Huaping Village has fallen. Nearly all the villagers are dead. What? So tragic. Gaotang Village and Hongyi Village are adjacent, and the situation here is similarly dire. All I see are monsters, each at least level 15 or above. In Nanquan Village, here's a hell of a joke. I've made it into the top 50 of the level rankings. What kind of hellish joke is that? Wait. You don't mean to say that fewer than 50 of you survived, right? Pretty much. We're down to about 30 survivors. So what are you all doing now? Are you fleeing towards our village? Yes, all of us have 2 buffs. One grants 1000 movement speed, and the other prevents us from attracting monster aggro for a duration of 1 day. We should be able to reach Sal Village. One more thing, it seems the beast tide is advancing towards Sal Village. Should we prepare in advance? The chat channel was abuzz with fervent discussions, as more and more individuals joined in. With the village's destruction and the beast tide, Lin Mu had foreseen that peaceful days would not last long. He swiftly opened the level rankings. He still held the top spot at level 19, while the second place had been taken by someone named Wang Jingfeng. Following him were Yang Chunchen in 3rd, Yu Wentao in 4th, and Qi Hanqing now in 5th. Ji Yang had fared even worse, falling out of the top 10 to 12th place in the face of such a massive beast tide. Only 2 types of individuals would survive, those with extraordinary luck or those with formidable strength. The rankings had shifted, which was only to be expected given the strength of the 4 villages. As he scanned the screen, Lin Mu narrowed his eyes at the last line of small print. The current population count, 331,1000. Out of the initial 1,000 who entered the monster forest, only slightly over 300 remained, meaning nearly 70% had been eliminated. Initially thinking Sal Village was in dire straits, he was taken aback to discover that in Nanquan Village, only about 30 individuals had survived, essentially equivalent to a complete wipeout. The conditions in the other villages did not appear to be much better either. Compared to these villages, Sal Village could almost be considered a paradise. From their discussions, it seemed the beast tide was indeed heading towards Sal Village. It was imperative to return and inform others to prepare. With a slight pressure on his heels, the silver-maned horse kicked up a cloud of dust and galloped forward. Although he had gained considerable renown in Sal Village, Lin Mu did not know many people there. He could only count on Master Kuaer, the innkeeper, the shopkeeper, and Mia's family. And there was also the caravan captain, Rune. Rune was not only the caravan captain, but also the leader of the village's militia, a figure of genuine authority. Upon returning to Sal Village, Lin Mu made his way directly to Rune's home. What beast tide? Surely, these fellows wouldn't be trying to deceive me. From a distance, he could already hear Rune's voice. It seemed others had begun to recognize the significance of this news and were eager to leverage Rune's connections for some rewards. Well, Lin Mu, my boy, what brings you here? Rune said, parting the crowd that obstructed his path and approaching Lin Mu with a warm demeanor. The onlookers shot daggers at him with their eyes. This was a blatant double standard. Rune had been indifferent towards them but was now eagerly welcoming Lin Mu. Captain Rune, I have received alarming news. A massive beast tide is advancing towards Sal Village, and it may not be long before they arrive. We should notify everyone to prepare. Really? Is that so? Absolutely true. Upon hearing this, Captain Rune scratched his head, his expression turning grave. Thank you for informing me in advance. Otherwise, we would have suffered tremendous losses. Here, take this spare set of militia gear as a token of my gratitude. With that, he turned and fetched a suit of armor, handing it to Lin Mu. Faced with such a generous offer, Lin Mu accepted it without hesitation. Although it was standard equipment and of only white quality, it was still worth quite a bit as a 2-star item. With the message delivered, Lin Mu felt no need to linger any longer and bade farewell as he departed. Captain Rune, I was the one who informed you of this news first. That armor should rightfully belong to me. A man clad in leather armor, who had witnessed the entire exchange, stepped forward in anger after Lin Mu had left. Captain Rune cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent, and simply waved to summon a militiaman. Did you hear Lin Mu's words? Quickly prepare and inform the others not to wander around these next few days. By the way, surely there will be survivors from other villages arriving. We must ensure their supplies, for every additional person strengthens our cause. The militiaman nodded in understanding and promptly set about his preparations. The onslaught of beasts occurred every few years, so he was not particularly surprised. Noticing Rune's indifference, the man clad in leather armor stepped directly in front of him. Exuding an aggressive demeanor, I appreciate the news you've brought, but I have matters to attend to, so please step aside. Rune's expression bore a hint of displeasure, yet he spoke in a cordial tone. However, the man not only failed to appreciate it, but assumed that Rune was intimidated, lifting his chin even higher. Throw him out. This command incensed Rune, and he issued the order with authority. Soon, 2 armored militiamen rushed in, seizing the man's arms and ejecting him forcefully. Witnessing this scene, the others immediately scattered, too fearful to linger. The 2 militiamen looked around the now desolate courtyard, perplexed, and turned their gaze towards Rune. Captain, it was that man who informed you of the news. Why did you give the armor to Lin Mu? Rune chuckled lightly, not concealing his thoughts. Whom do you think is stronger, him or Lin Mu? Of course, Lin Mu. He has wiped out all the bandits in their camp. Then why should I bestow gifts upon a weakling instead of befriending a formidable ally? To put it differently, if a beast tide were truly to strike, what impact could that man possibly have? The 2 militiamen suddenly understood, looking at Rune with admiration. Truly, the captain's intellect surpassed their own. Chapter 57. Who else can recognize Lin Mu? The monsters of the Yellow Sand Canyon. After informing Rune, Lin Mu made another visit to Mia's home to relay the news of the beast tide invasion to Ackerman. Unlike other villages, Sal Village had its unique characteristics, although the Ackermans could not leave. They surely possessed numerous means of self-defense. The beast tide might pose some impact, but it would not threaten the village's survival. Indeed, Ackerman merely responded with reassurance, urging Lin Mu to carry on with his affairs. Entirely dismissing the so-called beast tide. Departing from Sal Village, Lin Mu mounted his silver-maned steed and headed straight for the Yellow Sand Canyon. As he neared the canyon's entrance, several figures suddenly flashed before him. These silhouettes moved with remarkable speed yet still could not escape his perception. The Yellow Sand Canyon lay to the north of Sal Village. Could these individuals be fleeing from disaster? Just as this thought crossed Lin Mu's mind, he observed the figures turning back and halting before him. You must be from Sal Village, correct? Inquired a man, bare from the waist up, his arms wrapped in bandages. Which village are you from that you can move so swiftly? We hail from Huaping Village. When the beast tide began, we were not in the village. Initially, everything was fine, but unexpectedly, our home was destroyed, and with nowhere else to go, we journeyed south to seek refuge with you. Lin Mu's heart raced with realization. It was no wonder these individuals moved so quickly. By the way, my friend, are you acquainted with Lin Mu? The man casually offered a vial of healing potion. Holding it as if it were a mere stick of incense, Lin Mu accepted it, stowing it in his inventory, and nodded. Indeed, we hunt monsters together every day. Don't kid me. If you truly hunted monsters with Lin Mu, you wouldn't be without a single piece of equipment. The bare-chested man smirked but quickly regained his composure. To be honest, my talent allows me to see the quantity and quality of a person's equipment. You don't possess any gear, so who would believe you? Lin Mu felt a twinge of embarrassment. He indeed wished for a full set of equipment, but circumstances were beyond his control. He chuckled. Apologies? I genuinely had no idea you possessed such a talent. No worries. I merely mentioned it, however. I wish to inquire if your village is willing to accept outsiders. After all, weren't we once considered the so-called criminals? No need to worry about that. Our village is quite welcoming, and I had heard before coming that preparations were underway to receive you. That sounds splendid. In that case, we shall take our leave first. Once we settle in the village, we will invite you for a meal. With that, the bare-chested man and his companions swiftly departed. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Mu spread his hands, expressing bemusement. Not even a contact left behind. Yet they say they'll treat me to a meal. How insincere! Turning to face the swirling sands, he stepped into the Yellow Sand Canyon for the first time. The monsters within the canyon ranged from level 20 to 30. and even the villagers of Sal rarely ventured here. Besides the high-level monsters, the environment was exceptionally harsh. The air was filled with swirling yellow sand, with visibility limited to 5 or 6 meters at most. Encountering a monster in such conditions could only lead to dire consequences. Upon entry, Lin Mu sensed a hint of danger in the air. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to collapse. Not good. His expression changed, and he quickly leaped to the side. Yet, just as he was about to land, sharp spikes erupted from the earth. Blood attack. Lin Mu displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he swiftly unleashed a red wave of energy, severing all the spikes and landing safely. Upon closer inspection, a massive worm, resembling an enormous earthworm yet magnified 100-fold, emerged before him. Name: Rock Sand Giant Worm. Level: 23. Skills: Stone Spike, Collapse Trap. Stone Spike bursts forth from the ground, inflicting damage on enemies in a fan-shaped area while causing bleeding effects. Collapse Trap consumes the earth beneath enemies' feet, causing them to fall, which can be combined with Stone Spike. Seeing the Rock Sand Giant Worm's description, Lin Mu felt a chill run down his spine. Had he not dodged, he would have been met with those jagged stone spikes. Lost in thought, the Rock Sand Giant Worm charged at him, its mouth filled with sharp teeth bared. Lin Mu sidestepped the attack and leaped onto the creature's back, plunging his bone-killing sword deep into it. With a squelch, pale yellow blood gushed from the wound. The Rock Sand Giant Worm writhed in an attempt to escape, but the sword remained lodged in its body. The more it struggled, the larger the wound became, and the more blood it lost. Congratulations! You have slain Rock Sand Giant Worm, level 23, experience 6300. In less than half a minute, the enormous worm crashed heavily to the ground. Lin Mu withdrew his bone-killing sword and sprang off the giant worm, continuing deeper into the canyon. After walking a short distance, a massive boulder blocked his path. Just as he intended to go around it, he realized the boulder had come to life. To his astonishment, it was actually a monster. Name: Rock Puppet. Level: 25. Skills: Hammer Strike. Damage reduction: Hammer Strike delivers a devastating blow to enemies with its enormous fists. Damage reduction: its body, composed of hard rock, significantly reduces various physical and magical damage. The rock puppet, irritable and aggressive, immediately struck down with a heavy fist, creating a deep crater wherever it landed. Lin Mu dared not take the blow head-on. Instead, he swiftly dodged to the back of the rock puppet and thrust his sword with force. 800. Damage numbers appeared. Although not insignificant, it paled in comparison to his current strength, merely scratching the surface. So resilient? He did not expect the rock puppet's defenses to be so formidable. His full-force strike only chipped away a minuscule amount of health. To wear it down would surely take over half an hour. Provoked, the rock puppet let out a furious roar, its massive fists pounding down relentlessly, forcing Lin Mu to evade continuously. What a waste. If only you could be a compactor outside, you'd make a fortune. Lin Mu quipped, dodging as he observed the deep craters left in the ground. Just as he considered giving up, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Damage reduction primarily counters physical and magical damage. But what about other types of damage? With that thought, he uttered 2 words softly: intimidation. Although intimidation was a control skill, it also dealt damage, albeit minor, which is why he hadn't considered it much. The rock puppet's body froze momentarily, and then its health bar plummeted by over half. This could work. Lin Mu retrieved the Nightmare Pearl and activated intimidation once more. This time, the rock puppet's health hit 0. Congratulations, you have slain Rock Puppet, level 25, experience 7000. With the kill notification, a green orb of light appeared. Reaching out to grasp it, he found it to be a vial of potion. Chapter 58, Skill, Instant Refinement. Another uninvited guest. Name: Petrification Puppet Potion. Grade: 3-star blue. Description: upon consumption, movement speed is reduced by 99, while strength and constitution increase by 50, lasting for 3 minutes. The advantages and disadvantages of the Petrification Puppet Potion were quite clear. When used wisely, it could be a potent weapon, but mishandled, it would only lead to one's downfall. Stowing away the potion, Lin Mu continued his search for monsters. The creature levels within the Yellow Sand Canyon were indeed high. Yet their numbers were not overly abundant. After more than 2 hours, he had slain only over 50 monsters, the majority being rock sand giant worms. Estimating that it was about time, Lin Mu returned to the 100 Beast Valley to initiate the dungeon. To swiftly complete the unusual statue task, this location was undoubtedly the best choice. The scene before him abruptly shifted, and the familiar figure of the proctologist reappeared. This time, Lin Mu merely cast a glance at it, prompting the gut-wrenching hyena to flee in terror. This was not a skill. It was the aura formed after slaying numerous high-level monsters. After all, this was not a mere game. Even the lowest-level monsters understood the instinct to avoid danger. Upon sensing the imposing aura emanating from Lin Mu, the creatures instinctively retreated in trepidation. With just a glance upwards, Lin Mu spotted a colossal white ape perched on a nearby cliff. It seemed that this was the very beast that Yao Zizhen had encountered upon entering the instance. Before he could divert his gaze, the white ape suddenly began to pound its chest in a thunderous roar, then uprooted a towering ancient tree and hurled it at Lin Mu as if it were a javelin. Discovered? From such a distance? Activating his overflow state, a flicker of bright yellow flame ignited upon his light fire-running shoes, and in an instant, Lin Mu vanished from his position, racing towards the white ape. As the distance between them closed to a mere 100 meters, the information above the white ape's head finally materialized. Name: Leader Ape King. Level: 25. Skills: Danger Sense, Tree Throwing, Rage Enhancement, Danger Sense. Can keenly detect sources of danger and respond in a timely manner. Tree Throwing. Its massive physique allows it to effortlessly uproot giant trees and hurl them as lethal projectiles. Rage Enhancement. Continuously pounding its chest to gain a boost of rage, slightly increasing all attributes. So it possesses a skill for sensing danger. No wonder it could perceive my presence from such a distance. Lin Mu thought to himself, drawing forth his triad longbow whoosh. The poisoned arrow soared towards the white ape. The ape's eyes widened in alarm upon noticing the arrow, and it swiftly retaliated by uprooting another tree to hurl back. Boom! In the next instant, the tree collided violently with the poisoned arrow, both dissipating into nothingness. Another instance of danger sense? Lin Mu cautiously fired several more arrows, but they were all intercepted by the trees. It must be said, this giant ape certainly had some impressive skills. With long-range attacks proving ineffective, Lin Mu resolved to close the distance. Thud, thud, thud. The consecutive strikes thoroughly enraged the white ape, which began to pound its chest, its white fur gradually shifting to a blood-red hue. Upon seeing Lin Mu approach, it unleashed a powerful punch. The massive fist, accompanied by a gale of wind, whooshed through the air and reached Lin Mu in an instant. Whoa! Lin Mu had no choice but to halt his advance and raise his arms in defense. His stature was insignificantly dwarfed by the giant ape, akin to an ant facing a basketball. Yet, despite this stark disparity in size, he managed to firmly block the ape's punch. Before the ape could react, Lin Mu swiftly withdrew one hand, plunging the white bone slaughter sword directly into the colossal fist. The bleeding effect was triggered, and the ape recoiled as if scalded. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mu promptly leapt onto the ape's arm, gripping its fur as he ascended. The white ape, sensing the presence of an unwelcome parasite, swiped at its body in vain. Unable to grasp Lin Mu, as the parasite drew closer to its neck, the ape's danger sense activated. Yet it could not reach Lin Mu, resorting instead to incessant chest thumping to vent its fury. This should suffice. Meanwhile, Lin Mu found a suitable position and began to repeatedly stab the white bone slaughter sword into the ape's body. Although this diminutive sword was barely comparable to a toothpick in relation to the ape's size, its power was immense, each thrust eliciting a fierce howl from the beast. After approximately 17 or 18 strikes, the white ape finally ceased its movements. Simultaneously, a kill notification echoed in Lin Mu's ears. Congratulations, you have slain Leader Ape King, level 25, experience 50,000. The Ape King dropped the right hand of the evil beast, and combined with the left leg and right leg previously obtained, the limbs of the evil beast were nearly complete. After dispatching the Beast King, Lin Mu turned his attention to ordinary monsters. The creature resources in the 100 Beast Valley were indeed far richer than those in the Yellow Sand Canyon, and it wasn't long before he completed the task concerning the bizarre statues. Retrieving the monster statues, Lin Mu opted to submit the quest. Quest 1. Kill 3,000 same-level creatures within 10 days. Completed. Congratulations, you have received a quest reward. Skill, instant refinement. An indescribable surge of energy suddenly flooded into his body. Instant refinement. What on earth is this? Lin Mu opened his attribute panel, discovering that a new skill had indeed appeared in the skill section. Instant refinement. Grasp it firmly, refine it instantly. During combat, you can refine enemies to restore your own state. Hiss. Upon reading the skill description, Lin Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. With this divine skill, would he ever need to worry about supplies again? A swift glance revealed a level 22 shadow leopard. The leopard seemed to sense danger as it prepared to flee. In the next moment, Lin Mu abruptly appeared behind it, placing his palm atop its head. Instant refinement. The skill activated, and the shadow leopard's body deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly becoming desiccated. But that wasn't the end. The withered shadow leopard was absorbed into Lin Mu's palm, leaving not a trace behind. The effect was unexpectedly potent, yet Lin Mu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Instant refinement was indeed powerful. But the refined monsters no longer provided experience or drops, which was rather unfortunate. Regardless, it was a restorative miracle, undoubtedly invaluable in critical moments. Exiting the instance, Lin Mu sought a secluded spot, producing the heart's key to open the door. The 100 Beast Valley refreshed every 3 hours, a perfect opportunity for him to rest and recuperate. After some time, another group of individuals arrived near the 100 Beast Valley. Are you certain this is a good place for leveling? The leader, a gaunt figure resembling a malnourished skeleton, scrutinized another man with skepticism. Could I, Ma Bo, deceive you? This instance is called the 100 Beast Valley, teeming with high-level monsters. Even if we remain in one spot, our levels will soar, Ma Bo patted his chest, confidently asserting. All right, I know your reputation is relatively good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought you for information. The slender man extended his thumb in praise, then produced a dungeon ticket. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and with a fierce gaze, he turned to Ma Bo. The dungeon is on cooldown. What does this mean? Are you trying to trick me? Brother Xiao Niao, how could I dare to deceive you? Ma Bo replied with a pained expression, his features contorted. He stepped forward, producing a dungeon ticket of his own, and indeed, a prompt appeared stating that the dungeon was on cooldown. Don't worry, I have something good. Ma Bo's eyes darted, hastily retrieving an item resembling a dungeon ticket. This is called a dungeon refresh ticket, worth at least 100 copper coins each. If it weren't for Brother Xiao Niao, I wouldn't have brought it out. As he spoke, the dungeon refresh ticket transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the valley ahead. Brother Xiao Niao attempted once more, and sure enough, this time it successfully activated. He beckoned to his companions. Let us go in together. As the tickets were absorbed into the valley, their figures promptly vanished. Before long, the group reappeared. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that 3 members were missing, and the remaining individuals bore visible injuries. Their faces etched with terror. The level 25 leader monster, the Horse King, is exceedingly formidable. We barely escaped with our lives, nearly facing total annihilation. Ma Bo's eyes widened in fear, recalling his prior encounter with a giant deer during his own foray into the instance, which had not been nearly as perilous. You bastard, 3 of our brothers fell. How do you explain this? The gaunt man seized Ma Bo by the collar, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ma Bo, equally incensed, shrugged off the man's grip, his expression turning cold. I already warned you of the dangers of this instance. You insisted on proceeding. Besides, I merely facilitated your entry. Whatever transpires thereafter is beyond my control. Were it not for me, you would have perished within. How ridiculous. Just because the tiger doesn't roar, do you think you're a Hello Kitty? You. The slender man began to retort, but upon witnessing Ma Bo's formidable gear, he instantly fell silent. Previously, he had been a customer. Customers are kings, and thus, he need not treat Ma Bo with such courtesy. Now that the transaction was complete, he had to weigh Ma Bo's combat prowess before making any further moves. Just as the standoff reached a tense impasse, Lin Mu arrived. Excuse me, please make way, he called out, his voice ringing clear. Who the hell are you? The slender man, still fuming, turned his ire towards Lin Mu. In the next moment, he was sent hurtling backward, his health bar plummeting to a mere sliver. Witnessing this, Ma Bo gasped in shock, retreating several steps. As he recognized Lin Mu's face, the sternness vanished, replaced by a look of mockery directed at the slender man. Fool, you dare speak to the top of the level leaderboard without knowing who Lin Mu is. What gave you the audacity? What? He is Lin Mu. The Slender Man's lackeys, initially eager for revenge, froze in place. Terrified. The reputation of Lin Mu, a figure whose prowess eclipsed all others, was not to be underestimated. As the path cleared, Lin Mu strode directly to the valley's entrance. Activating the instance, a flash of light enveloped him. And he vanished. Could it be Dama Bo's pupils constricted in realization? Had Lin Mu already cleared the 100-Beast Valley, which explained the cooldown? By this time, the Slender Man had managed to gulp down a vial of healing potion. Enough to stand again. Upon hearing Ma Bo's musings, resentment flickered across his face. If he manages to conquer this dungeon, I would gladly offer my head to him. Damn it, isn't it just a matter of having slightly better talent? What is so impressive about that? Ma Bo cast a sidelong glance at him, opting for silence as he settled into a cross-legged position, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. I in the realm of intelligence trading. Connections are paramount, and having fortuitously encountered Lin Mu, it was only prudent to forge a bond. The thin man remained, eager to witness Lin Mu's disheveled state upon his eventual emergence. Meanwhile, Lin Mu had already ventured into the Valley of Beasts. Just as he intended to greet the familiar head of the proctology department, a giant ant, as large as a hunting dog, suddenly appeared, its massive black-brown mandibles swiftly clamping around the waist of a hapless hyena. With a sickening crunch, the hyena was promptly bisected. A flicker of insight sparked in Lin Mu's eyes as information regarding the ant materialized. Name: Giant Mandible Ant. Level: 17. Skill: Claw Strike. Claw Strike utilizes its wide mandibles to grasp prey, inflicting significant damage. He had never encountered a giant mandible ant before. Could it be that this beast king was somehow related to ants? In the brief moment of his astonishment, the giant mandible ant had devoured the hyena entirely and subsequently turned its gaze towards Lin Mu. With a swift motion, Lin Mu crushed the giant mandible ant's head and, seizing the opportunity, climbed the towering tree beside him, swiftly reaching the top. As the saying goes, the higher one stands, the further one can see. From the treetop, he spotted an odd structure standing at the center of the Valley of Beasts, resembling an enlarged anthill. No, to be precise, it was indeed an anthill. He could even see rows of giant mandible ants incessantly entering and exiting the anthill, their wide mandibles filled with prey. Leaping down from the tree, Lin Mu made a beeline for the colossal anthill. Perhaps due to the ecological disruption caused by the giant mandible ants, he encountered relatively few monsters along the way. However, it seemed the giant mandible ants were now aware of his presence, initiating a premeditated encirclement and pursuit. Waves of giant mandible ants surged from the anthill, communicating through their antennae before marching resolutely towards Lin Mu's location. Wherever the ant army traversed, not a blade of grass remained. Upon encountering other monsters, they would immediately attack, transforming them into sustenance. In an instant, the Valley of Beasts was filled with the cries of despair. Reminiscent of hell itself, on the other hand, even as Lin Mu took great care to evade detection, he was still spotted by a scouting giant mandible ant, and the dark mass of ants surged towards him in a frenzy. I may be disinclined to kill you, but that does not mean I fear you. Since you seek death, then come forth. These giant mandible ants were 2 levels below him, rendering their experience gain diminished. Thus, he preferred to avoid combat and swiftly eliminate the Ant King. However, it appeared that avoiding confrontation was no longer an option. A look of fury crossed Lin Mu's face as he seized a giant mandible ant, promptly refining it and absorbing its essence. The remaining ants, rather than retreating in fear, charged forth, with some of the more robust ones swinging their powerful mandibles towards him. These were not ordinary giant mandible ants, but rather giant mandible soldier ants, specifically trained for combat. Armed with a bone sword, Lin Mu charged into the throng of ants. Congratulations, you have slain a giant mandible ant. Experience 800. Congratulations, you have slain a giant mandible ant. Experience 800. Congratulations, you have slain a giant mandible soldier ant. Experience 1200. Chapter 60. Inciting the enemy's passion is an art in itself. A series of notifications erupted, but Lin Mu paid them no heed. At this moment, he had transformed into a bloodthirsty butcher, relentlessly cutting through the swarm of ants. With each charge, countless giant mandible ants fell. Whenever he lost health, he would immediately seize another ant and refine it, restoring his vitality. A minute passed, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. Time was an enigma as he continued his slaughter. When Lin Mu finally dispatched the last giant mandible ant, his body was splattered with the blue blood of the fallen. Wiping the viscous fluid from his face, he began to scavenge the corpses for loot. The giant mandible ants only dropped 2 types of items upon death: sharp mandibles and blue blood crystals. Without much effort, he collected 13 sharp mandibles and 28 blue blood crystals. Both were white-grade materials, which could only yield green-grade items at most through synthesis. Noticing the massive anthill in the distance, Lin Mu resolved to eliminate all the giant mandible ants there before proceeding with material synthesis. The journey ahead unfolded with remarkable ease. Not only did he encounter no disturbances from the giant mandible ants, but even the other monsters seemed subdued, that they lacked the desire to attack. Rather, the overwhelming scent of giant mandible ant blood that permeated Lin Mu's form had instilled a paralyzing fear within them. Arriving at the colossal anthill, he found it swarming with giant mandible ants. Lin Mu surveyed the scene, noting several unfamiliar faces: giant flying ants, giant poison ants, giant healing ants, giant shield ants. A bizarre assembly of giant mandible ants stood sentinel over the massive anthill. With a swift flick of his wrist, Lin Mu shook off the residual blood from his sword and activated the additional effect of his fire sprint shoes, charging directly into the massive ants. Crackling flames erupted as the air filled with the scent of charred flesh. The giant mandible ants attempted to overwhelm Lin Mu with sheer numbers, yet he deftly utilized the fiery surge of his shoes to cleave through their ranks. Many ants, caught in the flames, scurried about in panic, creating chaos on the battlefield. Suddenly, from within the anthill emerged an enormous giant mandible ant, its size comparable to that of a bus. Its exterior resembled that of a regular giant mandible ant, but the 2 antennae atop its head resembled antennas, twitching sporadically. Name: Leader, Giant Mandible Ant King. Level: 23. Skills: Guardian Summon, Ant Swarm Control, Ant Swarm Amplification, Guardian Summon. Summons giant shield ants for protection when in danger. All damage received is transferred to the summoned shield ants. Ant Swarm Control. As the sovereign of the ant colony, possesses the ability to manipulate the swarm, exhibiting high intelligence. Ant Swarm Amplification. Temporarily enhances all giant mandible ants. The Ant King. It appears to be the one. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes, observing the giant mandible ant king lounging at the entrance of the anthill. The antennae on its head twitched rapidly, and the previously chaotic swarm of ants miraculously regained order, swiftly arranging themselves into formation. The giant shield ants positioned themselves at the forefront, followed closely by the ordinary giant mandible ants, with the giant poison ants and giant healing ants behind them. While giant flying ants occasionally flitted overhead, the well-rounded formation of tanks, fighters, poisoners, and healers. It seems they view me as a boss to be farmed. Lin Mu chuckled, planting his foot firmly on the ground, transforming into an unstoppable gust of wind as he barreled towards the anthill. Before the other giant mandible ants could comprehend the situation, they found their enemy had breached their sanctuary. Furious, the ant swarm surged toward the anthill. As Lin Mu approached the anthill, he initially intended to seize the Ant King amidst the chaos, but to his surprise, the creature was quick to react, summoning 18 giant shield ants to block his path. The shield ants were considerably larger than ordinary giant mandible ants, their antennae evolving into 2 massive shields resembling doors. They did not initiate an attack, but merely merged their shields, forming a formidable barrier. The shields were remarkably sturdy. Lin Mu realized that breaking through would require at least 3 or 4 strikes. Although it appeared straightforward, the presence of 18 Arhats before the Ant King made it a daunting task. If it were merely the swarm, it would be manageable, but the addition of this Ant King complicated matters. With a mental command, an overwhelming darkness descended, swiftly enveloping the Ant King and the surrounding giant mandible ants. Subsequently, a workbench materialized before him. Lin Mu approached, opening his inventory to search for usable materials. He intended to create a brand new item to disrupt the synergy between the Ant King and its minions. How should he combine the materials? Staring at the meager supplies, Lin Mu felt a headache coming on. The ants reproduced with such vigor that, had they not been so prolific, this wouldn't be so troublesome. Wait a moment, they reproduce. A sudden realization lit up his mind, and a wicked grin crept across his face. You can reproduce, can't you? Then let us encourage you to breed even more. With a flick of his mental focus, 2 items appeared on the workbench, a glass vial and a drop of crimson blood. The glass vial was merely a container, requiring no further elaboration, but the drop of blood was a precious item sourced from the Deer King. Yet, these alone wouldn't suffice. He needed to add something to stimulate the effect. Lin Mu quickly retrieved another item, a super potent sweat gland. Though uncertain if the Ant King would sweat, it could enhance the potency somewhat. After all, one tends to sweat profusely after vigorous exertion. Still feeling it wasn't sufficient, he recalled another item that might do the trick. A piece of pitch-black stone emerged on the workbench. A green-grade material, magnetite. With all the components assembled, Lin Mu began to create according to his design. In the blink of an eye, a vial of pink, bubbling potion landed in his hand. Name: Pink Romance, grade 2-star orange, description: it incites all living beings to enter a frenzied state of passion, indulging in romance. Note: to prevent embarrassing situations, this potion will not affect the user. A one-time use 2-star orange item. The giant mandible ant king would certainly have his fill of pleasure. With that, the creation space dissipated, and the myriad of giant mandible ants reappeared before him. Enjoy to your heart's content. The pink potion whirled through the air and accurately struck the giant mandible ant king. With a shattering sound, the glass vial broke, releasing a cloud of pink mist that swiftly enveloped the entire anthill. To ensure its efficacy, Lin Mu deliberately let the mist permeate. Initially, the giant mandible ants were oblivious. But soon their movements came to a halt, and their antennae began to touch and communicate with one another. Half a minute later, an ordinary giant mandible ant crawled onto the giant mandible shield ant in front of him. Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. No, the potion he concocted should only affect the Ant King. Why are even the other giant mandible ants reacting this way? A sudden spark of realization flashed through his mind. Perhaps it was due to the last-minute addition of the magnet that caused the ordinary giant mandible ants to enter a state of heat, despite lacking reproductive instincts. Unfortunately, it was utterly useless. Turning his gaze towards the giant mandible ant king, he found it in a pitiful state, surrounded by 18 giant mandible shield ants, all ready to receive its favor, creating an exceedingly uncomfortable sight. This tactic was far too potent. It could not be used lightly in the future. Chapter 61. Ma Bao's shock. Bestowing a brain upon the silver-maned horse, the Ant King had contributed the brain of a malevolent beast. Fortunately, Lin Mu also discovered the plump and corpulent Ant Queen within the ant nest. After defeating her, he acquired the torso of the malevolent beast. Thus, he was left with only the heart, eyes, and left hand yet to be obtained. At the very least, he needed to clear 3 more instances. The time wasted on monster farming was minimal, primarily due to the lengthy cooldown. If only there were something to expedite the dungeon cooldown. Lin Mu muttered to himself as he chose to exit the dungeon. Outside, the thin man initially held a spectator's attitude, but as the time Lin Mu spent in the dungeon stretched on, the expression on his face became increasingly animated. Haha, could that kid possibly be dead in there? He glanced at his subordinates, his gaze landing on the anxiously waiting Ma Bao, a smug grin on his face. If even you all can escape, how could he possibly perish in there? Perhaps he is currently slaying the Beast King within. Despite his inner anxiety, Ma Bao maintained a stoic expression as he spoke. Slaying the Beast King? That is a level 25 boss monster. He is only level 19 at best. Attempting to engage the Beast King would be akin to seeking death. Even if he does not die, he will surely be gravely wounded. After he emerges, I shall see if he dares to act so arrogantly again. If he does. What if he dares to be arrogant again? A familiar yet unfamiliar voice rang out from behind, startling the thin man to the core. Just as he prepared to speak, an arrow suddenly pierced through his chest. Feeling the rapid loss of vitality within him, his eyes were filled with regret and pleading. Save me, please. Those around him dared not move, watching helplessly as the thin man's health bar depleted, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lin Mu coldly observed this scene, his expression unchanged. When he first arrived in this world, he might have spared those who attempted to harm him. Yet, in just a few short days, his temperament had undergone a profound transformation. A good person. That notion is non-existent. as long as he eliminates those with malicious intent towards him. The remaining individuals will naturally regard him as a good person. Tell me, am I not a good person? He suddenly turned to Ma Bao. Ma Bao glanced at the corpse on the ground, his thoughts racing, and then he earnestly nodded. You are a good person, a very good person. Satisfied with the correct response, Lin Mu nodded approvingly and then seemed to recall something, looking at Ma Bao. How did you know there was a dungeon here? Ma Bao scratched the back of his head and chuckled. My talent is related to gathering intelligence, and since I enjoy this line of work, I often scour various information. By coincidence, I learned of this place. Gathering intelligence? Lin Mu's interest was piqued as he inquired. Do you know how to reduce the dungeon cooldown time? Upon hearing this, a brighter smile spread across Ma Bao's face. He had been worried about how to connect with Lin Mu, and this was indeed fortuitous. Look at this. He handed over 3 dungeon refresh tickets, neither more nor less. Lin Mu's eyes lit up. With these, he could gather all the parts of the malevolent beast today. Excellent. I need this. Name your price. I will buy them all. These items are of little value and have a low drop rate. You can take them. Ma Bao suppressed his excitement and replied it was a joke. Being able to connect with Lin Mu was worth far more than the value of several thousand copper coins. Lin Mu recognized his intentions and chuckled. It was difficult for him to be distracted by such trivial matters. It would be better if someone could assist him. How about this? Let us add each other as friends. I will reach out to you when needed. Also, take this. Lin Mu produced the snake gall he had previously acquired and handed it over. Initially, Ma Bao paid it little mind, but upon seeing the properties of the snake gall, he was instantly taken aback. My goodness, the poison resistance it grants is not to be overlooked. The power and constitution bonuses alone amount to 40 points, equivalent to gaining 2 levels out of thin air. If this is already terrifying, then Lin Mu casually gifting it to him is even more so. Suddenly, he was filled with intense curiosity. Just how strong is Lin Mu now? Without further thought, Ma Bao remembered the impending beast tide. He would soon discover Lin Mu's true strength. After adding each other as friends, Lin Mu turned and re-entered the Valley of Beasts. Finally gathered them all. Late at night, Lin Mu's figure reappeared before the valley. After 3 dungeon runs, he first encountered the Horse King, dropping the left hand of the malevolent beast, then the Wolf King, dropping the heart of the malevolent beast, and finally, the Spider King, dropping the eyes of the malevolent beast. Now, all 8 components of the malevolent beast were collected, and his level had also reached 20. Reviving the malevolent beast? How could that be possible? Lin Mu scoffed, the dark creation space unfurling as he had already devised a plan for these 8 components. Approaching the workbench, he found 2 items laid out before him, a whistle for the silver-maned horse and the brain of the malevolent beast. What would happen if he attached the brain to the silver-maned horse? As his thoughts whirled, the creation commenced. Black mist surged wildly, instantly coalescing into the form of the silver-maned horse, while another bizarre creature gradually took shape. If all went as expected, that creature would be the malevolent beast. The silver-maned horse galloped towards the malevolent beast, and the malevolent beast reciprocated, using all its limbs to rush forth. Boom! The two collided, and the malevolent beast's form abruptly dissipated, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that melded into the brain of the silver-maned horse. The silver-maned horse leapt a few times, its body gradually shrinking into a whistle adorned with black stripes, landing in Lin Mu's palm. Name: Whistle for the silver-maned horse. Grade: 2-star black. Description: summons a remarkably swift and intelligent silver-maned horse. It is worth noting that you must endure a minor quirk of this horse. The quality of the whistle had escalated from purple to black, which was nothing short of astonishing. Although the description seemed to carry a rather irreverent tone, Lin Mu chose not to summon it for the moment. Instead, he took out the true necklace and placed it alongside the eyes of the malevolent beast. Second creation: commence. Murmuring softly, the new creation unfolded, and after a few moments, a brand new true necklace emerged. Name: True Necklace. Grade: 2-star purple. Main attributes: Strength 10, Constitution 11, Agility 13, Spirit 50. Additional attributes: Insight. Forced Weakness Analysis, Charming Eye. Insight: acquire data on enemies not exceeding 15 levels above your own, including name, level, skills, health. Forced Weakness Analysis forces the analysis of one weakness location of an enemy without using the true necklace. While staring at an enemy not exceeding 15 levels above your own for 3 seconds, you may discern the weak point. The longer the gaze, the more thoroughly the weakness is exposed. Charming Eye charms and controls an enemy of a lower level than yourself for 3 minutes. The specific charm duration depends on the enemy's mental resistance. Description: Young man, which do you prefer, crescent moon charge or moonlit birdwatching? Chapter 62. Meeting you, Master Ma, unexpected gains hiss. What captivated Lin Mu first were not the alterations in attributes, but the final line of the true necklace's description. Crescent moon charge and moonlit birdwatching. These two possess such an outrageous nature that even he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The forced attribute of weakness analysis added a compulsory feature, meaning he would no longer need to foolishly raise his hand to expose weaknesses. However, this was only a temporary measure. He still needed to enhance the true necklace to golden quality and solidify it into his innate talent. The third effect, Charming Eye, was quite intriguing. It did not specify whether it applied to humans or monsters, implying both could be affected. If he were to charm someone for a public display, it might prove more uncomfortable than landing a critical hit. Having used the brain and eyes of the malevolent beast to enhance his items, any further resurrection attempts would be nothing but a wishful thought. Exiting the creation space, Lin Mu took out the whistle and blew it vigorously. Your Master Ma has arrived. The silver-maned horse appeared, and the next second, it flicked its lips and spoke. Hey, kid, are you stunned? Never seen a talking horse, have you? The silver-maned horse raised its front hooves, fluffing its mane with great pride. Lin Mu lowered his head, silently gazing at the whistle in his hand. Was this the so-called minor quirk? Why does it seem so irritating? Is it the silver-maned horse's nature, or is it influenced by the brain of the malevolent beast? Do you even realize what you're saying? Lin Mu smacked the silver-maned horse on the neck, speaking coldly. The silver-maned horse instantly lost its bravado, snorting defiantly, its tone now obsequious. No, 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 you are the master. You are the master. I have encountered the esteemed Lin. For a horse to be so adept at flattery left Lin Mu bewildered. Yet, with this creature, at least he would have company while traveling. Ah, no. A talking horse now accompanies him. As he mounted the horse, he instinctively kicked the spurs, prompting the silver-maned steed to whinny in distress. Ouch, ouch, ouch. If you have something to say, do speak up. In the past, I might have remained silent when you jabbed me with those spurs, but now I possess the capacity for thought. Do you understand the importance of communication? A dark line of frustration crossed Lin Mu's forehead. The horse's tongue was excessively brazen. Pretending not to hear, he kicked the spurs once more. The silver-maned horse let out a couple of cries and bolted forward. Upon returning to Sal village, Lin Mu noticed a significant increase in the number of inhabitants, many of whom were unfamiliar faces, likely survivors who had fled from other villages. Besides the rising numbers, the village was also steeped in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. After all, the villagers were oblivious to Ackman's true strength. They only knew that 4 villages had already fallen to the beast tide, and they could very well be next. Fortunately, with Lin Mu's guidance, Rune and his group swiftly sprang into action. They organized others to dig deep pits outside the village, placing sharpened wooden stakes within. Subsequently, they erected a dozen makeshift watchtowers, which were filled with hastily crafted arrows. The surrounding area was cluttered with wooden barricades, alongside long spears tipped with iron points. Not only the villagers of this community, but others were also hurriedly establishing defenses. Some, well-versed in earth-based magic, cast spells to create large pits in the ground. Behind them, their companions used nature spells to spur branches into sharp spikes, embedding them at the bottom. Together, they could create an enormous trap in under 10 minutes. Although the traps appeared somewhat crude, they would suffice against the impending beast tide. Captain, the beast tide is expected to arrive in half an hour. My heavens, there are so many of them. At that moment, a scout clad in leather armor galloped in from afar. Even before entering the village, his voice echoed loudly. Very well, let us show these ruffians our might. Rune, with 2 hand axes strapped to his waist and his imposing stature, exuded a formidable presence. The militia behind him displayed remarkable military discipline, standing tall, their armor clanking in unison. The villagers, witnessing this scene, found their previously frantic emotions somewhat calmed. They had contemplated fleeing to Mutuo City, but the breadth of the beast tide's reach was too vast. The village's horses were under Rune's command. Not only would they be unable to procure horses, but even if they could, the speed of those horses would not match that of the approaching tide, and truth, fleeing would lead only to certain death, rather than being mercilessly torn apart by the beast tide in the wilderness. It would be wiser to fight back now. After all, the beast tide resembled a tidal wave. If they could withstand it, they would emerge victorious. Lin Mu entered the village without greeting anyone, making his way to Mia's home. "Big brother, look at the necklace Daddy gave me. Isn't it beautiful?" As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Mia bounced over, proudly displaying the necklace around her neck. Name: Phantom Necklace. Quality: 5-star gold. Main attribute. Additional attributes: Bubble, a 5-star gold quality. Lin Mu's pupils contracted as he gazed at the description of the bubble. Bubble. Life is like a dreamlike bubble. The unreal can transform into reality. When attacked, it can convert the attack into illusion, evading damage. To convert an attack into illusion, what an extraordinary effect! Moreover, to possess a 5-star piece of equipment right off the bat. How high must Ackman's level be? 60? 70? If Ackman's level is that high, then his wife Melinda's level must also be significant, especially since it was she who provided him with that strange statue. It was astonishing that two prominent figures resided in such a small village. "It's truly beautiful. Mr. Ackman must love you very much." After exchanging a few words with Mia, Lin Mu slowly approached under Ackman's watchful gaze. "You seem to carry the scent of malevolent beasts. It appears you have already encountered them." Before he could even speak, he noticed Ackman's brow furrowed deeply. "To be honest, I understand your actions may seem reckless, but the revival of a malevolent beast is utterly impossible, even for you." Lin Mu removed the true necklace and presented it to Ackman. "I believe that beast can no longer be revived." Initially, Ackman maintained a calm demeanor, but upon discovering the intricacies of the true necklace, his expression shifted once more. He carefully accepted the true necklace, his gaze entranced. "An astonishing creation. Perhaps I can assist you in enhancing it." Lin Mu was taken aback by this stroke of fortune and readily agreed. Uncertain of what Ackman had done, he awaited his return from the study, whereupon he discovered that the true necklace's quality had transformed from purple to gold. Additionally, it possessed a new attribute: Momentary Bubble. Momentary Bubble. Life is like a dreamlike bubble. The unreal can transform into reality. Once activated, it allows for the active evasion of one instance of damage. Remarkable.